Suddenly, a $1 trillion subsidy shopping mall app appeared on my phone. Inside, it's either luxury cars or villas, and everything is priced at just 1 cent. Seeing the balance of 10 yuan in my bank account, I fell into contemplation. I'm already so poor, how can you still deceive me? Doesn't your conscience ache? Just as I was about to exit the app, I accidentally touched the purchase button. A message of successful purchase immediately popped up. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the limited edition Porsche 911 GT, item being delivered. Estimated delivery time is 5 minutes, please pay attention to receiving it. I widened my eyes, unable to believe it, then another bank account transaction message popped up. Debit card ending in 222 successfully spent 0.1, leaving a balance of 9.9. I haven't even entered my password yet, what's going on here? Just as I was confused, I suddenly felt something in my pocket. I reached into my pocket and found a Porsche car key. I swallowed nervously, could this be real? I immediately pulled out my phone and looked at another product. It was East Suburb Villa No. 1, without any hesitation. My finger descended once again. Congratulations on successfully purchasing East Suburb Villa No. 1, today's product is sold out, please wait for restocking. Watching this scene, I began to understand that this product refreshes daily, unsure how this villa set will be delivered to me. I decided to go check out my Porsche first, so I opened the product order on the app. The product is at the shopping mall parking lot next to the residential area. I jogged towards the mall and saw a group of people discussing something. I saw a Mercedes owner looking distressed, muttering to himself, it's over, it's over. I can't afford to compensate for this car. The crowd looked puzzled and said, isn't this a Porsche? Your Mercedes is no worse than his. Why can't you afford it? The Mercedes owner, with a mournful face, said, you don't know, this is a limited edition Porsche. There's only one in the world, starting at 80 million in value. Everyone looked at the Mercedes owner with sympathy. I squeezed through the crowd and realized that the Mercedes had scraped the rear of the Porsche. The Mercedes paint was damaged, but the Porsche was unscathed. You don't need to compensate for this car, go on. The Mercedes owner looked me up and down, seeing my cheap street stall items. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, brother, don't joke with me, this car isn't yours. The people around also agreed one after another, yeah, young man, you're not the owner, don't meddle. Listening to everyone, I smiled and took out the car keys from my pocket. I gently pressed the unlock button. Beep beep, the ambient lights inside the car turned on. The whole place fell silent, with everyone looking incredulous. I didn't expect this car to be mine. The owner of the Mercedes-Benz went from being stunned to gradually becoming joyful. Brother, it's alright, your car is fine. You don't need to compensate, just move your car. The Mercedes-Benz owner swiftly got into the car, started the engine smoothly, and drove faster than a rabbit. And as I sat in the driver's seat, it's so comfortable, is this a Porsche? I drove on the roads of the Magic City, enjoying the thrill brought by speed. At this moment, I can only describe my mood with the famous quote of the lucky Mr. Lin Doyu. I initially wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but instead got estranged. I won't pretend anymore, I'm coming clean. Suddenly, the phone rang, and I answered it on speakerphone. Hello, sir, this is East Suburb No. 1 sales office. Your villa property certificate is ready. When would you be available to come and collect it? Listening to the sweet female voice, I couldn't help but smile wider than an AK. Alright, I'll head over now. I opened the navigation, stepped on the gas, and headed straight to the sales office. On the other side, at the East Suburb Villa sales office, the sales lady who just hung up the phone was excited. The manager contacted Mr. Lin. With these words spoken, all the property staff were stirred up. My goodness, is Mr. Lin, who spent 600 million to buy the king of the building, finally coming? All the female sales staff were silently calculating in their hearts how to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin, even leaving a contact information. The manager behind was also pushed away. Manager Song managed to contact Mr. Lin. Manager Song looked nervous. After all, Mr. Lin was someone specifically instructed by their superior. We must not neglect or offend the other party. We must receive them with the utmost respect. Manager Song looked at everyone and said, you guys are all more agile than me. As I parked the car and headed towards the sales office, a female salesperson approached me. She greeted me with a smile. Hello, sir. Can I help you with something? I was about to speak when a voice interrupted. Xiaoli, didn't I tell you? We're not receiving just anyone today. The one speaking was a middle-aged woman heavily made up. She glanced at me, then disdainfully said, sorry. If you're not here to buy a house, please leave immediately. Hearing this, I couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Can't I come in and take a look? Seeing that I dared to speak, the woman sneered, not just anyone can come in here. With your poor appearance, you couldn't afford a place in 10 lifetimes. Seeing her condescending look, my frown deepened. I shook my head slightly, not bothering to continue the useless conversation with her. I took out my phone and dialed the number I had contacted before. A sweet female voice sounded, "Sir, have you arrived yet? I'm currently in the sales hall, but it seems like your people don't welcome me. They even want to ask me to leave, call." An unbelievable voice came from the phone. How is this possible? Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. The manager and I will come over immediately. At this moment in the manager's office, Manager Song's face is as black as ink. He never expected that despite his warnings, someone would offend this extremely mysterious Mr. Lin. While speaking, the two of them ran towards the first floor hall. The female manager looked at me hanging up the phone, her face full of disdain. You're quite good at pretending. Let's see who you can call down. At the same time, Manager Song rushed down and saw the scene, his anger erupting completely. What are you doing? Upon hearing this furious shout, Manager Liao immediately became alert. Seeing who arrived, she immediately put on a charming smile. Manager Song, why did you come down? Does this mean Mr. Lin's people are about to arrive? Don't worry, I'll kick this troublemaker out right now. After saying that, Manager Liao immediately looked at me and said loudly, did you hear that? We have important guests coming. Get out on your own now, or I'll have the security guard drag you out. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Manager Song was furious, speaking recklessly. After a loud roar, Manager Song quickly crossed over Supervisor Liao and came to me, in front of the salespeople who were ready to watch the show, with faces full of shock and astonishment. With a standard 90-degree bow, he loudly said, Mr. Lin, I am deeply sorry for being late. I am the manager of the East Suburb Sales Department. You can call me Xiao Song. Just now, my subordinate was ignorant and bumped into you. Please don't take it to heart. As Manager Song's words fell, everyone was stunned. The young man in front of them turned out to be the mysterious tycoon Mr. Lin. How could such a super tycoon dress so low-key? Looking back at Supervisor Liao, his body was trembling with fear at this moment, and he couldn't help but tremble. Manager Song, are you joking with me? Manager Song turned back coldly. I've told you before, don't look down on any customer who walks in. Did you just ignore what I said? Go to the HR department and handle your resignation procedures yourself. Supervisor Liao suddenly panicked and knelt down on the ground with a thud. Speaking loudly, Manager Song, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. Manager Song had no reaction, just smiled and looked at me. Mr. Lin, please come inside. I replied with a faint okay, lifted my foot and walked inside, while Manager Song felt deeply emotional in his heart. He speculated that I must be a middle-aged man in my 30s or 40s. I'm much younger than expected. Could it be because I'm from a film and television family? Mr. Lin is truly talented and young. This East Suburb one courtyard, worth 6 billion, has been unsold for many years. Therefore, it has become a concern for our chairman. Your intervention this time has also relieved our chairman's worries. I was also a bit surprised. The villa I bought on the app is worth 6 billion. This is simply a huge profit. I waved my hand and casually mentioned that I didn't spend much. It's true because I only spent a dime. But when these words reached Manager Song's ears, they took on a completely different meaning. He thought that when I mentioned 6 billion, it wasn't much money. At this moment, after completing the formalities, Manager Song followed me to the entrance of the sales office, where he saw my limited edition Porsche. His eyes widened. As a sports car enthusiast, he was very familiar with this car. It is the only limited edition in the world, the Porsche 911 GT 198. He knew well that to get this car, it required more than just money. It also required a certain status and background. Under Manager Song's increasingly respectful gaze, I drove towards the East Suburb one villa. The villa I'm in is located at the deepest part of the entire villa area. It has the largest land area and the best location. I looked at the 4-story villa. The fountain garden with an open-air swimming pool has everything you need. At this moment, I finally understand that poverty truly limited my imagination. At the same time, the villa across from me, number 2, a graceful lady, holding a cup of coffee, is gazing at the villa where I am located, number 1. Uncle Sun, this number 1 villa has been bought, and Sun Fu nods behind him. Yes, miss, this number 1 villa was purchased by a young man surnamed Lin. I am still investigating the details. The young girl calmly said, stop investigating for now. To acquire the number 1 villa, the background must be extraordinary. The other party is likely a young noble from a prestigious family. Investigating rashly may provoke his displeasure. Listening to these words, Sun Fu quickly responded, "It was my impertinence, miss." The young girl pondered silently in her heart, this person is so low-key, moving in casually without any celebration. The impression given is as if he doesn't care at all about this 600 million worth number one. He suddenly became interested in this mysterious Mr. Lin. Uncle Sun, visit Mr. Lin tomorrow and bring a 90-year-old Kangxi as a gift. Meanwhile, I sat on the sofa, opening my eyes and gazing at the hanging crystal chandelier. I smiled wryly, shook my head, feeling a bit dazed. Driving an 80 million sports car, living in a 6 billion villa. Glancing at my account balance, only 98 left. Honestly, if it weren't for the property fee being paid, I probably couldn't even afford that. We must find a way to make some money. At 11:50 in the evening, I felt a bit nervous, not knowing what products the software will refresh today. Once it passed 12 o'clock, a new product appeared. 120 sets of houses in Building 1 of Junyuehuading Community. Subsidized price of 1 cent. Looking at the product in front of me, I took a deep breath. Could it be wrong? Isn't this the house I used to rent? Over 80% of this community are rentals, because apart from being close to the subway, the nearby area is the technology park. A house costs at least 5 million. Building 1 has a total of 120 units, which adds up to 6 billion. He damn well bought it. The purchase successful message popped up immediately. Purchase successful. Product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time is 15 minutes. Please pay attention to receiving. After 15 minutes, a dull sound rang out. 2 cardboard boxes fell to the ground, filled with property deeds. I swallowed hard, my eyes widened. This is so scary. Picked up a property deed casually. Looked at the address. Junyuehuading Community, Building 1, Room 101, with a floor area of 98.3 square meters. Everyone looked at the simple words on the property deeds. I felt dry-mouthed and speechless. My name was on every property deed here. In a daze, I recalled a question on Jihu. How long does it take to go from penniless to worth billions? At this moment, I feel qualified to answer, just 15 minutes. Junyuehuading Community is very popular among tenants, even for shared renting. Even for one room, it costs 2 to 3,000. I roughly calculated, renting out all 120 units, even if I do nothing for a year. To accumulate rental income, it needs to be in the tens of millions. My mouth almost reached my ears, truly the evil of capital. However, the number of capital holders now. With an excited mood, I lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, after washing up, I furrowed my brows slightly. Although the villa is large, there are no daily necessities. I should move things from the rental house. I held 2 boxes of property certificates, drove straight to Junyuehuading, and parked at Lenjia Real Estate across the community. The agent's attitude was very polite. He thought I was appropriate. Appropriate as a second-generation rich. I have 2 houses to rent out. The agent's eyes showed a slight disappointment, renting out houses. He won't get much commission. 2 houses, is that correct, sir? Do you have your property certificates with you? I pointed to those 2 boxes of property certificates with my finger. He subconsciously opened it and took a sharp breath. Are you saying these 2 boxes are all property certificates? Immediately he realized, are you Mr. Lin who bought 2 buildings? This morning, in the real estate agency in this area, this news has already spread. All the agents want to contact this mysterious Mr. Lin, and this person is right in front of them now. I nodded gently. Yes, it's me. If all these houses are rented out, the commission will be lucrative. The agents thought so, looking extremely excited. How long do I have to wait for them to all be rented out? The agent regained composure. Mr. Lin, your order is too big. I need to go call our manager. As he spoke, he ran into the manager's office, shouting, Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Didn't you see me on the phone? Manager Zhou, Mr. Lin is here. What Mr. Lin? Mr. Li, it's just a small matter. Just about to scold a few more words, suddenly remembered something. You're talking about Mr. Lin with the 2 buildings. Manager Zhou hung up the phone, ran all the way to the lobby, looking at my 2 boxes of property deeds with a passionate gaze. Mr. Lin, hello, I am the manager here. You can call me Xiao Zhou. I nodded and said, if these houses can be rented out quickly, I can provide them exclusively to you. Manager Zhou immediately became energized, patting his chest to show that no one is better than them. Mr. Lin, would you like to have a meal together? I waved my hand and declined. No need, I still have to go move. Manager Joe was taken aback, then tremblingly said, "Leave it to us." Mr. Lin arrived at the 17th floor of the residential area, the door of the house I rented. No context provided. To my astonishment, I found all my belongings thrown outside. I pushed the door open and found the landlady showing the new tenant around. I looked at my things thrown at the door and chuckled coldly. The landlady returned with a contemptuous look, "Holding your pile of junk. Get out quickly," I said calmly. "I remember our contract still has 6 days left. Throwing my things out now is a blatant breach of contract." The landlady stood with her hands on her hips. "So what if you breach the contract?" At this moment, Manager Joe squeezed in from the door, and the landlady saw Manager Joe. His expression turned stern because he had a full trust agreement, but now he was showing the house to people and renting it out privately. That would require paying a hefty penalty. Manager Joe's face turned cold, "So mind your tone when speaking. This is our big client, Mr. Lin, who owns 120 properties." The landlady looked incredulous. "You must be mistaken. He's just a small tenant." "How could we be mistaken? We have all the property certificates with us." The landlady couldn't understand. "If I'm so wealthy, why would I still rent?" In a moment of cowardice, I timidly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding." I smirked and replied, "Now you tell me it's a misunderstanding, but the penalty has been settled. Furthermore, my personal belongings were damaged. You can expect to meet in court." The landlady was thunderstruck. He doesn't understand how things escalated like this. "Mr. Lin, can I compensate you double? Can we avoid going to court?" I shook my head and asked, "Do I look like I'm short of money to you?" I then signaled with my eyes to Manager Joe, who smiled and nodded reassuringly. "I have experience in this." After dealing with the house matters, it was already 3 p.m. I quickly packed my things and returned to the villa in the eastern suburbs. Just as I was contemplating what to do in the evening, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a man in a suit. A well-dressed man in his 50s holding a gift box. I asked with some confusion, "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, sir. I am Sun Fu, the butler of the villa opposite yours. My young lady heard that a new neighbor moved in, so she sent me to pay a visit." Hearing this, I opened the door. "Your young lady is very kind. I'm Lin Chen. Please come in, sir." After exchanging gifts and contact information, the old butler stood up and left. I watched his back heading towards the villa number 2. These wealthy people are quite interesting. I then opened the exquisite gift box, revealing a bottle of red wine with a slightly yellowed label. Appeared before my eyes. Romantic, Chateau 1990, my goodness. Chateau is still from 1990. I do have some knowledge about wine. This belongs to the king of red wines. This bottle must be worth over 300,000. To give such a grand gift on the first meeting, is this what wealthy people do? And I have no idea about the wealth of Villa No. 2. At this moment, I am seen as a girl from a prominent family. To outsiders, spending 300,000 to befriend a young master is completely unnecessary. But in his eyes, this deal is a sure win. Approaching 7 o'clock in the evening, I was about to enjoy a glass of the king. The team leader Fong Hong called me, and I answered the phone with a hint of doubt. "Why didn't you come to the company today?" I suddenly remembered I had a shift, so I casually said, "Oh, I had something to do today." The team leader sounded a bit down, saying, "Don't bother coming in anymore. Our company is closing down. Your salary will be transferred to your account as usual." I was slightly surprised. How did everything go downhill in just one day of me not going to work? "Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the afternoon, come to the Rose Hall on the 2nd floor of Pujan Hall. Everyone will be having a farewell meal there." I pondered for a moment. After all, we've been colleagues for a year, so I reluctantly agreed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, I opened the door while having breakfast. The billion subsidy for today's products has been refreshed. It's the Roger Dubuis King Series Max 0406 watch. There are also multiple consumer cashback cards. I know the brand of Roger Dubuis watches. It's considered a newcomer brand, although it can't compare to Patek Philippe, Jaeger-LeCoultre, compared to these 100 or 200-year-old super luxury brands. But in terms of class and quality, Roger Dubuis is not inferior to others. I copied the product name, opened the search, and this watch is actually worth 4.2 million. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Without hesitation, I clicked to purchase. A message immediately popped up congratulating you on a successful purchase. Estimated delivery time is 3 hours. This delivery time is a bit long, but never mind. What does the consumer cashback card mean? By first, ask questions later, I continue eating breakfast. A text message popped up with the last digits 222 of the debit card, income of 2.12 million on March 25th, state-owned enterprise balance of 212,000 at 9:05. It gave me a big shock. Then Manager Joe from the real estate company sent a message. It turns out it was a portion of the 120 houses I rented out. The speed at which money is made is truly terrifying. Then I transferred 200,000 to my mom. Originally wanted to transfer more, but unfortunately there's a limit. If I transferred half at once, I would probably scare my mom, but even so, she was still scared. The familiar phone ringtone sounded. Son, where did you get so much money from? Mom anxiously asked. After all, 200,000 is not a small amount in our family. I made up an excuse. Mom, this is the money my friends and I earned by starting a company before the new year. This is the profit sharing from the company. I kept a part for myself. Would you use the rest to improve your lives? Mom breathed a sigh of relief hearing this. Your dad and I have money to spend. This 200,000 is saved for you to use to get married. I talked to Mom for nearly 20 minutes and then hung up the phone. At this time, a notification appeared on my phone. The cashback card for purchases has been credited. Please check the item interface for details. I opened it and carefully read the detailed description. After using it, the next purchase will receive cashback up to 10 times. My eyes lit up suddenly. There were still a few hours until 10 o'clock, so I decided to go buy some clothes first. I drove all the way to Platinum Square. I headed straight to the Armani counter. In the store, there was a greasy man with a big gold chain, accompanied by a young woman. He looked me up and down. How do you do things at Armani? This kid is wearing cheap clothes. You let everyone in. The female salesperson looked at me awkwardly, clearly thinking the same, but still proceeded to introduce me to the products. What are the main products of the GA level in your store? The female salesperson hurriedly said. The 7 items in front of you are the main products of this season. Before the female salesperson could finish speaking, I waved my hand and said, just wrap them all up. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson was dumbfounded. Sir, are you sure? Is the greasy man also mocking on the side? He really thinks he's a big shot. Hope he doesn't come up short when it's time to pay. I completely ignored the greasy man's words, pointed casually at the 2 pairs of shoes next to me, and said, wrap them both up and let's pay by card. The surrounding customers couldn't help but look bewildered. The female salesperson brought the POS machine, and with a beep, the payment was successful. The greasy man was dumbfounded. His expression at that moment couldn't be more awkward. He thought I was just pretending. Little did he know, I actually had the means. Then a notification popped up on my phone, congratulating me on receiving 6 times cashback. I was overjoyed in my heart, and glanced at the greasy man. A voice behind me called out, Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? The person who came is Sun Fu, the steward of Villa 2. The greasy man's eyes lit up, and he greeted Sun Fu charmingly. Mr. Sun, I'm Xiao Zhao from Fuming Cement. Sun Fu furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and remembered that this Xiao Zhao was a supplier for the company. Sun Fu glanced at me, and I looked at the greasy man with a playful smile. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I don't know you. Don't speak nonsense in front of me. What Fuming Cement? I haven't heard of it. Turned to look at me, smiled and nodded. Smiling, she left the counter. Sun Fu turned to look at the greasy man. Are you impatient with life? Even Mr. Lin dares to offend you. You should take care of yourself. The greasy man was completely stunned. He didn't expect to be treated as a poor kid by him. Even the vice president of the thriving Ding Shan Group, a super large company in the Magic City, is respectful. I'm done for this time. And I was about to go home, freshen up, and wear my Armani to attend a funeral dinner. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Pujang Tanga parking lot. The security guard saw the limited edition Porsche approaching and immediately showed a respectful attitude. Although he didn't know the specific model of the car, just by looking at its appearance, he knew it was expensive, so he respectfully helped open the car door. At the same time, 2 pretty girls also noticed this. Lily, look at that. Isn't that Lin Chen? Yeah, isn't she from the countryside? Don't speak nonsense, maybe she's very low-key. She's not like Zhao Simon. Ignorant. This unconventional Porsche is obviously extraordinary, so we thought Lin Chen used to be low-key. Now that the company has gone bankrupt, he no longer pretends. He revealed that he is actually a second-generation rich. I took out a few red bills from my pocket, handed them to the security guard, and asked him to take care of my car and not let anyone scratch it. The security guard smilingly borrowed money from me. As I walked away, he immediately handed me 1,500. No wonder he drives a Porsche. As I was walking towards the private room, the phone started ringing. Hello, this is the Roger Dubuis store. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin? I responded with an The Roger Dubuis King Series watch, model 0406, that you ordered has arrived. I will deliver it to you right away. Where are you located? I am currently at the Rose Hall on the second floor of the Pujiang Hall restaurant. Alright, Mr. Lin, we will be there within 10 minutes. After arriving at the private room, I greeted my colleagues. A young man with slick back hair quickly walked in. He walked in and immediately threw the BMW car keys on the table. Sorry, brothers, there was traffic on the road. Oh, manager's son, you changed your car? Manager's son laughed carelessly, saying, well, I just hired a deputy finance director from Greentown Group, so I rewarded myself with a BMW X. As soon as he said that, everyone gasped. Greentown Group is a big company in our city, and immediately, many people started praising him. Manager's son, with a proud look, said, it's not easy being a deputy director, you don't make much money. He then casually rolled up his sleeves. He revealed a uniquely designed watch, and his sharp-eyed colleagues immediately recognized it. Son, is this a Roger Dubuis watch? It must have cost a lot. Manager's son's face was already full of smiles. Oh, it's not worth much. This is an entry-level model from the King series, priced at around 100,000. Many people cast envious glances. Although manager's son was already extremely happy, he still pretended to be nonchalant and said, I'm quite familiar with one of their salespersons. I heard him say last night that a mysterious tycoon ordered one worth over 4 million. Now, that's what you call upscale. Manager's son's actions were mainly to catch Qian Lily's interest. After all, Qian Lily is the beauty of their company. When she looked towards Qian Lily, she realized that she hadn't even noticed her, but was staring at me the whole time. Manager's son suddenly felt less joyful, looking at me with ill intentions. Shaolin, have you found a new job? I calmly replied, thank you for your concern, manager's son. I haven't found one yet. Manager's son smirked, young people, don't aim too high. Coincidentally, our Green City group is still short of a few security guards. Would you like to give it a try? This was a blatant mockery, and the atmosphere instantly quieted down. I remained very calm, as if I didn't hear, no need, I still have some money in hand. I'm preparing to do a little business. Manager's son sneered, we've been colleagues for a year. How could he not know my financial situation? As he was about to speak again, his pupils dilated. Noticing my Armani, he immediately sarcastically said, brother, Shaolin, your Armani, you're quite the real deal. Others also turned their eyes towards me. If you can't afford branded clothes, you don't have to wear them. No one will laugh at you. But wearing fake goods, that really invites ridicule. I instantly felt a surge of anger, provoking me repeatedly. If I don't retaliate, it wouldn't be true to my character. At the same time, Zhao Simon burst into laughter. Manager's son frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Zhao Simon couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into laughter. Oh, manager's son, he can afford a Porsche at least. As for wearing fake goods, what are you thinking? Manager's son looked at me with a puzzled expression. This kid has been wearing street stall goods every day for a year. It's definitely not rented. Meanwhile, the door to the private room was pushed open. Roger Dubuis' store manager walked in carrying a bag. Manager's son quickly stood up and greeted Director Zhou. Why have you come over? Director Zhou, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. Oh, he said, I'm here to deliver a watch to our store's VIP customer. Manager's son was taken aback. He knew about this VIP customer, who needed to purchase a watch worth at least 1 million to qualify. None of those present could afford it. Director Zhou glanced at the Armani on my body and quickly walked up to me. You must be Mr. Lin. Your watch has been delivered. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Manager's son seemed as if someone had desecrated his ancestors' graves. You must be mistaken. He's just a show-off poor kid. Manager Zhou's face turned cold. Sir, are you questioning our store's capabilities? Mr. Lin ordered the King series worth 2 million, there will be no mistakes. With everyone watching, I put the watch on my wrist. Someone remembered the mysterious tycoon manager's son mentioned before. My goodness, so that watch belongs to Brother Lin. He's really low-key. Brother Lin is unlike some people, boasting about getting a vice president job. Look at Brother Lin, he doesn't show off even after buying a 4 million watch. Manager's son's face was slapped, he suddenly felt ashamed. Looking at his 100,000 Roger Dubuis, he suddenly felt unhappy, muttered about feeling uncomfortable, and left dejectedly. After manager's son left, everyone started flattering me. I just smiled at this group of people. When you're broke, they ignore you. When you have money, they flock around you. After finishing a meal, I faced a dilemma. I had a drink and tried to call a designated driver, but no one accepted the order. As I was about to hail a taxi, Qian Lily called out to me. I turned around and jokingly said, Miss Qian. What's up? I asked Shen Lily. She blushed and said, I noticed you couldn't drive, that's why. Then why not ride in my car? I was slightly surprised. Xuanji smiled and said, Miss Qian's invitation, I can't be impolite. With that, Shen Lily led me to a Maserati. In front of the CEO. I was secretly surprised in my heart. I didn't notice before at the company that she was a wealthy woman. It wasn't until I got on the car that I realized there was another person, Zhao Simon. He looked at me with a smile and said, Lily, how about I get off the car and leave you two alone? Shen Lily blushed and quickly changed the subject, turning to ask where my home was. East Suburb No. 1. Zhao Simon moved with surprise and said, East Suburb No. 1? But that's one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the city. I smiled and said, it's just like that. However, Shen Lily was extremely shocked in her heart. Does she know that East Suburb No. 1 represents? In the past few days, rumors have been spreading in the upper-class circles of the city, and unexpectedly, this mysterious tycoon turned out to be Lin Xiaofei. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of the East Suburb Villa, and Qian Lily was preparing to drive away. Why don't you come in and have a seat? Qian Lily hesitated. Zhao Simon smiled and said cheerfully, Lily, why don't we go in and have a seat? Qian Lily blushed and nodded. After finishing speaking, the vehicle entered the villa area. Moving forward all the way, soon they arrived in front of Villa No. 1. Looking at the villa in front of her, Zhao Simon's eyes lit up instantly. Wow! Lin Chen, your villa is so big. If you buy it, it must cost a lot, right? Well, I remember this villa was priced at 600 million at the time, Lin Chen replied. Hearing this, Zhao Simon was shocked, her mouth almost wide open. Then, with a fiery gaze, she looked at Lin Chen and muttered to herself, the evils of capitalism. Beside her, Shen Lily, although she already knew that this villa was valuable, couldn't help but feel amazed when she saw it in person. 600 million, this villa is worth it. Lin Chen secretly smiled. Indeed, no matter what, this villa would never lose money. After all, buying it only cost him a penny. Soon, the three entered the house. After entering, they were served tea separately. Then Zhao Simon said, Lin Chen, Lily and I will explore your villa first. Okay, go ahead. By the way, did you two have a full lunch? Lin Chen nodded and asked. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't really eat much for lunch. After all, Tonga was a top-notch restaurant. The main features of such restaurants were expensive and small portions. Plus, he was surrounded by people toasting at lunch, which meant Lin Chen didn't eat much of his meal but drank quite a bit. Shen Lily said, well, I didn't really eat much for lunch. Alright, you and Simon go explore first. I'll prepare something for you later. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Shen Lily blushed instantly. Ha? What's wrong? Why are you blushing? Is it too hot? Lin Chen looked puzzled, then picked up the air conditioner remote. Let me lower the temperature. He then lowered the central air conditioning temperature to 20 degrees and continued, just so you know, I don't have much food prepared at home. There's basically only instant noodles in the fridge. As for drinks, there's only cold ones. Is that okay? Oh, as Lin Chen spoke, Shen Lily finally realized that she had misunderstood. She quickly nodded and whispered, yes, that's fine. Great. Lin Chen walked towards the kitchen. As for Zhao Simon, she led Shen Lily, excitedly exploring the villa. It was a bit exaggerated to call it an adventure, but there were occasional pleasant surprises. A small library filled with books, a comfortable and luxurious movie theater, a spacious piano room, a top-notch KTV room with high-quality sound system. As the exploration began, the two women couldn't help but marvel at everything they saw. As time passed, about 20 minutes later, wow! A scream rang out. Hearing the scream, Lin Chen immediately turned off the stove and ran towards the backyard. Upon arriving at the backyard, Lin Chen saw Zhao Simon, who was excited. Hearing Lin Chen's footsteps, Zhao Simon turned around, looking excitedly at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, your outdoor swimming pool is so big. Hearing this, Lin Chen twitched his mouth and said, you scared me, I thought something had happened to you guys. Alright, it's ready downstairs, come and eat while it's hot. The three of them finished their meal together. After putting the bowls, chopsticks, and pots into the dishwasher, Lin Chen took the two on a tour of the house for a while. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that the two women left. After seeing them off, Lin Chen settled in at home to play games. When it was midnight, he took out his phone and started checking it. As the app opened, the products were officially refreshed and displayed. The second generation De Hong Pao, 3 caddies, subsidized price, 9.9. Looking at this product, Lin Chen's breath seemed to stop. The second generation De Hong Pao. Looking at the product in front of him, Lin Chen's breath quickened. Naturally, Lin Chen knew about this thing. The so-called second-generation De Hong Pao refers to the leaves produced by the second-generation De Hong Pao tree grafted from the 3 mother trees of De Hong Pao. And now, the tea leaves from the mother tree are no longer harvested, as the mother tree has been protected. As a result, the price of these second-generation leaves has reached sky-high levels. 1 gram costs over 10,000 yuan. Calculated, these 3 caddies of second-generation De Hong Pao would be 15 million. What a good thing, Lin Chen muttered. Bought it. Thinking about it, without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly purchased it. Purchase successful. Product being shipped, estimated delivery time, 6 hours. Please wait for delivery. Looking at the notification on his phone, Lin Chen nodded. He simply turned off his phone and went to sleep. The night passed quickly, and soon it was 8:30 the next morning. Lin Chen stretched lazily, got up, and fetched water. Just as he reached the first floor, he saw a large cardboard box on the coffee table. Looking at the box, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly walked to the coffee table. Upon opening it, he found numerous small cans of tea leaves inside. Taking them all out, he discovered 30 cans of 50 grams of De Hong Pao tea leaves. After opening one can, a strong tea fragrance instantly wafted out. Truly worthy of being the second-generation De Hong Pao, he sighed. After brewing a cup for himself and taking a sip, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Great tea, he exclaimed. He then selected another box of tea to bring to Villano. 2 later. After all, the owner of Villano 2 had gifted him a 330,000 yuan 90-year-old Kanshi Emperor tea. He couldn't just accept the gift without reciprocating, right? After taking out a box, Lin Chen kept one for himself to serve guests and stored the rest in the storage room. At 9 o'clock, Lin Chen carried the tea leaves and arrived at the front door of Villano 2. He rang the doorbell, and the door of the villa opened. Sun Fu, who was inside, saw Lin Chen and immediately smiled. He quickly said, "Oh, Mr. Lin, why are you here? Please come in." Upon entering the house, Lin Chen placed the tea leaves on the table and said with a smile, "Mr. Sun's gift is excellent, I really like it. I just received some good tea and thought of bringing you some. I don't know if Mr. Sun drinks tea." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Sun Fu nodded eagerly. "Drink tea? Of course, I drink tea. Ha ha," he said, bringing 2 cups of tea over. As he set them down, he noticed the red tea canisters on the table. The moment he saw the tea canisters, his eyes widened in shock. Then, trembling, he exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, is this tea the second-generation De Hong Pao?" "Yes, the second-generation De Hong Pao," Lin Chen calmly nodded. Seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, Sun Fu was extremely shocked. He was a tea lover and naturally knew the value of the second-generation De Hong Pao. Although the market price of this tea is 10,000 yuan per gram, its limited production makes it highly sought after. In reality, in the tea market, it has already been bid up to nearly 15,000 yuan per gram. In other words, Lin Chen's canister is worth at least 750,000 yuan. This realization left Sun Fu astonished. Lin Chen actually presented such valuable tea as a gift, and he acted as if he was giving away something worthless. Who exactly is Lin Chen to make such a grand gesture? Looking at the tea canister, Sun Fu swallowed hard, shook his head, and spoke. "Mr. Lin, this tea is really too precious, I can't accept it. It's nothing special, and we are all neighbors, just take it." Lin Chen smiled and said. Hearing this, Sun Fu's eyelids twitched fiercely. God is not something to be trifled with. A tea worth 7 to 800,000 yuan, how is that not something to be trifled with? If it weren't for Lin Chen's status, Sun Fu would have cursed by now. But he still smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are really too polite. However, this second-generation De Hong Pao has risen to 15,000 yuan per gram. If you are willing to part with it, I can buy it." Hearing this, Lin Chen was also slightly surprised. He originally thought that the De Hong Pao was 11,000 per gram. As a result, it had risen to 15,000 per gram. That means this box is worth 750,000. And his family still has 28 unopened boxes of this grade of tea. Lin Chen suddenly gasped in shock. That means the 28 boxes at home are worth at least 21 million. Lin Chen's mind raced, and a thought popped into his head. Then, with a calm demeanor, he said, "Oh, Mr. Sun, don't be so polite. I have several boxes of this at home, and I can't drink them all. I'm actually thinking of using this tea to make tea eggs," Lin Chen said casually, waving his hand. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Sun Fu's mind was shaken. What? Is he serious? Using second-generation De Hong Pao to make tea eggs? What a waste! This is simply a waste. Sun Fu took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Chen with fiery eyes, swallowed his saliva, and asked, Mr. Lin, how many boxes of second-generation Da Hong Pao do you have? Hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and then said, I really can't remember, but I have at least 10 boxes. At least 10 boxes. Sun Fu swallowed hard. His heart was shaken. With his status, he had indeed seen many good things, but the second-generation Da Hong Pao was really rare. Even he had only seen it a few times. But now, in Lin Chen's hands, there are at least 10 boxes. That directly stunned Sun Fu for a moment. However, he did not doubt the truth of Lin Chen's words at all. After all, in his eyes, Lin Chen was a person who drove luxury cars and lived in a villa. There was no need for him to lie about such trivial matters. Then, Sun Fu looked at Lin Chen and asked cautiously, I wonder if Mr. Lin is willing to sell these second-generation Da Hong Pao? Hearing this, Lin Chen was overjoyed. The fish took the bait. At this moment, Lin Chen was ecstatic. However, he still maintained a poker face, pretending not to care, waving his hand and saying, Hey, why buy it? I was planning to use it to make tea eggs. If you like it, just go and take it from me, it's not worth much anyway. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Sun Fu almost vomited. Planning to make tea eggs. And if there are 10 cans, it's worth at least 7 million. It's not worth much? Is this a big shot? He almost vomited. However, Sun Fu was not prepared to go and take it directly as Lin Chen suggested. After all, where in the world is there a free lunch? Everything has its price. Sun Fu shook his head and said, If Mr. Lin is willing to sell, I am really willing to buy a few cans. Hearing this, Lin Chen still had a nonchalant look. He shrugged and said, Well, let's talk about it? And then, after a conversation, it didn't take long. The contract for the purchase between the two was also finalized. Each can of tea was purchased at a price of 750,000, buying 10 cans of tea. As for Sun Fu, he went upstairs to report to someone before they went to Lin Chen's home. The 10 cans of tea were lined up and placed on the table. Sun Fu took a deep breath as he looked at the 10 cans of tea. Then he said, Mr. Lin, if everything is okay, let's sign the contract. He picked up the contract, glanced at it briefly, and said, Wait, there is a problem with this contract. A problem? Sun Fu was taken aback. Then he listened to Lin Chen pointing at the contract and said, There is an issue with the amount here. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu's smile stiffened. What does this mean? Could it be that Lin Chen intends to raise the price at the last minute? However, if the other party is really planning to raise the price, then it seems that he really has no way out. Mr. Lin, is there a problem with the price? Lin Chen, upon hearing this, just smiled and said, You wrote 11 cans here, but I actually only sold you 10 cans, so the price here is too high. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Sun Fu was stunned. Giving 1 can for free? Sun Fu was a bit dumbfounded. Then he smiled and exclaimed, Mr. Lin has a great attitude. This is me, Sun, taking advantage. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Sun, you're too polite. We are neighbors, there's nothing wrong with taking advantage of each other. Right. Neighbors. Good neighbors. The two burst into laughter. Then, after a slight modification to the contract, Lin Chen signed it directly. Sun Fu didn't drag his feet either, he transferred the 7.5 million. In less than half a minute, the money was in the account. After chatting with Lin Chen for a few more moments, Sun Fu took the 10 cans of tea back to his villa. Just as he returned to the villa, he saw a woman sitting on the sofa. Miss. Sun Fu's expression became respectful. The young woman nodded slightly and asked, Did the transaction go smoothly? Smoothly, Mr. Lin casually made a move and it turned out to be 11 boxes of premium second-generation Da Hong Pao. Hearing this, the young woman nodded, her eyes flashing. What about the other party's identity? Did you find out anything? Sun Fu shook his head. To be honest, I only know that the other party is from Luzhou. Judging from his actions, I'm afraid his identity is more complicated than we imagined. I told him I was a steward, but he treated me as an equal. And he gave us a bottle of wine worth 30,000, and in return, 75,000 worth of tea. Such a generous gesture is not something an ordinary family can possess. Sun Fu immediately expressed his opinion. The young woman listened without saying a word. She sat there, gently sipping her tea. Then, a smile appeared on her lips. Interesting, it seems that this Lin Chen is quite extraordinary. She chuckled, then looked at the tea in front of her. Send some to our partners. Also, leave 3 boxes, as the old man will be turning 70 soon, and I want to send him some. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu nodded gently and said, Yes, miss. Also, take a box for yourself. Sun Fu's eyes lit up instantly. His mouth widened in a smile. Thank you, miss. Lin Chen was completely unaware of the situation with the second villa. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the balance message on his phone. 13 million. A whopping 13 million balance. He has become a millionaire? Lin Chen was a bit dazed. He had never expected that. Originally, he just wanted to return a gift. As a result, when he returned the gift, he made 7.5 million in return. This caused his bank account balance to skyrocket to 13 million. And all of this was just from spending 9 bought 3 pounds of second-generation De Hong Pao. The speed and profit of this money-making are simply outrageous, even more so than robbing a bank. Moreover, not to mention, there are still 18 boxes in my warehouse. These 18 boxes, it's not that Lin Chen doesn't want to sell them, it's that he can't sell them. Firstly, scarcity makes things valuable. Second-generation De Hong Pao is already a scarce commodity in the market. Selling 10 boxes is basically the limit. If I were to sell the remaining 18 boxes together, although I could make a profit, the price definitely wouldn't maintain at 15,000 yuan per gram. Secondly, I have already entered the upper-class society. Whether it's entertaining guests in the future or visiting relatives and friends, I need to bring something, right? This second-generation De Hong Pao can help maintain my reputation and make it more convenient if I need to ask someone for a favor. Thirdly, because my old man likes to drink tea. This third point is the most important. Now, money is definitely not a problem in the short term. Once all the rental property funds come in after a while, the balance in my account will probably increase a bit more. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. But this Sun Fu's identity is probably more than just a butler. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen began to contemplate. The reason he gave away a box was twofold: to reciprocate and to strengthen relationships. At the same time, he also realized that Sun Fu's identity was not simple. Whether it was yesterday at the Armani store, where the middle-aged greasy fat man fawned over Sun Fu, or today, when Sun Fu led a 7.5 million deal, it all indicated that the other party was definitely not just a butler. Forget it, why think so much? Regardless of his identity, with the billion-dollar subsidy app in hand, in the future, no matter what his identity is, he can't possibly be my opponent. Shaking his head, Lin Chen didn't dwell on this matter any longer. Let's go get the car back first. Tonga in Pujiang. Lin Chen drove to the entrance. The security guard at the entrance was the same as yesterday. When he saw Lin Chen coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, you're here. Please come this way. Lin Chen nodded and followed the young security guard all the way to his parking space. I've been looking after your car, I guarantee no one has come near it. At this moment, there were empty parking spaces on both sides of Lin Chen's car. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt pleased. Well done. He nodded and handed over a few more tips. Then he opened the car door, got in, and drove away in his sports car. After leaving Tonga restaurant, Lin Chen drove to the traffic management department. He had been using temporary plates on his car, and now he needed to get the official license plates. He didn't know how the app did it. When the traffic management department sent him a message this morning, he was quite surprised. Generally, the efficiency of the traffic management department was slow. But for some reason, whether it was because his car was too expensive or something else, the process was completed very quickly. In about 20 minutes, everything was done. After installing the license plates, Lin Chen drove away. There are many universities in the city. Even the university town has 8 of them. At this moment, Lin Chen was driving past a university town. Suddenly, the cool sports car attracted the attention of many young people. The fridge at home is a bit empty, I should buy some things to bring back. Looking at a supermarket across the street, Lin Chen parked his car on the side of the road and walked into the supermarket. About 20 minutes later, he came out of the supermarket with a shopping bag and a cup of mango sago. When he returned to his car, Lin Chen noticed that a group of people had gathered in front of it. At that moment, a young girl was taking pictures there. Glancing at her, the girl was wearing a white Winnie the Pooh t-shirt and denim shorts. 2 long and snow-white legs were exposed, without an ounce of excess flesh. The face was quite pleasing to the eye. Oval face, delicate features. Especially a pair of phoenix eyes, very charming. Wow! This looks, starting at 90 points. And it's all natural, no excessive foundation. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He smiled and walked straight towards the supercar. Just then, a woman dressed seductively, with heavy makeup, immediately grabbed Lin Chen and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you see everyone is lining up? Why are you cutting in line?" Another person next to her also said, "Exactly. This guy has no manners at all. Can't you see everyone is lining up here, and you're trying to cut in? And you, are you done taking pictures?" What's with all the dilly-dallying? The beautiful woman who was taking pictures there felt a bit embarrassed and whispered, Just wait a moment, I'll be done soon. You're so slow. Hurry up. Otherwise, when the owner comes back, no one will be able to take pictures. With these words, another person next to them also spoke up. Xin, is my makeup okay? Can the owner be interested in us later? Hearing this, the woman known as Xin, who was heavily made up, immediately said, Don't worry. With our looks, capturing the owner will be a piece of cake, right? Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression was strange. He looked up and down at the two women, who were as thin as bamboo poles, with no flesh at all, and their faces heavily made up. He couldn't help but shake his head. Could he be interested in the two of them? He really didn't know where their confidence came from. Seeing Lin Chen shaking his head, Xian immediately raised her eyebrows and said, What are you shaking your head for? Do you think you're the owner? Lin Chen found it amusing. He then took out the car keys from his pocket. Beep, beep. He pressed the car key. The Porsche's headlights flashed and made a light sound. Following that, the car door opened. Lin Chen glanced at the two women and said calmly, Sorry, but this car really is mine. With that, he put the shopping bag in the front trunk of the car. At the same time, he looked at the girl taking pictures and raised an eyebrow, saying, On such a hot day, do you want to come in and take a few shots? Immediately, the girl blushed and, after looking at the exquisite interior of the car, sat in the passenger seat. Lin Chen got into the car as well. The door closed. As for the two women outside the car, their faces were now flushed red. Their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. This car was really his? Thinking back to their mockery earlier, the two of them felt so embarrassed and angry that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Later, Xian hurriedly approached the car window and knocked on it. The window rolled down. Is there something you need? Lin Chen asked calmly. Oh young man, it's hot. Can I come in and take a few pictures? Xian bent over, speaking while swaying her hips and pulling down her collar. Lin Chen felt disgusted and coldly chuckled. Hee, sorry, my car only welcomes humans. With that, he rolled up the window. Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal, and the car drove off directly. Watching the Porsche drive away, Xian stomped her feet in anger. What did Lin Chen mean by that? Was he insulting her? Watching the Porsche drive away, Xian muttered angrily, It's just a broken Porsche. What's so special about it? I don't even want to sit in it. I have plenty of Ferraris and Lamborghinis to ride in. Who cares about your broken Porsche? Hearing this, a boy on the side of the road burst out laughing. Ferraris and Lamborghinis? Ha, that Porsche just now was a Porsche 911 GT1-98. That is worth 80 million supercar. Boom! In an instant, Xian was completely dumbfounded. She just didn't expect it at all. The Porsche that just drove away turned out to be a supercar worth 80 million. Then, she looked at another woman. Suddenly, she screamed and shouted, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, you bitch. How could I have missed that cute guy just now? Who are you calling a bitch? In an instant, the Plastic Sisters broke out. The two of them started fighting and scratching each other. The scene was extremely brutal. And on the side, many boys watching the fight were amazed. They could only shout in admiration. What a fierce woman. As for all this, Lin Chen was unaware. At this moment, he was driving with a girl in the university town. In the car, the face of the girl in short shorts was flushed. Sitting in the passenger seat, she seemed a bit cramped. Looking at the girl, Lin Chen chuckled. Then he said, Why are you nervous? Looking at the girl, Lin Chen glanced at her and said, I'm Lin Chen, just graduated last year, and you? Listening to Lin Chen's words, the girl spoke in a coquettish voice, I'm Xiaoyuma, a sophomore at the neighboring magic drama. She played with her fingers and said softly, brother, I'm really sorry just now. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been mocked by those two sisters just now. After saying that, Xiaoyuma looked pitiful. Looking at Lin Chen, her clear eyes were full of pitiful look. Hearing this, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Wow. Directly wow. However, Lin Chen just smiled. Then he said, It's okay, do you want to take pictures? Go ahead. Driving slowly on the road, Lin Chen chuckled. Hearing this, Xiaoyuma nodded. Then she took out her phone, slightly closed her knees, selected an angle, and on the screen of Xiaoyuma's phone, a pair of fair long legs occupied most of the screen. In the blank area, Lin Chen's hand wearing a watch and the Porsche steering wheel were prominently displayed. Looking at the photo, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Wow, nice photography. Do you girls all have excellent photography skills? Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyuma in front of him, raised his eyebrows lightly, and said playfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyuma slowly said, Not really. How did you come to think that, little brother? Hearing this, Lin Chen's face also showed a hint of playfulness. Then he said, I heard that your magic drama has many beautiful girls. How about you be my guide and take me around your school? At this moment, Lin Chen was somewhat interested in Xie Yuma, the master of photography. No problem. Xie Yuma nodded happily. Then she casually took a few pictures of the scenery outside the car window. She combined them and posted them on her moments. As her moments updated, the comments below Xie Yuma's moments exploded. Wow! Portia! Envious! Beautiful Xie Yuma, can you introduce him? Wow! Xie Yuma, you've hooked up with a rich man. Although this is just a Porsche, this watch is not cheap. This watch should be a high-end model from Roger Dubuis, worth at least 4 million. Wow! Enjoying the fruits of our labor alone. /knife. A series of comments directly exploded Xie Yuma's moments, and some friends who knew about watches recognized Lin Chen's watch style directly. As for the car, because there were few details in the picture, adding the information of GT1-98, there is not much on the internet. Therefore, it has not been recognized. At the same time, on the other side, Xie Yuma also saw the comments of others. Inadvertently, she was amazed. She didn't have much research on this watch, but now looking at the comments of others, she also noticed that Roger Dubuis. Previously, she had noticed this watch. At that time, she thought it was just a slightly better watch. But now she knows. This watch actually costs 4 million. This price really surprised her. After that, she couldn't help but sigh, brother is really rich. Lin Chen just smiled and said, not bad. After that, Lin Chen looked at the beautiful women on both sides of the street and said, the rumors are true, there are so many beautiful women. Hearing this, Xie Yuma's face froze. But at this moment, Lin Chen's words changed. With a smile on his lips, he said, but in my opinion, the most beautiful one is you. No way. Xie Yuma's face blushed slightly. She continued driving around the campus. After a leisurely stroll, Lin Chen glanced at Xie Yuma and said, do you want to have lunch together? Hearing this, Xie Yuma's eyes lit up. But then she pretended to hesitate and be reserved. However, in the end, she nodded gently and said, well, okay. Hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth also curved up. Let's go then. After that, Lin Chen turned around and drove out of the campus. 30 minutes later, in a shopping mall, Lin Chen and Xie Yuma casually found a budget buffet restaurant to have a meal. Xie Yuma laughed lightly and said, I didn't expect, brother, you would come to this kind of budget restaurant for a meal. Hearing this, Lin Chen also smiled and said, eating too much at a good restaurant can be boring. Besides, those restaurants are usually reservation-based. Moreover, few restaurants choose to serve lunch. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Hearing this, Xie Yuma couldn't help but chuckle. After that, they picked up their food and walked to their seats. At the same time, in a hot pot restaurant on the upper floor of the mall, a young man looked frustrated and dejected. Across from him, a chubby man was comforting him. Hey, don't be so down just because you missed the opportunity to make connections. What's there to be upset about? Hearing this, the young man was furious. He continued, you fatso, you know nothing. The person drove a Porsche 911 GT1-98. Do you know what this car represents? This car is unique in the world. If I had compensated the other party last time, I would have made a connection with them. If I had befriended them, maybe I could have gained some benefits from them. That would have helped us climb another 4 or 5 floors. However, I missed such an opportunity. At this moment, having a meal here. It's the rich second generation who crashed Lin Chen's Porsche last time. Although Lin Chen didn't make him compensate last time. After he went home, he did escape a disaster. But the next day, when he calmed down, he found out he had lost $1 billion. At that time, he was too nervous, too anxious. He never thought that someone who could get their hands on this legendary car could be an ordinary person. Although he crashed his car, he should have taken the opportunity to build a relationship with him. But he stupidly ran away at that time. Now thinking back to his actions at that time, he really wanted to slap himself. Hearing this, another tall and thin young man sneered and said, alright, what's there to be angry about? The circle in the Magic City is so small, we will have the chance to meet in the future. Let's hurry up and eat. After eating, let's go to Lao Wang's place to drink together. I heard that there have been several beautiful women coming over there recently. With these words, the young man could only sigh and say, alright. After that, the young men hastened their pace, finished lunch, paid the bill, and headed outside. At this moment, a cry suddenly rang out, "Cun go?" Wang Cun turned to look and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair and a large gold chain, looking excitedly at him. Who are you? Zhao Cun was puzzled. Cun gu. It's me. I'm Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen. We met at Wang Xiao's bar before. Hearing this, Zhao Cun recalled a bit. It seemed that there was indeed such a person. This guy was a nouveau riche. His family originally had several houses in the Magic City. After the demolition, he got millions. Later, they met at a party because he was particularly good at flattery, and he became his little brother. Oh, Xiaochen, what are you doing here? Hee, I just had dinner with my wife at the nearby Jade restaurant. Gu, are you guys having a gathering? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yeah, we're going to have a few drinks at Lao Wan's later. As they spoke, they walked towards the direction of the elevator. On the other side, after finishing lunch, Lin Chen went to pay the bill. As for Xie Yuma, she had already gone outside and was waiting for him. After paying the bill, Lin Chen left the restaurant. Just as he left the restaurant, he saw Xie Yuma being accosted by someone. Across from Xie Yuma, a girl with heavy makeup and carrying an LV bag was being sarcastic. Oh, isn't this the school flower of our magic drama? How can such a dignified school flower come to eat at this kind of cheap restaurant? Jiang Qian. Looking at Jiang Qian in front of her, Xie Yuma's face didn't look good. Jiang Qian and she were classmates, but they had always had conflicts. At this moment, Jiang Qian raised her head high, with a look of disdain and contempt on her face, sneering, I didn't expect you to eat here, a place only poor people would come to. Hearing this, Xie Yuma looked somewhat annoyed. Just then, Lin Chen walked over and said, Yuma, what's going on? Before Xie Yuma could speak, Jiang Qian said, Oh, Yuma, is this your boyfriend? He looks decent, but unfortunately, he's a poor guy. He can only take you to eat at this kind of buffet restaurant that only poor people would come to. Hearing this, Lin Chen's face turned slightly cold. Then, he glanced at Jiang Qian and sneered, So it seems you just came out of a high-end restaurant? Hearing this, Jiang Qian's face was full of arrogance. She raised her head and said, Of course. I just had a high-end steak with my boyfriend at the Jade restaurant. The Jade restaurant. This is a high-end Western restaurant. The average per capita consumption is at least over 1,000 yuan. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and said, It seems like your boyfriend has a good appetite. Ha! Xie Yuma and Jiang Qian were a bit confused for a moment. Weren't they talking about the restaurant? Why did Lin Chen suddenly start caring about Jiang Qian's boyfriend? At that moment, Lin Chen looked disdainfully at Jiang Qian and said, If he has a poor appetite, how could he have grown like this? Wouldn't he be afraid of getting food stuck in his teeth? Food stuck in his teeth? Jiang Qian was stunned. Xie Yuma burst into laughter instantly. Food stuck in his teeth. It was obvious that he was teasing Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian also realized it. In an instant, her face turned pale, then purple. She was suddenly filled with anger, looking at Lin Chen fiercely. You! What? Am I wrong? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Qian's face that had been through surgery. With your appearance, you must be a brave warrior who is not afraid of getting food stuck in your teeth. With these words, Jiang Qian was so angry that she trembled all over. At that moment, she also saw a group of people approaching not far away. One of them, with a big gold chain, stood out. Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. Then she said, Wait for me. After that, she shouted loudly at the guy with the gold chain, Honey, this guy insulted me, come and help me teach him a lesson. Hearing this, the people around were all stunned. Then they looked over there. When they saw Lin Chen, Zhao Siyuan's body trembled suddenly. His face showed an indescribable excitement, surging in his heart. It's him, the owner of the Porsche 911 GT1-98. Zhao Siyuan was extremely excited at this moment. He never expected to meet Lin Chen here. On the other side, Huang Mao Jiang Chen's face turned dark. He stared at Lin Chen with anger, then cursed and rushed towards him. Pointing at Lin Chen, he angrily said, Don't want to live anymore, huh? Dare to mess with my woman? At that moment, Zhao Siyuan's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Huang Mao, his anger erupted. He took 3 steps and came directly to Huang Mao's side. Then he kicked him hard. Huang Mao stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same time, Jiang Chen's furious words rang out, Who allowed you to speak to this gentleman like that? Huang Mao was kicked to the ground and was completely confused. In the next moment, Huang Mao was completely cold all over. At the same time, he looked somewhat dazed, watching what was happening. Zhao Siyuan, who was there, was excited and looked at Lin Chen in excitement. He said, Brother, I never expected to meet you here. Who are you? Looking at Zhao Siyuan in front of him, Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. This young man in front of him did look familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Who are you? Brother, it's me. We met in the parking lot before. I was driving a big G at that time. Zhao Siyuan's tone was excited. He quickly spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly realized. Immediately, he said, Oh, it's you, the one who cried and said you would be beaten to death by your parents when you went back? Finally, Lin Chen remembered. This was the owner of the big G that crashed into his Porsche last time. After Lin Chen said this, Zhao Xiyuan looked a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "Brother, it's me. My name is Zhao Xiyuan, you can call me Xiao Zhao." Zhao Xiyuan's attitude was so humble. I'm Lin Chen. But in Huang Mao's mind, it was already exploding. He was plunged into deep despair. Looking at Lin Chen over there, his mind was screaming madly. How could this happen? What is going on? Why does even Xiyuan Gu have to call this guy brother? Who is this guy? And there was Jiang Qian over there. At this moment, she was gradually sinking into deep despair. As for now, Lin Chen's eyes fell on Huang Mao beside him. Do you know this guy? With that statement, everyone's attention once again focused on Huang Mao. Suddenly, Huang Mao knelt down there. He quickly spoke, Brother, please spare me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really didn't mean it just now. Hoof. Lin Chen sneered, not saying a word. Beside him, Zhao Xiyuan immediately said, Get lost. Don't let me see you again from now on. Since Zhao Xiyuan was already preparing to please Lin Chen, he naturally wanted to give Lin Chen a satisfactory explanation for this matter. At the moment this statement was made, Huang Mao panicked. He quickly crawled in front of Zhao Xiyuan, hugged Zhao Xiyuan's thigh, and said, Brother Xiyuan, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please, give me another chance. Zhao Xiyuan was somewhat famous among the rich second generation in the Magic City. If he were to be blacklisted by Zhao Xiyuan, he would find it difficult to move an inch in the Magic City in the future. Zhao Xiyuan frowned and then kicked Huang Mao away. Get lost. Don't make me say it a third time. After saying this, Huang Mao looked at Lin Chen and said, Mogul, shall we go? Lin Chen nodded. Then, everyone headed towards the elevator. As for Huang Mao, he was deeply plunged into despair. Suddenly, a furious slap was delivered. You scoundrel! It's all because of you. Meeting you, I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. If it weren't for Jiang Qian, how could he have offended Lin Chen? How could he have made Zhao Xiyuan hold a grudge against him? On the other side, inside the elevator, Zhao Xiyuan looked at Xie Ma beside him and said, Is this your sister-in-law? She's really beautiful. With that statement, Xie Ma blushed, lowered her head, and fiddled with her clothes. Lin Chen just smiled at this and then looked at the second generation beside him, asking, Are these your friends? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Zhao Xiyuan quickly introduced, Oh, right. Mo-gu, let me introduce you. This chubby guy is Wu Yong, my good buddy. His family runs an import-export company. After the introductions, Wu Yong nodded at Lin Chen and said, Hello, Mo-gu. Lin Chen responded with a nod. This guy is Zhang Yang, his family runs. After the introductions, Lin Chen acknowledged everyone. At this moment, Zhao Xiyuan smiled at Lin Chen and said, By the way, Mo-gu, I have an awkward request. What is it? I told my brothers about your Porsche. They are all car enthusiasts and want to see it. So, could you? Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, Is that all? I thought it was something big. Well, I happen to be driving that Porsche today, so I'll take you guys to see it. The people there were excited, yet also somewhat shocked at the same time. You have to know. Most people who buy a Porsche 911 GT1-98 like this won't drive it. The vast majority of them will just keep it at home as a collectible. After all, this car costs 80 million, not to mention. The key point is, there is only one of this car in the world. If it gets scratched, it would really be heartbreaking. And now, Lin Chen actually drove this car out? And in that place, Zhao Village trembled and asked, Mo-gu, did you drive that car out? Zhao Village swallowed his saliva. Looking at Zhao Village in front of him, Lin Chen calmly said, What else? Keep it there as a decoration? The purpose of buying a car is not just to keep it, right? Otherwise, why buy it? Hiss. As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped in shock. Right. Exactly. Mo-gu is so enlightened. Yes, cars are meant to be driven once bought. It's our narrow vision. In an instant, a kind of second generation there immediately began to echo. This scene also left Zhao Village speechless for a moment. Soon, everyone arrived at the underground garage. Following Lin Chen's lead, they arrived in front of a pure white Porsche. Looking at the exaggerated white Porsche in front of them, the people there were amazed. Wow! This car is amazing. Although I've seen it in photos many times, seeing it in person is still shocking. Mo-gu is awesome. He can afford this car. Yes, this car is worth at least 80 million. After this statement, Xie Ma, who was there, was stunned. 80 million. This number shocked Xie Ma deeply. Originally, when she found out that Lin Chen's watch cost 4 million, she was already shocked. But now, knowing that this car costs 80 million. At this moment, Xia Yuma felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. A 4 million watch, an 80 million sports car. Xia Yuma was speechless for a moment. Her heart was full of amazement. Brother is amazing, so young, and can afford an 80 million supercar. Xia Yuma there said in a coquettish tone. It's not that expensive, this car. Lin Chen smiled, shook his head, and said. He was telling the truth. After all, he bought this car for almost nothing. However, the others didn't know about this. Hearing Lin Chen's words, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Especially the group of rich second generation there. At this moment, they were cursing in their hearts. After all, is this speaking human language? An 80 million sports car. This is not expensive? Ridiculous. If this car is considered not expensive, then what about them, the second generation who hesitate for half a month to buy a 4 or 5 million sports car? In an instant, these second generation individuals felt a bit self-conscious. As for Xie Yuma there, her eyes became even brighter. And at that moment, Zhao Village there spoke up. By the way, Mogu, do you want to go to KTV later? We are going to a friend's KTV to have some fun. Hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at Xie Yuma beside him and said, together? Well, Xie Yuma hesitated a bit, then nodded. Hearing this, Lin Chen responded, okay, let's go to KTV together later. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well go to KTV to sing and drink. Okay, Zhao Village smiled. Then, Mogu, just follow us in your car. After speaking, several people got into their respective cars. Today, Zhao Village did not drive the same big G as last time. Instead, they drove a yellow Lamborghini Gallardo. Several sports cars hit the road, zooming past on the streets. There were many other vehicles on the road. Watching these sports cars speeding by, many others on the road started to give way. At the intersection, the supercar team began to brake. Behind this team, there was an empty space. No other vehicles dared to approach. Wow! So many sports cars? Are these second-generation rich kids showing off? Even the cheapest supercars here cost over $1 million. If they get scratched, it would be a huge loss. After the green light, Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal lightly. Soon, they passed through the intersection. Only after the team passed through did the other drivers dare to start moving. Soon, they arrived at the Golden World KTV. The supercars drove into the parking lot one after another. Upon entering, the owner of the KTV, Wang Bin, was already waiting in the parking lot. Seeing the line of supercars driving in, a smile appeared on his face. When Lin Chen's Porsche drove in, his eyes were immediately drawn to it. Is this the Porsche 911 GT1-98? Wang Bin's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at Lin Chen's Porsche, he gasped in amazement. He was also a supercar enthusiast and knew about all types of supercars. Therefore, the moment this car drove in, he was excited. Who is it? Who could have gotten this car? With doubts in his mind, the circle of supercar enthusiasts in the city was small. So basically, when any second-generation rich kid buys a new supercar, everyone knows about it. Not to mention a top-tier supercar like the Porsche 911 GT1-98, of which there is only one in the world. If someone buys it, he would definitely know about it right away. However, there was no news before this, which deeply puzzled him. At that moment, the car door opened, and Lin Chen got out of the car. Seeing Lin Chen, Wang Bin was stunned. Who is this? I've never seen him before. The circle in the city was small, so even if the top second-generation rich kids didn't know each other personally, they were aware of each other's existence. However, Wang Bin had never seen this face before. In an instant, Wang Bin's brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, Zhao Village also got out of the car and walked over with a smile on his face. Laughing, he said, "Ha, Lao Wang, we're here." Zhao Village laughed and said. Wang Bin nodded at that moment. But then, looking at Lin Chen, who was there, he asked with a hint of doubt, "Village chief, who is this?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce him." Zhao Village hurriedly introduced, "This is my brother, and also the owner of this Golden World KTV, Wang Bin." Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. "Mr. Wang. Oh, brother Mo, you're being too formal. Since you're village chief's friend, just call me Lao Wang." Despite his doubts, Wang Bin smiled and said, "Village chief, I've reserved your private room for you, let me take you there now." With that, everyone headed towards the private room inside the KTV. Lin Chen and Xia Yuma walked slowly behind the group. Ahead, Wang Bin asked Zhao Village chief, "Who is Lin Chen? I remember there's only one wealthy Lin family in the city, right? But that Lin family only has a young princess in this generation. Where did this Lin Chen come from?" Zhao Xiyuan, who heard these words, looked deeply at him, his gaze thought-provoking, and said, Lao Wang, the waters of the magic city are deeper than you think, so it's best not to delve too deeply into these matters. Mogo was able to get a Porsche 911 GT1-98, which represents the other party's strength. So, is it still important to know the specifics of their background? With these words spoken, Wang Bin, who was there, also stopped talking. Indeed, the other party's strength is already evident. So, is it important to know the specifics of their background? Inside the KTV, people were drinking and singing. Time passed slowly. Before long, it was already past 6 in the evening. After finishing dinner together, a few people, due to drinking, decided to sleep in a room at a nearby hotel. At this moment, in a suite at the hotel, Lin Chen was soaking in the bathtub, with the massage system on, playing with his phone. He had booked a separate suite for Xie Yuma. Truly a 5-star hotel, the facilities are complete in every aspect. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ha! Lin Chen looked at the door, feeling puzzled. At that moment, a voice outside the door spoke up. Brother, are you asleep? Hearing this voice, Lin Chen took a sharp breath. He got up from the bathtub, put on a bathrobe, and said, Yuma, is there something wrong? Walking to the door, he opened it and asked. When he saw Xia Yuma outside the door, Lin Chen was taken aback. Xia Yuma was wearing a loose white bathrobe, and the collar looked very relaxed. Looking at Xia Yuma like this, Lin Chen felt dry-mouthed. In his heart, he cursed silently. Seductress. Xia Yuma, on the other hand, looked pitiful and said, Brother, I'm a little scared staying alone in a big room, so I don't know if I can stay in the same room with you tonight? Hearing this, Lin Chen cursed silently in his heart. This seductress. He squinted his eyes slightly. In the next moment, Lin Chen grabbed Xia Yuma's delicate hand and pulled her in. With a muffled sound, Lin Chen closed the door heavily. Leaning against the door, he looked at Xia Yuma with a half-smile. Xia Yuma's heart raced for a moment. Brother. Ha! Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He lowered his head slightly and kissed her directly. Just kidding. Xia Yuma had cleaned herself up and come to him. How could he not react? That night, it rained continuously. Lin Chen was also drained. The next day, Lin Chen woke up early, took a shower, and gently woke up Xia Yuma next to him. Xia Yuma struggled to open her eyes and looked at Lin Chen with a slightly resentful expression. Brother. She weakly called out. Hearing this, Lin Chen calmly said, Get up, otherwise the others will be waking up soon. Oh. Xia Yuma quickly got up. Blushing, she quickly put on her bathrobe. Alright, go back to shower and change clothes. I'll wait for you in the restaurant. Xia Yuma nodded, then shyly glanced at Lin Chen before leaving his room in slippers. As for Lin Chen, he changed into clean clothes, grabbed his phone, and headed straight to the hotel restaurant. After choosing his breakfast, he also saw Zhao Xiyuan sitting in the restaurant. Oh, up so early? Lin Chen lightly tapped Zhao Xiyuan with his tray and chuckled. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Xiyuan turned around. The face looked tired, with heavy dark circles under the eyes. Oh my! Looking at this Zhao village, Lin Chen was also startled. He said, What did you do last night? You need to control yourself. Hearing this, Zhao village looked even more resentful. In the end, he could only sigh and say, Nothing much, just listened to a duet all night last night. I only fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. The soundproofing of this hotel is really bad. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He could only cough awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment on his face. After all, at this moment, Lin Chen also understood why Zhao village looked like this. After breakfast, Lin Chen sent Xie Yuma back to school, and after exchanging WeChat contacts, Lin Chen returned to the villa. Back home, Lin Chen finally had time to take out his phone. He started checking the new products launched in the Billion subsidy today. After opening the app, 2 items suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's site. Rolls-Royce Cullinan subsidy price, 6-inch iapm building subsidy price, 108. Looking at these 2 items, Lin Chen was surprised. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This is a 4-seat SUV model under Rolls-Royce. The price is basically around 7 to 8 million. As for the iapm building, it is a well-known high-end international plaza in the Magic City. It is a large-scale integrated project consisting of Grade A office buildings, commercial spaces, and luxury apartments. The project includes a 120,000 square meter high-end shopping mall, 2 office buildings, and 64 luxury units, with a total floor area of 380,000 square meters. Moreover, it is located in Suwei, a prime location in the city. I didn't expect these 2 to be refreshed. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Then, without hesitation, he decided to purchase these 2 items. After the purchase was completed, the 2 items would be delivered in 5 minutes. Sitting on the sofa, after waiting for 5 minutes, in front of Lin Chen, 2 file folders suddenly appeared on the table. "They're here." Lin Chen was startled. Then, he quickly opened the 2 file folders. After opening them, one folder contained the keys and registration documents for the Cullinan. As for the other folder, it contained a red notebook. After opening and looking at it, Lin Chen was shocked. Because, in this red notebook, the property rights certificate of the IAPM building was clearly written, with his name on it. It's actually property rights. In Lin Chen's mind, there was a hint of excitement at this moment. After all, you have to know, the IAPM building is a billion-dollar commercial building. Such a valuable commercial building. And he only spent 100 yuan to get it in his hands. For a moment, Lin Chen was overjoyed. I originally thought they would give me 1 or 2 floors of the building. I didn't expect that the entire IAPM building would become my property. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. At this moment, there was also a hint of shock in his mind. This time, it's really happening. Feeling a wave of emotion in his heart, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face at this moment. I'm a bit hungry. Let's go out for a meal first. After eating, we'll go to the IAPM building. After murmuring to himself, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at the message sent to him. He was a bit stunned. The sender of the message was none other than Qian Lily. Qian Lily? What message did he send me for? With a hint of confusion in his heart, Lin Chen finally opened the WeChat message sent by Qian Lily. "Qian Lily, Lin Chen, can you come to Qianyuan CBD?" Looking at Qian Lily's message, Lin Chen was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the message Qian Lily sent to him would be this, asking him to come to Qianyuan CBD. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Qianyuan CBD was not far from his home, only about 5 kilometers away. If he drove there, it would take at most 7 to 8 minutes. And he was just about to go out for dinner. After a brief thought, Lin Chen replied, "Okay, no problem." After sending the message, Lin Chen took the keys to Kulinan's car and walked to the garage. After starting the vehicle, he drove towards Qianyuan CBD. On the other side, Qian Lily looked at Lin Chen's reply on her phone and felt relieved. At this moment, Qian Lily was wearing a black suit. Her hair was neatly tied in a ponytail behind her head, giving her a formal appearance. Her whole demeanor was very different from when they had dinner together before. She was here today for an interview. Her Maserati was not driven out today. Because of this, she was approached by the HR director of this company during the interview. He said he wanted to have lunch with her to get to know Qian Lily better. However, Qian Lily was not interested in getting to know him further. At the same time, she immediately thought of Lin Chen, so she sent him a message. Seeing Lin Chen's reply, she finally felt relieved. However, at this moment, footsteps approached from behind. At the same time, a voice sounded, "Miss Qian, why are you walking so fast?" Hearing this voice, Qian Lily frowned slightly. But she still smiled and asked, "Director Zhou, do you need something?" Director Zhou, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, slightly overweight and looking like he was in his 40s, smiled and said, "Miss Qian, didn't I tell you? I think you are very suitable for our company. But to decide whether to hire you, I need to get to know you better. I happen to know a decent Western restaurant nearby. We can eat and chat there." Director Zhou's smile grew even wider. At the same time, he approached Qian Lily a bit. To be honest, he couldn't take his eyes off Qian Lily when he saw her just now. Beautiful. She was too beautiful. That's why he kept pretending to be clueless and invited Qian Lily to have lunch together. Hearing this, Qian Lily shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have an appointment for lunch. My boyfriend will be here soon." Director Zhou's smile froze for a moment. But the next moment, he smiled, shook his head, and said, "Well, it's okay. I think he will understand if it's for your future that you have lunch with me." Saying that, Director Zhou took out the car keys from his pocket. After pressing a button, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked on the side of the road flashed its lights. Director Zhou was deliberately showing off here. His Mercedes-Benz was a top-of-the-line S-Class, priced at around 2 million. And in his mind, he thought Qian Lily in front of him had no money. As for a boyfriend? In his opinion, it was just something Qian Lily made up, even if it's true. So what? Qian Lily graduated from university less than a year ago. Even if she really has a boyfriend, he must be around her age, unlikely to have much money. And what about oneself? A human resources director, driving a Mercedes-Benz S-Class worth 2 million. The difference between the two is like night and day. Wanting to win over Qian Lily, isn't it easy? Qian Lily, who was watching this scene, rolled her eyes. However, it's not good to act out. After all, this week's director is the human resources director. This kind of person has deep connections in the relationships in the Magic City. If one really confronts him, it is estimated that one's future interviews will be difficult. I hope Lin Chen comes later and can help me get rid of this guy. Sighed in the heart. Qian Lily's expression was extremely helpless. And at this moment, in the distance, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly approached. Subsequently, it stopped not far from the two. After the car door was opened, Lin Chen got out of the car. Seeing this scene, the director next to him looked a bit envious. Wow! So young, able to afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which rich family is this? Just as he was astonished, Qian Lily beside him was also shocked. She was originally looking for Lin Chen's Porsche 911 GT1-98, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen actually came in a Rolls-Royce. At the same time, Lin Chen also walked up to Qian Lily, with a slight smile on his face, saying, "Let's go." Seeing this, Qian Lily quickly nodded and said, Looking at this scene, the director here was completely dumbfounded. Even if he was dreaming, he couldn't have imagined that this Rolls-Royce was actually Qian Lily's boyfriend's. Immediately, he exclaimed, This Rolls-Royce, is it your boyfriend's?" Hearing this, Qian Lily's face was a bit flushed. As for Lin Chen, he was stunned. Boyfriend? Glancing at Qian Lily, Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a playful smile. Then, he gently held Qian Lily's waist, pulling her into his arms. Qian Lily's body was a bit stiff, wanting to break free but unable to. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke, "Yes, this car is mine, any problem?" Hearing Lin Chen's tone, the director there looked even more embarrassed. Just now, he thought in his heart that Qian Lily's boyfriend didn't have much money. He was thinking of showing off when Lin Chen arrived, making him retreat. But unexpectedly, Qian Lily's boyfriend actually drove an 8 million worth Rolls-Royce Cullinan. At such a young age, driving a Cullinan. This is definitely a top-rich second generation. And he wanted to show off to others? What a joke. I'm afraid his annual salary is not even as much as someone else's pocket money for a month. Embarrassing. Unparalleled embarrassment. The director here was at a loss for words for a while. In the end, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, Since Miss Qian's boyfriend is here, I won't disturb you. He hurriedly said this and quickly left the scene. He was really afraid that if he continued to stand here, he would end up embarrassingly revealing a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room apartment with his toes on the sole of his shoe. Watching the departing director, Lin Chen's mouth showed a hint of playful smile. Looking at Qian Lily, he said, "Tell him I'm your boyfriend?" Qian Lily touched her hair, trying to cover up the embarrassment, and said, "Don't get the wrong idea, I just because he kept pestering me, so I casually made up an excuse to deceive him." Qian Lily's heart kept beating faster. She seemed to be a bit incoherent, but Lin Chen's smile only widened. He said, "Is that so?" As they walked to the car, he suggested, "Get in the car, let's have lunch together?" Since it's already noon, let's just have a meal together." After hesitating, Qian Lily finally nodded and got into the car. "Where should we eat? You choose the place." Lin Chen glanced at Qian Lily sitting in the passenger seat and casually said, "Let's have some local cuisine. I know a good restaurant nearby. I'll treat you for lunch, consider it as a token of appreciation for your help." Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled. Then, with an interested look, he asked, "You're treating me to a meal? Does that mean you're asking me out?" With that statement, Qian Lily's heart raced, her face flushed, and she stammered, "You, what are you talking about? Who asked you out? I just don't like owing favors to others." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen's lips curled up as he looked at Qian Lily. Then, he leaned in closer to her. A masculine scent immediately enveloped her, leaving Qian Lily somewhat dazed. What does he want to do? Is he going to kiss me by force?" Qian Lily suddenly felt flustered and at a loss. If he really wants to kiss me forcibly, should I resist? In her confusion, Lin Chen unbuckled the seatbelt beside her, passed it through her tense body, and fastened the buckle. Remember to fasten your seatbelt when you get in the car. The close contact made Qian Lily's mind wander. She felt a bit bewildered. What's happening to me? Touching her flushed cheeks, Qian Lily murmured to herself. Just by fastening a seatbelt, why did she seem to have some expectations? Alright, let's go now. Lin Chen started the car. Following Qian Lily's directions, they arrived at a local cuisine restaurant. After checking the address, Lin Chen figured out the specific location of the restaurant, which was 10 kilometers away in the iapm building. It wasn't too far to drive there. Well, we can go there later. With a decision in mind, Lin Chen followed Qian Lily into the restaurant. The restaurant she chose was quite stylish. The overall ambience was relatively dim, except for a chandelier above the dining table. There were no other light sources inside the restaurant, and the layout exuded a petite bourgeois atmosphere. The meal wasn't rushed. Soon, an hour had passed. How about accompanying me to the mall later? I need to buy some things for my home. Hearing Lin Chen's suggestion, Qian Lily hesitated. Eventually, she shook her head and said, "No, I have a few job interviews this afternoon." Job interviews? Lin Chen paused, then asked, "The company just went bankrupt, don't you plan to take a break first?" Hearing this, Qian Lily couldn't help but smile bitterly. She sighed and shrugged, "Well, I can't compare to wealthy people like you. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I don't work, I won't have food to eat." Lin Chen chuckled at her response and said, "An ordinary citizen can't afford a Maserati." Qian Lily just smiled and didn't say much. "Alright, send me the address of your interview later, I'll drive you there," Lin Chen said. Qian Lily nodded. "Thank you." The two quickly finished their meal and then Lin Chen drove Qian Lily to the interview location based on the navigation. However, upon arrival, his expression became somewhat strange because Qian Lily's interview location was none other than the university city where Xia Yuma was located. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. "Well, I'll just ask her to come out and accompany me to the mall." With that in mind, Lin Chen opened WeChat and sent a message to Xia Yuma. In the girls' dormitory, Xia Yuma was chatting with her girlfriends when her phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and was startled. "Oh!" Xia Yuma quickly opened WeChat. Seeing her reaction, her girlfriends asked, "Yuma, why are you so excited?" "Yeah, could it be that you're dating someone? Hurry up and tell us." Hearing this, the girlfriends all smiled knowingly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuma blushed slightly and said, "No, don't guess. It's the guy I met yesterday. He messaged me, saying he wants to take me out to the mall." After this statement, her girlfriend's eyes widened. "Oh my god, the guy from yesterday? Oh my god, the guy with the Porsche? Wow! Yuma, you're so lucky. Not only did you meet a rich guy, but now he wants to take you out to the mall. Wow! I'm so envious. By the way, did you reply to him?" Xia Yuma shook her head and said, "Not yet, I don't know if I should agree." "Oh my god, why are you hesitating? Sister, are you being silly? He's asking you out, you should definitely agree." "Yeah, he must have taken a liking to you. This is your good fortune. He's a big shot. Even if you don't marry him, being his lover would be a blessing for you for generations." "Exactly. This rich guy will treat you well. From now on, you won't have to worry about anything. If you still plan to enter the entertainment industry, having his resources will be a huge advantage." In an instant, the girlfriends encouraged her. Hearing this, Xia Yuma pondered for a moment and quickly replied, "I have time, brother." Upon seeing Xia Yuma's reply, Lin Chen calmly said, "Okay, come to the main gate. I'll wait for you outside the campus." After saying this, Lin Chen didn't continue to check Xia Yuma's messages. Instead, he opened Bilibili and started watching videos of cute girls. In the dormitory, Xia Yuma quickly started touching up her makeup and changing clothes. At the same time, she asked, "Which outfit do you think looks good on me?" "You have a good figure, any outfit will look good on you." "Yeah, don't overthink it, just go." "Hey, Yuma, with such a rich guy, you can't hide him, right? When we meet later, can you introduce us to him?" "Oh, why the rush?" Amidst the chaos of changing clothes and putting on makeup, Xia Yuma finally put on a light blue dress. On her face, she was also wearing light makeup. Following that, the group headed towards the school gate. When Xia Yuma arrived at the school gate, she attracted the attention of many people on the roadside. "Hey, look, it's the goddess Yuma. The goddess really came out. Not only Yuma, look at the other people next to the goddess. They are all so beautiful." It is said that several roommates who share a dorm with Yuma are all beauties at the level of the department flower. These few are probably the other beauties who share the same dorm with Yuma, right? As the people nearby were discussing, Xia Yuma and the others stood on the roadside by the school gate. One of the girls was looking around. At the same time, she asked, "Yuma, where is that Porsche guy you mentioned?" "Yeah, why haven't we seen him?" The crowd started discussing. Even Xia Yuma was a bit puzzled. Lin Chen had messaged him earlier, saying that he had already arrived at the dormitory gate. But now, why hadn't he seen his Porsche? "Wait a moment, I'll ask the guy." Xia Yuma, with doubts in his heart, opened WeChat and sent a message to Lin Chen. "Guy, I've arrived at the school gate, where are you?" After sending the message, a few seconds later, the sound of a car horn rang out. With the honking of the car horn, Xia Yuma and the others there were startled. At the same time, they noticed the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked on the side of the road. The electric car window slowly rolled down, revealing Lin Chen inside. "Get in the car." After Lin Chen said this, a smile appeared on his face. "I'll get in first." After saying this, Xia Yuma ran to the door of the Cullinan. Under the gaze of the young men and women, he opened the door and got in the car. Then, Lin Chen stepped on the gas, and the Cullinan drove off directly. Leaving behind a group of young men, the sound of broken hearts filled the air. Oh no! The goddess left with someone. Isn't it just a broken car? What's so great about it? When I have money, I'll buy a car and come here to pick up girls. Hee. Wait until you have money? Do you know what kind of car that was just now? That was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 8 million. Wow! 8 million! My goodness! Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? Sorry, with money, you really can do whatever you want. Damn! In an instant, many young men were feeling sour. And Xia Yuma's group of girlfriends there also looked shocked. On the other side, inside the Cullinan car, Lin Chen was driving, carrying Xia Yuma, heading straight to the IPAM building. Xia Yuma was a bit puzzled, looking at Lin Chen, and asked, "Brother, why didn't you drive the Porsche today? I see this car is a Rolls-Royce, right?" "Oh, the Porsche has too small a space, not suitable," Lin Chen casually said. "I'm planning to go shopping later, and it's inconvenient to carry goods in that car. With this car, I can carry more things later as a delivery vehicle." With that said, Xia Yuma was now completely confused. The Porsche has too small a space and is not suitable for carrying things. The Rolls-Royce has enough space and is suitable for carrying things? This. Ridiculous. Using a Rolls-Royce as a delivery vehicle? This is simply extravagant and unreasonable. In the car, Xia Yuma stuck out her tongue. Then she asked, "Brother, where are we going to play now?" "IPAM Guomao building," Lin Chen calmly replied. Then he continued, "If you see anything you like later, feel free to buy it." Lin Chen had a very clear understanding of Xia Yuma. Xia Yuma is able to get what she wants on her own. And as for herself? Naturally, she will also get what she wants. What the other party wants is nothing more than money. But for Lin Chen, money is the cheapest thing and the least needed for himself. If he gives, then he gives. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Xia Yuma's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, with a delicate appearance, she said, "Thank you, brother." The vehicle quickly arrived at the underground parking lot of Guomao Shopping Mall. Lin Chen then held her hand and walked into the mall. Inside the mall, all kinds of high-end luxury goods dazzled Xia Yuma. Various big brand clothing and bags around made her very tempted. There were all kinds of big brands here that Xia Yuma wanted to buy. However, she restrained herself. She is a smart person. Although Lin Chen did say earlier that she could pick whatever she wanted, she actually had a standard in her heart. She knew where the limit of what she could ask for was. In the end, Xia Yuma bought a white printed t-shirt, a plaid ultra-short skirt, and a pair of black low-heeled shoes at a Gucci store. Very beautiful. Looking at Xia Yuma walking out in this outfit, Lin Chen's eyes lit up involuntarily. Xia Yuma herself is a student of performing arts, with a very good figure and very graceful. Now, with this outfit, her graceful figure was completely highlighted. Especially her fair and straight long legs were mesmerizing. Very nice. How about pairing it with this bag? After saying that, Lin Chen casually picked up a black and white checkered handbag nearby. Anyway, the bag was not expensive, only 10,000 yuan, but it made Xia Yuma's eyes light up. She looked extremely excited. She quickly said, "Thank you, brother." The whole set cost a little over 20,000 yuan. After that, Xia Yuma did not actively ask Lin Chen for anything else. This also increased his approval of Xia Yuma. The two of them strolled along like this. Unconsciously, they returned to the entrance of the IPAM Guomao. IPAM Guomao is very large, and the main part is divided into two sections. One of them is the IPAM shopping mall, while the other is the office building above the 6th floor of the mall. Lin Chen took a look around the mall. Then, his gaze fell on the Starbucks next to him. "Do you want to have a cup of coffee?" Sure." Saying that, the two of them walked into Starbucks. Lin Chen ordered an iced Americano, while Xia Yuma ordered a Starbucks Frappuccino. Afterwards, they each ordered a piece of cake. After sitting down, Xia Yuma quickly took a few photos, flipped her hair, and then took a bite of the cake in front of her. A look of enjoyment appeared on her face. Then, she looked at Lin Chen and said, "Brother, do you want to try a bite of my cake? It's delicious." With that, Xia Yuma used a spoon to take a bite of her own cake and offered it to Lin Chen. Her bright eyes were full of expectation and innocence. Lin Chen was not surprised by this. After all, Xia Yuma has always been a good girl who only knows how to care for others. After taking a bite, he nodded. It tastes good." She smiled. "Then let me try a bite of yours too, brother." After saying that, Xia Yuma immediately took a spoonful of Lin Chen's cake and revealed a sweet smile. "It's really delicious." The strong tea aroma in the air made Lin Chen raise his eyebrows. After finishing their coffee and cake, the two of them left Starbucks. At that moment, a delivery guy was rushing towards the entrance of the mall. However, a security guard there quickly stopped him. "I'm sorry, we do not allow deliveries or couriers to enter the mall." The delivery guy became anxious upon hearing this and pleaded, "Brother, please make an exception, my delivery is about to be late by 5 minutes. Just let me in." The security guard remained firm and said, "No, it's the rule of our mall. If I let you in today, I will be penalized." The delivery guy explained that he needed to deliver to the 17th floor, but the security guard refused to budge. Seeing the delivery guy in distress, Lin Chen approached and asked, "What's going on?" The delivery guy explained his situation, but the security guard reiterated the mall's policy. Lin Chen was frustrated by the discriminatory rule and decided to intervene. He told the delivery guy to go ahead while he resolved the issue. Just as the delivery guy was about to enter, a voice demanded to stop him. Lin Chen turned around to see a man in a sharp suit approaching. The security guard, recognizing him as Manager Cui, stopped the delivery guy. Manager Cui criticized the security guard for allowing the delivery guy in, claiming it tarnished the mall's image. Lin Chen retorted, questioning the decision to ban delivery guys and couriers from entering. Manager Cui explained that it was a decision made by the board of directors to uphold the mall's image. Lin Chen challenged this decision, leading to a confrontation between him and Manager Cui. "I am the owner of this IPAM building. Who do you think I am?" After this sentence fell, Manager Cui and others were there. In an instant, they were all dumbfounded. The owner of the IPAM building? This. As for Xie Yuma, his mouth also fell open. His face was filled with astonishment at this moment. "Lin Chen, he is actually the owner of the IPAM building. Is this a joke?" At the same time, Manager Cui there burst into laughter. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. "The owner of the IPAM building? Ha ha, you? If you are the owner of the IPAM building, then I am the richest man in the Magic City." TSK, claiming to be the owner of the IPAM building, what a fool. The mocking intent on Manager Cui's face grew stronger. Hearing this, Lin Chen didn't say much. He calmly took out his phone and dialed a number. On the other side, at the top floor of this building, in the conference room of the IPAM Mall Property Company, more than 10 executive directors of this property company are gathered here. Leading them is the chairman of the property company, He Tianning. At this moment, he was speaking with a serious expression. "Everyone, regarding the change of ownership of the IPAM building, I believe you all know. We still don't know what kind of person the new owner Mr. Lin is, and we also don't know when this new owner will come to inspect the building. So I hope everyone can control their subordinates and make sure to give Mr. Lin a good impression, so that we can successfully renew the contract with Mr. Lin." Hearing this, one person below nodded and said, "Yes. The property work of this IPAM building accounts for 40% of our company's net income. If this renewal is not successful, it will be a serious blow to our company. Don't worry. After we go back this time, we will definitely control our subordinates well. In any case, we must try our best to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin." The executive directors all spoke one after another. At this moment, He Tianning's phone suddenly rang. Hearing the ringing, he frowned and felt annoyed. He was in a meeting. Before the meeting, he had posted on his social media that no one should call him at this time. But who would be so ignorant to call him at this moment? He felt a bit annoyed. Then he picked up the phone. When he saw the incoming call displayed on the phone, his expression changed. He stood up abruptly and answered the phone respectfully and cautiously. "Mr. Lin, hello, why are you calling me?" As soon as he said this, all the directors there turned to look at him. Mr. Lin, the new owner of the IPAM building, Mr. Lin, actually called. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Looking at He Tianning, his expression became nervous. At this moment, Lin Chen's cold voice came through the phone. "You have 3 minutes, come to the D door of the mall immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." After saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone directly. Hearing the beeping sound on the other end, He Tianning's face turned pale. The others in the conference room also felt weak in their bodies at this moment. Through the voice on the phone, they could clearly feel that Lin Chen on the other end was extremely angry now. And over there, He Tianning also suddenly reacted. Immediately, he shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go see who exactly has offended Mr. Lin." After speaking, He Tianning took the lead and rushed out of the room. Following that, he ran all the way to the first floor. The directors behind him also hurriedly followed. At this moment, at the entrance of the shopping mall, looking at Lin Chen, who had hung up the phone, Manager Cui, who was there, was also a bit stunned at this moment. But then, he chuckled and said, you're quite good at pretending. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were really the boss of this IPM. Hearing this, Lin Chen just gave Manager Chui a cold look and remained silent. Manager Chui then looked at Xie Yuma beside him and said, Beauty, let me tell you, don't be fooled by this kind of person. I've seen many people who put on airs like this. This kind of person clearly has no money, just pretending to be wealthy. And I can tell you with great responsibility, this guy is definitely not the boss of IPAM. After all, my uncle is a director of the property company. He has personally seen the boss of this IPAM building, so I know he's not the one. Manager Chui, who was there, immediately shouted. And at that moment, Manager Chui also heard a series of footsteps in the distance. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and gazed into the distance. When he saw a group of people approaching in a hurry, he was suddenly at a loss. He trembled and stammered, Director He? Why are you here? Manager Chui was trembling all over at this moment. He looked pale as he watched Chairman He Tianing and a group of executive directors rushing over. In an instant, Manager Chui's face turned extremely pale. He Tianing, on the other hand, didn't even glance at Manager Chui. Anxiously, he went straight to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, why did you suddenly come without informing us beforehand? Watching this scene, Manager Chui was a bit confused. He quickly approached one of the executive directors and asked, Uncle San, what's going on? Isn't this just a kid? Does Director He need to be so respectful to him? Hearing this, Uncle San blared at Manager Chui and said, Shut up! I warn you. The person in front of you is the new owner of our IPAM building. Just the annual rent alone brings in over $1 billion in revenue. And they are our company's biggest client. If he's just a kid, then what does that make me? With that statement, Manager Chui was a bit flustered. Looking at Lin Chen standing in front of him, Manager Chui felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. The person in front of him was actually the owner of this IPAM building. And just a while ago, he had mocked the other party. Manager Chui now appeared somewhat lost and confused. Lin Chen, on the other hand, gave a cold laugh. Then, in a cold tone, he said, if I hadn't come, I really wouldn't have known. You manage my shopping mall building so well. It seems that whether I should renew the contract for my building with you, I really need to consider it carefully, very carefully. Lin Chen's cold words fell. He Tianing, who was there, couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Beads of sweat kept forming on his forehead, trickling down. Immediately, he hurriedly spoke, Mr. Lin, please clarify. I don't know. Who the hell provoked you? Listening to this, Lin Chen sneered and said, I heard that there is a rule in the IPAM building. All delivery guys and couriers are not allowed to enter the IPAM building, isn't that right? After this statement, He Tianing there was stunned. But then, he suddenly looked back. Looking at a thin figure, he shouted angrily, Manager Chui. What's going on here? The security of the building is your responsibility. I ask you, what is going on? After this statement, Chui Jianwei there broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he suddenly turned around. A slap was directly thrown out. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Chui Jianwei gritted his teeth and mercilessly punched and kicked. He cursed, I'll beat you to death, you incompetent and troublemaking thing. Who let you make decisions and set these rules? Chui Jianwei there was crazily punching and kicking. Lin Chen just sneered at this. Then he said slowly, Alright, there's no need to continue this charade. Saying this, Lin Chen looked at the delivery guy next to him and said, Hey, how long has the rule of not allowing delivery guys to enter been in place? Hearing this, the delivery guy there said, It's been about half a year. Lin Chen nodded and then looked coldly at Chui Jianwei and his nephew. He said, This rule has been in place not for just a day or two, but for a full 6 months. I really don't believe that in 6 months, you as an uncle wouldn't know about this rule. Saying this, Lin Chen coldly glanced at He Tianing and said, Director He, I don't want to see these two people anymore. Otherwise, as the property management company of this building, I also need to seriously consider this. With Lin Chen's words falling, He Tianing there quickly nodded. Yes. I understand. Mr. Lin, please rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory solution to this matter. He nodded and bowed to Lin Chen. Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him, his face cold. He said, Everyone, I think Director Chui Jianwei is no longer suitable to continue as our company's executive director. I suggest stripping Chui Jianwei of his executive director position and kicking him out of the board of directors. As for the security manager Chui Jian, he should be fired from the company and never hired again. After this statement, Chui Jianwei's face changed drastically. He quickly shouted, No, Director He, please don't strip me of my executive director position. Please, have mercy on me. Hearing this, He Tianning shook his head, sneered, and said, Ha, it seems you still don't understand. Who exactly have you offended? After that, He Tianning loudly said, Now, let's vote by raising hands. With that, the group of executive directors there raised their hands to vote. More than 10 executive directors, without exception, raised their hands. After all, Cui Jianwei's actions have completely crossed their bottom line. He has damaged their interests. Now kicking Cui Jianwei out of the board of directors and stripping him of his executive director position is undoubtedly the least costly decision to appease Lin Chen. Looking at this result, Cui Jianwei there stumbled under his feet. His face was pale, and he sat down on the ground. Despair. A deep sense of despair. At this moment, a sense of complete despair also emerged in Cui Jianwei's mind. As for the manager Cui there, he also looked completely lost. Then, he looked at his third uncle, Cui Jianwei, who was beside him. He said, Uncle, we now. Listening to manager Cui's words, Cui Jianwei's face turned dark and cold. Immediately, his eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly slapped hard and fiercely. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Cui Jianwei couldn't hold back anymore. He angrily shouted, How could I have such a damn nephew who betrays his uncle? If it weren't for you, this troublemaker, how could I have been demoted? I'll slap you to death, you good-for-nothing troublemaker who causes more harm than good. For a moment, a tragic and miserable scream resounded at the entrance of the mall. In no time, the two of them were thrown out by the security guards. After the two were thrown out by the security guards, He Tianning, who was there, walked up to Lin Chen with a smile. He said, Mr. Lin, these two troublemakers have been taken care of by me, and I assure you that such absurd rules will never happen again. So, you see, about the renewal between you and our property company. He Tianning smiled obsequiously. He said to Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen listened to his words and calmly said, Renewal is naturally possible. However, I don't want this kind of thing to happen again today. If it happens again, we will just terminate the contract directly. Yes. Yes. He Tianning there quickly responded. Then, he smiled and continued, We won't disturb Mr. Lin anymore. I wish you a pleasant time in the mall, and if you need anything, just let us know. Watching He Tianning leave, Xia Yuma there smiled and said, I didn't expect, brother, that you are actually the owner of this iapm building. Listening to Xia Yuma's words, Lin Chen there also smiled and said, Surprised? After a light laugh, Lin Chen continued, asking Xia Yuma, Do you want to go to Happy Valley together later? Happy Valley? Suddenly, Xia Yuma's eyes lit up. Then, naturally, he hugged Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen felt a chill and sucked in a breath. And Xia Yuma there, in his clear eyes, also showed a hint of expectation. Looking at Lin Chen, he said, Sure, I also want to experience those exciting activities. Before, I was always too scared to go alone. Hearing this, Lin Chen also smiled. Then, he looked outside and said, But it's just after 1 in the afternoon now. The sun outside is a bit harsh, we need to buy some protective gear. Saying that, Lin Chen took Xia Yuma and the two of them bought 2 sun hats, some sunscreen, and 2 pairs of sunglasses in the mall. Although the items were few, it still cost Lin Chen 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Afterwards, Lin Chen drove straight to Happy Valley. Along the way, Lin Chen held the steering wheel with one hand and placed his right hand on Xia Yuma's thigh, gently touching it. After a while, Xia Yuma's face blushed slightly, but she didn't push Lin Chen's hand away. Before long, the two arrived at Happy Valley. After applying sunscreen and buying 2 tickets, they walked into Happy Valley together. Shall we go on the swinging ship first? Looking at the swinging ship in front of them, Lin Chen smiled and asked. Yes. Sounds good. Xia Yuma was somewhat excited. Then, holding Lin Chen's hand, she quickly ran towards the swinging ship. In no time, the two of them were sitting on the swinging ship. Sitting there, Lin Chen held Xia Yuma's hand and asked, Are you nervous? Xia Yuma's face turned slightly red. Then, she gently said and nodded. If you're scared later, just shout out loud. Okay. Not long after, the pendulum ride started spinning. As the speed increased, Lin Chen could feel it too. Xia Yuma held his hand tighter and her breathing slowed down. At that moment, the pendulum ride rose to nearly a 90-degree angle and then suddenly dropped. Ah! Xia Yuma couldn't hold back and screamed out loud, along with many other girls nearby. As the pendulum ride continued swinging, Lin Chen smiled and gently embraced Xia Yuma, making her blush. Soon, the ride came to an end, and Xia Yuma's legs were weak. They played several more rides, and each time Xia Yuma was terrified, especially on the free-fall ride where she clung to Lin Chen and screamed loudly. Lin Chen felt it was a mistake to bring her to the amusement park. They decided to take a break at a nearby cold drink shop before heading back. Xia Yuma took some photos and posted a message about feeling safe and warm embraces. Lin Chen smiled at her behavior. A middle-aged man approached Xia Yuma and offered her a business card, asking if she was interested in becoming a star. Lin Chen found it amusing and asked Xia Yuma if she was interested in becoming a celebrity. "I don't want to." Immediately, Xia Yuma shook her head repeatedly. After all, she was a student of the magic school. Even if she really wanted to debut as a star, she wouldn't foolishly run to such an unknown small company. Besides, she had already attached herself to Lin Chen, a big benefactor. The top priority was definitely to serve her benefactor well. Debut as a star? Ha! Seeing Xia Yuma's reaction, Lin Chen just smiled. He said, "Sir, as you can see, we are not interested in becoming stars. You should find someone else." After speaking, Lin Chen took Xia Yuma and walked outside. Seeing this, Zhang Siwei became anxious. He quickly said, "Both of you, please reconsider. Although our 91 Entertainment is a newly established company, we have strong financial backing, and we are currently preparing to launch several flagship programs. Based on your conditions, I can guarantee that if you join our company, within a year, no, within 6 months, we can propel both of you to stardom. By that time, I can assure you that your annual income will not be less than 10 million. After these words were spoken, many people nearby noticed. They also intended to see how these two would respond. Lin Chen and Xia Yuma, however, paid little attention to Zhang Siwei. At that moment, the two of them arrived at the parking lot. Then, they took out their car keys. With a light press, beep beep, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked there, and the car lights flashed. Lin Chen and Xia Yuma got into the car. Then, Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal. With a roar, they quickly left in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Zhang Siwei, who was left behind, dropped his business card on the ground. His face turned somewhat red. He felt that his promise just now was simply a joke. After all, being able to afford an 8 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan at such a young age clearly indicated that he was a super-rich second generation. Did a super-rich second generation like him need to toil in the entertainment industry? And with an annual salary of 10 million? He simply wouldn't care. As for the others there, looking at the taillights of the Rolls-Royce, they were completely dumbfounded. Oh my! Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Hiss! No wonder he's not interested in being a star. His car alone costs 8 million. Why bother working so hard to become a star? Exactly. I didn't expect that. That young man is actually a rich second generation. For a moment, everyone was speechless. As for Lin Chen, the two of them spent the afternoon climbing mountains and playing video games together. By evening, Lin Chen looked at Xia Yuma and said, "Tonight, do you want to stay outside?" Hearing this, Xia Yuma's face blushed slightly. But then she whispered, "How about waiting a few days? I have to participate in a stage play in a few days. If we stay outside tonight, I won't be able to attend the play." Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. "Okay, let's wait a few days then. By the way, when is the performance? Remember to contact me. I'll come to cheer you on." "Okay." Xia Yuma nodded repeatedly. Then she threw herself at Lin Chen and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Chen just smiled at this. Then he lifted Xia Yuma's chin and kissed her. Half an hour later, Xia Yuma sat there with a red face, bowing her head, too shy to speak. Lin Chen just smiled. He straightened his clothes, then escorted Xia Yuma back to school. "Looks like I'll be alone tonight." He chuckled lightly. Then he drove home. On the way back, he casually stopped at a supermarket and bought some snacks and drinks. No way. The refrigerator at home is too empty. Plus, Lin Chen is alone at home. He's too lazy to cook. Headache. Driving back home, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh helplessly in his heart. It seems necessary to hire a housekeeper for myself. Looking at the spacious mansion, he muttered to himself. Lin Chen made up his mind. The mansion is too empty, and it needs cleaning regularly. He didn't feel much about it a few days ago, but now it seems necessary to do so. Well, I'll find a housekeeper tomorrow. After putting things away, just as Lin Chen was about to cook instant noodles, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen, feeling puzzled, opened the door to see Sun Fu from the second mansion standing outside. "Sun, the housekeeper?" Lin Chen was surprised. Looking at Sun Fu, he said. Sun Fu, with a smile on his face, replied, "Mr. Lin, our young lady would like to invite you to dinner." "Dinner together?" Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "Well, in that case, I'll be happy to accept the invitation." After saying that, the two of them walked to the second mansion together. In the mansion, servants were serving food. Upstairs, a girl in a floral dress was standing there. She couldn't help but think, so handsome, watching Lin Chen from afar. But then she walked downstairs with a smile on her face and said, "Mr. Lin, hello." She reached out her hand, and they shook hands lightly. The girl continued, I am the owner of this second mansion, Mu Nanji. Lin Chen, he replied concisely. Mu Nanji invited Lin Chen to sit down. Soon, the dinner began. After eating a little and chatting casually, Lin Chen put down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and calmly looked at Mu Nanji. He said, I suppose, Miss Mu, inviting me to this dinner today is not just a simple meeting, right? As Lin Chen's voice fell, Mu Nanji put down her utensils and looked at Lin Chen with a light smile. She said, indeed, inviting Mr. Lin to dinner today is not just a simple matter. There is another thing I would like to ask for your help with. Oh, what is it? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, curious, and looked at Mu Nanji. Well, I hope to buy some more Dahongpo tea from you. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked a bit surprised. Buy some more? Yes, that's right. Actually, a few days ago, Sun Fu bought some Dahongpo tea from you, didn't he? Mentioning this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Then he nodded and said, yes, that's right. Sun, the housekeeper, did buy some Dahongpo tea from me a while ago. Mu Nanji smiled awkwardly and then slowly said, the thing is, a few days ago, my grandfather celebrated his 70th birthday. I used the Dahongpo tea I bought from you as a gift. My grandfather was very pleased and wanted to buy more. So, I hope that Mr. Lin, you can sell me some more. Hearing this, Lin Chen understood. He smiled and said, I see. Since your grandfather likes it, I'll give you some more. Consider it a gift from me to congratulate your grandfather on his 70th birthday. Hearing this, Mu Nanji was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? This is a gift I'm giving to your grandfather. Is there a problem? Seeing Lin Chen say so, Mu Nanji there, in the end, could only smile bitterly and say, since Mr. Lin, you have said so, then I won't refuse. This matter, our Mu family has taken advantage of you. In the midst of conversation, Lin Chen also handed out a packet of tea. Then, looking at Mu Nanji there, he said, by the way, Miss Mu. Hearing this, Mu Nanji immediately said, oh, Mr. Lin, you don't have to call me Miss Mu, just call me Nanji. Lin Chen nodded. Then Nanji, you can call me Lin Chen. I actually have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. Well, I've only recently arrived in the Magic City, so I'm not very familiar with this area. However, if I live alone in my villa, I won't be able to keep up with cleaning and such. So I was hoping you could help me find a housekeeper or maid. Lin Chen said awkwardly. Indeed, he was not very familiar with these things. If he were to look for one himself, not only would he not be able to find a good one, but just in terms of the maid's credibility, there would be a big question mark. Instead of that, it would be better to ask Mu Nanji and the others for help. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Mu Nanji and the others were stunned for a moment. The next moment, they smiled and said, hey, I thought it was something serious. So Lin Chen, you want to find a housekeeper? You can rest assured, I'll have Uncle Fu take care of it for you tomorrow. Thank you. After a conversation, with full stomachs and satisfied, Lin Chen returned to his room. In the villa next door, Mu Nanji's eyes were shining. Then she said, it seems that Lin Chen's identity is not simple. Uncle Fu, do you think we should involve him in the East Sea project? Sun Fu there was lost in thought for a moment. The East Sea project is worth over 30 billion. Mr. Lin seems to have a background, I think it's possible. It's just that it's not easy to deal with the Mu Yuan group. Hearing this, Mu Nanji frowned. Has the gift been delivered? I met the wife of Jiang Hai, the chairman of the Mu Yuan group, but she refused to budge. For a moment, Mu Nanji fell silent. She felt a bit annoyed deep down. On the other side, Lin Chen was lounging on the sofa watching a drama. He was completely unaware of Mu Nanji's plans. Time passed slowly. Before long, it was midnight. Ha! It's midnight again? There was a hint of excitement in Lin Chen's eyes. Then he took out his phone. Price of strong body potion, 23. 3-foot price of charm max card, 19. 9-foot. Looking at these 2 trillion subsidy items, Lin Chen was a bit confused. What is this? There was a hint of confusion in his mind. But then, Lin Chen's finger landed on the screen. He chose to purchase these 2 items. Purchase successful. Goods being delivered, estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Delivered in 5 minutes? Then I'll wait. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He sat quietly on the sofa, waiting. About 5 minutes later, there was another notification on his phone. The goods you purchased have been delivered. Please check your inventory. Ha! Lin Chen was puzzled for a moment. Then he opened the inventory interface. After entering the inventory interface, Lin Chen saw the 2 items lying inside. Strong body potion. After taking it, it can significantly improve the user's physique. Further enhancement requires user exploration. Charm Max card. After use, the user's charm value will be elevated to its peak, and they can control whether to emit charm. Looking at these two items, Lin Chen couldn't help but sit on the sofa in a daze. This is getting interesting, he muttered to himself. Lin Chen then proceeded to use both items one after the other. After taking the strengthening potion, a strong sense of fatigue suddenly hit Lin Chen's mind. He yawned deeply and fell asleep directly. After some time, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the sky outside was already bright, and he was still lying on the sofa. This feeling. Upon waking up, Lin Chen immediately felt a terrifying power contained within his body. Is this the effect of the strengthening potion? Clenching his fist, Lin Chen felt that his punch could probably have the impact of a top boxer's full-force blow. Let's test my physical fitness now. With that thought, Lin Chen headed towards the gym downstairs. An hour later, Lin Chen was still running on the treadmill at a steady pace. The treadmill was set at the highest level, but Lin Chen's breathing remained steady and smooth. After a few more minutes, Lin Chen stopped running. He muttered to himself, "This is definitely not the peak of my physical abilities that I can tap into. When I was on the treadmill just now, I clearly felt that I was gradually exploring the potential of the strengthening potion. But now, it seems that if I continue running, I won't be able to continue exploring that potential," Lin Chen thought to himself. After all, in the past hour, Lin Chen had adjusted the treadmill to the highest level and ran for a full hour. The result? He still felt completely at ease. The gym equipment at home is not enough. It looks like I have to go to the gym to try it out. Lin Chen made up his mind. He took out his phone and searched. To his surprise, he found a high-end fitness center not far from his home. Lijia Fitness Center? Looking at the name of the gym, Lin Chen set up the navigation. The gym was not far from his place, just about 10 minutes by car. After taking a shower upstairs, he followed the navigation and drove to the gym. The gym was quite upscale, with a predominantly wooden decor and a very elegant environment. The gym equipment inside was very complete, and it also had a swimming pool, jacuzzi, sauna, and steam room. Overall, it was more like a fitness club than just a gym. As he walked to the front desk, the receptionist there greeted him with a smile and asked, "Hello, sir, are you here for a workout?" "Yes," Lin Chen nodded, then continued, "but I need a personal trainer." Lin Chen came to the gym hoping to use the gym equipment and to find a personal trainer to maximize his potential. "Alright, sir, please follow me." The receptionist led Lin Chen into the gym. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Lin Chen?" Hearing the voice, Lin Chen turned around to see Mu Nanzi walking towards him from downstairs. Mu Nanzi had her hair tied up in a ponytail and was wearing a tight white sportswear. Her slender figure looked alluring under the sportswear, and her exposed flat abdomen showed no excess fat. Her snow-white skin looked delicate and flawless. "Nancy? What are you doing here?" Lin Chen's voice echoed. Listening to Lin Chen's voice, Mu Nanji there suddenly felt flustered. Her expression seemed somewhat bewildered. She couldn't take her eyes off Lin Chen's cheeks. For some reason, today when she saw Lin Chen, Mu Nanji felt it hard to look away. It was as if he had captivated her. And she even felt that Lin Chen today looked even more handsome than last night. Seeing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Then he said, "Nanji, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Mu Nanji quickly came back to her senses. She hurriedly said, "Oh, nothing much, Lin Chen, are you here to work out too?" "Yes, I'm here to get a gym membership." Lin Chen smiled. "I see." Mu Nanji nodded. Then she said to the waiter next to Lin Chen, "You can go back first, I'll take Mr. Lin in and let him experience it first." The waiter nodded and said, "Okay, Miss Mu." After that, the waiter quickly left. "I didn't expect to run into you here," Mu Nanji smiled. "I searched at home for the nearest gym, and this was the only one." Shrugging, Lin Chen said casually, "Since you're working out here, do you happen to know a good personal trainer you can recommend?" Listening to Lin Chen, Mu Nanji pondered for a moment. Then she said, "I happen to have one trial session left with my personal trainer. Why don't you give it a try?" "Well, okay. Alright, go change your clothes first, the gym provides workout clothes." Lin Chen nodded. He then took a set of gym clothes and changed into them before following Mu Nanji into the gym. Soon, Lin Chen saw Mu Nanji's personal trainer. After Mu Nanji explained the situation, the trainer came to Lin Chen and said, "Mr. Lin, let me test your physical strength first." After that, the three of them went to a piece of equipment. This is a flat bench press, mainly used for strength training. It targets the chest muscles and triceps. "Mr. Lin, lie down on it and push the barbell up." Lin Chen nodded and lay down. After the explanation, the workout began. Due to the enhancement potion he had taken, his physical abilities were quite terrifying. So, the overall movements were very easy for him. Watching Lin Chen's relaxed demeanor, the personal trainer was somewhat surprised. He then said, "I'll add more weight." Even after adding weight, it was still very easy for Lin Chen. Add more. Lin Chen remained casual. Seeing this scene, both the personal trainer and Mu Nanji were somewhat astonished. More weight. Continue. After several increases in weight, the barbell's weight reached an astonishing level. However, Lin Chen was still relaxed and comfortable. Seeing this, the personal trainer and Mu Nanji were no longer calm. Nearby, other people working out also noticed the unusual situation and gathered around. When they saw the weight on the barbell in Lin Chen's hands, they were also shocked. You see, at this point, Lin Chen was bench pressing 100 kilograms. This number was quite impressive, but it was clear that Lin Chen had not reached his limit yet. At this moment, a young man with bulging muscles all over his body walked over. "What are you all crowding around here for?" Hearing this voice, the surrounding people quickly dispersed. "Coach Wu! Coach Wu, you're here." Hearing the voices around him, the young man nodded. He was the top personal trainer in their gym. Moreover, he is a figure who has won world-class bodybuilding championships. It can be said that he is the treasure of this Lijia Fitness Center. Mu Nanji's personal trainer also ran over at this time. "Coach Wu, it's like this." Then he explained the situation. Listening to this, Wu Jia's face showed some interest. "Oh." Immediately, he looked towards Lin Chen who was there. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. "Interesting," he muttered. "I want to see where his limit is." Then, the weight of the barbell continued to increase. 110 kilograms, 120 kilograms, 130 kilograms. The data kept increasing. In just 3 minutes, Lin Chen's barbell weight reached a terrifying 180 kilograms. Seeing this terrifying data, both Mu Nanji and the personal trainer there were shocked. Especially the personal trainer, who was swallowing saliva. Looking at Mu Nanji there, he said, "Miss Mu, your friend's physical condition. Abnormal. It's too abnormal." Mu Nanji was already shocked and speechless. At this moment, he couldn't help but mutter. His expression was full of astonishment. After all, Lin Chen's performance was truly shocking. As for the people around, they were all exclaiming, "Is this guy abnormal? His stamina is too terrifying, right? He's lifting 180 kilograms, but you can't see any prominent muscles on him, right? Wu Jia there." At this moment, he was also speechless. He said, "This stamina is really terrifying, 180 kilograms, and he's pushing it so easily." "Ha? Coach Wu, what's wrong? Isn't it just 180 kilograms? "Yes, Coach Wu, although this is terrifying, it's not surprising to you, right?" "That's right, with 180 kilograms, Coach Wu, you can do it too, right?" Wu Jia couldn't help but shake his head at these words. Then he said slowly, "I can indeed lift 180 kilograms, but I definitely can't do it as easily and comfortably as he does." I can see from his expression that he is very casual. Obviously, this is far from his limit. As soon as he said this, everyone also noticed Lin Chen's expression. Indeed, Lin Chen's expression seemed very casual and natural. It was as if he was lifting a dumbbell of 18 kilograms, not a barbell of 180 kilograms. For a moment, many people were moved. Wu Jia there continued, "Keep adding weight and try, first add up to 200. Hearing this, the personal trainer nodded, then informed Lin Chen to continue increasing the weight. The weight increased to 200. Lin Chen was still casual. Then, he continued to increase the weight. After 2 more increases, Lin Chen's hands paused. Watching this scene, the people there were a bit confused. Especially the personal trainer there, looking at Lin Chen, asked, "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" Others were also curious. After all, just now, Lin Chen clearly looked very relaxed. What was this sudden pause for? While they were puzzled, Lin Chen asked, "How much weight am I lifting now?" 260 kilograms. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He said, "It's a bit light, help me increase it to 300 and see." As soon as he said this, everyone nearby? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Did he just say that? 260 kilograms is a bit light? And he wants to increase it to 300 kilograms? Everyone's faces were blank. And Wu Jia there walked over at this moment and said, "Increase it to 300? Mr. Lin, are you sure?" "You know, Lin Chen's current weight has reached 260 kilograms. He is doing bench presses without any equipment. This weight is already very terrifying. Add more, I want to see where my limit is," Lin Chen said calmly. After all, he is feeling completely relaxed now. If he doesn't feel the pressure, the effect of the strength potion cannot be fully activated. "Okay, Mr. Lin," Wu Jia nodded. Then, he started adding more weight. Soon, the barbell reached 300 kilograms. Many people swallowed nervously, but Lin Chen remained relaxed. Lin Chen frowned and said, "Add 15 kilograms. This sentence made everyone around him jump in shock. "Oh, okay." Even Wu Jia's voice was trembling at this point. Then, very cautiously, he added more weight. As for Mu Nanji next to him, she didn't fully understand bench presses. Although she knew that this weight was very terrifying, she still asked her personal trainer in confusion, "Coach, is this weight very scary?" The personal trainer glanced at Mu Nanji and then said, "Let me put it this way, the latest world record in 2019 for bench press without equipment is 337 kilograms. And the top 5 records in the world are around 322.5 kilograms. In other words, if Mr. Lin increases to 315 kilograms, he will be approaching the world record." With that said, Mu Nanji was shocked. Then, looking at Lin Chen, her gaze became even more complicated. After increasing to 315 kilograms, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He vaguely felt that this weight was almost touching his limit. But there was still room for improvement. "Add more." Wu Jia nodded without any hesitation. The weight increased little by little. 320 kilograms. 321 kilograms. With increments of 5 kilograms, the people around them became excited. Some even took out their phones to start recording videos. Wu Jia's breathing became rapid. 336 kilograms. 337 kilograms. 338 kilograms. As the weight increased to 338 kilograms, everyone there erupted into cheers. The world record has been broken. The world record for bench press without equipment has been broken. In that moment, the gym was filled with excitement. This wave of cheers attracted people from other workout areas as well. After all, 338 kilograms for bench press without equipment may seem meaningless to ordinary people, but for those who are into fitness and bodybuilding, it is almost like a form of faith. At this moment, despite being excited, Wu Jia shouted loudly, "Quiet." It was clear to him that 338 kilograms was not Lin Chen's limit. The weight continued to increase until it reached 343 kilograms. At that point, the weight stopped increasing. 343 kilograms. Although Lin Chen could continue bench pressing, he was starting to feel the strain. This was the limit of his arm strength. In that moment, all fitness enthusiasts in the gym were filled with excitement. Because at that moment, they knew that a new world record had been set for bench press without equipment. 343 kilograms. This record was 6 kilograms higher than the previous world record. And most importantly, this level of weight was achieved by their fellow gym member. Before this, no one from their gym had ever reached the 300 kilogram mark for bench press without equipment. The whole place was buzzing with excitement. "Bro! From now on, you are my big brother." From the initial 180 kilograms, the weight climbed all the way up to 343 kilograms. "Damn, bro, no, dad, grandpa." At this moment, inside the gym, everyone looking at Lin Chen's expression, it was all different. At this moment, they all understood very clearly. The young man in front of them, who didn't seem to have much muscle, contained an unparalleled terrifying power within his body. Lin Chen was also somewhat delighted. To be honest, even he couldn't have imagined that the strengthening potion would enhance his body to such a terrifying extent. One enhancement, directly breaking the world record for bench press without equipment. So, if he could continue to explore his potential in the future, how far could his body be strengthened to? For a moment, a faint sense of anticipation arose in Lin Chen's heart. Wu Jia beside him at this moment, looking at Lin Chen's expression, also seemed a bit excited. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on breaking the world record for bench press without equipment." Lin Chen just smiled and said, "Oh, it's not worth mentioning, besides, I'm not doing bench press in a competition." Waving his hand, Lin Chen's face was just showing a slight smile. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wu Jia just smiled. But in his heart, he understood. Lin Chen was just being modest. Even if he were to compete in the IPF Bench Press Championship, Lin Chen could easily break the world record again. As for Mu Nanji next to him, she walked over with a hint of resentment. "Lin Chen, with your physical fitness, why bother going to the gym? Being able to bench press 343 kilograms, you really don't need to work out anymore, right?" Lin Chen just smiled lightly and said, "That's for ordinary people, I still need to continue training." Hearing this, Mu Nanji thought Lin Chen was joking. Then, she rolled her eyes and said, "TSK, I don't believe it." Lin Chen chuckled and then said, "I'll be training here in the future, can you help me get a membership card?" With that, Wu Jia quickly said, "No need. Since Mr. Lin intends to work out in our gym, it is our great honor. In that case, I'll take the liberty to give Mr. Lin a black gold VIP card. All expenses for Mr. Lin in our gym will be waived. Wu Jia here quickly said. He was one of the shareholders of Li Jia Fitness Center. He had the right to give out a VIP card. And, Lin Chen breaking the world record just now, made him see the potential benefits. Well, thank you then. Lin Chen quickly understood Wu Jia's intention. He just smiled and accepted the VIP card. Then, he began to try out other fitness activities. Soon, the afternoon passed. By around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Chen had spent the whole day in the gym. Only then did he return home. At the same time, a video was gradually gaining popularity on Weibo. It was the video of Lin Chen bench pressing the barbell just now. And at this moment, this video quickly went viral. In just one day, it had received a whopping 300,000 likes. And there were 50,000 comments. The comments section was now exploding. Wow! Is this real? One person lifting 343 kilograms of weight? Is this for real? Breaking a world record? This is truly divine power. This guy is amazing. I remember the previous world record was 337 kilograms, right? Haha, this is definitely fake. How could such a skinny person have such great strength? Disgusting. At least fake it with some common sense. Our best record at Xinhua is Mao Qingyu's 235 kilograms. And internationally, those who can reach 300 kilograms in bench press are all Europeans and Americans. Exactly. This fakery is really disgusting. And look at the way they exert force, it's all wrong. Damn. Are we just a bunch of sheepdogs? Why can't we at Xinhua produce someone who can bench press 300 kilograms? Fitness experts on Weibo? At this moment, within the Weibo platform, the comments section was in a state of extreme polarization. Many people were skeptical about the authenticity of this video. And the popularity of this Weibo post was skyrocketing. Starting from 48th place, it rose all the way to 6th place, officially breaking into the top 10. At the same time, in Dongshan province, a strong young man was lifting a barbell. Just then, his phone rang. After placing down the barbell, the young man picked up his phone. Cheng Yu, have you seen the Weibo video? After answering the call, an excited and anxious voice came through. I haven't seen it yet. What's going on? Mao Chengyu asked on the other end of the phone. It was his friend who was into fitness, named Ye Yang. You better take a look. Someone posted a video on Weibo claiming to have broken the world record for unequipped bench press. What? Lao Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? Mao Chengyu's face was full of astonishment. I'm not joking. It's true. Ye Yang's tone was serious. Really? Who broke it? A Xinhua person in the Magic City. He bench pressed a weight of 343 kilograms. How is that possible? In an instant, Mao Chengyu stood up. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. As the Asian champion in bench press, he knew better than anyone the difficulty for an Asian, a Xinhua person, to bench press over 300 kilograms. You better check Weibo now, the video is already trending at number 4. Hearing this, Mao Chengyu quickly opened Weibo on his phone. As soon as he opened it, there were a series of notifications. Ignoring them, he directly clicked on the trending list and started watching the video on Weibo. His expression was extremely serious. It's actually true. From the way he exerts force, there's no suspicion of cheating. Sitting in his chair, Mao Chengyu looked somewhat enlightened. And then, he became excited. 343 kilograms. This was a brand new record. Although the record was not set at the IPF championship, the opponent's strength could not be denied. Immediately, he picked up his phone, opened Weibo, and typed out a message. Mao Chengyu, congratulations to Mr. Lin for setting a new world record. 343 kilograms, this is the pride of Xinhua people. The moment the post was made on Weibo, the comments section below Mao Chengyu's post exploded. Mao Dalao appeared? Awesome. This is Mao Dalao. Ha, where are all the haters? Where are those who accused him of cheating? Now that Mao Dalao has spoken, you can continue to come out and hate. Mao Dalao's approval of that video shows that the achievements of that person are definitely not fake. With Mao Chengyu's Weibo post, the popularity of Lin Chen's video, which was already hot, soared even higher. However, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. At that moment, he was at home playing games, waiting for midnight to arrive. And at that moment, a banner notification popped up on WeChat. It was a message from Mu Nanji. He opened and read it. Mu Nanji, you're famous. Reading this message, Lin Chen was stunned, then replied, I'm famous? What's going on? Mu Nanji, Weibo hot search, you are now number 1. Regarding these words of Mu Nanji, Lin Chen is now completely confused. Immediately, he opened Weibo, his face full of doubt as he began to look through it. And after opening Weibo, the whole person, at this moment, was also stunned. At this moment, the top trending topic on Weibo is actually about himself. World record for push-ups without equipment has been broken. Wow, after breaking the world record, I also got a Weibo hot search? Lin Chen was speechless for a moment. His face also showed some astonishment. Then, he smiled slightly, shaking his head gently. After a brief look at the messages on Weibo, Lin Chen here appeared calm. Time quickly passed, and it was already 12 o'clock. He closed Weibo. Immediately, Lin Chen opened the Trillion Subsidies app. He refreshed the interface. Today's products appeared on the app's interface. Subsidized price for Prestige check-in table, 18. 8-inch subsidized price for Honest Spray, 9. 99-inch. Looking at these two products, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Then, he decisively made the purchase. Purchase successful. Product being delivered, estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Looking at the notification on his phone, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He murmured to himself, 15 minutes? His eyes flickered. Then, he closed the app. He lay on the sofa, ready for an intense and exciting game of kings. 15 minutes quickly passed. Looking at the victory symbol on his phone, Lin Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. His lips curved into a smile. Not bad. Feeling pleased, he reopened the Trillion Subsidies app. It's been about 15 minutes, the items should have arrived. He muttered to himself. After opening the app, indeed, in the inventory, there were already 2 items placed there. Prestige check-in table. Every time the prestige reaches 1 million, a random reward will be obtained. After claiming 3 rewards, the prestige check-in table will disappear automatically. Honest spray. After using the spray on a specific target, the target will tell the truth for the next 5 minutes. The spray will disappear automatically after use. Looking at these 2 items, Lin Chen couldn't help but be speechless. These 2 things. For a moment, Lin Chen was somewhat at a loss. Then, his finger landed on the prestige check-in table. And after his finger touched it, a pop-up window immediately appeared. User's prestige has reached the standard. Do you want to claim the first stage reward? Prestige reached the standard? At this moment, Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. How? Did my prestige reach the standard? Scratching his head, Lin Chen looked puzzled. Could it be? Suddenly, in Lin Chen's mind, there was a faint guess. Immediately, he opened Weibo. Looking at the topic hanging on the top of Weibo's hot search, his mind became clear. Exactly. His eyes sparkled. At this moment, Lin Chen's lips curved slightly upwards. I didn't expect that this Weibo hot search would directly allow me to receive the first stage reward of this prestige check-in table. Rubbing his hands gently, Lin Chen also had some expectations for the reward of this prestige check-in table. Claim. His finger tapped. The prompt appeared again. First stage reward claimed successfully. Received, Pagani Huayra Imola *1. After the system prompt appeared, Lin Chen felt a weight in his pocket. Then, he took out a key, a uniquely shaped car key. Holding the car key, Lin Chen still had some doubts about this car. Then he started searching on his phone. The moment he saw the information about this car, Lin Chen's mouth. Suddenly, he gasped in cold air. Pagani Huayra Imola. This car. It's a globally limited edition model. There are only 5 in the world. And in the EU, the price is a terrifying 5 million euros. Converted to Chinese currency, that's 34 million. The sky-high price could even buy 2 houses in the city center of the magic capital. Not to mention, this is a super luxury car with only 5 in the world. This value is immeasurable by money. A 39 million supercar. Lin Chen was amazed at this moment. I never thought that by going to the gym to work out, I could make nearly 40 million. With a light laugh, he looked back at the reputation check-in table on the app. His eyes narrowed slightly. The reward for the first stage is so terrifying. What about the rewards for the next 2 stages? At that moment, Lin Chen's mood seemed to be getting excited. His fingers then fell again. Has not reached the requirements for the second stage yet. Current progress, 1.83 million/5 million inch. The second stage requires 5 million reputation? Looking at this scene, Lin Chen pondered in his heart. How can I reach the reputation value for the second stage? Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen frowned. At the same time, he asked, how is this reputation value judged? As this question fell, a row of messages appeared on the phone screen. The judgment of reputation value is an event formed by a user's behavior that is noticed by others and generates effective feedback, which is the corresponding reputation value. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. Is that so? What is considered effective feedback? Others liking and commenting on this matter. Lin Chen understood this. But then, his heart sank slightly. After all, if the rules for judging reputation values on this reputation check-in table are like this, reaching 5 million reputation values will be very troublesome. It seems that for the next stage, I need to think of a more direct way to obtain reputation values. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen pondered in his heart. At the same time, his fingers aimlessly scrolled on the screen. And at that moment, his gaze suddenly fell on the Shark Fight app there. Ha! Shark Fight Live? Lin Chen pondered. Maybe. After a moment of contemplation, his fingers clicked into the app. Then, he casually entered the live broadcast room of a female anchor he had been following. The female anchor's name was Fair is Not a Rabbit. At this moment, she was doing an outdoor live broadcast. She said, "Hello, everyone, Fair is now doing an outdoor live broadcast. Next, let's play a game together. I am currently in the Magic Capital. I won't say where exactly. In the next hour, you can come and snipe me. If you manage to snipe me within an hour, I will give you my WeChat ID." With these words, the barrage in Fair's live broadcast room finally increased. Oh my god, is this for real? I'm going to snipe you right now. I happen to be in the Magic Capital. Wait, is Fair starting to stir things up, giving out WeChat ID? This is like a super hot deal. For a moment, many of Fair's fans in the Magic Capital were preparing to snipe her. Lin Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. Sniping for a WeChat ID? This is getting interesting. But, looking at the background of Faye's live broadcast room, Lin Chen felt somewhat familiar. Then, he exclaimed softly, "This place seems like..." At this moment, he felt that the background of Faye's live broadcast room looked familiar. After careful identification, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. It's not far from here at this moment. He recognized the location where Faye was. It should be a square not far behind his villa at Dongjiano. 1. Should we go and check it out? Rubbing his chin, after some contemplation, Lin Chen decided, since it's so close, let's go take a look. With that in mind, he walked out of the villa. Because the distance was short, he didn't bother driving. A few minutes later, he arrived at the nearby square. While watching the live broadcast, he searched around. After a while of searching, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. At a distance of less than 100 meters in front of him, there was a girl live streaming, and that person was Faye from the live broadcast room. She was wearing a white dress, and under the streetlight, her features were exquisite. She's not using beauty filters? Lin Chen was surprised. Faye's real appearance had amazed him. Nowadays, most streamers heavily rely on beauty filters, but Faye's natural appearance was quite impressive, almost 99% similar. The remaining 1% was just due to lighting. Faye? Lin Chen spoke up. As his words fell, Faye, who was still live streaming, was stunned. She looked up and was somewhat dumbfounded when she saw Lin Chen. "Are you a viewer here to snipe me?" Glancing at the time on her phone, it had only been 10 minutes since she mentioned someone could snipe her offline, and now someone actually did? Faye was bewildered, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused. Snipe? What a joke. Seriously? I just figured out where Faye might be and was about to go there, and now you're telling me someone sniped her? This must be a setup, right? In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room quickly scrolled across the screen. Many people were criticizing and some even suspected that Lin Chen might be a setup. After all, the speed was too fast. Even Faye seemed a bit unnatural, asking, "Young man, isn't your speed too fast?" "Oh, I happened to be nearby and felt familiar with Faye's outdoor scene, so I came to take a look," Lin Chen, who was there, said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Faye was puzzled. Blinking her eyes, she looked confused. Nearby? Faye was well aware that the square she was in an affluent area. In this vicinity, there were mostly wealthy businessmen. And the viewer in front of her claimed to have been nearby before? Could it be? Before Faye could think further, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. "I initially thought Faye was a beauty filter expert, and the real person offline was a prince. But I didn't expect the real person to be no different from the one in the live broadcast room." After this statement, everyone in the live broadcast room immediately reacted. "Ha ha, this young man is really interesting, thinking Faye is a tank? Look, Faye's face turned black. Ha ha ha, this is so funny." Faye, at that moment, clenched her fists in frustration, her teeth gritted. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen firmly. "Prince Chiao? You are the Prince Chiao. Your whole family is the Prince Chiao. I am a genuine beautiful girl, okay?" This made her heart fluctuate wildly with anger. She gritted her silver teeth and looked at Lin Chen in front of her. The girl seemed a bit resentful. In her heart, there was only one thought. This boy in front of her is so good looking, but unfortunately, why is he not a mute? Then, she took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, "Since you found me, according to the rules just now, I'll add you on WeChat." "Okay," Lin Chen nodded and handed her his phone. After scanning the code to add WeChat, Xin Fei waved to Lin Chen and said, "I'll leave now. I have a PK at 12:30. Tisk, still PK? Your monthly income is not even 1,000 yuan, going for a PK is just asking for trouble, right?" Lin Chen casually remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Fei widened her eyes, almost spitting out blood. In the live broadcast room, there was a cheerful atmosphere inside and outside. Ha ha, Fei got roasted. 666. What a roast. Ha ha, speaking the truth. Fei, do I have no face? Ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. This boy is talented. At that moment, Lin Chen casually picked up his phone, opened an app, and thought to himself, if I cause a sensation by sending gifts during the live broadcast, can it be considered reputation points? After the thought, a dialog box appeared. Yes. Seeing the affirmative answer, an idea gradually formed in Lin Chen's mind. Forget it, I'll help you get to the top later since you seem pitiful. With that said, Xin Fei was stunned. In the live broadcast room, the viewers fell silent for a moment. Xin Fei, with a hint of doubt, asked, "Little brother, what's your shark fight account?" "Oh, it's a freeloader account." Xin Fei twitched her mouth and said, "Forget it, little brother, don't tease me. I have no hope of being first now, winning a round would be good enough." Obviously, Xin Fei didn't take Lin Chen's words seriously. She waved her hand and left. Lin Chen just shrugged, without explaining anything, and slowly returned home. After taking a shower at home, he picked up his phone and looked at it. It was already 12:30 at night. In the live broadcast room, Xin Fei had started the PK. "Hello, miss, we'll be competing in the first round. Please go easy on me." On the other side of the screen, a charmingly dressed female anchor said in a pitiful manner, "Hello, Sister Yuan, I've lost many rounds in a row. I just hope Sister Yuan won't make me lose too badly." Xin Fei's expression looked a bit bitter. She smiled helplessly and said, after checking the data of the anchor on the other side, she realized she couldn't compare at all. The other side had over 100 VIP viewers. The top anchor had received over 10,000 this month. And on her side? Just a dozen scattered VIP viewers. The top anchor's revenue was over 100 yuan. This stark contrast was pitifully clear. Then, the PK began. Lin Chen saw the other anchor starting a hot dance directly. The cool outfit, the fiery dance, such a performance was indeed overwhelming. And on Xin Fei's side? She simply sang a song. Apart from that, there was nothing fancy. The PK lasted for 10 minutes. By the 7th minute, the PK was completely one-sided. Yuan had received gifts worth 800 yuan. As for Xin Fei, less than 30 yuan. It's strange if I can win this. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to recharge, a Duke account named Duo AI Sha Yuan entered the live broadcast room. "Thank you for your support, miss," a message was sent, followed by a plane worth 100 yuan. But then, he returned to Xiao Yuan's side and sent a rocket worth 500 yuan. Watching this scene, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Who was being humiliated by this behavior? Xin Fei's face also darkened. After all, this behavior is really too humiliating. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were also angered. Who is being humiliated? Can you do whatever you want with money? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Duo AI Sha Yuan said directly, with money, you can do whatever you want. Don't agree? If you have the ability, you can also send gifts. Is this guy too pretentious? Didn't that random viewer say he would send Fei to the top? Where is he? Forget it. Are you really expecting the other party to send gifts? Obviously just trash talking. In the live broadcast room, many people at this moment looked indignant. And at this moment, Lin Chen was still recharging fish fins backstage. Let's start with a recharge of 100,000. Soon, the recharge was successful. 100,000 fish fins credited. After that, Lin Chen returned to the live broadcast room. Immediately, Lin Chen sent 5 super fires to Xin Fei, and the PK ended just right. Xin Fei won. The live broadcast room immediately exploded. 5 super fires? Who is this big shot? Actually sent out 10,000 yuan so generously? Wow! 5 super fires, and this tycoon's level is still so low? He sent out 5 super fires as soon as he came up, directly surpassing in gifts. Fei has encountered a hidden big shot? As for Xin Fei, she quickly said, "Thank you to the big shot Wuzhao for sending 5 super fires." Xin Fei looked at the 5 super fires appearing on the screen. At this moment, her expression seemed somewhat astonished. But then, she quickly thanked him. She originally thought she had lost this round. But unexpectedly, a super big shot suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Without saying a word, he sent out 5 super fires. And on the other side of the live broadcast room, everyone was already in an uproar. Especially the host Yuan Yuan. She was now in a daze. Even in her dreams, she couldn't have imagined that the final outcome would be so dramatic. Originally, things were looking good on her side. But who would have thought? In the last few seconds, a hidden tycoon suddenly appeared in the opponent's live broadcast room. He sent out 5 super fires in one go, completely turning the tables. How? How is this possible? Yuan Yuan looked at the notification of her PK failure. She seemed particularly dazed. But then, Yuan Yuan quickly put on a smile and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that there would be such a great god in Mrs. Family. We were really beaten badly by your big brother. I wonder if the big brother Wa Zhao can give some medical expenses. Yuan Yuan is really in pain." Yuan Yuan here immediately said coquettishly. She also acted coyly for a while. After all, medical expenses are real money, why not ask for it? In response, Lin Chen directly replied, "Sorry. I don't have the habit of sending gifts to beggars." Hearing Lin Chen's response, Xin Fair immediately burst out laughing. Then, without any tact, she responded immediately. "Miss Yuan Yuan, our big brother said he doesn't have the habit of sending gifts to beggars." With that said, Yuan Yuan's face stiffened and looked ugly. But she couldn't erupt. She had lost now, even if she was unwilling, she had to hold it in. In Xin Fair's live broadcast room, many people were praising, "Awesome. Brother Wa Zhao is awesome. Brother Wa Zhao doesn't have the habit of sending beggars away, he's just too cool. I still can't believe it." Those last few seconds were like a last-minute save. Here to pay my respects to the super popular God tier player. Just came in and saw such an exciting scene, I have to get a membership card, can't just watch for free. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, there were not only old viewers but also many new viewers attracted by the super popularity. The host Xin Fair was also smiling and said, "Thank you, Brother Wa Zhao, for the super popular last-minute save, I'm so excited. I wonder, what does Brother Wa Zhao want Fair to do?" Hearing Xin Fair's words, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Then, he typed on the screen, "Nothing special, can you dance? Does Brother Wa Zhao want Fair to dance? Fair is not very good at it, but can still dance. Well, in that case, why don't you do a broadcast gymnastics routine?" Lin Chen casually sent the message. Many people there were puzzled after this sentence. What's going on? Did he give super popularity just to see a broadcast gymnastics routine? The big shot is so capricious. Is this how big shots play now? Giving super popularity just to watch a broadcast gymnastics routine? I'm dumbfounded. Is this broadcast gymnastics some kind of code? Even Xin Fair, who was there, was a bit puzzled at this moment. Then, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you joking?" "No, just the broadcast gymnastics." Lin Chen sent the message casually. "Let's get started." With a simple sentence, Xin Fair felt a bit helpless. But considering that Lin Chen had given 5 super popular gifts worth 10,000 yuan, she had to fulfill his request, right? Okay, since Brother Wa Zhao wants to see it, then I'll perform the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics. As Xin Fair started performing the broadcast gymnastics, Lin Chen paid no attention. At that moment, he was checking the data on the app. Has not met the requirements for the second stage reward yet. Current progress, 2.72 million/5 million. Looking at the data on the app, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Winning the first round increased it by so much? It seems that by getting this small anchor to the top spot, I should be able to claim the reward for the second stage. In his heart, Lin Chen couldn't help but murmur. In the live broadcast room, many people were now swallowing their saliva. I finally understand. Why did the God-tier brother want to see a broadcast gymnastics routine? He's so fun. Typing with both hands to show innocence. I think I'm good. I have no worldly desires. Today, I will renounce my monkhood and subdue demons. Even the Buddha can't stop me. I can't take it, not a drop left. In the live broadcast room, many people watching the live video of the 8th set of jumping exercises were salivating continuously. Who could resist it? After the broadcast gymnastics routine was over, Xin Fair wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, "Brother Wa Zhao, are you still there?" Because the broadcast gymnastics routine had ended, the second round of the PK was about to begin. However, after calling out once, Lin Chen did not respond at all. Xin Fair started to feel anxious. She hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wa Zhao, are you there?" She looked at Lin Chen's account, which was still in the VIP seat, but there was no response to her question. Could it be he was AFK? What about her second round? When Xin Fair was nervous, Lin Chen also returned to the Shark Fight app. He said, "So fast? I just took a sip of water and haven't seen it yet." This sentence immediately made everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Is this person for real? Amazing. So talented. A boss is a boss, starts a radio gymnastics, then turns around to drink water. Even Qin Fei was stunned by this sentence. This is really a show. She forced a smile on her face. Then Lin Chen continued, "So, Brother Wachao, what about our second round?" Lin Chen calmly typed, "Let's continue. Didn't I say I'll get you to the top tonight?" With that, a moment of silence fell in the live broadcast room. Even Qin Fei was shocked by this sentence. She then remembered the encounter with the water friend who sniped her before. At that time, he said he was nearby, which is why he arrived so quickly. When they were at the square, she didn't think much of it, assuming he was there to have fun too. But, in reality, was he really a big shot? At that moment, Qin Fei was scared. Swallowing hard, she asked in disbelief, "Brother Wachao, were you the one who sniped me just now?" "Yes, it was me," Lin Chen replied succinctly. With that, the comments section exploded. Was that water friend serious back then? Wow! Fei's luck is too strong. I didn't expect that the one who sniped Fei just now was actually a big shot. I was wrong. I apologize. I used to mock Brother Wachao, thinking he was just talking big. I'm sorry. Brother Wachao is awesome. In an instant, countless people in the live broadcast room were shocked. At the same time, many people felt a burning sensation on their faces. And at that moment, an emperor from another live broadcast room also spoke up. "I have to kneel down, this move is really awesome. I'll meet the host offline first to confirm before sending gifts." "Yeah, indeed, why didn't I think of this move?" Another lurking emperor also chimed in. "Since Brother Wachao has confirmed, I'll send some gifts too." After that, these two emperors each sent a super popular gift. After thanking the two emperors, Qin Fei's mind was buzzing. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to think about receiving such expensive gifts. But now, how long has it been? She had already received 7 super popular gifts, and even a bunch of small gifts. Qin Fei was well aware of how all this came about because of Lin Chen. If it weren't for him, she might have been ready to quit the live broadcast world, right? Thinking of this, Qin Fei quickly opened her WeChat and found Lin Chen's contact. "Thank you for Brother Wachao's gifts and support. Fei didn't know it was Brother Wachao she met earlier, sorry. After enjoying the freebies for so long, I should show some support, right?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Alright, prepare well, I'll get you to the top tonight." Seeing Lin Chen's words, the determination in Qin Fei's eyes grew stronger. She then sent an address over. Building 7, Jiayuan, Magic City. Seeing this message, Lin Chen smiled instantly. There was a hint of playful light in his eyes. Everyone is an adult. How could he not understand Qin Fei's intentions? And how could he not understand what she meant by sending her location? But so what? After all, didn't he have the same intentions? You get what you give. It's just a fair exchange. Since he said he would get her to the top, shouldn't she make a move in return? Rest assured, today's first place is yours. No one can take it away. Lin Chen's words let Qin Fei's heart settle down. Soon, the second round of PK began. The screen split in two. On the other side, there was still a young lady. "Miss Fei, hello, I am Xiao Jiao, the anchor of the Blue Cloud Guild. I am glad to be able to chat with you." As he spoke, Xiao Jiao covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, miss, your first place ranking is impressive, reaching the top 10,000 on the weekly list as a newcomer?" "Xiao Jiao, hello, our big brother just achieved that ranking." With this statement, the eyes of the other Xiao Jiao lit up. "Wow, miss, your big brother is amazing. I'm Xiao Jiao. If you have time, you can come to my live broadcast room to play." Hearing this, Qin Fei felt a bit unhappy, but also a bit worried. And at that moment, a message from Lin Chen appeared. "Let's talk later, let's start the PK directly." With this statement, Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and then began the PK. Just as the match started, without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed 5 super fire attacks. Let's warm up with 5 super fire shots first. As for the opponent, are you in or out? A casual remark that stunned everyone. Warming up with 5 super fire shots first? Isn't this more like setting the stage on fire than warming up? 5 super fire shots, 10,000 yuan. How can someone's big brother warm up the stage like this? At that moment, everyone was in awe. Awesome, warming up with 5 super fire shots, is this the playstyle of a tycoon? Unbelievable. This level of play, I'm done learning. Damn, burning 10,000 yuan to warm up the stage? Boss's play, simply invincible. Even if I had a mine at home, I wouldn't dare to burn it like this. At that moment, everyone was amazed. In the opponent's live broadcast room, the big brother who was preparing to send gifts suddenly twitched his mouth. Then he sent a private message, Xiaojiu, let's give up this round, we can't compete with the opponent, let's wait for the next round. This big brother had indeed prepared more than 10 super fire attacks. If facing a normal opponent, that would have been enough. But the opponent this time was not normal at all. Starting with 5 super fire attacks. Who dares to compete with that? Even if you had a mine at home, you couldn't keep up. So, in Xiaojiu's live broadcast room, the big brother directly admitted defeat. Xiaojiu also felt helpless, but what else could he do? He could only force a smile and say, okay. Soon, the second round of PK ended. Due to the 5 super fire attacks, the second round ended in a crushing victory. It was a simple victory, leaving Lin Chen indifferent. But Qin Fei was ecstatic. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to it, but the netizens were all cheering, preparing to have Qin Fei do another broadcast gymnastics routine. As for Qin Fei, she asked, Boss, what are you preparing for me to do? To which Lin Chen casually replied, eat a lollipop. After this statement, the people in the live broadcast room were still puzzled. They didn't understand why Lin Chen wanted Qin Fei to eat a lollipop. But then, as Qin Fei started eating, everyone erupted in excitement. So that's what it meant? Wow! The tycoon's move is out of this world. 666. So eating a lollipop means this? I'm impressed. At that moment, Lin Chen was in his underground garage, looking at the Pagani Huayra Imola in front of him, his brow slightly raised. The matte silver-gray body of the car, coupled with the high rear wing, gave a strong futuristic feel. The 4 movable aerodynamic panels at the front and rear of the car, the front splitter, side skirt deflectors, rear diffuser fins, and the huge rear diffuser, all worked to reduce the aerodynamic drag of the entire car. A masterpiece. Lin Chen sighed in admiration. Then it's a little bit of navigation. Suddenly, the corners of the mouth slightly lifted. The location of Building 7 in Xincheng Jiayuan is not far from here. Plus, it's late at night. If I drive over, it will only take 7 or 8 minutes to get there. Just right. Now it's the break time for the live PK. I have plenty of time to go. Thinking of this, Lin Chen got into the car. With the roar of the supercar echoing violently, the whole car rushed out in an instant. In the live broadcast room, after finishing a lollipop, Qin Fei at this moment took a sip of water and said, okay, finish the lollipop, what else does Brother Wazhao want to see? And as this sentence fell, Qin Fei's phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it was a message from Lin Chen. What's the number of your house in Building 7? Looking at this message, Qin Fei clearly hadn't reacted yet. Subconsciously, she replied, 1803 in Building 7. Just as she replied, Lin Chen's message came again. Get ready to open the door. This time, Qin Fei came to her senses. Her heartbeat suddenly started to accelerate. She didn't expect Lin Chen to come at this time. Originally, she thought that no matter what, Lin Chen would come after she finished the broadcast. But what she didn't expect was that he came while she was still live. So, she quickly said, everyone wait a moment, I'll go to the bathroom and get some water. After saying that, she quickly left the broadcasting area with a water cup. She took a deep breath and opened the door. Nice to see you again. Lin Chen had a slight smile on his face. Looking at Lin Chen standing at the door, Qin Fei's heartbeat accelerated. Her face also blushed slightly. Wah! Brother Wazhao, Qin Fei whispered. She was a little nervous. After all, before, Lin Chen and she were just a broadcaster and a fan. But now it's different. Lin Chen is her benefactor. I'm not that old, just call me Lin Chen. At this moment, Qin Fei didn't know how to handle this situation. Her mind was still a bit confused. She just nodded subconsciously. Lin Chen casually walked into the room and closed the door. He glanced around the rented room with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Then, with a playful smile on his lips, he casually leaned against the wall and said, I helped you through 2 rounds, should I get some reward? Hearing this, and with Lin Chen so close to her, Qin Fei's eyes became blurred. Her breathing also became rapid. Then, she quickly kissed Lin Chen on the lips. Although the speed was extremely fast, like a dragonfly skimming the water, Lin Chen's lips curled up. At the same time, he let go of Qin Fei. Anyway, the night is long, and he has plenty of time. Alright, if you don't go back soon, the fans will be curious. Okay. Qin Fei tidied up and quickly returned to the live broadcast room. She sat in front of the camera and continued the live broadcast. As for Lin Chen, he casually sat on the sofa opposite, watching the live broadcast with a light smile. Then, he continued to PK. Soon, after the 3rd and 4th rounds, Lin Chen consumed about 10 superfires and safely made it through the rounds. After the 4 rounds of PK, Lin Chen's reputation value reached 489 million. Looking at the reputation value approaching 5 million, Lin Chen's eyes flickered. As long as I win this final round, I can officially reach 5 million reputation value, Lin Chen murmured in his heart. His mood was also a bit excited. And at this moment, the final round is officially here. With the start of the final round, on the other side, a girl in ancient Chinese clothing appeared on the screen. Hello, Miss Fair, I am Lulu, the anchor of the One Leaf City Guild. The other party greeted first. This newcomer anchor who rose to fame and made it to the finals. She had noticed her earlier. Although she didn't pay much attention, she still had to be careful. That's why Lulu greeted first. Fair had a smile on her face. Then she smiled and said, "Hello, Lulu, please go easy on me during the PK later." "Huh, Fair, you're joking. I might need to ask you to go easy on us." At that moment, a king account from the other party's livestream also entered the room and sent a message. "Sorry, please have fewer people this round. Today I will take Lulu to the championship." Then a rocket reward was sent, clearly provoking. Lin Chen, who was sitting there, saw this. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He immediately said, "Oh, you're going to protect Lulu? Well, sorry, today I'm going to protect Fair. Rockets back to you, let's go head-to-head in the PK later." After that, Lin Chen sent another rocket and quietly opened the recharge interface. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen casually deposited 60,000. 60,000 should be enough to help Fair win the championship. After all, this was not a large-scale PK event. There were only about 500 people in Lulu's VIP seat. The top one brother had only brushed about 100,000 on the weekly leaderboard. On the other side, in Lulu's live stream room, many viewers noticed Lin Chen's words. They immediately started mocking him. "Ha ha, is the newbie trying to act tough? I'm laughing. You should check out our top one brother's data. He has brushed over 100,000 on the weekly leaderboard. How can a newbie like you dare to act tough?" Exactly. A newbie like you dares to come here? You better roll away quickly. A rocket probably costs you 4 or 5 days worth of living expenses. Ha ha ha. In an instant, in Lulu's live stream room, many people started mocking him. Lin Chen remained calm in response. He smiled disdainfully and shook his head. He didn't pay too much attention to these mocking words, just calmly said, "Shall we begin?" With Lin Chen's message, the PK between the two sides began instantly. As the PK started, in Lulu's live stream room, more than 10 super rockets flooded the screen. A series of super rockets overwhelmed the PK bar. As for Fair's side, there were only scattered gifts. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 airplanes, but they were completely powerless to resist. Seeing this situation, the arrogant voices in Lulu's live stream room grew louder. "Ha ha, where's that newbie? Why isn't he sending gifts?" Exactly. Still trying to help Fair win the championship? Look at yourself first. Ha ha, just a newbie, yet so arrogant? The barrage of comments was full of contempt. At that moment, a scrolling message suddenly appeared above all the live streams. "Congratulations to Wachao for becoming a super emperor in Fair is not a rabbit's live stream room. Click to enter the live stream room." A message popped up. Everyone in both Lulu's and Fair's live stream rooms fell silent. Opening the emperor. You should know that to become an emperor in Douyu, it costs 180,000 yuan for the first time. Even with a 120,000 yuan voucher refund, that's still 60,000 yuan in cash. Before everyone could be surprised, several messages started flooding the screen continuously. "Congratulations to Wachao for renewing the Super Emperor *1 in the live broadcast room of Fair is not a rabbit. This news has been continuously posted 4 times. This moment, the entire Douyu platform is boiling. Countless online friends, one after another, have flooded into Fair's live broadcast room. After all, although the renewal is not expensive, it still costs 120,000 yuan for 1 month. Afterwards, despite the 120,000 yuan cashback voucher. But, after all, this 120,000 yuan cannot be withdrawn. Not to mention, Lin Chen had also opened it before. In other words, in just a short minute, Lin Chen has already spent 660,000. At this moment, Douyu is boiling. As for Lulu's live broadcast room, Emperor 5 in a row? This is too much. What a joke. A newbie account directly becomes an emperor? What's the point of this? I give up. I was wrong. Before provoking the other party, don't you check their weekly ranking? Although this newbie account is a newbie account, it has also spent tens of thousands on the weekly ranking. Lulu there, at this moment, is also in chaos. To be honest, she originally thought that this wave was almost certain. Even if the other party had a tycoon backing, so what? The tycoon on the other side had only spent tens of thousands. And on her side? The top 5 on the weekly ranking have spent tens of thousands. The top 1 brother has spent over 100,000. This kind of difference in scale is not something a tycoon can counter. But who would have thought? The other party's tycoon opened the emperor 5 times in a row. A wave directly spent 660,000. Is this going to continue? Continue my foot. This wave, Lulu directly gave up. And on the other side, Lin Chen also casually spent all the vouchers given by Douyu. Then, he went to Lulu's live broadcast room and asked, continue? 2 simple words, yet full of dominance. In Lulu's live broadcast room, everyone also saw this message. Their faces were full of humiliation. The expression of the host Lulu was also somewhat bitter. As for Lulu's top 1 brother, he was also sending messages and chatting privately with Lulu. Lulu, let it go this time, save your strength for the next time. No way. This top 1 brother, despite being rich, but not rich enough to spend hundreds of thousands without blinking an eye. Besides, up to now, his noble level is only a king. He has only renewed once. And the other party? They opened the emperor 5 times at the drop of a hat. Is this a level playing field? Not at all. One can be opened with a bit of effort, while the other? That's something only a super rich person who doesn't care about money can afford to play. This can be said to be a downgrade attack. Lulu also knew this situation, and could only smile bitterly and say, this time, we admit defeat. With Lulu's side admitting defeat. In the live broadcast room, at this moment, the heat is even more intense. Invincible. 666. Wacho's operation this time, I would call it the strongest. Wow. Open the emperor 5 times in one go. This operation, no one can beat it. Came here out of curiosity. 5 times super hot, truly invincible. In the live broadcast room, many people at this moment are here out of curiosity. After all, opening the emperor 5 times at once. How can such an operation not be shocking? And the continuous rolling screen of the emperor, making the Douyu platform. At this moment, many online friends who are still online are all flooding in. And there's Qin Feier over there. She was in a daze for a moment. Did I win? Qin Feier's mood was particularly complex. Did I just win? Become the first? Become the champion? For a moment, Qin Feier's mood was extremely excited. In the past, being the first was something they didn't even dare to think about. But now, she did it. At the same time, Qin Feier also knows very well, I can take the first place. It all depends on Lin Chen. And, as long as I listen to Lin Chen, please Lin Chen, let alone winning first place in a PK. Even in the annual fan festival, winning the PK first place, perhaps, it's not a big deal. And this opportunity is right in front of me. Whether I can seize it, depends on tonight. Immediately, Qin Feier faced the camera and said, alright, today's live broadcast ends here. Remember to rest early, I will leave first. Rest early. Lin Chen also sent a barrage. And seeing the biggest sponsor, telling him to rest early. At this moment, everyone naturally had nothing to say. Then, the live broadcast screen on the phone suddenly stopped. Lin Chen also withdrew from the shark fight. The live broadcast ended. Looking at Qin Feier there, Lin Chen smiled and said, how does it feel to be first? Qin Feier nodded without hesitation and said, very good. To this, Lin Chen just lightly laughed and said, be obedient, if you satisfy me, I promise you will always be first. Lin Chen chuckled and said. With these words, Qin Feier's eyes were full of light. Then she nodded heavily and said, yes, I will be obedient. Watching this scene, Lin Chen's mouth curled up. He said, alright, go take a shower. Qin Feier blushed. Then she took a set of pajamas and walked into the bathroom. As for Lin Chen, he didn't pay much attention. At this moment, he opened the Billion Subsidy app. He began to check his rewards. As his finger tapped, the rewards were instantly claimed. Second stage reward, claimed successfully. Received, Reward 1, 10% equity of Shark Fight Network Technology Company. Reward 2, triple consumption amount cashback card. *1 equity will be credited within 12 hours. Triple consumption amount cashback card has been credited with the appearance of several consecutive prompts. Lin Chen's expression also showed some astonishment. This time, they actually gave 2 rewards directly? Under a moment of shock, Lin Chen's expression also appeared somewhat surprised. And one of the rewards is actually 10% equity of Shark Fight Network Technology Company? You know, Shark Fight Live is one of the top super companies in China. The platform valuation has even reached 23.88 billion miles gene. 10% equity is worth 2.38 billion miles gene. Converted to Xinhua coins, that's 16.1 billion. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. Even in his dreams, he couldn't have imagined that the reward for the second stage would be such a huge gift. I didn't expect that, spending 700,000. I would get back over 10 billion in equity rewards. The reward for the second stage is already so terrifying. What will the reward for the third stage be? For a moment, Lin Chen was somewhat curious. At the same time, he was also looking at another reward. Triple consumption amount cashback card. After use, you can get a 3 times cashback on the consumption amount, with a maximum amount of 1 million yuan. Looking at this cashback card, Lin Chen's expression seemed somewhat indifferent. If there wasn't the 10% equity reward from Shark Fight before, perhaps this card would have been considered good for Lin Chen. But with the gem in front, this cashback card seemed plain. After all, spending $1 million only gets a cashback of 3 million. At most, he would net 2 million. Just 2 million. Really good. Anyway, netting 2 million is still good. At this moment, Qin Feier had finished her shower. She came out of the bathroom wearing loose white pajamas. There were water droplets on her damp hair. Do you want something to drink? Qin Feier asked sweetly. Words are tense between them. Listening to this, Lin Chen just chuckled lightly. Then he said, just bring whatever you want. An hour later, on the sofa, Lin Chen sat there drinking the beer in front of him. Qin Feier was in the bathroom taking a shower at this time. At the same time, she looked around the small and dim room. She furrowed her brows. The room was just too small. It was inconvenient to move around. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Qin Feier also came out. She was covered in sweat. Looking at Lin Chen sitting there, Qin Feier blushed slightly. You worked hard just now, Lin Chen said with a playful smile. Humph. Qin Feier recalled everything that happened earlier and let out a soft hum. Then she wrapped herself in a towel, hurried to the bed, and lay down directly. Her face was red as she said, You tore my pajamas to pieces. Lin Chen just chuckled and said, Who needs pajamas to sleep? With that, Lin Chen lay down next to Qin Feier. Looking around the room, he said, But this house is really too small. Hearing this, Qin Feier was a bit flustered. Then, her eyes dimmed as she said, Actually, I rented this apartment because my company was nearby. After I quit, I didn't choose to move. I've been renting it ever since. Hearing Qin Feier's words, Lin Chen became curious. He asked, If that's the case, why did you quit your job to become a live streamer? Lin Chen was puzzled. After all, the competition in the live streaming industry is fierce. If you have a stable job, why would you choose to quit and become a live streamer? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Qin Feier's expression turned a bit bitter. After sighing, she shook her head and said, To be honest, I didn't quit to become a live streamer. I was actually fired. This statement piqued Lin Chen's interest. Fired? With Lin Chen's inquiry, Qin Feier let out a sigh. Then she recounted her experience of being fired. In short, Qin Feier discovered that the company's financial director was embezzling funds. When she was about to report it to the company's chairman, she stumbled upon some unspeakable secrets between the chairman and the financial director. As a result, she was fired. The company owed her salary and compensation, which they never paid. Moreover, she was blacklisted in the industry. Helpless, she had to make a living as a live streamer. But little did she know, the live streaming industry was tough to survive in as well. During the 2 months of unemployment, if she hadn't signed a contract with a platform that guaranteed her a minimum salary of 600 yuan, she might have starved to death long ago. Even so, Qin Feier had planned to leave the city and return to her hometown. Unexpectedly, she met Lin Chen. Your situation. Lin Chen looked somewhat helpless. Shaking his head, he didn't know what to say. How about this, move into one of the empty rooms in my building tomorrow. It's uncomfortable to live in such a small place. Immediately, Lin Chen suggested. He had rented out most of the units in Junhua Huading's rental house, but there were still a few left. Since the larger units were not easy to rent out, he decided to let Qin Feier stay in one of them. Whether it was for the convenience of exercising at night or for future harmonious coexistence, it seemed like a good idea. It is necessary to prepare several sets of houses. Only in this way can perfect time management be achieved. Qin Feier was surprised. She quickly looked at Lin Chen excitedly and said, Really? Of course. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Feier kissed Lin Chen on the face. Lin Chen just smiled lightly. Then, the two continued their conversation. That night, they sang a song together. The next morning at 12:30, Lin Chen and Qin Feier woke up. After all, Lin Chen's body had been strengthened by strong body-enhancing potions. His physical fitness had already reached the peak of an ordinary person. He could easily handle moving. Qin Feier was different. She had a completely ordinary body. Therefore, she was still exhausted. Seeing this, Lin Chen said to Qin Feier, How about we move again tomorrow? Hearing this, Qin Feier shook her head and said, It's okay, I can do it. Alright, you get up first. Saying this, Lin Chen called Lianjia Zhou Wankai to explain the situation. After that, they both got ready and left together. Get in the car. Lin Chen took out the keys to the Pagani and pressed a button. The car lights flashed. Then, the gullwing doors opened automatically. Seeing this silver-gray cool supercar, Qin Fei's eyes lit up. She then sat in the passenger seat. Looking at the leather interior and the ambient lights, she was excited. She ran her hand over the car body, feeling very satisfied. She then said, "Wow, bro, this sports car must be expensive, right?" Lin Chen started the car and casually replied, "It's okay, it's just over 39 million, almost 40 million. This simple sentence shocked Qin Fei. Over 39 million, almost 40 million. It sounded as if the car cost 39,000, not million. Qin Fei felt a bit restrained and didn't dare to move in the car. "Let's have lunch first, it's already 12:30. After lunch, I'll take you to buy some clothes, and then we can move." Hearing this, Qin Fei nodded and said, "Okay." Then she suggested, "Bro, how about I do a live broadcast?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and agreed, "Sure, you can start the live broadcast later." Lin Chen had checked last night. To get the stage 3 reward, he needed 8 million reputation points. He currently had 5 million. Earning another 3 million was not a big deal for him. Okay. The supercar raced all the way. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot of iapm. After parking, Qin Fei started her live broadcast. Her fans had exceeded 500,000 after last night's broadcast. As she started the live broadcast, thousands of fans flooded into the room. Qin Fei smiled, held the stabilizer, and said, "Hello everyone, today I'm here to show you the world in my live broadcast." With these words, many viewers in the live broadcast room started chatting and joking around. The smile on his face remained as he said, "Come, let me show you Big Brother Wajiao's sports car." After speaking, Qin Fei turned the camera towards the sports car. As the sports car came into view, the live broadcast room erupted once again. Inside the car, Lin Chen was unaware of what was happening in the live broadcast room. At that moment, he was on the phone. "Hello. Good day, may I speak to Mr. Lin Chen?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice sounded very cautious. "Yes, this is Lin Chen. Who is this?" Lin Chen was puzzled by this unfamiliar call. "Mr. Lin, I am Chen Jie, the CEO of Do Shark Live." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Jie became even more nervous. Just a moment ago, he had received a message that someone had acquired 10% of their Do Shark's total shares from the market and had become the largest shareholder of Do Shark Live. As the CEO and founder of Do Shark, he held 14.8% of the shares. Now, out of nowhere, Lin Chen had acquired 10% of their Do Shark shares, becoming the second largest individual shareholder with the power to raise questions, investigate, sue, liquidate, or dissolve the company. How could he not be confused and cautious? Following this, an emergency shareholder meeting was convened. Ultimately, they decided to call Lin Chen to find out what he was planning to do. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood Chen Jie's intention in calling him. He smiled and said, "Ha, so it's Director Chen. I've heard of you. May I ask what this call is about today?" Despite guessing Chen Jie's purpose, Lin Chen pretended to be puzzled. "Mr. Lin, our company noticed that you acquired 10% of our company's shares in the stock market. Do you remember this? 10% of the shares." Lin Chen pretended to ponder, then said, "Oh, yes, I do remember that. Is there a problem?" Feigning contemplation, Lin Chen calmly asked, "Mr. Lin, you acquired 10% of the shares, are you planning to?" Before the sentence could be completed, Lin Chen laughed. Just as expected. He then casually said, "Oh, nothing much, just bought some shares for fun. Also, I have a woman live streaming on your platform. To prevent her from being bullied, I bought some shares as a precaution." Silence. A deathly silence. After this statement, everyone there was dumbfounded. They were at a loss for words for a while. Lin Chen remained calm and asked, "So, is there anything else?" "And no, nothing else," Chen Jie stammered. "Alright then, I'll hang up. Remember to transfer the dividends to my account when the time comes." After saying that, he hung up. In the meeting room of Do Shark Company, the shareholders sat there, listening to the beeping sound coming from Chen Jie's phone. Everyone was in a state of confusion. What did they just hear? Acquiring 10% of the shares just for fun? Worried that his woman might be bullied during the live stream? This is unbelievable. After all, that's 10% of Do Shark's shares. Shares worth 161 billion. And the reason for acquiring so many shares was this? For a moment, all the shareholders didn't know what to say. In the meeting room, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It wasn't until a while later that Chairman Chen Jie broke the silence. Everyone, I'm sure you all heard Mr. Lin's words just now. I wonder if any of you have any thoughts on Mr. Lin's words? Listening to Chen Jie's words, a small shareholder there couldn't help but speak up, saying, is he kidding with this reason? His reason is simply ridiculous. At this moment, a shareholder sitting in the front knocked on the table and said, I think what Mr. Lin said, although not all true, is still worth our attention when it comes to his woman. We have no specific information about Mr. Lin now, so we must find his woman as he mentioned. Then, we should support her. This will show our attitude towards Mr. Lin. Avoid making enemies with him. No matter what the other person's identity is, someone who can quietly acquire 10% of the shares is by no means an ordinary person, and is definitely not someone we can afford to offend. After this statement, the meeting room fell silent. Then, Chen Jie nodded and said, Old Zhang is right. We must immediately find out the other party's identity. Alright, meeting adjourned. On the other side, in the live broadcast room, it was causing a sensation. Oh my god, awesome. This supercar is so cool. This car is something, judging by the brand, is it a Pagani? This should be a Pagani Huayra, but I've seen a Pagani Huayra before. The young Master Zhao from Modu has one, but I've never seen this one from Brother Wachao? Indeed. I just searched, a Pagani Huayra should have a series of letters Huayra on the right grille at the back of the car, but this car doesn't have it? It can't be a fake, can it? This statement caused a moment of silence in the live broadcast room. Xin Feier, who was there, looked at the statement and was taken aback. She quickly said, can you stop making baseless claims? Brother Wachao's sports car costs 39 million. How could it be fake? With Xin Feier's statement, the online audience first fell silent, then erupted into more intense discussions. A Pagani Huayra for 39 million? No! Feier, you were definitely deceived. I just checked. The price of a Pagani Huayra is between 25 million and 29 million. A Pagani Huayra for 39 million? Feier, you were definitely deceived. After these comments, Xin Feier was stunned. She was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to do for a while. Is Lin Chen's Pagani Huayra fake? Xin Feier's mind was in chaos at this moment. And at this moment, in the parking lot, the sound of supercars rang out again. Among the arriving sports cars, the leader was a Pagani Huayra. With the appearance of this Pagani Huayra, Xin Feier turned the camera and captured the Pagani Huayra in the lens. As the car entered the frame, there was a wave of excitement in the live broadcast room. Another Pagani? The license plate of this Pagani belongs to the young Master Zhao from Modu. Young Master Zhao? Is it Zhao Village? I didn't expect the host to encounter Zhao Village here. Wait, today young Master Zhao is also driving a Pagani. This will be interesting, real or fake Pagani. For a moment, the live broadcast room was filled with excitement. And at this moment, the Pagani in Zhao Village is parked at the moment. Behind the vehicles in Zhao Village, there are two supercars following. At this moment, they all stopped one after another. Then, Zhao Village and Wu Yong got off the car. Beside the two of them, there was a young man wearing a large gold chain. After the three got off the car, they chatted and prepared to walk towards the nearby elevator. At this moment, Wu Yong suddenly noticed Lin Chen's Pagani Imola parked there. Immediately, Wu Yong became interested and said, Village Chief, look, there is another Pagani over there. Hearing this, Zhao Village also saw the Pagani parked there at this moment. When he saw the body of the Pagani, Zhao Village couldn't help but tremble. This car. In the next moment, Zhao Village quickly walked towards it. Watching this scene, Wu Yong was a bit confused. As for many viewers in the live broadcast room, they started to cheer. Wow! This is interesting. Ha! It seems that Master Zhao has noticed this high imitation car. Interesting. I guess this car will be exposed later. I didn't expect that Master Zhao, who can make tens of thousands in one night, would drive a high imitation fake. In an instant, there was a sigh in the live broadcast room. As for Xin Feier there, she was a bit nervous and didn't know what to say. She could only point the camera at Zhao Village. When Zhao Village arrived at the rear of Lin Chen's Pagani, his expression was extremely excited. He gently touched the wing and body of the Pagani, his breathing heavy. Then he looked around and noticed Xin Feier, and asked excitedly, Miss, can you introduce me to the owner of this car? As soon as he said this, Xin Feier was stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. This situation seems a bit off? Shouldn't Zhao Village be angry now? But why does he seem so excited, as if he has seen a rare treasure? Everyone was puzzled. After all, this was not in line with the expected script. At this moment, Wu Yong also approached and asked, Village Chief, what's wrong with you? Isn't this car similar to your Pagani Fengtian? Why are you so excited? Hearing Wu Yong's words, Zhao Village suddenly became excited. Then he loudly said, "Don't compare my trash car to this divine car. My trash function doesn't even deserve to shine this car's shoes." As soon as he said this, everyone was confused. Qin Fei and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. What's going on? Not even deserving to shine its shoes? Is he joking? Wu Yong was also confused and asked, "Village chief, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking?" Zhao Village shook his head and pointed to the Pagani Fengshan Imola parked there, saying, "This car. It's the Pagani Fengshan Imola, one of the top 5 supercars in the world. This car is the ultimate version of Fengshan. When it was released in the EU, the price was 5 million euros. And my Fengshan, which is just the standard version, compared to this Imola, it's like a little brother." After saying this, everyone present swallowed hard. The live broadcast room even had a rare moment of silence. This has stirred up a huge wave. Neil, who was the one claiming this car was a replica before? Why don't you come out and apologize now? I reflect, I apologize. Just now, I said it was a replica model. I just checked, the Pagani Huayra indeed has a new model called Imola. This model was only released in 2020. At this moment, the live broadcast room was also in an uproar, and those who previously claimed that Lin Chen's car was a replica, their faces were now flushed with embarrassment. And Qin Fei, who was there, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the Imola's body, she was a bit distracted. As for Wu Yong beside her, his eyes also lit up. He muttered to himself, "Wow, this car is actually the Imola? I didn't expect someone in China to get their hands on this car. I just wonder, whose car is this Imola?" After a few words, Zhao Ciyuan's heart was also filled with anticipation at this moment. And at that moment, the seagull gate there slowly rose. As the seagull gate rose, Zhao Ciyuan and Wu Yong now looked over. And under the gaze of these two, Lin Chen's figure also came down from the car. The moment Lin Chen appeared, the two of them here, they were stunned. Zhao Ciyuan's eyes widened. Looking at Lin Chen there in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Brother Mo? Ha?" Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Zhao Ciyuan and Wu Yong there. And as Zhao Ciyuan called out, the viewers in the live broadcast room were once again shocked. What's going on? Master Zhao actually called the big shot brother? This is a bit scary. I remember, Master Zhao is one of the top second-generation rich kids in the Magic City. If he calls the big shot brother, then his identity. At this moment, all the viewers were shocked. As for Qin Fei, she was also greatly surprised at this moment. Wu Yong, at this moment, also stepped forward. He said, "I didn't expect this car to be Brother Mo's. I was wondering who would own such a rare top luxury car in the world. I didn't expect it to be yours, Brother Mo." Wu Yong smiled on the side. Then he glanced at Qin Fei there and said, "Brother Mo, you change cars so quickly, you're diligent." Hearing this, Lin Chen just smiled. Then he looked at the two of them and asked, "How did you guys end up here?" Hearing this, Zhao Ciyuan hurriedly explained, "Oh, we came here to buy some things at the supermarket. Later, we're going to the racetrack in Magic City to do a few laps." Speaking of this, Zhao Ciyuan also glanced at the Pagani Huayra Imola parked there. There was a hint of envy and longing in his eyes. He said, "Brother Mo, do you want to join us for a few laps?" "Well, forget it. I have a lot to do today. You guys have fun, we'll go together next time." Lin Chen thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Ciyuan also looked at Qin Fei there. A look of understanding appeared on his face. Then he said, "Okay, then I won't bother you here, Brother Mo, have fun." After saying this, Zhao Ciyuan and Wu Yong, along with another second-generation rich kid, left the parking lot. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Qin Fei, who was already looking confused. He said, "Let's go inside." "Oh, okay." Smiling, Lin Chen held Qin Fei's hand and walked towards the mall. Upon entering the mall, various big brands appeared before Qin Fei's eyes. For a moment, Qin Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen casually said, "Let's first buy 2 sets of clothes later. Otherwise, you'll be stuck with what you're wearing now. I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the restaurant later." With these words, Qin Fei felt slightly embarrassed. Lin Chen then took out his phone, which suddenly rang. Glancing at the phone, he saw it was a call from Sun Fu. "I'll take this call, you go check out Hermes. If you find something you like, just take it, I'll pay later." After saying this to Qin Fei, Lin Chen walked to the side to answer the call. In the live stream room, many viewers started commenting, "Wow, that's so domineering. Just take what you like and pay later. Are they really going to Hermes? Or is it Love Donkey instead of Hermes?" This statement makes Hermes feel like a roadside stall selling clothes for $20 each. But hey, the Wazhao Big Shot seems to really have the right to say that. The live stream room, already buzzing with activity, was now filled with comments. Meanwhile, Qin Fei headed towards the Hermes store. At the entrance, a new employee stopped her, holding a stabilizer and wearing affordable clothing. The employee said seriously, "I'm sorry, madam, live streaming is not allowed in our Hermes store. Please put away your phone." At that moment, Qin Fei looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do. She glanced at the live stream on her phone. The live stream had already reached 2 million viewers. With such high viewership, if she closed the live stream and re-entered, she would look foolish. Oops. Live stream fail. Ha. The streamer got intercepted at the store. But to be honest, it's understandable. After all, Hermes is a top luxury brand store that doesn't allow live streaming. I wonder how the streamer will handle this now. The atmosphere in the live stream room was lively. Qin Fei hesitated in her heart and decided to wait for Lin Chen to finish his call. On the other side, Lin Chen answered Sun Fu's call. "Mr. Sun, what's up?" Lin Chen smiled. "Mr. Lin, here's the thing. We found the butler and maid you requested for our young lady. I've sent you their details via WeChat." Hearing this, Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "So that's it. Mr. Sun, thank you for your help. Please thank Nanji for me too." Sun Fu chuckled and replied, "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Helping Mr. Lin is our pleasure." "Well said. I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Lin. Okay, goodbye." After this conversation, Lin Chen hung up and opened his WeChat. Sun Fu had sent him 5 files. Lin Chen opened them and found the resume of a 30-year-old woman. He briefly glanced at the resume. The woman is named Huang Yuan and has always been in the housekeeping industry. In terms of education, she also has a bachelor's degree. In college, she studied management. This housekeeper is basically responsible for managing and assigning the maids below, and helping to deal with some interpersonal matters of Lin Chen. After reading it, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The other resumes include 3 maids and a gardener. After all, his villa is over 700 square meters and has front and back yards. This definitely requires a gardener. The 3 aunties are needed for daily tasks. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep up. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after looking at these resumes. Then, according to the contact information provided by Sun Fu, he contacted these people and asked them to come to work tomorrow to sign the contract. Then, he walked towards the Hermes store. When he arrived at the store door, Lin Chen looked puzzled at Qin Fei standing outside and said, "Why aren't you going in?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, Qin Fei, who was standing there, looked a bit embarrassed and said, I was stopped by someone. They don't allow phones for live streaming in the store." Hearing Qin Fei's words, Lin Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Qin Fei to be stopped outside the store for such a trivial matter. He shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, follow me, I'll take you in." After that, Lin Chen held Qin Fei's hand and walked towards the Hermes store. The store staff there frowned when they saw Lin Chen approaching and said, "Why are you here again? Didn't I say that our store?" Before he could finish his sentence, a tall and well-dressed female store manager passing by noticed Lin Chen and Qin Fei holding hands. She immediately changed her expression and quickly walked over, pulling the staff member behind her. With a smile on her face, she bowed and said, "Mr. Lin, are you bringing your friend to buy clothes?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, please dress her up beautifully." After this statement, the female store manager hurriedly said, "Haha, all right, Mr. Lin, rest assured. We will make sure to dress up your friend beautifully." After saying this, the female store manager looked at Qin Fei with a hint of envy in her eyes and respectfully said, "Madam, our intern was rude to you earlier, please forgive us." Then she turned to the confused staff member behind her and said, "Hurry up and apologize to this lady." Upon hearing this, the staff member quickly bowed and apologized to Qin Fei. "I'm really sorry. I was offensive earlier." Qin Fei was a bit stunned by this scene. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that both Qin Fei and Lin Chen were silent, the female store manager gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Lin, to show our apology, I will give you both an 80% discount on your purchases today in our store. In addition, I will personally give this lady a new handbag that just arrived at the store." Lin Chen was also surprised by this. He didn't expect the female store manager to make such a decision. As for Qin Fei, her mouth was slightly agape, shocked by the sudden change in attitude. This turnaround was simply 180 degrees, and all of this was because of Lin Chen's appearance. At this moment, Qin Fei's heart was stirred up by a wave of shock and awe. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was looking at Qin Fei and asked, "What do you think?" "Ha?" Qin Fei was taken aback. Then, she quickly nodded and said, okay. Hearing this, Lin Chen also looked at the female store manager and said, well, let's do it this way. Seeing Lin Chen agree, the female store manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then smiled at Qin Feier and said, so, madam, please come this way. After saying that, Lin Chen and Qin Feier entered the store. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers were all dumbfounded by what they witnessed. This, impressive. I'm speechless. I feel sick. The previous streamer wanted to enter but was stopped. As soon as the Wachao boss arrived, they immediately put on a smile and made way. And even gave a discount and a new bag. Unbelievable. Is this the power of the wealthy? Is this what it means to do whatever you want with money? At that moment, the viewers were completely amazed. Lin Chen smiled at Qin Feier and said, if you see something you like, just take it, I'll help you with the live broadcast. With that, Lin Chen took over the camera and started browsing the store. Even as he browsed, there was still a salesperson following him, explaining the clothing designs in the store. Many female viewers were somewhat tempted by the explanations. However, after seeing the prices, they all quickly typed goodbye in the chat. On the other side, at the entrance, the female store manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. The store employees there were puzzled and curious. Looking at the female store manager, one of them asked, manager, according to the rules, aren't we not allowed to have people come in and live stream inside the store? Hearing this, the female store manager's expression became complicated. She shook her head and said, you're right, according to the rules, it's indeed not allowed. But rules are made by people, so there's always room for flexibility. Do you know who that Mr. Lin is? The employee shook his head and said, I don't know. Our store is located in this entire iapm building, which belongs to Mr. Lin. With just a simple sentence, the employee was left dumbfounded. The entire iapm building belongs to the young-looking Mr. Lin? Clearly. He seems so young, and about the same age as him. But, he's actually the owner of this multi-billion-dollar iapm building? The employee's emotions were mixed, and at the same time, he felt a sense of fear. If he hadn't been stopped by the store manager earlier, wouldn't he have offended such a big shot? Even if the other party didn't take it to heart, he might have ruined his chances of continuing to stay in the city. On the other side, Lin Chen had returned to Qin Feier's side. At that moment, Qin Feier walked out of the fitting room. She was wearing a light beige dress. With her tall figure, wearing this dress highlighted Qin Feier's elegance. Not bad. A hint of amazement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. No wonder people say that a beautiful person looks good in anything. Now it seems to be true. Moreover, Qin Feier also has a great figure. Looking at her now, Qin Feier is truly a walking mannequin. Inside the live broadcast room, many people were now gasping in amazement. This outfit is perfect for Feier, isn't it? It's so beautiful. At that moment, countless barrage comments flooded the screen. The female store manager on the side also spoke up. This dress is really perfect for this young lady. This dress is the new season's flagship design from Hermes. Currently, it is priced at 23,000 yuan. After this statement, the barrage comments on the phone instantly quieted down. After a moment, a series of barrage comments suddenly appeared on the screen. What? A dress for 23,000 yuan? The price is a bit terrifying. 23,000 for a dress, that's 5 months worth of my salary. Unbelievable. Feier Qin, who was there, was now dumbfounded. After hesitating for a moment, she said, maybe we should forget about it. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled, snapped his fingers, and looked at the store manager, saying, wrap it up. The store manager quickly nodded and said, yes, Mr. Lin. Feier Qin, on the other hand, seemed a bit nervous and said, but, Lin Chen smiled and said, it's just 20,000 yuan, it's not worth much. With a simple sentence, everyone in the live broadcast room was left speechless. Just 20,000 yuan for a dress? Is that even reasonable? Alright, let's look at some other items. Soon after, the two continued browsing in the store, picking out a few more clothes and accessories for Feier Qin. In the end, they bought 3 pieces of clothing, 2 pairs of high heels, 3 scarves, and some jewelry, totaling 183,000 yuan. Lin Chen, upon hearing the total amount, didn't even bother to look at the detailed list and simply took out his phone to use the triple consumption cashback card. After completing the transaction, Feier Qin looked at the receipt. The viewers in the live broadcast room also saw the detailed list. Wow! Those high heels cost 38,000? The skirt at the back is 19,000? What? A scarf costs 5,000? Wait, the bracelet bought later is also expensive. One bracelet costs 33,000. This is spending money. For a moment, all the viewers were shocked. Some even took screenshots of the receipt and shared it. As the screenshots were shared, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared, surpassing 4 million viewers in no time. Fei Qin was stunned. She stood there in a daze, her expression bewildered. She had once dreamed of earning money to buy clothes and jewelry in such stores. However, even in her dreams, she only imagined buying items worth tens of thousands of yuan. The idea of splurging over 100,000 on luxury goods in one go was beyond her wildest dreams. But now, it was happening for real. What's wrong? Lin Chen looked at Fei Qin with a puzzled expression. Is it too much shopping? Fei Qin asked nervously. Too much? It's fine. If I don't dress you up nicely, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter a restaurant later. After saying this, Fei Qin looked embarrassed. Many viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha, afraid she won't be able to enter a restaurant later. That's so true. Ha ha. As for Lin Chen, he looked at the items in front of him and pondered for a moment. My triple cashback card is still active. I have spent 180,000 so far and still have a cashback limit of 820,000. Is this card valid 24 hours? Lin Chen wondered as he looked at the countdown on his phone. He started to think about how to spend the remaining 820,000. Forget it, let's have lunch first and think about it later. Lin Chen shook his head, put away his phone, and then said to Qin Fei, let's go have lunch. Okay, she replied. After returning the shopping bags to the car, they walked to the outside of the mall. Following Lin Chen, they arrived at the back of the iapm building, where there was a restaurant called Latelier. Lin Chen calmly said, this restaurant is a 2-star Michelin restaurant that specializes in creative French cuisine. Hearing this, many people in the live stream became interested. After entering the restaurant with Qin Fei, they were greeted by the striking red decor. Welcome to Latelier, do you have a reservation? The server asked. No, Lin Chen replied, and they were shown to their seats. As they opened the menu, Qin Fei was shocked by the prices listed. The menu prices surprised everyone in the live stream. Lin Chen ordered a few items, and the total bill for just a few dishes reached 12,000, excluding a 10% service charge. This meal cost a total of 13,200 yuan, without any alcohol. If they had ordered wine, the price would have been even higher. This shocked many viewers in the live stream. The food arrived, and Qin Fei stopped the live stream temporarily. After the broadcast ended, she sighed in relief and said, taking a break, holding the camera all morning really exhausted me. Lin Chen smiled and checked his reputation check-in data on his phone app. Lin Chen's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. It had only been less than an hour since the broadcast started. His reputation value had actually increased by over 1 million. He was now only less than 2 million away from the 8 million needed for the third stage reward. It seems that I should be able to obtain the third stage reward by this afternoon, he murmured to himself. Xiao Qingxian here also had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Fei over there was already preparing to eat. Her mood seemed quite good. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's lips curved slightly upwards. However, their good mood was soon shattered. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind. Oh, isn't this Manager Qin? It's such a small world in the Magic City. Lin Chen frowned and saw a tall woman in a white dress carrying an LV bag standing behind, accompanied by a slightly balding man in his 50s. Qin Fei's expression darkened upon seeing the newcomer. Jiang Wen. This Jiang Wen was the former financial director of her previous company. Not only did she embezzle company funds, but she also had unclear ties with the company's board of directors. After being fired from the company, she even blacklisted Qin Fei in the industry. Thinking of this, Qin Fei became even more furious. Beside Jiang Wen was the chairman of the former company, Zhang Hai, in his 50s. Zhang Hai was the chairman of the Muyuan Group. Jiang Wen glanced at Lin Chen and then sneered, haha. It seems Manager Qin has found herself a rich man, even wearing the latest Hermes outfit. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei sneered and retorted, unlike some people, I don't go after older men and embezzle company funds after getting involved with them. This remark immediately angered Jiang Wen. She glared at Qin Fei. Zhang Hai, standing beside them, coldly said, Miss Qin, I advise you to be careful with your words. Every word you say needs to be backed up with evidence. Muyuan Group is a large corporation. If you speak without evidence, you will be held accountable. In all honesty, Zhang Hai was feeling a bit anxious at the moment. He discreetly withdrew his hand from Jiang Wen's, as their relationship was not meant to be public. If their relationship was exposed, the consequences at home would be dire. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. But he continued to threaten, Miss Qin, if you dare to speak without evidence again, we will have to involve our legal department at Muyuan Group. Qin Fei gritted her teeth in response to his words. Lin Chen stood up at this point and walked over to Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, right? I think we need to have a chat on the side. Jiang Hai was taken aback by this and was about to say something when Lin Chen grabbed his hand and exerted a strong force, dragging him away. The sudden force on his wrist made him grimace in pain. Qin Fei and Jiang Wen didn't pay much attention to these subtle details. In their eyes, Jiang Hai and Lin Chen had left together. Jiang Wen chuckled and remarked, "Haha, it seems the person you've attached yourself to isn't that great after all. You're still obedient in front of Chairman Jiang, aren't you?" Qin Fei did not speak. She just furrowed her brows slightly. She always felt that something was strange about this, but for a moment, she couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly was strange. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already dragged Jiang Hai into the bathroom, throwing him around casually. Jiang Hai was suddenly slammed against the wall. Lin Chen then turned around and closed the bathroom door, locking it with ease. Jiang Hai, who was left in the bathroom, was initially panicked but soon regained his composure. He threatened, "Kid, I warn you, this is a society governed by law. If you dare to mess around, you won't be able to escape. And do you know who I am? I am Jiang from the Mu Yuan group." Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Chen punched him in the stomach. Jiang Hai winced in pain, trying to scream, but Lin Chen covered his mouth, preventing him from making any sound. "Too much nonsense." Lin Chen let go, tossing him into a corner. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened an app, and took out a spray. "Let's give it a try." He raised an eyebrow, shook the can, and sprayed directly at Jiang Hai. After spraying, the can disappeared instantly. Jiang Hai's eyes gradually lost focus, sitting there looking at Lin Chen as if he were a puppet. Lin Chen then opened the camera on his phone and started recording a video. After 5 minutes, Lin Chen looked at Jiang Hai with a strange expression. He couldn't help but admit that Jiang Hai was indeed a talented person. Not only did he have Jiang Mo as a lover, but he also had 3 others outside. And the most crucial point was that Jiang Mo was pregnant. It had been 2 months already. Jiang Hai was 55 years old this year and had been childless due to his wife's infertility. Upon learning about Jiang Mo's pregnancy, he had been accommodating to her in order to have her help him bear a child. Even though he knew that Jiang Mo had secretly misappropriated company funds, he turned a blind eye to it. He also knew that he couldn't let his wife know about this matter. After all, the success of his company was largely due to the support of his wife's family. If his wife found out about this, Jiang Hai could guarantee that not only would his company be ruined, but he himself would be in big trouble. "Hee, Boss Jiang, you are truly remarkable. The red flag at home never falls, while the colorful flags outside flutter. I have to applaud your skills." Hearing this, the effect of the spray gradually faded. Jiang Hai, who was there, also came to his senses. What had he just said? Suddenly, Jiang Hai's pupils dilated, his face filled with despair. Cold sweat flowed down his back like a tide. Then, with a bitter face, Jiang Hai looked at Lin Chen and said, "Are you human or demon?" Lin Chen didn't answer. He just clicked his tongue, played with his phone, and said, "Boss Jiang, I don't think you want this video in your wife's hands, do you?" With that statement, Jiang Hai stared at Lin Chen and said in a deep voice, "What do you want? Money, or something else? This video must not fall into his wife's hands no matter what." Lin Chen just smiled, shook his head, and said, "Money? Do I look like I need money?" Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, with a hint of playful smile. With that, Jiang Hai's face turned even uglier. "My request is simple. From now on, I don't want to see Jiang Mo in the Magic City anymore. Is it that simple?" "It's that simple," Lin Chen said. After saying this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he casually grabbed the faucet and twisted it hard. Click! The faucet was twisted off directly, water gushing out. Lin Chen then threw the faucet, which was already in the shape of a ball in his hand, on the ground and said, "Here's some advice for you. Don't have any crooked ideas, or you'll bear the consequences." With that, Lin Chen closed the valve and left. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai, who was there, had wet pants by now. Looking at the faucet that had been twisted into a ball in front of him, his body couldn't stop trembling. Then, looking at Lin Chen's back, his eyes were full of fear. In the restaurant, Jiang Mo sat to the side, looking proudly at Qin Fei. He kept making sarcastic remarks, with a smug look on his face. Qin Fei remained silent and restrained, ignoring Jiang Mo's words. At that moment, Lin Chen returned to the table. Seeing Jiang Mo sitting in his seat, he furrowed his brows involuntarily and said, "Move aside." Hearing this, Jiang Mo was dismissive, glanced at Lin Chen, and said, "Oh, you're back? What are you trying to show off here? Let me tell you too, if you can make me happy today, when our chairman Jiang comes back later, maybe I can let him go easy on you. Otherwise, later on, you won't have it easy." Jiang Mo looked proud. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she took 3 steps and walked to Jiang Hai's side, saying, "Chairman Jiang, why are you back? And you're all wet." She didn't notice that Jiang Hai, at this moment, had his head down, his eyes filled with deep fear. She just kept talking there. "Chairman Jiang, rest assured. I've already dealt with this little bitch here. Before she could continue, a crisp sound rang out. Jiang Hai suddenly slapped her. This scene shocked Qin Feier, who was there. She was completely stunned. Jiang Mo's face was swollen high at this moment. Some of her teeth were knocked out. She looked dumbfounded and dared not speak. "Shut up!" Jiang Hai roared. He was already cursing in his heart. It was all because of this woman, always showing off outside. Now, she had offended the wrong person and was completely unaware of it. She almost ruined herself. And now, even if she didn't ruin herself, such a big handle in someone else's hands, she was completely at the mercy of others. At this moment, Jiang Hai was filled with intense resentment. But when he thought that the other party was pregnant, he had no choice. And now, Jiang Hai quickly came to Lin Chen and Qin Feier, saying, "Miss Qin, I was wrong before. I apologize to you here and hope you can forgive me. As for the compensation I owe you, I will transfer it to you as soon as possible." After these words, Qin Feier was also stunned. What's going on? How did Jiang Hai suddenly show such a change in attitude? And he even apologized to her in front of her? Jiang Hai knew. During her time at Muyuan Group, she had always been begged by others. When had she ever seen him being so humble to others? And Jiang Hai's sudden change in character. It seems it happened after leaving with Lin Chen. So, what exactly happened during the time they were apart? Qin Feier was a bit puzzled. Then, she looked towards Lin Chen, who was casually cutting steak at that moment. It seemed like he had nothing to do with all this, appearing carefree. And hearing the voice from here, the manager who was rushing over. Seeing this scene, the manager was dumbfounded. He knew Jiang Hai. He knew the other party's identity, the top boss of the most prestigious group in the Magic City. A figure that could shake the business world of the Magic City with just a stomp of his foot. And now, such a figure was actually being so humble to these two young people? For a moment, the manager was completely confused. He even started to doubt life. At this moment, the manager stood aside in silence. However, his gaze towards Lin Chen was flickering. It was unclear what he was thinking at that moment. Then, he called a nearby waiter. After a few instructions, the waiter hurriedly left. In front of the dining table, Jiang Hai glared fiercely at Jiang Mo, who was standing aside. Then, he shouted angrily, "You fool! Hurry up and come over to apologize to Miss Qin." Jiang Mo, at this moment, was completely stunned. After being scolded like that, his body trembled for a moment. Then, he walked up to Qin Feier, biting his lower lip, and said, "Miss Qin, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Qin Feier just shook her head and said, "I have only one request now. I don't want to see you in my life anymore." After this statement, Jiang Hai immediately vowed, "Miss Qin, you can rest assured. I will arrange for her to leave tonight." When this statement was made, Jiang Mo's face turned pale. He quickly slumped to the ground, looking lost and confused. The meaning of this statement was already clear. His future life might never return to its former glory. He was finished. Then, she grabbed Jiang Hai's trouser leg and hurriedly said, "No, Jiang Hai, you can't do this. I have." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hai's face changed. "Shut up, you despicable woman." Jiang Hai at this moment wished he could strangle Jiang Mo. He must have been blind to have chosen such a useless person. Did she not have any sense of urgency about the current situation? Was she planning to threaten him with the child in her belly? Thinking of this, he forcefully pulled his leg away. At the same time, he shouted at Jiang Mo to shut up and then carefully looked at Lin Chen, asking nervously, "Mr. Lin, is my handling of this situation acceptable?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "Yes, Director Jiang is a capable person." Even he did not expect Jiang Hai to go this far. He had only wanted Jiang Mo to leave the Magic City. But he never expected Jiang Hai to plan to send her directly to the European Union. Seeing this, Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly left the place. Before leaving, he said something to the manager who was there, which surprised the manager even more. As for Lin Chen, his eyes became more serious. With Jiang Hai's departure, the restaurant fell into silence once again. Lin Chen noticed that the atmosphere around him was a bit off. At this point, although there were not many people in the restaurant, there were still a few customers. Combined with the commotion that had just occurred, it attracts the attention of many people. At this moment, the look in their eyes towards Lin Chen is filled with curiosity. They are all curious about Lin Chen's identity at this moment. After all, the chairman of the Muyuan Group carries some weight in the Magic City. And this ordinary young man in front of them, actually made the other party bow and apologize to himself. How could this not make the people here curious about the other party's identity? As for Qin Fei sitting across from Lin Chen, she is staring at Lin Chen with fascination. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, what exactly happened between you and Jiang Hai? Hearing this, Lin Chen just smiled and said, it's nothing, just had a friendly exchange with him in the restroom. He decided to repent and apologize to us. Qin Fei naturally wouldn't believe Lin Chen's words. After all, a few words led the other party to repent and decide to apologize? This is hard to believe even for a 3-year-old. Something must have happened between the two in the restroom, and Lin Chen must have caught something to make the other party wary. Let's not talk about it. Qin Fei pursed her lips. Then she continued eating her steak. In less than a minute, Qin Fei's phone suddenly rang. Puzzled, she picked up the phone. When she saw the message on it, Qin Fei's mouth widened in disbelief. Her expression seemed somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Jiang Hai transferred 3 million to me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this. In the next moment, he understood. Jiang Hai was truly afraid of him now. This 3 million was just to please him. So he just smiled and said, it seems that Jiang Hai is quite fast. Qin Fei was unaware of this. She hesitated and said, but I was just fired by the company. Isn't 3 million too much for a transfer? It's just 3 million, not a big amount. Since Jiang Hai transferred it to you, just accept it. If you don't, Jiang Hai will continue to harass you. Lin Chen said calmly. After all, he was well aware. Although this money seemed to be transferred to Qin Fei by Jiang Hai, the real target was himself. If Qin Fei didn't accept it, Jiang Hai would worry that she was not allowed to accept it by him. Then it would never end. After all, it was normal. Holding such a big handle on Jiang Hai, he naturally panicked. Qin Fei hesitated about this. But in the end, she nodded and said, okay then. At this moment, the restaurant manager approached again. Behind him was a young waiter. The waiter held a silver tray covered with red cloth. Mr. Lin, sorry to disturb your meal. The restaurant manager slightly bowed to Lin Chen. His tone was respectful. Lin Chen put down his knife and fork. Then, with great curiosity, he looked at the restaurant manager. The restaurant manager clapped his hands, and the young waiter there handed over the tray. Uncovering the red cloth, what was revealed on the tray was a wooden wine box and a black card. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was also stunned. Then he asked, what is this? Hearing Lin Chen's question, the restaurant manager smiled and said, Mr. Lin, this card is our restaurant's black card. With this card, you can enjoy a permanent 50% discount and the highest level of service without reservation at any latelier worldwide. The restaurant manager picked up the black card and respectfully handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Immediately, he took the card. Thank you, he said, as many other customers nearby gasped in surprise. The black card handed out by the store manager left everyone in shock. The black card of latelier. This is the highest level membership card of latelier restaurant, globally. The number of customers who own this card is said to be no more than 100. And now, this seemingly ordinary young man actually received one. How could they not be shocked by this? As for the waiter on the side, he picked up the wooden wine box. Immediately, he slid open the box cover. The store manager then took out the bottle lying inside. It was a pure black bottle. There were no labels or other decorations on it. It was simple and very plain. At the moment the bottle was taken out, many people here were attracted to this black bottle. Some of them, upon seeing the bottle, showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. What kind of wine is this? A black bottle, I don't recognize it. Several customers at nearby tables looked at the black bottle with confusion. At that moment, the store manager spoke up. Mr. Lin, this bottle of wine was sent to you by Mr. Jiang. Please allow me to introduce this bottle of wine to you. With that, the store manager placed the bottle of wine on the table. Then, he slowly said, this wine is called Silent Ship 1907. Currently there are only less than 2,000 bottles of Blanc de Blanc champagne in the market. The last auction price reached 1.88 million. But that auction was a long time ago. Based on the current market value, the price of this bottle of wine should be over 2 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present gasped in shock. Qin Fei looked at the unremarkable black champagne bottle, her face also filled with astonishment. A bottle of wine, valued at 2 million. Suddenly, Qin Fei felt that her 3 million in the bank account was actually not much. Nearby, others were looking at Lin Chen with some surprise. Their expressions became more serious. Who is this young man? Not only could he make Jiang Hai, the chairman of such a top conglomerate, bow down to him, but he also sent a bottle of the cherished black champagne, Silent Ship 1907? For a moment, many people looked at Lin Chen, deep in thought. Is that so? Lin Chen chuckled. Jiang Hai seems quite generous, huh? At that moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. At the same time, he remembered the slap Jiang Hai gave to the ginger. He hadn't considered that the other party was pregnant. With a playful smile on his lips, he played with the black card in his hand. Finally, he said, "All right, pack it up and put it here for me." "Yes, Mr. Lin." After that, the wine was packed up again and placed on the table, and the store manager left. Lin Chen and Qin Fei had almost finished eating and were preparing to leave. This caught the attention of the customers at other tables. Many customers immediately came over to exchange business cards. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless about this scene, but he had no choice but to accept it. After all, many people here had quite extraordinary identities. He agreed with a few words. Then, holding the wine, he returned to the car. After arranging things, Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, stuck out her tongue, and said, "I didn't expect this bottle of wine to cost over 2 million. Lin Chen chuckled lightly at this. Then he shook his head and said, "No matter how expensive this wine is, it's still just a bottle of wine after all. This wine, its greater value should be the story behind this wine." "Story?" Qin Fei here, with a hint of curiosity in her expression. "Well, this champagne was produced in 1907, intended to be shipped to Tsarist Russia, but it was sunk by German warships in the Baltic Sea. It slept on the seabed for 90 years until it was salvaged in 1997 and then entered into auction. So, to be honest, this champagne is just a bottle of champagne with a relatively long history." Lin Chen shrugged. He didn't care at all. Qin Fei, on the other hand, was amazed. Then she looked at the bottle and said, "Wow, I didn't expect this wine to have such a story. It seems that it's not easy for us to taste this wine now." Lin Chen just smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. "Oh, by the way, will you accompany me to buy 2 watches? Listening to Lin Chen's words, Qin Fei was suddenly stunned. "Buy watches?" Then she said somewhat sourly, "What, buying them for other girls?" Lin Chen didn't hide it too much and casually said, "Yes, for my little sister. She has a drama performance coming up. This watch will be her gift." Lin Chen's purchase of this watch was also carefully considered. He still had 820,000 yuan left in his cashback limit. If he wanted to spend it all in one afternoon, the quickest way would undoubtedly be to buy watches. And it just so happened that he could buy one for Xie Yuma as a gift for her drama performance. As for the other one, he would give it to Qin Fei. After all, it's good to share the benefits, right? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Fei felt complicated. However, she was prepared for this situation a long time ago. After all, she knew early on that Lin Chen would definitely not have only her as a woman. "Well, okay, can I livestream later?" Hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He was less than 2 million reputation points away from the 3rd stage reward. Then he nodded and said, "No problem. Go ahead and livestream." After that, Lin Chen set up the navigation and fastened their seatbelts. Then he stepped on the gas pedal. The car immediately shot out and headed straight for the Patek Philippe store. The two chatted along the way. Before long, they arrived at the Patek Philippe source mansion. Patek Philippe is a leader in the watch industry. It is even considered the top in the world's top 10 watch brands. "We're here." The car entered the Patek Philippe source mansion. Originally, parking was not allowed at the Patek Philippe source mansion. But upon seeing Lin Chen's car, a Pagani Huayra Imola, the no parking rule became meaningless. There was no way. Anyone who could afford to drive such a luxury car was undoubtedly a distinguished guest. For distinguished guests, they naturally couldn't be treated the same as ordinary customers. In the car, Lin Chen tidied up and said, "Let's start the livestream." Qin Fei nodded. Then she opened her phone and started the livestream. With the start of the livestream, a group of eager viewers flooded into the livestream room. Even the official Douyu platform found Qin Fei's livestream room at this time. They confirmed that this was the livestream room of Lin Chen's woman. Immediately, various recommendations and resource arrangements were made. With this increase in exposure, Qin Fei's livestream room's popularity skyrocketed. Watching this scene, Qin Fei was also somewhat surprised and excited. She said, "I've recommended it on the main screen pop-up." "Oh?" Hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. But then he understood and smiled, saying, "You're pretty quick with that." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Fei was stunned and looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. "All right, get out of the car," Lin Chen said, then got out of the car. Qin Fei also suppressed the doubts in her heart. Then, she opened the car door and said to the live broadcast, "Hello, everyone, the host is now at the Patek Philippe source mansion in Magic City. Next, we will be live broadcasting the purchase of Patek Philippe watches." With that, Qin Fei got out of the sports car. Suddenly, the standalone building of the Patek Philippe Source Mansion entered the live broadcast room. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became lively. What? Live broadcasting the purchase of Patek Philippe watches? Wow! Patek Philippe? That watch costs at least 100,000, right? Unbelievable! Wow! Is this the Patek Philippe Source Mansion? Standalone building? Amazing! At that moment, two neatly dressed salesmen approached the car where Lin Chen and Qin Fei had just gotten out. They welcomed them. Sir, madam, welcome to the Patek Philippe Source Mansion. I would like to choose a few watches, Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, many people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Wait, what did I just hear? Buying a few? Wow! When the big shot says a few, it's probably starting at tens of thousands, right? I can't afford a Patek Philippe watch even if I don't eat or drink for a whole year. But now, the big shot is planning to buy a few? Is this what being a big shot is about? Unbelievable! The female salesperson there listened to these comments with an even bigger smile on her face. As for Qin Fei in the live broadcast, she didn't care at all. After all, with Lin Chen's words and the $1 million supercar, it was clear that today's spending would not be less than 1 million. Driving away a customer with such purchasing power just because of a live broadcast would be foolish. She smiled and said, "Sure, sir. Would you like to see the men's watches or the women's watches?" "Let's start with the men's watches," Lin Chen said, preparing to buy himself a watch. Although he already had a Audemars Piguet watch, as a man, how could he have only one watch? His Audemars Piguet watch leaned towards a younger style and was suitable for daily wear, but not for more formal occasions. Therefore, Lin Chen decided to get himself a Patek Philippe watch as well. "Alright, sir, please follow me." The salesperson led him into the Patek Philippe store. There were other customers in the store at the time. However, when Lin Chen entered, he was surprised to see a middle-aged man picking out a watch. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the man was also surprised and said, "Mr. Lin, steward's son?" Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect to run into Sun Fu here. "Ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin here," Sun Fu said, looking behind him and saying, "Manager Qian, this is the Mr. Lin I mentioned to you." Hearing this, Manager Qian's eyes lit up. He was the store manager of Patek Philippe. Originally, he was here to receive Sun Fu. But when Sun Fu mentioned Lin Chen and the fact that he had bought the East Suburb No. 1, worth 600 million, Chen Yongkang felt an urge to make friends with Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, after he had this thought, Lin Chen actually came to their Patek Philippe Source Mansion. Chen Yongkang hurried over to Lin Chen and warmly said, "Mr. Lin, hello. I am Chen Yongkang, the store manager of Patek Philippe Source Mansion." Watching this scene, the other salespeople there were amazed. At this moment, everyone was wide-eyed with excitement. How could their own store manager be so excited? You should know. Their store manager. Usually, he has entertained many important figures from the city. But, have they ever seen the manager so excited before? Just when they were curious, they saw Chen Yongkang there, smiling and saying, "Mr. Lin, are you buying a watch for yourself?" "Yes, get one for myself first." Hearing this, the store manager's face also instantly showed a smile and said, "Haha, what a coincidence. Mr. Lin, we just received a new watch yesterday. I guarantee you will love it once you see it." With that, he led Lin Chen to the center of the store. There was a separate display stand here, and it was equipped with high-strength bulletproof glass. "Mr. Lin, the watch we just received yesterday is the one in front of you. Patek Philippe Super Complicated Chronograph Series, 5270/1 or 001 watch." Hearing this, Lin Chen also looked at the watch displayed here. The 18K rose gold strap paired with a pure black dial. Low-key, yet luxurious. Under the spotlight on the display stand, the rose gold watch shone brightly. As for the live stream room, the audience also saw the true appearance of this watch. And after seeing it, the people here were amazed. At the same time, their faces also showed a sense of admiration. Is this a top watch? Awesome! It's indeed a Patek Philippe watch. It's like a piece of art. This watch is just unbelievably good. And at this moment, Chen Yongkang also respectfully said to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin, this 5270/1 or 001 watch is currently the top watch in our store, with its 18K rose gold strap, and the layout of the watch dial follows the classic layout of Patek Philippe's perpetual calendar chronograph, with the addition of a day/night display window and a leap year cycle display window. It can be said that this watch has great potential for appreciation." Lin Chen listened to this and just nodded calmly. Then he said, "Not bad." Chen Yongkang smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, if you like it, you can try it on." After that, Chen Yongkang took out a key. He carefully opened the bulletproof glass cover and took out the watch from the display stand. Watching Chen Yongkang's actions, a salesperson behind him frowned and whispered, "Manager, isn't this against the rules? Shouldn't this watch only be available for purchase by diamond VIPs? After all, this watch in their store is considered a treasure of the store. So unless it's a diamond VIP member, otherwise, they are not qualified to buy this watch. And the person in front of them is not even a Patek Philippe VIP. How could he be qualified to buy this watch?" Hearing this, another salesperson on the side shook his head and said, "Did you see the sports car outside just now?" "Yes, I saw it. What's the matter?" The male salesperson was still puzzled and asked. "It's not rare to see sports cars in the city, but just because the other party drives a sports car, should we sell a limited edition watch only available for diamond VIPs?" After this statement, another salesperson sneered and said, If it was an ordinary sports car, then it wouldn't be qualified. But the car he drives is the Pagani Huayra Imola, of which there are only 5 in the world. The price of this car is an astonishing 39 million. What?" With this statement, the male salesperson there looked horrified. Looking at Lin Chen there, his face changed slightly. And at the same time, the salesperson continued, "Furthermore, I want to remind you that I overheard something just now. It is said that Mr. Lin lives in the know. 1 villa at East Suburb 1. Suddenly, the male salesperson's expression changed. "The no. 1 villa at East Suburb 1? The one worth 6 billion? Yes, that villa." After these words were spoken, the male salesperson couldn't help but gasp. So, does it really matter if he is a diamond member? Besides, even if he is not a diamond member, what difference does it make? As long as he buys this watch, can't he still become a diamond member? Rules are always set for ordinary people. For the wealthy, rules are never important. After Lin Chen put on this watch, his business elite aura was undoubtedly highlighted. After looking at the watch on his wrist in the mirror, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, I'll take it." Lin Chen casually asked, "How much is the current price of this watch?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, the salesperson, Chen Yongkang, respectfully replied, "The current price of this watch is 1.65 million. Okay, I'll pay with a card." Lin Chen took out his bank card and made the payment without hesitation. Watching this scene, the several store employees were amazed. Without hesitation, he swiped his card. This completely subverted their worldview. As for Qin Feier, she was also dumbfounded. She knew Lin Chen was very wealthy, but this move was simply outrageous. Easily taking out 1.65 million to buy a watch. It was as if he was spending not 1.65 million, but just 165. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was ignited. Some lurking emperors and kings began sending barrage messages and giving rewards. Kneeling. Directly kneeling. The boss's move is truly admirable. Buying a top Patek Philippe watch for 1.65 million without any hesitation, this carefree demeanor puts me to shame. He's crazy. Compared to the Wuzhou boss, what is my wealth? With these wealthy individuals sending gifts, most people in the live broadcast room were feeling enlightened. With this wave of gift-giving, Qin Feier's live broadcast room's popularity soared to 6 million. Seeing this scene, Qin Feier couldn't hide her surprise. After all, this was the first time that the live broadcast room reached 6 million viewers without Lin Chen sending gifts. And the popularity was still rising. As for Lin Chen, he didn't pay much attention to all this. After signing the contract, he calmly said, "By the way, bring another lady's watch, for gifting." He needed to buy one for Xie Yuma as a gift to celebrate the drama performance. Hearing Lin Chen's request, Chen Yongkang smiled and recommended, "If it's a lady's watch for gifting, I recommend this one. It's our store's best-selling, the Complex Function Chronograph Series 4947G001 watch." Chen Yongkang led Lin Chen to the counter and took out a sky blue watch with an 18K white gold case adorned with circles of diamonds. The watch looked very elegant. Looking at the watch, Lin Chen nodded and said, "I'll take it, wrap it up for me." After that, Lin Chen looked at Qin Feier and said, "Why don't you pick one too?" Lin Chen smiled at Qin Feier. After all, things should be fair. And there, Qin Feier listened to Lin Chen's words. She was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "Is this really okay?" Hearing this, Qin Feier here immediately spoke up, "It's fine, go ahead and buy it, just pick the one you like." Lin Chen waved his hand and said casually. Hearing this, Qin Feier here started to think. She glanced at the watch on Lin Chen's wrist, then looked around at the display booths. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "How about this one?" Lin Chen followed Qin Feier's finger and saw a rose gold parrot shell sports watch. At a glance, it was easy to mistake this parrot shell watch for the one Lin Chen was wearing as a couple's watch. "Are you sure about this one?" Lin Chen asked as Qin Fei put on the parrot shell watch. She nodded and said, "Yes, I think this one looks good." "Alright, I'll pay for it." Lin Chen swiped his card again. Qin Yongkang, who was there, nodded and said, "Alright, Mr. Lin, the 4947 G001 watch is 370,000. As for this parrot shell watch, it's 250,000, making a total of 620,000. After these words were spoken, many people in the live broadcast room were amazed. Wow! 620,000? Wow! The Sleeping Dynasty big shot indeed. A 620,000 watch, that's quite a gift. Compared to the Sleeping Dynasty big shot, I suddenly feel that my 100,000 Rolex is nothing. At that moment, many people in the live broadcast room showed envy. In the live broadcast room, many viewers also noticed something. Hey! Wait a minute! Look at the host's watch and the Sleeping Dynasty big shot's watch. Wow! If you look from afar, these two watches look almost the same. What a clever trick. After buying the two watches, Lin Chen paid attention to the heat in the live broadcast room. By now, the heat had reached 8 million. Looking at this heat, Lin Chen murmured to himself, "With 8 million heat, my third task should be completed, right?" With this thought in mind, Lin Chen asked Qin Yongkang for the location of the restroom and then made his way there. He opened his phone and started checking. In the inventory, the triple cashback card was ready for settlement. After settling, 3 million quickly arrived. However, Lin Chen didn't care much about the 3 million. What he really cared about was the reward for the third stage. Then, his finger tapped on the screen. Third stage reward, successfully received. Rewards: 1. Cash reward of 50 million Xinhua coins. 2. Skill, Divine Level Cooking. 3. 10% stake in Tianhe Group. At the moment these three rewards appeared, Lin Chen gasped in shock. His face showed a hint of surprise. The first two rewards didn't surprise him much. The main surprise was the third reward, 10% stake in Tianhe Group. Tianhe Group was not a small company. Previously, Lin Chen had acquired Dou Shark Technology, which was already a big company. But in front of Tianhe Group, Dou Shark Technology was just a little brother. Tianhe Group was one of the few super large groups in China. It was involved in real estate, film and television, tourism, and finance industries, and was a leader in real estate and tourism. Although 10% may not seem like much, it was at least $1 billion stake. For Lin Chen, this is truly a huge fortune. At this moment, Lin Chen was really excited. This time, Lin Chen used millions of dollars. He made back hundreds of billions. Although the annual dividends may not reach billions, at least it is in the tens of billions. What a fat profit! A burst of amazement. Lin Chen was extremely excited. Then, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Chen, here, also had a smile on his face. He straightened his clothes and hair. Only then did Lin Chen leave the bathroom. After returning outside, he signaled to Qin Fei. Qin Fei ended the live broadcast. With nearly 9 million viewers, she chose to end the broadcast. This can almost be said to be the craziest thing Qin Fei has done. But, after all, it was Lin Chen's idea. She didn't hesitate at all and chose to obey. Following that, after exchanging pleasantries with Money Yongkang and Sun Fu, they left the Patek Philippe manor. Alright, next, I'll take you to move. After saying that, Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal and headed straight to the Junyuhuading. After arriving at the Lianjia store across the street, Manager Zhou of Lianjia hurriedly welcomed them. He said to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin, you're here." Manager Zhou had a smile on his face at this moment. Then, he reported to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin, the occupancy rate of your building with 120 units is currently at 90%. Currently, I have arranged 3 vacant units for you. They are Unit 1703 on the 17th floor, which is slightly smaller with 2 units on one floor. The other 2 units are the large flat units 3101 and 3002, both with an area of 240 square meters. As for 3101, it has a small storage room on the second floor." Listening to Manager Zhou's words, Qin Fei was puzzled. What does this mean? An entire building? 3 vacant units? At this moment, Qin Fei looked at Lin Chen, feeling a bit dumbfounded. She opened her mouth, feeling a bit dry in the throat. Finally, with some disbelief, she said to Lin Chen, You have a building here at Junyuhuading?" Lin Chen nodded calmly. He said, "Yes, any problem?" No. Qin Fei quickly shook her head. As for her inner thoughts, she began to calculate. How much does this building cost? At this moment, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Alright, give me the key to 3101. After settling Qin Fei, Lin Chen drove away. These past 2 days, he had been working almost every night and needed some rest. He returned to his villa at Dongjiao. 1. He took out the bottle of wine Jiang Hai had given him and placed it in the wine cellar. Then, he turned and entered the adjacent gym. Soon, a night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a phone call. The caller was the security guard at the entrance of the villa community. "Hello." After answering the phone, Lin Chen yawned lazily and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to wake you up at this hour. The reason for calling is that there is a lady named Huang Yuan at the entrance. She said she is your housekeeper and is starting work today, so I'm calling to confirm with you." Huang Yuan? Lin Chen was slightly stunned. But then he realized and nodded. "Yes, she is indeed my housekeeper. You can note that down in your property records. There will be some maids and gardeners coming later. You can confirm with Huang Yuan when they arrive." "Okay, Mr. Lin." After confirming, the property management allowed her to enter. When Huang Yuan arrived, Lin Chen met her. Huang Yuan had a very graceful figure and a young and beautiful face. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, Lin Chen was curious and asked, "Miss Huang, you are only 30 years old this year and a graduate of Renmin University. Why didn't you work in a large company in the administrative department after graduation? Instead, you chose to enter the housekeeping industry and have been in it for so many years?" After Lin Chen finished speaking, Huang Yuan was a little stunned. She then smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Mr. Lin, I did start in the administrative management industry. But later, due to some family reasons, I had to switch to the housekeeping industry. After all, the annual salary in this industry is much higher than in administrative management." Listening to this, Lin Chen nodded and continued, "All right, I understand. I see that your desired annual salary is 1 million, right?" "Yes." Lin Chen nodded calmly and said, "Okay, if there are no issues, I will trouble you with the follow-up." After this conversation, Huang Yuan got busy. As for Lin Chen, he returned to the study and checked the new products on the app. He saw a product in the store, skill, God-level driving subsidy price, 188. Looking at this product, Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated. A skill? At that moment, Lin Chen didn't know what to say. In the end, he sighed and thought, well, having something is better than nothing. He then purchased it. Purchase successful. Product being delivered, estimated delivery time, 40 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the delivery time and casually transferred 1 million yuan into a family expense card. He then browsed Bilibili and waited. After 40 minutes, the God-level driving skill was credited to his account almost instantly. Lin Chen felt like a lot of information had suddenly entered his mind. After digesting the information for 5 to 6 minutes, he sighed and felt an urge to test his driving skills. Just then, there was a knock on the study door. Huang Yuan's voice came, "Boss, breakfast is ready." Lin Chen replied, "Okay, I know." He went downstairs and saw several housekeepers and a gardener in the lobby. "Hello, boss." The housekeepers greeted Lin Chen. He nodded and said, "All right, let's sit together and have a meal." One of the housekeepers smiled and said, "No need, boss, we have already eaten." Lin Chen sat down and took out a bank card, saying, "By the way, Huang, there is 1 million yuan in this card for family activities. You can use it first, and if it's not enough later, let me know, and I will transfer more money to the card." Huang Yuan was surprised by the amount and hesitated for a moment. But then she realized that living in Villa No. 1 in the eastern suburbs, she had no reason to run away with the money. She nodded and said, "Okay." Immediately, Huang Yuan asked, "Boss, what do you think about buying a grocery car for the family?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Then he spoke up, "All right, let's do this. You can use 500,000 out of the 1 million to buy a grocery car." After saying this, there was silence. Huang Yuan was stunned. Use 500,000 to buy a grocery car? Isn't that a bit extravagant? She originally thought that a grocery car would cost around 200 to 300,000, which would be reasonable. But who would have thought? Their boss actually allocated 500,000 directly to buy a grocery car? After swallowing hard, Huang Yuan was also curious. How extravagant could their boss be? The group of maids beside them were also amazed. They had worked in many wealthy households before, but they had never seen someone as extravagant as Lin Chen. A 500,000 grocery car, this was truly terrifying. Soon, Lin Chen finished his breakfast. Then, after giving some instructions to Huang Yuan, he walked into the garage. He then got into the Pagani. The moment he sat in the driver's seat, his God-level driving skills were activated. His whole demeanor changed instantly. With the roar of the engine, Lin Chen instantly made a judgment about the engine sound. Then, the car quickly sped out. After mastering the God-level driving skills, Lin Chen clearly felt that he had reached the peak of control over the Pagani Huayra Imola. Coupled with his body being strengthened by potent potions, he was able to display his god-level driving skills to the extreme. Although he was currently just driving on a normal road, Lin Chen's speed was still extremely fast. 30 minutes later, Lin Chen was tired of playing. At this point, his car was in the business district. Across the street was a building called Mu Group. I'll go down and buy a drink. Lin Chen looked at a milk tea shop that was open there. He got out of the car and went in to buy milk tea. At this moment, on the top floor of the Mu Group, in the CEO's office, Mu Nanji sat there. Across from him, Jiang Hai was drinking tea, looking very casual. However, this casual demeanor made Mu Nanji grit his teeth. The two of them had been discussing cooperation since 8:30 in the morning, but the result was that after nearly 2 hours of discussion, they still hadn't reached an agreement, and Jiang Hai seemed completely indifferent. This attitude made Mu Nanji extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, he was also feeling anxious. There was no way around it. The East Sea project was worth over 3 billion. But in order to secure the East Sea project, they had to acquire the land currently held by the Muyuan Group. Thinking of this, Mu Nanji directly asked, "Director Jiang, what do you think about the land issue in the East Sea area of your company?" Hearing Mu Nanji's words, Jiang Hai smiled. Sitting there, he still looked calm and composed. He said casually, "As for this piece of land, we don't need to rush for now. It's almost noon now. In my opinion, let's have lunch and discuss it over a meal." With these words, Mu Nanji was almost exploding with anger. Have lunch? What a joke! Immediately, Mu Nanji slammed the table. Then, with a hint of anger in his heart, he said, "Director Jiang, you are going too far. Regarding this land, our two companies have been negotiating for nearly 3 months. During these 3 months, our Mu Group has done everything possible to show sincerity. However, your Muyuan Group has never shown enough sincerity." Looking at Mu Nanji's angry expression, Jiang Hai had a calm smile on his face. Then, in a calm tone, he spoke, "Manager Mu, what's the rush? Regarding this matter, we have already discussed it within the Muyuan Group's board of directors. As for the specific cooperation plan, our Muyuan Group has already drafted the corresponding contract." After saying this, Jiang Hai looked at his secretary behind him and said, "Come, bring me the contract." The secretary took out the contract and handed it to Jiang Hai. "Please review it, Manager Mu." Mu Nanji was a bit puzzled by the situation. However, she took the contract and began to look through it. As she read through the contract, Mu Nanji's anger gradually rose. Finally, she put the contract down heavily with some annoyance and said, "Director Jiang, your contract is a bit excessive. For the land in the East Sea, you are asking for 1.3 billion and demanding full payment upfront? Your asking price is a 30% premium compared to the current market price." Mu Nanji was extremely frustrated, and her expression was unpleasant. After all, the profit from the East Sea project was around 3 billion. Now, Jiang Hai was selling the land with a 30% premium. This completely reduced their profit by several billion. And most importantly, they still had to negotiate this deal. After all, if the East Sea project succeeded, although the profit was only 3 billion, it could establish a relationship with the authorities. The subsequent profits would be much higher than this 3 billion. Jiang Hai, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, saying, "Manager Mu, what's the rush? This 30% premium, compared to the profit this deal can bring you, what does a mere 30% premium matter?" Jiang Hai lightly tapped the table, with a slight smile on his face. Mu Nanji realized at that moment. At the same time, she also understood a bit. Jiang Hai probably knew about the East Sea project. That's why he seemed so confident in dealing with her. From the beginning today, the other party was deliberately keeping her in suspense. Having figured out this matter, Mu Nanji's whole demeanor turned dark. However, Jiang Hai, with a slight smile, said, "Manager Mu, take your time to consider this matter. After all, we have plenty of time in the Muyuan Group. When you have made your decision, we can sign the contract later, no rush. But I need to remind Manager Mu of one thing. The next time we sign a contract, the premium may not be just 30%. After all, this piece of land in my hands is quite popular recently." After saying that, Jiang Hai got up and left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Director Jiang, please wait." Just as Jiang Hai was about to open the office door, Mu Nanji's voice rang out from behind. "Ha! Gotcha!" Jiang Hai's mouth curled up. His expression was full of disdain. Mu Nanji was indeed a strong woman in the business world of the Magic City. But, too young, impatient. Over 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Mu Group, Jiang Hai looked as if he was enjoying the spring breeze. He smiled and said, "Ha! It was a pleasure working with Manager Mu this time. I hope our future cooperation will be as pleasant as today." On the other side, Mu Nanji's face turned pale with anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, hee hee. Definitely. Definitely. Director Jiang, I won't see you off any further. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Hai was ready to leave. However, just at that moment, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. Ha, Nanji, what are you doing here? Following the sound of the voice falling, Mu Nanji, who was there, turned his head to look back. What followed was seeing Lin Chen standing there, holding a cup of milk tea. His expression was also one of astonishment. Lin Chen? And there was Zhang Hai there. The moment he saw Lin Chen, his face turned pale. Then he trembled and said, Mr. Lin? At this moment, Zhang Hai was trembling all over. His legs were shaking even more. Zhang Hai never expected that he would encounter Lin Chen, this ominous star, here. Zhang Hai? What are you doing here? At this moment, Lin Chen also noticed Zhang Hai, looking puzzled. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, had a wry smile on his face and said, let's talk over here, didn't expect to meet you here. Bowed, Zhang Hai was all smiles. Mu Nanji, who was there, was dumbfounded at this moment. Zhang Hai actually knew Lin Chen? And he was showing such a respectful attitude towards Lin Chen? Mu Nanji was suddenly curious, looking at Lin Chen and asking, Lin Chen, do you know Mr. Jiang? Hearing this, Lin Chen remained calm and said, yes, we can be considered acquaintances, so to speak. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Hai, who was there, breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really afraid that Lin Chen would reveal his secrets. Mu Nanji, on the other hand, was now puzzled. Acquaintances? Can this be called acquaintances? With Zhang Hai's humble appearance, how could it be just acquaintances? And at this moment, Zhang Hai suddenly realized. Mr. Lin, do you also know President Mu? Just now, if he remembered correctly, Mu Nanji directly called out Lin Chen's name. This relationship. Between me and Nanji, we are like neighbors, our relationship is quite good. Lin Chen said casually. With that statement, Zhang Hai's face turned pale. Neighbors. The relationship is quite good. Calling each other by name. At this moment, Zhang Hai felt weak in the legs. Just a moment ago, when signing the contract, he was showing off his power. And now he was being told that the relationship between Mu Nanji and Lin Chen was quite good. Zhang Hai's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. If later on, Mu Nanji talks bad about him to Lin Chen, complains, causing Lin Chen to have a bad impression of him. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai's face gradually turned pale. Watching this scene, Mu Nanji furrowed her brows in confusion. She was also puzzled by Zhang Hai's situation. Director Jiang, are you feeling unwell? And just as Mu Nanji asked this question, Zhang Hai took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Mu Nanji with a smile on his face. And then he said, haha, President Mu, I've been thinking, maybe we should void the contract we just signed and draft a new one. The moment this statement was made, Mu Nanji was stunned, then she said, Director Jiang, what do you mean? President Mu, please don't misunderstand. I just think that the contract we signed just now is a bit unreasonable. I believe we should reduce the price by 50%, that would be more reasonable. And in terms of payment, there's no need to rush, we can pay in installments within a year. Saying this, Zhang Hai took out the contract he had signed earlier. Then, he tore it to pieces, threw it into the nearby trash can. Then a fawning smile appeared on Zhang Hai's face. He respectfully said to Mu Nanji, also, just now in the office, I may have offended you in my words, please don't take it to heart, Director Mu. Looking at the appearance of Zhang Hai, Mu Nanji was shocked. Just now, Zhang Hai was completely like a sky-high price. But now, how did he suddenly change his attitude? He actually wants to reduce the signed price by 50%? That means, it's 20% lower than the market price. Not to mention, he also agreed to installment payments on our side? At that moment, the secretary there was also anxious. Hurriedly said, Director Jiang. This. Before his secretary could finish speaking, Zhang Hai there coldly said, what's wrong, don't I have the right to change a contract? No, Director Jiang, it's just that if we do this, the board of directors. Hearing this, Zhang Hai snorted coldly and said, if the board of directors are not happy, let them come find me. I am the chairman of the Mu Yuan Group. Zhang Hai here said coldly. Although the contract was reduced by 20% from the market price, I am still making a profit. It's just a little less profit. And even though doing this will indeed offend the group of old men on the board of directors. But, those guys on the board of directors. If I offend them, then so be it. But, if I offend Lin Chen, that would be big trouble. I might even lose my life. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai dared not delay. Immediately said, Director Mu, hurry up, let's go and re-sign the contract now. Zhang Hai started urging at this moment. I will have someone immediately redraft the contract. Mu Nanji did not hesitate and immediately made the call. At this moment, she also understood Zhang Hai's sudden change in attitude. It definitely has something to do with Lin Chen. Although she didn't quite understand why Zhang Hai became so respectful after seeing Lin Chen. But she didn't dwell on it. She just waited for the contract to be brought over and said, "Director Jiang, please take a look at this new contract. If everything is okay, shall we sign it?" "No need to look. Just sign it." After saying that, Zhang Hai didn't even look at it. He directly leaned on the car and signed his name with a swish-swish sound. He casually took out the company seal from the secretary's bag and stamped it directly on the contract. This, Director Jiang. The secretary was completely petrified. Not even looking at the contract? What kind of shock has their chairman received? To sign a contract so casually? And with that stamp, it means missing out on several billion in profits. Even Munanji, who was there, was dumbfounded at this moment. It was truly surreal. After she signed and stamped as well, the matter was settled. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he cautiously said to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin, if you have no other instructions, I will leave first and not disturb you and Director Mu?" Seeing Zhang Hai's appearance, Mu Nanji was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Nanji was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Zhang Hai in front of her, she was completely puzzled. Is this really the Zhang Hai she knows? How could his attitude be so humble? And even needing to consult with Lin Chen before leaving? At this moment, Mu Nanji's expression was extremely strange. As for Lin Chen, he casually said, "Alright, there's nothing else for you to do. Then I will take my leave." Zhang Hai respectfully bowed, bent over, and left. And Mu Nanji, with a strange expression, looked at Lin Chen and said softly, "You probably have more than just a passing acquaintance with him, right?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen just smiled faintly and said, "It's just a coincidence." Mu Nanji didn't pay much attention to it either. She then suggested, "How about going upstairs for a while?" Lin Chen nodded and replied, "Sure, why not?" The two of them went upstairs and soon arrived at Mu Nanji's office. The spacious office was empty, with a painting of purple clouds hanging on the east wall. Lin Chen sat casually on the sofa, holding a cup of tea. He complimented, "Your office is quite nice." Mu Nanji smiled lightly and expressed her gratitude. "I have to thank you for today's matter. If it weren't for you, I might have lost billions. And in the long run, the benefits I gained this time will be even greater. So, I owe you a favor this time." Mu Nanji sincerely said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen modestly replied, "You're exaggerating, I just did what I could." Mu Nanji could only smile bitterly at Lin Chen's words. To Lin Chen, it might have been a small favor, but to them, it was not so trivial. Suddenly, Mu Nanji asked, "By the way, are you free tomorrow?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and teased, "What, are you asking me out on a date?" Mu Nanji blushed instantly and stammered, You're talking nonsense." After a moment, she gathered her courage and explained, "I mentioned before that my grandfather wants to meet you. So I wanted to ask if you're free tomorrow. My grandfather is hosting a banquet at the Golden Deer Hotel. If you're available, I'd like to invite you to join us." "I see." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and agreed, "Alright, I'll attend tomorrow." With that, Lin Chen left. Watching him go, Mu Nanji took a deep breath and whispered to herself, "Lin Chen." As for Lin Chen, after leaving Mu Nanji's place, he headed straight to the gym. He spent the afternoon there and returned home at 4 o'clock. Upon arriving home, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to see the villa's courtyard cleaned and the lawn neatly trimmed. There was even a new BMW 5 Series parked in the garage. Lin Chen chuckled and remarked, "Huang Yuan works fast." As he entered the villa, a housekeeper, Huang Yuan, greeted him with a smile and reported, "Boss, welcome home. Please change your shoes." Lin Chen listened to her report about the new car purchase and the cleaning of the villa, and he nodded in satisfaction. Huang Yuan then asked, "Boss, would you like to take a bath first or have dinner?" Lin Chen replied, "Let's have dinner first." Lin Chen said casually, "Okay boss, you rest first. We will start the meal in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, feeling emotional. After hiring a butler, it feels great to be back. He sat there casually, watching a drama. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was already 11:50 at night. At this moment, Lin Chen was lying on the bed, waiting for the app to refresh. 10 minutes passed, Lin Chen swiped his finger down. The app's homepage instantly refreshed successfully. 1955 gold cover limited edition Spear platform asterisk 30 subsidy price, 9 yuan gold Lu Hotel 30% equity subsidy price, 8 yuan. Looking at these two items, Lin Chen was stunned. Then he murmured, "Gold Lu Hotel? I remember, Mu Nanji said the banquet address is at this Gold Lu Hotel, right? At this moment, Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved up. Interesting. After murmuring to himself, Lin Chen looked at another item. 1955 gold cover limited edition spear platform? Spear platform wine? If I take this out and give it to someone tomorrow, it shouldn't lose its value, right? Although he was attending a banquet tomorrow, he still had to meet Mu Nanji's grandfather. So, he couldn't go empty-handed. In any case, he needed to bring a gift. Now, with the appearance of this 1955 gold cover spear platform, he decided to bring it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Chen bought both items. Purchase successful. Goods being delivered, estimated delivery time, 8 hours. Please wait for delivery. 8 hours? Looking at the delivery time, Lin Chen was surprised. Then, a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. I wonder, if it takes 8 hours, how will these two items be delivered to me tomorrow morning? The next day, at 8:30, Lin Chen was awakened by Huang Yuan. After getting up, washing up, changing clothes, he came to the dining room, eating breakfast. He drank a milk that cost less than 5 yuan, ate a 1 yuan egg. Sitting at the table, Lin Chen checked his phone. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, I really don't understand how some people think that eating an egg and drinking milk for less than 650 yuan a day is not enough. At that moment, Huang Yuan said to Lin Chen, Boss, you have 2 parcels arrived half an hour ago. I signed for them and placed them in the study. Okay, I got it. Lin Chen nodded calmly. In his heart, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect them to be delivered by courier. Initially, Lin Chen was curious about how the items he purchased today would be delivered to him. Huang Yuan had already received the goods and delivered them through courier. Without hesitation, Lin Chen quickly finished his breakfast. Then, he walked to the study on the second floor. In the study, a large cardboard box was placed on the floor. On the table next to it, there was a file bag. Ignoring the cardboard box on the floor, Lin Chen opened the file bag. Inside was the 30% equity share of Gold Lu Hotel. Lin Chen nodded calmly at the sight of the 30% share. His expression was calm. Gold Lu Hotel is a 5-star hotel after all. A 30% stake should be worth a few million. Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded. Then, he casually left the equity document on the table without paying much attention to it. Next, it's these 30 bottles of white wine. Lin Chen looked at the cardboard box in front of him, picked up the nail clippers next to him, and used them to cut open the tape on the box. As the tape was cut open, 30 bottles of Maotai liquor lay neatly inside. He casually took out 2 bottles. These were old Maotai from the 1950s, different from the Maotai of later generations. The Maotai from the 1950s came in purple clay bottles with cork stoppers. The labels on these purple clay bottles were still intact, although a bit worn and yellowed. But the red star and wheat ears in the upper left corner were still clear and bright, making them look vibrant. If Lin Chen didn't know the origin of this liquor, he might have thought that these 2 bottles of limited edition 1955 Maotai were modern counterfeits. After a brief thought, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then fetched a handbag and carefully placed the 2 bottles of liquor inside. He then sat in the study, playing with his phone. Soon, it was 10:30 in the morning. At this time, Mu Nanji had already sent him a message, saying she was ready and asking him to drive over as her driver was on holiday. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon reading Mu Nanji's message, then grabbed the documents and headed downstairs. Yellow, butler. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yellow Yuan walked over, showing a respectful expression on her face. Boss, what can I do for you? Well, can you drive? Yellow Yuan nodded and said, Yes, boss. Good, then drive me and Miss Mu Nanji across the street to the Golden Lu Hotel. Also, when we arrive at the hotel, take my share certificate and go to the office of the hotel's general manager to complete a handover procedure with the other party's general manager. Upon hearing Lin Chen's instructions, Yellow Yuan was momentarily stunned, but then nodded and said, Yes, boss. Alright, then take my Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Lin Chen casually picked up the car keys that were placed nearby. Yes, boss. Taking the car keys and share certificate, Yellow Yuan headed to the garage, while Lin Chen changed into a formal outfit before leaving the house. The Cullinan was waiting on the roadside. After placing the Maotai in the trunk, Lin Chen knocked on Mu Nanji's door. The 3 of them then headed straight to the hotel. At the hotel entrance, Lin Chen carried the liquor as he and Mu Nanji went to the banquet hall together. Most of the people at today's banquet are acquaintances, such as some partners who have cooperated with our Mu's group. But in reality, everyone is treating this as my grandfather's 2nd birthday banquet. After all, the previous one was a family banquet, and no one was invited. Listening to this, Lin Chen nodded. Soon, they arrived at a large private room. Mu Nanji said, You go in first, I'll go call my grandfather. Okay, Lin Chen replied before entering the room. As he entered, all the people seated in the restaurant turned their gaze towards him. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office on the other side, General Manager Zhao Qian was pacing back and forth. He had just received a call from the chairman of the board, informing him that 30% of the hotel's shares had been acquired by a young man named Lin Chen. However, Zhao Qian had no information about this Lin Chen or his character. Who is this new major shareholder? How could he quietly acquire 30% of the hotel's shares? Just as Zhao Qian was pondering, the phone on his desk rang. Hello. Zhao Qian's tone sounded somewhat impatient as he picked up the phone. On the other end, his assistant's voice came through. Mr. Zhao, there is a young lady outside who claims to be Mr. Lin Chen's housekeeper and wishes to see you. No. Zhao Qian's tone was impatient. But before he could finish his sentence, the remaining words were stuck in his throat. Who did you say? Lin, Mr. Lin's? Zhao Qian's heart raced, his face pale. He remembered, the new major shareholder was named Lin Chen. Could it be that the visitor was the new major shareholder's housekeeper? Thinking of this, Zhao Qian took a deep breath and said, quickly, bring her in. She is an important guest. Do not delay. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Zhao Qian's expression changed rapidly, and he felt something was amiss. He hurriedly ran outside. 3 minutes later, in the general manager's office, Zhao Qian looked at the share certificate in front of him and said, yes, confirmed, this is indeed the equity certificate of our Golden Lu Hotel. Looking at Huang Yuan who was there, Zhao Qian spoke respectfully, Miss Huang, may I ask if Mr. Lin has any instructions for you today? Hearing this, Huang Yuan calmly replied, my boss is attending a banquet downstairs. After this statement, Zhao Qian became visibly excited. He quickly asked, Miss Huang, do you know which private room Mr. Lin is in now? On the other side, in the Jinfu Mantang private room, as Lin Chen walked in, the people present couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and doubt. Who was this young man in front of them? The elite circle of the Magic City was not that big. Basically, everyone knew each other. But none of the people here knew Lin Chen. Could it be that he was a young master from a recently returned prominent family? Lin Chen ignored these gazes and casually sat down in an empty seat, placing his bag aside. At the same time, the door of the private room opened again. A young man in a suit hurriedly walked in, apologizing, sorry, uncles and aunties, I'm late, there was traffic on the road. After this statement, the young man noticed Lin Chen and frowned. Lin Chen? Hearing this, Lin Chen also noticed the young man, who turned out to be his college classmate Li Dongwei. Their relationship in college was somewhat strained. Li Dongwei was known as a rich second-generation playboy. Once, a girl rejected his confession and confessed to Lin Chen instead, leading to a conflict between them. However, they hadn't met much after graduation. It was unexpected to meet here. Li Dongwei frowned slightly and noticed that the seat where Lin Chen was sitting should have been his. He felt increasingly displeased and said, Lin Chen, what are you doing here? This is not a place for someone like you. After this statement, a fat and bloated senior executive there looked at Li Dongwei and asked, Young Master Li, do you know this person? Li Dongwei chuckled and then said, Know him. Of course I know him. This guy is one of my college classmates. His parents are running a grocery store in a small county. After these words fell, many people around were stunned. Then, looking at Lin Chen's eyes, a hint of disdain suddenly appeared. They originally thought that Lin Chen was a young master from one of the big families in this city, but it turned out that his family just ran a grocery store in the countryside. For a moment, the eyes of the crowd were full of disdain and contempt. At this moment, Li Dongwei walked proudly to Lin Chen and looked him up and down. He sneered and said, you spent a lot of money renting this outfit, didn't you? I don't care how you got in here, but this is not a place for you to cause trouble. Get out of here immediately. Lin Chen just glanced at him and shook his head, saying, after all these years, you still have the same character, really brainless. There was a mocking tone in Lin Chen's words. You. With that word, Li Dongwei was also a bit angry. Then, he scolded Lin Chen angrily, I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, believe me, I'll call security to throw you out. Lin Chen just shook his head and sneered inwardly. Li Dongwei was also annoyed. Humph. It seems you really don't know when to stop. In that case, I'll have security throw you out. With a cold snort, Li Dongwei was about to call security, but at that moment, a somewhat annoyed voice came from behind. Li Dongwei. With that word, Li Dongwei turned around and saw Mu Nanzi standing there. A smile appeared on his face immediately. He quickly said, Nanzi, you came at the right time. There's a poor boy who sneaked in at our grandfather's banquet, and I'm about to kick him out. Hearing this, Mu Nanzi's eyebrows raised in anger. She had originally planned to come down with her grandfather, but suddenly remembered that Lin Chen and the others here were strangers. To avoid conflict, she came down first, but she didn't expect to see this situation as soon as she arrived. Then, she said sternly, "A poor boy who sneaked in? Li Dongwei, have you lost your mind? This Lin Chen is a distinguished guest I invited." Grandfather also agreed. "Are you really planning to kick him out? Li Dongwei, what do you mean?" With that word, Li Dongwei was completely dumbfounded. Then, he looked at Lin Chen sitting there with a bewildered expression. He was invited by Mu Nanzi, and grandfather actually agreed? What kind of joke is this? Li Dongwei was completely at a loss. All of this seemed somewhat unbelievable to him. Mu Nanzi just looked coldly at Li Dongwei and then quickly came to Lin Chen's side. She said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you to everyone." "It's okay," Lin Chen waved his hand, not minding. "By the way, I told my grandfather that you're here." Mu Nanzi, standing above, continued, "My grandfather said for you to sit next to him in this seat." With these words, everyone present widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with astonishment and confusion. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Let Lin Chen sit next to the old man? Why him? You should know. Today's banquet is hosted by the old man. And the old man is the main character today, the highest ranking figure. And such an old man actually let this poor boy sit next to him? Why? At this moment, everyone here is somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Chen in their hearts. However, this is ultimately the old man's idea. Even if they are somewhat dissatisfied, they can only hold it in. Even Li Dongwei, who has always been a bit brainless, can only sit there with an unfriendly look in his eyes, looking at Lin Chen. And at this moment, Lin Chen sat there silently. After Lin Chen sat down, about 5 or 6 minutes passed. The door of the private room was pushed open. An old man with white hair and a youthful face, with a ruddy complexion, walked in. This old man is none other than the grandfather of Mu Nanji, the current head of the Mu family. The old man of the Mu family, Mu Jiangwo. With the arrival of Mu Jiangwo, everyone here also stood up and greeted, "Grandpa, old Mu." Hearing this, Mu Jiangwo just smiled, then waved his hand and said, "Ha, sit, everyone sit, no need for formalities." With his words, everyone sat back down. At this moment, Mu Jiangwo also smiled and came to sit next to Lin Chen. After sitting down, he looked at Lin Chen and said, "I suppose you are Lin Chen, the young man Nanji mentioned to me?" "Old Master Mu, that's correct." Lin Chen smiled and replied. Seeing this, Mu Jiangwo nodded in approval. After saying a few more words, a middle-aged man with a slightly bulky figure and a thick gold chain around his neck spoke with a smile, "Old Mu, I couldn't attend your birthday celebration last time. Please accept this humble birthday gift from me." After speaking, the middle-aged man took out a box from behind and carefully opened it. Inside was a longevity peach carved from white jade. He slowly lifted the peach out of the box and handed it to Mu Jiangwo. Looking at the peach, Mu Jiangwo played with it for a while, then smiled and said, You are thoughtful." "Ha ha, it's nothing." At this moment, others also began to present gifts one after another. As each gift was given, there were about 10 more birthday gifts on the counter behind Mu Jiangwo. At the same time, Li Dongwei, who was there, also stood up. He took out a wooden box from his pocket and opened it. Inside the box was a bottle of exquisite red wine. "I've always heard that old Mu enjoys good wine, so I had someone bring you a bottle of 90-year-old emperor from the EU. I hope you won't mind, old Mu." With the appearance of the 90-year-old emperor, many people there showed surprise on their faces. A 90-year-old emperor? The Li family really went all out this time. Yes, a 90-year-old emperor. This is a rare and valuable wine that has been auctioned for up to 3.4 million per bottle. Mu Jiangwo, who was there, was also somewhat surprised. He took the bottle of emperor, held it in his hands, and carefully examined it. He praised, well done, well done. This wine is indeed a 90-year-old emperor. You've put some thought into this, Dongwei, you really did well this time. I'll accept this bottle of wine." Seeing Mu Jiangwo's reaction, the wealthy businessmen and bosses nearby also began to flatter Li Dongwei. "I didn't expect Dongwei to be able to get such good wine. As soon as Dongwei brought out this bottle of wine, it immediately outshone all our gifts." The corners of Li Dongwei's mouth also lifted slightly, showing excitement in his heart. It seems like the 3 million spent was worth it. At the same time, Li Dongwei also looked towards Lin Chen. There was a hint of a sneer on his lips, and he muttered to himself, just because Mu Nanji took a liking to you. You're just a pretty boy. Let's see how I make you look bad." With that in mind, Li Dongwei smiled and said, Uncles, please don't be so polite. It's just something us younger generation should do. Besides, it's just a bottle of wine, nothing special. But speaking of which, everyone is here to see the old man. Everyone must have brought some gifts. No one came empty-handed, right?" As soon as this was said, all eyes focused on Lin Chen, who was sitting at the head of the table. Seeing this, Mu Nanji furrowed her brows slightly. She also felt uneasy. At this moment, she realized that Lin Chen and Li Dongwei were at odds. Li Dongwei was clearly provoking Lin Chen. Although she had seen Lin Chen enter with a black paper bag earlier, she didn't pay much attention to what gift he brought. She had told Lin Chen just yesterday, so she didn't expect the gift he brought to be anything special. But if the gift was too ordinary, Li Dongwei would definitely take the opportunity to mock him. At this moment, Mu Nanji's heart sank. This is troublesome. As for Lin Chen, he remained calm and smiled faintly. He then said, I came in a hurry, so I only brought a small gift. I hope you don't mind, Mu Lao. Mu Jiangmo laughed and said, no problem, no problem. Lin, your presence here is the best gift for this old man. At this moment, Lin Chen took out 2 bottles of baijiu from the black paper bag. I didn't prepare anything special, just brought 2 bottles of baijiu. As the 2 bottles were taken out, everyone present was stunned. These 2 bottles of baijiu seemed to be of some age. Most people had never seen purple clay bottles before. Mu Jiangmo looked at the 2 bottles of baijiu with a hint of astonishment in his heart. Then he picked them up and examined them carefully. As for Li Dongwei, he looked at the 2 bottles of baijiu with a hint of mockery and disdain on his lips. Heh, you brought over those 2 worthless old bottles of baijiu? Who are you trying to embarrass? And purple clay bottles too? I've never seen them before. Are you trying to pass off $5 bottles from the roadside? Li Dongwei's tone was full of mockery. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Jiangmo's face showed a hint of anger. Shut up! With a roar, Li Dongwei was taken aback. He then looked at Mu Jiangmo, who was showing some anger. Beside him, a slightly older middle-aged man also looked at the purple clay bottles and had a sudden realization. Purple clay bottles, corkstoppers. It was clearly a bottle of baijiu from the 1950s. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. Then, he glanced at Li Dongwei and his expression turned displeased. Slowly, he spoke, Humph. Young man, if you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. If this young friend's wine is worth $5 from the roadside? Heh, if you can get this wine for $5, how many would you buy, and how many would I buy? After these words were spoken, Li Dongwei's face turned red. The other bosses present, although they didn't recognize the 1955 purple clay bottle baijiu, also realized the situation by looking at the 2 individuals. The spear platform in front of us, I'm afraid, has a great history. One of them also spoke up and asked, Mu Lao, Shendong, does this spear platform have any special history? With these words spoken, the middle-aged man known as Qiandong became excited. He said, this spear platform is not an ordinary one, it has a significant history. The purple clay spear platform does exist, but it only existed in the 1950s. As these words fell, the group of bosses present were instantly stunned. They looked at the spear platform in Mu Jiangmo's hand with shocked expressions. What? A spear platform from the 1950s? I have heard of a spear platform from the 1950s, but I have never seen its true appearance. I never expected to see it here today. I remember that in a wine auction 10 years ago, a bottle of 1958 spear platform was auctioned off for a price that directly reached 12 million yuan. And the condition of that bottle was not as good as this one. Wow! So this wine. At that moment, everyone looked at the 5-star spear platform in Mu Jiangmo's hand, their expressions changed. As for Mu Jiangmo, he remained calm. Then, he glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Xiao Qian is partly right, but not entirely. As these words fell, everyone was puzzled. Xiao Qian was also confused. Not entirely right? What does that mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, Mu Jiangmo continued, saying, this spear platform is from 1955, and it is a Golden Wheel brand. With this simple statement, everyone was even more confused. They did not quite understand the meaning of this statement. When Qiandong heard this number, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened, his expression astonished, and his breathing became heavy. Golden Wheel brand. This is a Golden Wheel brand spear platform? Qiandong was a bit out of control, unable to sit still. Seeing Qiandong in such a state, others were also stunned. Someone couldn't help but ask, Qiandong, what's wrong? What's the matter with the Golden Wheel brand spear platform? Qiandong took 2 deep breaths, trying to keep calm, and said, the spear platform logos we are familiar with now are the 5-star and Feitian brands. But in the 1950s, the 5-star brand was for domestic sales. In that era, the spear platforms for export were under the Golden Wheel brand. The Golden Wheel brand spear platforms for export are relatively rare, and in the world of collectors, the value of these spear platforms far exceeds that of the 5-star brand. I remember there was a 1957 Golden Wheel spear platform that was auctioned off for $2.53 million, and this 1955 one, in my opinion, is in much better condition than that one. I estimate that the auction price of this wine will definitely not be less than 2.8 million. With these words spoken, everyone present gasped in shock. A bottle of Maotai wine worth 2.8 million yuan. This is simply an astronomical price. As for doubting Qiandong's words, naturally, no one would doubt it. After all, Qiandong's family runs an auction house. Although he is not the main auctioneer for wine, his valuation is not far off. At this moment, Lin Chen was also puzzled. Looking at the 1955 golden wheel spear platform held in Mu Jiangwo's hand as if it were a treasure, his expression was strange. So, this thing is worth so much? And there are 28 bottles of this kind of wine in his study. Lin Chen's expression at that moment was extremely strange. Mu Jiangwo was also very fond of this wine. Then, he coldly glanced at Li Dongwei and said, "Young man, the world is much broader than you imagine. Just this bottle of wine alone is much more precious than your 90-year-old Emperor Kong." He casually placed the 90-year-old Condi that was placed on the side on the table. He casually turned to Li Dongwei. With a cold snort, he said, "Take your Condi and get out. I don't care for this stuff." With that, everyone next to Li Dongwei quickly avoided him, as if he were a plague. Li Dongwei's face turned pale at this moment, completely drained. It's over. Completely over. Deep down, he regretted it immensely. Why did he have to mock Lin Chen earlier? If he hadn't mocked him, how could he have ended up like this? He quickly spoke up, "Lin Chen, brother Mo, I was wrong. I really was. Please, as classmates, help me plead with Mr. Mu." Lin Chen remained indifferent and simply said, "Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Mr. Mu's decision is not something a small fry like me can influence." With that simple statement, Li Dongwei fell into despair. Mr. Mu, who was there, also snorted coldly, "Get out now." Hearing this, Li Dongwei could only leave in a daze. As Li Dongwei left, the atmosphere in the private room became strange. As for Mr. Mu, he smiled and said, "Lin, this gift is quite valuable. 2 bottles of 55-year-old golden will spear terrace. I feel a bit unworthy." Hearing Mr. Mu's words, Lin Chen just smiled and shook his head. "This wine isn't that valuable. I grabbed 2 bottles as a gift in a hurry at home. I was worried Mr. Mu wouldn't like it when I came. Now that Mr. Mu likes it, he can have it," Lin Chen said with a smile. But after this statement, the people around were dumbfounded. A bottle of Spear Terrace wine costs 2.8 million, and this isn't considered valuable? What does it mean to grab 2 bottles as a gift at home? Does that mean you have 55-year-old Spear Terrace at home? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Lin Chen spoke again, "I have a lot of these at home, can't finish them all." With that statement, the people there were shocked. Several bottles at home? Many were speechless for a moment. After all, this level of Spear Terrace is rarely seen, but at Lin Chen's place, there's a lot? Many were stunned and didn't know what to say. Just then, the door of the private room was knocked. Everyone turned to look at the door. As their eyes fell on it, the door opened, and the general manager of the Golden Lu Hotel, Zhao Qian, walked in followed by 2 women in cheongsams carrying a tray. General Zhao, why are you here?" Everyone was surprised to see Zhao Qian. He smiled slightly and said, "I heard that Mr. Lin and Mr. Mu were dining here, so I came to bring a gift from our hotel." After this statement, everyone present was stunned. Mr. Qian sitting there couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, General Zhao, are you talking about?" Zhao Qian there nodded and said, "Yes, it's Mr. Lin Chen Lin, the second largest shareholder of our hotel." After saying that, Zhao Qian walked up to Lin Chen and bowed, saying, "Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were here. I couldn't welcome you in advance." "It's okay," Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "I just came as a guest today, so I didn't notify you in advance." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he said, "Mr. Lin Mulao, I have ordered the kitchen to prepare a dish of palace cuisine, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and a bottle of Feitian Maotai." After finishing speaking, he clapped his hands, placed the tray down, and the Feitian Maotai and 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix were placed on the table. "I won't disturb you any longer, I'll take my leave now," Zhao Qian said. After that, Zhao Qian turned around and left. As Zhao Qian left, the people there were somewhat stunned, looking at Lin Chen in front of them. Lin Chen was actually the second largest shareholder of this Jinlu Grand Hotel? For a moment, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. The Jinlu Grand Hotel was a well-known establishment in the entire city. Although the net profit of the Jinlu Grand Hotel was only about 1 billion annually, its network of connections was terrifying. All kinds of business banquets in the city would basically choose the Jinlu Grand Hotel. The network of relationships formed behind the scenes was indeed massive. and Lin Chen turned out to be the second largest shareholder of the Jinlu Grand Hotel. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Chen changed slightly. At the same time, there were some speculations. Who exactly was Lin Chen? After all, the circle in the city was so small. However, such a prominent figure like him was unheard of by them before. It was a bit strange. As for Mu Nanji, who was there, she was also somewhat stunned. Looking at Lin Chen's expression, she appeared somewhat strange. She never expected that Lin Chen would be the second largest shareholder of the Jinlu Grand Hotel. It was somewhat unbelievable. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless about this. Originally, he didn't intend to reveal this identity, but now, it was exposed. Feeling the gaze of the people around him, Lin Chen touched his nose. Then he picked up the wine bottle there, opened the cap, poured a glass for Mulao, and said, "Don't just stand there, let's eat and drink. This dish of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix will taste bad when it gets cold." With these words, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively again. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, the table gradually became empty. Mulao, who was there, looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Lin, have you just returned to the city?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Not really, I used to be just an ordinary student. I only recently took over these things. So there may be some things I don't understand, I hope the seniors can forgive me." Lin Chen's words were not false. After all, he had only recently come into contact with these things. He obtained all these resources through the Trillion Subsidy app. However, this statement had a different meaning to the people present. At this moment, everyone became more respectful towards Lin Chen. In their eyes, the family power behind Lin Chen was definitely huge and terrifying. Previously, Lin Chen had no reputation because his family was training and grooming him. Now, the family's restrictions had been lifted, and after several years, they gradually started providing him with these resources. The Jinlu Grand Hotel was meant to provide him with a way to establish a network of relationships. This made many people here take him seriously. After all, a single move from him could change everything. A 5-star hotel with an annual net profit of over 1 billion came to practice and gained connections. Moreover, it became the second largest shareholder of the hotel, holding at least around 30% of the shares. How terrifying is the family power behind Lin Chen? This is definitely an extremely powerful and terrifying family. As for Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, who knew some information about Lin Chen, they were also shocked. Looking at Lin Chen in front of them, they felt that the mist surrounding him was getting thicker and thicker. Half an hour later, at the hotel entrance, everyone gathered there, bidding farewell to each other. Soon, only Lin Chen and 2 people from the Mu family were left. Zhao Qian and other hotel executives stood aside, not daring to approach. At the same time, Huang Yuan also came over in a car. "Boss," she bowed to Lin Chen respectfully. Lin Chen casually nodded and said, "All right, drive over here." Then he looked at the 2 people from the Mu family and asked, "Mu Lao, Nanji, do you want to leave together?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Mu Lao pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right, let's go together." Mu Lao then looked at several servants behind him and said, "You can go back first." Yes. The servants did not say much, picked up their things, and left. At that moment, Huang Yuan drove over. Just as they got into the car, all the executives behind them bowed 90 degrees in unison. "Mr. Lin, take care. Mu Lao, take care." In an instant, the momentum was extremely grand. Even some other customers who had just finished eating and were preparing to leave were shocked by this grand gesture. What is a grand scene? This is a grand scene. Lin Chen just smiled at this and shook his head helplessly. The vehicle started and headed towards Dongjiano. 1. Inside Dongjiano. 1 villa, as tea was served, Lin Chen, Mu Lao, and Mu Nanji sat on the sofa. After taking a sip of tea, Mu Lao smiled and said, "The second generation De Hong Pao tea tastes different." Lin Chen smiled lightly and said, "If you like it, you can come to me for more in the future." Hearing this, Mu Lao was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Chen to have such precious second generation De Hong Pao tea. Although he hoped to accept the offer, he just smiled lightly and said, "No need." After taking a sip of tea, Mu Lao continued, "Lin, do you know about the East Sea project in the Magic City?" Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by Mu Lao's question and asked, "The East Sea project?" "Yes, the East Sea project," Mu Lao nodded and continued, "Currently, our Mu group is planning to build a resort near the East Sea. If this project is completed, the estimated profit is around 30 billion. A resort? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then asked, "Are you telling me about this project now because you want me to join it as well?" Hearing Lin Chen's question, Mu Lao smiled slightly and just looked at Lin Chen, calmly drinking his tea without saying a word. After weighing his options in his mind, Lin Chen asked, "If I were to join this project, what would I need to invest?" With Lin Chen's question, Mu Lao calmly shook his head and then began to speak. Mr. Lin doesn't need to invest anything. You just need to lend your name to our project. After the project is completed, we will give you a 10% profit share. With these words spoken, both Lin Chen and Mu Nanji were taken aback. They found it somewhat puzzling. No need to invest anything? Just lend your name? And after the project ends, get a 10% profit share? It feels like they are just giving away money. Lin Chen squinted his eyes slightly for a moment. He felt puzzled by what Mu Lao said. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled look, Mu Lao here smiled and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry about anything. I don't need you to contribute anything. It's mainly because, in the past, when our family Nanji encountered difficulties, you helped Nanji, which greatly increased the profit of our project. So, what I'm doing now is just to repay your kindness. Hearing this explanation, Lin Chen didn't know what else to say. He could only nod and say, in that case, I won't refuse. With that said, Mu Lao here showed a smile and asked, since that's the case, will you attend the project banquet tomorrow night? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen, having nothing else to do, decided to go and get acquainted. Thinking this, he nodded and said, in that case, I'll go take a look. Then I'll have Nanji come to pick you up tomorrow, said Mu Lao as he finished his tea and excused himself. Lin Chen saw them off and then headed to the underground gym for a workout. In Villa No. 2, Mu Nanji looked puzzled. She asked, Grandpa, why did you just? Sitting there, Mu Lao calmly said, you want to ask why I didn't ask Lin Chen to invest some money? Mu Nanji nodded. Mu Lao just smiled lightly, shook his head, and said, you are still too young. The identity of Lin Chen is definitely more terrifying than we imagine. Our Mu family is an outsider family. Our foundation in the Magic City is not very stable. The benefits that this East Sea project can bring are too great, and many people covet it. Just relying on our Mu group, it's not easy to swallow it. So, at this time, we must tie up with a big shot. Only in this way can we prevent those covetous people from acting recklessly. And in my opinion, Lin Chen should be a young master from a certain big family coming out to experience. If we make friends with him at this time, and he remembers this favor when he returns to his family, the benefits we will get will be much more than just a few billion, don't you think? As for Lin Chen, although he was not very clear about Mu Lao's thoughts, he had some guesses at this moment. However, Lin Chen didn't pay too much attention to these. After all, no matter what the other party's intentions were, his trump card was there. He wasn't afraid of whatever schemes the other party might have. After running on the treadmill for about half an hour, Lin Chen switched to the pool. The pool had not been cleaned before, but after the arrival of the maid, the water was changed daily. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was already midnight. On Lin Chen's mobile app, new items were displayed after refreshing the page. Lin Chen was also stunned for a moment. His expression was somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, it's shares of Tianhe Group again? And this time, it's 15% of the shares? Lin Chen's expression was extremely odd. He remembered that before, he had obtained a 10% share through reputation check-ins. But this time, he actually swiped out the 15% share of Tianhe Group on the app. This was really bought. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen's finger tapped. Purchase successful. Goods being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for the delivery. Only 15 minutes? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. But then, he understood. After all, the 15% share of Tianhe Group cost him a whopping 188 yuan. So a 15-minute delivery was reasonable. Then I'll wait. Lin Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he opened the Shark Fight app and watched Qin Fei's live broadcast. 15 minutes quickly passed. And at this moment, on the bedside table next to Lin Chen's bed, an envelope fell on top of it. Taking it in his hand, he opened it. The documents inside the envelope also fell into his hands. And this document, it was none other than the equity certificate of Tianhe Group's 15%. Correct. It's indeed the 15% share of Tianhe Group. Lin Chen's mouth curved up. Meanwhile, in the capital city, inside a magnificent villa, an elderly man in his 70s, with white hair at his temples, was sitting at the redwood desk in the study, dealing with the documents at hand. The ashtray beside him was filled with silver-gray cigarette ash. Exhale. He let out a breath, feeling relieved. Glancing at the clock, he rubbed his forehead and was about to continue with the documents when his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his secretary. Answering the call, the old man said, "Hello, Xiaosong, what's the matter? Chairman, I apologize for disturbing you at this time. But just now, there has been a major change in the company's equity." With these words, Mr. Wang Yingjia's expression turned serious. "What's the situation? Tell me in detail. You see, recently, their company has been unstable internally, especially in the board of directors. They are currently in a power struggle. The other shareholders are currently voting to try to push him out. Therefore, with such a significant change in equity, how could he not be nervous? Just a minute ago, Mr. Lin Chen, who previously acquired 10% of our Tianhe Group's shares, made another move. This time, he directly acquired a whopping 15% of Tianhe Group's shares. In other words, Mr. Lin Chen now holds 25% of the shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of our company. At this moment, Mr. Wang Yingjia's expression became more serious. 25% of the shares. You see, as the chairman and founder of Tianhe Group, so far, he only held 37.8% of the shares. And now, an unknown person has actually acquired a whopping 25% of the company's shares. This, after a slight change in expression, Mr. Wang Yingjia calmed down. He said, "Do we have any information on this Lin Chen at the moment? We currently have some information and have already sent it to your email." Hearing this, Mr. Wang Yingjia quickly opened his email and started to review. As he looked through the information on the computer screen, this Wang Yingjia shook his head for a while. At this moment, the resume in front of it was Lin Chen's resume. It clearly stated that Lin Chen was a child from an ordinary family in a small town and in province. However, Wang Yingjia absolutely did not believe this kind of information. A child from an ordinary family in a small town? How is that possible? It's not that Wang Yingjia doesn't believe it, it's just too unbelievable. How could a child from an ordinary family quietly swallow 25% of his Tianhe Group shares, even if it's possible? Where did he get such a large sum of money? So, there is only one possibility, that this information has been embellished. Interesting. Wang Yingjia's mouth curled up. He said, "Alright, you don't need to continue investigating Lin Chen's information. You probably won't find more information on your end." Yes. The call was then disconnected. Wang Yingjia looked at the information in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowed. His fingers lightly tapped on the table for a while. Interesting, in the Magic City? After murmuring these words, Wang Yingjia then called his son. Magic City, Park Hyatt Hotel. Wang Songsong was playing late-night games in the hotel. He was muttering and scolding, "Fengyan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and Fengyan." With a series of scolding, the computer screen suddenly turned gray. He slammed the mouse. Wang Songsong's face was full of anger. At this moment, Wang Songsong's phone suddenly rang. Without looking at the caller ID, he answered impatiently, "Hello? Who is this?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, a cold voice sounded. "It's me." Immediately, Wang Songsong broke out in a cold sweat. "Ha ha, Dad, you're still up so late?" "Humph." Wang Yingjia snorted coldly and said, "I have something important for you. If you are in the Magic City now, go and meet someone for me as soon as possible. I've sent you the details to your email." Hearing this, Wang Songsong opened his computer email. Looking at the information his father sent him, Wang Songsong looked at Lin Chen's information and said puzzledly, "Dad, isn't this just an ordinary person? Why do you want me to meet him?" Hearing Wang Songsong's words, Wang Yingjia sneered in his heart and said, "An ordinary person? Ha ha, what if I tell you that this person holds 25% of Tianhe Group's shares and is now the second largest shareholder of our group?" With these words, Wang Songsong's pupils contracted instantly. He was not just an ordinary second-generation rich kid. Naturally, he understood what his father's words meant. "What? How is that possible?" Wang Songsong exclaimed in disbelief. 25% of Tianhe Group's shares, in the hands of this seemingly ordinary young man in the resume. This was very contradictory. After swallowing hard, Wang Songsong took a deep breath and said, "I understand, I will find him as soon as possible. You better show some respect to the other party. If I wasn't tied up in the capital right now, I would go see him myself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After the call was disconnected, Wang Songsong slumped in his chair. He was a bit flustered, looking at the photo of Lin Chen on the computer screen in front of him. Lin Chen, 25% of the shares, the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group. He muttered to himself, shocked in his heart. According to the information, the other party was a few years younger than himself. However, it was such a person, who actually held 25% of Tianhe Group's shares in his hands. The amount of shares held was almost comparable to his own father's. At that moment, Wang Songsong was stunned and at a loss for words. We must find him as soon as possible. Such a person absolutely cannot be provoked. Muttering in his heart, Wang Songsong dared not delay. Quickly, he started messaging his friends in the Magic City. The one who caused all this, Lin Chen, was completely unaware of it. Now, after watching a live broadcast, he sent messages to Qin Fei and Xieyuma before going to sleep. Recently, Xieyuma was getting ready for a drama performance, so he had less time to chat. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lin Chen went to the gym and spent the whole day working out. After a day of training, the potential of the strengthening potion was excavated a bit more, further enhancing his body. Especially in terms of endurance, it became even more terrifying. Feeling the terrifying endurance in his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. Could this endurance be used to call out Qin Fei and Xieyuma next time? Of course, Lin Chen just thought about it. After all, only children would choose to endure everything. Adults know they can't take it. When he returned to the villa, Lin Chen took a shower and changed into evening wear. Then, Mu Nanzi came to knock on the door. Lin Chen got into Mu Nanzi's Bentley and headed straight to tonight's banquet venue, Magic City Grand Hotel. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Magic City Grand Hotel, many guests were meeting at the main entrance. Ha ha, Jiang, I didn't expect you to be here too? Oh, Pang, it's been a long time since we last met. Hey, isn't this Director Jiang? Nice to meet you. Many familiar CEOs greeted each other here. After a round of greetings, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. At this moment, someone noticed the extended Bentley Mulsanne slowly approaching in the distance. Look, the Muxia family is here. I remember this Mulsanne belongs to Mu Nanzi, the president of the Mu Group. Mu Nanzi is here. As everyone discussed, the Bentley Mulsanne slowly stopped at the entrance of the Magic City Grand Hotel. As the car stopped, everyone quieted down. Then, they watched the car in silence. At that moment, Zhang Hai, who was there, also felt a bit nervous looking at the car. The driver, Sun Fu, got out of the car and opened the back door. A pair of long legs stepped out first. Then, Mu Nanzi in an evening gown got out of the car. Following her, Lin Chen appeared to the surprise of everyone present. And accompanying Lin Chen, stepping out of Mu Nanzi's car, stunned everyone. Who is this person? Why have we never seen him before? And why did he get out of Mu Nanzi's car? In an instant, everyone was a bit stunned. Looking at Lin Chen there, their eyes were full of confusion. As for Zhang Hai, his expression changed for a moment. But the next moment, he walked over quickly. President Mu, Director Jiang. The two shook hands lightly. Then, to the surprise of everyone, Zhang Hai came to Lin Chen and bowed. Mr. Lin. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at Zhang Hai's actions. What's going on? Who is this young man? First, he gets out of Mu Nanzi's car, now he's receiving a bow from Director Jiang? Wow! It seems this young man's identity is extraordinary. In an instant, many people here were taken aback. Looking at Lin Chen here, his face was shocked. In an instant, many people's expressions towards Lin Chen changed. They began to take Lin Chen more seriously in their hearts. As for Lin Chen, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused and helpless about all this. He reached out his hand to help Zhang Hai up and said, Director Jiang, we are all friends. Let's consider the past incident as water under the bridge. Yes, we are all friends, Zhang Hai said quickly, showing respect. However, deep down, he still felt uneasy. Mu Nanji smiled and said, Director Jiang, please come inside. Please, Zhang Hai replied. After that, Mu Nanji took Lin Chen's wrist and said, how about Mr. Lin being my escort on the red carpet? Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, sure. With that, the two walked towards the hotel. Walking on the red carpet, they headed towards the banquet hall. Along the way, everyone they met showed great respect and astonishment at Lin Chen's identity. Who exactly is this person? How could he be Mu Nanji's escort? Soon, the two entered the banquet hall. At that moment, on the second floor of the banquet hall, at a table by the railing, a handsome man was sitting there drinking. Across from him, a young man was complaining. Lao Chun, you don't know. Last night, my old man called me in the middle of the night, asking me to find someone. But I've been searching all day and haven't found a trace of that person my old man asked for. Hearing this, Chen Wan chuckled and took a sip of his drink, saying, Ha, Song, don't worry. Tonight's banquet is hosted by the Mu family in the Magic City. Basically, all the influential people in the Magic City are here. Since you're looking for someone, you should be able to find them at tonight's banquet. I hope so, Wang Song said, feeling a bit frustrated as he took a sip of his drink. Chen Wan, who was there, was also curious. But Wang, I'm quite curious. Who are you looking for that made your uncle call you in the middle of the night to find them in the Magic City? Chen Wan was very clear about the identity of the man in front of him. He was the son of the top domestic conglomerate, Wanha Group. His status was extremely proud. What kind of big shot could make him come looking for them? Hearing this, Wang Song shook his head and said, "This is a real big shot. I can't reveal it to you for now. But what I can tell you now is that if my dad wasn't tied up recently, he would have come himself." What? With that statement, Chen Wan was extremely shocked. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and for a moment, he felt a sense of gravity in his heart. After all, he never expected that the person they were looking for was the big shot from the Wang family. So, who exactly was Wang Song looking for? When did such a big shot appear in the Magic City? For a moment, Chen Wan's mind was racing with questions, and he took a sip of his drink. At that moment, Chen Wan's gaze subconsciously looked towards the entrance below. Suddenly, he saw Mu Nanji walking in, arm in arm with Lin Chen, looking very intimate. His expression darkened, looking unpleasant. Lao Chen, what's wrong? Wang Song also noticed Chen Wan's unpleasant expression. Upon hearing Wang Song's question, Chen Wan quickly turned around. Then, smiling, he said, "I saw an acquaintance. Wang Ge, you sit here for a while, I'll go down and say hello." "Okay, you go ahead and say hello." Wang Song didn't pay much attention, just waved his hand. Below, the two walked into the banquet hall. Mu Nanji stuck out her tongue and said, "Lin Chen, thank you for accompanying me on this red carpet." "It's nothing." Lin Chen also smiled and didn't say much. However, at this moment, behind the two, a cold voice rang out. "Nanji, I didn't expect to see you here." Mu Nanji was stunned, then her face changed, she turned her head to look. Looking at Chen Wan over there, her face turned cold, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. "Chen Wan, I didn't expect that you, representing the Chen family, would be here." Chen Wan didn't say anything. He just had a cold look on his face and looked at Lin Chen beside him. He, no wonder you've been avoiding me. So this is your new man." As he spoke, Chen Wan looked at Lin Chen with jealousy in his eyes. He had been pursuing Mu Nanji for over a year, and Mu Nanji had always ignored him. But now, she was actually holding another man's arm and coming in. How could he not be furious about this? Listening to Chen Wan's words, Mu Nanji's face turned slightly red. But then, she became somewhat embarrassed and angrily said, "Chen Wan, don't talk nonsense here." "Nonsense?" Chen Wan sneered. "Did I say anything wrong? Everyone saw you coming in with this unknown man. If this behavior of yours spreads, it might not be good for the reputation of your Mu group, right?" With that said, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Many people around noticed what was happening. "Yeah, who is this man that Mu is holding on to? I don't know, is he a young master from a prominent family in the city? Never seen him before." Mu Nanji bit her lower lip and said, "Chen Wan, this is between you and me. You better not go too far." Hearing this, Chen Wan smiled, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Heh, since it's between you and me, shouldn't we find a more private place to talk?" With a playful smile, Chen Wan reached out his hand towards Mu Nanji. But at that moment, a hand reached out behind Mu Nanji. It firmly grabbed Chen Wan's wrist. In the next moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, blocking in front of Mu Nanji. Then, he shook off Chen Wan's wrist and said coldly, "Isn't it a bit too much to act like this?" With a simple statement, everyone around was somewhat stunned. As for Mu Nanji, she felt a sense of security deep down. Her face also blushed a bit. The feeling of being protected made her heart beat faster. As for Chen Wan, he was also surprised at this moment. He was startled by Lin Chen suddenly appearing. After all, under the effect of strengthening potions, Lin Chen, who was originally 185 meters tall, had recently grown a few centimeters taller. He was now around 188 meters, almost reaching 19 meters. With the muscles that Lin Chen had been developing, he exuded a strong presence. After being startled by Lin Chen, Chen Wan gradually regained his composure. Then, he looked at Lin Chen and cursed, "You jerk, are you trying to play the hero to save the beauty?" Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. But considering that tonight's event was organized by the Mu group, he just spoke in a slightly cold tone, "Watch your words, or else, don't blame me for being impolite." Chen Wan completely ignored Lin Chen's threat. He just sneered twice and then said, "Ha, impolite? I want to see how you are rude to me. Threatening me? With your kind of loser, I could crush you with just one finger." Listening to Chen Wan's words, Mu Nanji's expression changed slightly. Then her expression became compassionate, shaking her head slightly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Chen Wan, patiently saying, "I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to me here, and I will let this matter go." "Apologize?" Chen Wan seemed to find it the funniest joke in the world. He laughed out loud. "You want me to apologize? Ha ha, you, a loser like you, have the nerve to ask me for an apology? He. Fine. I'll kill you first, then apologize to you." After that, Chen Wan punched directly at Lin Chen.
Seeing Chen Wan about to strike, Mu Nanji's expression changed, saying, "Don't."
Hearing Mu Nanji's words, Chen Wan became even more angry. At this point, he was still protecting this stinky loser. What he didn't know was that Mu Nanji's words were meant to remind Lin Chen to hold back a bit, not to kill the person. After all, she still vividly remembered the scene where Lin Chen broke the world record in push-ups. The people around, watching Chen Wan about to strike, also showed some changes in their expressions. You should know that Chen Wan has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to him. Now he was about to strike Lin Chen. Lin Chen was in some danger. However, before their thoughts could settle, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Everyone's faces showed astonishment. Lin Chen grabbed Chen Wan's wrist with one hand, then twisted it slightly. Chen Wan's arm bent at a 90-degree angle, breaking into several sections. As for Lin Chen, he didn't even move his feet throughout the whole process. "Ah!" Chen Wan screamed in agony. His face twisted in pain, sweat dripping down his forehead. But he continued to shout in anger, "Do you know who I am? How dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen delivered several slaps in succession. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of the slaps echoed in the air. Chen Wan's cheeks swelled up high, his mouth full of teeth mixed with blood, all spitting out. Lin Chen casually threw him to the ground, straightened his suit, and calmly said, "Has no one taught you to speak politely? Is it so difficult to apologize? Must you resort to violence? I, for one, do not like violence." A simple sentence that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Looking at Chen Wan, whose cheeks were swollen, they swallowed hard. "You don't like violence?" Just then, a voice came from behind. "What's happening here?" Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look behind. Even Chen Wan, who looked terrified, brightened up. With the sound, everyone turned to look behind and saw a young man with a middle-parted hairstyle walking briskly towards them, his face showing some annoyance. "Who is this person?" "Don't know, probably not from the city." "Wait, you guys don't know him?" "He's Wang Songsong, the young master of Tianhe Group." "He's Wang Songsong, the young master of Tianhe Group? Wow, it's him. I heard that Wang Songsong came to the city. I didn't expect to see him here. Interesting. This is getting really interesting." In an instant, many people here showed a look of anticipation, ready to watch the show unfold. After all, Tianhe Group is a big player. The Tianhe Group, which started out in real estate, has built various large commercial districts. With its real estate business, it can be said to cover the entire first and second tier cities in Xinhua, and in recent years, it has made a series of investments overseas. It's all about making a lot of money. Looking at Wang Songsong who appeared, and Mu Nanji over there was a slight frown on his forehead. In his heart, there was a sense of unease beginning to grow. At the same time, Chen Wan, who was stumbling and crawling up from the ground, came to Wang Songsong's side. Crying, he said, "Brother Wang, you must help me out." Chen Wan's words were somewhat unclear and windy. Seeing the disheveled Chen Wan, Wang Songsong was also a bit annoyed in his heart. Immediately, he asked, "Who laid hands on you?" Although the relationship between Chen Wan and him was just average, Chen Wan was currently with him after all. However, Chen Wan had been beaten now. If he didn't step in, he would lose face in this second-generation circle in the future. Listening to Wang Songsong's words, Chen Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, pointing to Lin Chen over there, he hurriedly said, "Brother Wang, it's him, it's him, it's him. This guy, he beat me like this. He's too much, just because of a few words of argument. He directly came up and slapped me. He knocked out my teeth. Brother Wang, you must help me out." Chen Wan's tone sounded very aggrieved. After these words, Wang Songsong frowned. Then he looked at Lin Chen. However, in the moment he saw Lin Chen, his whole being trembled. "Is it him?" Hurriedly, Wang Songsong took out his phone. He found the photo his father had sent him yesterday. After looking at it carefully for a moment, Wang Songsong's heart raced. Yes, it's him. The person in front of him is the one his father sent him last night. Currently, he is the second largest shareholder of their family's Tianhe Group, Lin Chen. At this moment, Wang Songsong became excited. Then, he quickly walked towards Lin Chen. Watching Wang Songsong's movements, Mu Nanji's whole being tensed up. Although she knew Lin Chen's identity was very mysterious. But, the person in front of her now was not someone easy to mess with. He was Wang Songsong, the young master of the Tianhe Group, Lin Chen. At this moment, Mu Nanji was full of worry. At the same time, she took out her phone and sent a message to her grandfather. She could only hope that her grandfather would come over. Then, she could protect Lin Chen. After all, this matter started because of her. The people nearby sighed at this moment. Ah, this young man is finished. Who would have thought that Chen Wan actually knows Wang Songsong? Yeah, As for Chen Wan over there, he was extremely arrogant at this moment. You bastard! You stinky loser, how dare you hit me? Look at you now, how can you continue to be arrogant? Chen Wan pointed at Lin Chen, arrogantly shouting. However, in the moment these words were spoken, Wang Song over there was suddenly furious. He turned around and directly kicked Chen Wan hard in the stomach. Bang! With a kick, Chen Wan fell to the ground. He was in so much pain that he was about to cry. Tell me again, who are you cursing at? Is Mr. Lin someone you can curse at? While saying this, Wang Song was still somewhat dissatisfied. After kicking Chen Wan a few more times, he quickly walked to Lin Chen. Then, he suddenly bowed deeply and said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now, please forgive me. I hope you can forgive me more. With these words, everyone around here couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What's going on? The young master of the Tianhe group, Wang Song, actually showed such respect to Lin Chen? This is simply unbelievable. At this moment, everyone around was dumbfounded. And there, Chen Wan, curled up in pain like a shrimp, also had a stormy sea in his mind. A ridiculous idea emerged in his mind at this moment. Could it be? Is this Lin Chen the important person that Brother Wang mentioned before? How is that possible? There are only a few second-generation Lins in the Magic City. I've never seen this person in the circle of the Magic City. At this moment, fear crept onto Chen Wan's face. As for Mu Nanji, she was even more confused. Looking at Wang Song, who was respectful to Lin Chen, her throat felt a bit dry. What's going on? Who is Lin Chen really? How could he make Wang Song so respectful? Mu Nanji felt incredibly incredulous. Just as she was doubting in her heart, a noisy voice came from beside her. Make way, Grandpa Mu is here. Immediately, the people here made way one after another. Following that, Mu Jiangwo hurriedly arrived. Earlier, he received a message from his granddaughter saying that there was a conflict between Lin Chen and Wang Song of the Tianhe group. The conflict was caused by his granddaughter. This made Grandpa Mu unable to sit still. He hurriedly rushed over here, thinking about how to resolve this matter. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either side of the conflict. One is the young master of the Tianhe group, and the other is the mysterious Lin Chen. This also gave him a headache. At this moment, he arrived here and quickly said with a smile, Young Master Wang, why are you here? Before he could finish his sentence, Grandpa Mu saw Wang Song, who was respectful to Lin Chen. He was instantly confused. Grandpa Mu, who am I? Where am I? What's happening here? At this moment, Grandpa Mu was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was plunged into a state of confusion. What's happening here? Wasn't there a conflict between Lin Chen and Wang Song? But the scene in front of him. The three people here also noticed Grandpa Mu approaching. Mu Nanji quickly went up to greet him. Grandpa. Lin Chen also nodded to Grandpa Mu and said, Grandpa Mu. Wang Song, who was beside him, respectfully said, Grandpa. Wang Song didn't dare to offend this old man. Although the Mu Group was a newly established company, its development in recent years was quite formidable. Not to mention, the family power behind Grandpa Mu was quite strong. Seeing Wang Song, Grandpa Mu smiled and asked, Young Master Wang, do you know Lin Xiaoyu? We didn't really know each other before, but I have long heard of Mr. Lin's name. Hearing this, Grandpa Mu was even more confused. Before Grandpa Mu could say anything, Wang Song continued, to be honest, this time I am here to meet Mr. Lin on behalf of my father. If my father wasn't busy, he would have come to meet Mr. Lin in person. This statement puzzled both Grandpa Mu and Mu Nanji. Who is Lin Chen really? How could he make Wang Song's father, Wang Yingjia, the chairman of the Tianhe group, come to meet him in person? Are you planning to come in person? Mu Lao was a bit puzzled at this moment and spoke up. Master Wang, what is this all about? Listening to Mu Lao's question, Wang Song did not speak. He just looked at Lin Chen with a questioning look. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, It's okay, go ahead. Lin Chen did not intend to hide this matter. After all, he held 25% of the shares of Tianhe Group. This matter was huge. It might not be long before it caused a shakeup in the industry. Therefore, it was better to be straightforward about it. Okay. Wang Song nodded, then explained respectfully, Mr. Lin acquired 25% of our Tianhe Group's shares. Currently, in the group, his shareholding is second only to my father. He is the second largest individual shareholder of our Tianhe Group. Boom! With that statement, the whole room was shocked. Everyone was stunned. Holding 25% of the shares? And in Tianhe Group? With that statement, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Hai was completely confused at this moment. Lin Chen was actually the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group? Was this not a joke? Had he been dealing with such a person all along? In an instant, Jiang Hai's mind raced. At the same time, he secretly made a decision. So what if someone had leverage over him? Since there was leverage, he now had a relationship with the other party. Therefore, he must find a way to deepen this relationship. Hold on to the other party's thigh. Mu Lao and Mu Nanji couldn't help but swallow hard. They had considered many possibilities before, but they had never thought of this one. After all, this possibility was just too absurd. It seemed ridiculous. 25% of Tianhe Group's shares, the second largest shareholder. This was simply astonishing. And Chen Wan, who was there, was already in despair. He felt dizzy. Although he had suspected earlier that the important person Wang Songsong mentioned was Lin Chen, upon hearing the other party's identity, he felt utterly hopeless. Run while they haven't noticed me. Run quickly. With that thought, Chen Wan endured the pain in his abdomen, got up from the ground, and prepared to run outside. At that moment, Wang Songsong glanced at Chen Wan and coldly said, "Heh, you want to run? Do you think you can escape?" With a simple sentence, Chen Wan's body stiffened on the spot. At that moment, Mu Lao also narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Chen Wan. Gradually, he understood. He sneered and said, "Chen's kid? Hu Jiao. Master." Behind Mu Lao, an old man with a small beard and a well-dressed suit walked over. "Prepare a separate room for the young master of the Chen family to rest. I will personally send him home later. By the way, find the head of the Chen family for a cup of tea. It's been a long time since I've seen old Chen, and I miss him." "Yes." Hu Jiao walked up to Chen Wan, smiling, and said, "Young Master Chen, this way please." In an instant, Chen Wan's face turned pale, his spirit in despair. Mu Lao looked at Lin Chen and said, "Lin, Master Wang, this is not the place to talk. Shall we go somewhere else?" "Yes, okay." Several minutes later. Second floor. In a private room, Lin Chen and Wang Songsong were chatting happily. Mu Lao and Mu Nanji had already left. After a while of chatting, Wang Songsong also understood Lin Chen's character. At this moment, he smiled and said, "But there is one thing that has been bothering me. I dare to ask for your advice, Brother Lin." After listening to Wang Songsong's words, Lin Chen took a sip of tea and said, "Wang Xiao, I want to ask, why do I want to acquire 25% of Tianhe's shares?" He already had a guess about what Wang Songsong wanted to ask next. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Wang Songsong chuckled, touched his nose, and nodded. "Yes, Brother Lin is indeed smart." Lin Chen just chuckled lightly. Then, he said indifferently, "The reason is simple. I have confidence in Tianhe Group and believe that it can make money. I don't have big ambitions, I just want to make some money and become wealthy. After all, my family doesn't have much money, just an ordinary family, quite poor." Lin Chen's words were quite casual, but to Wang Songsong's ears, they made him smirk. An ordinary family. An ordinary family managed to quietly acquire 25% of their Tianhe Group's shares? That's hard to believe. Wang Songsong thought to himself. But he still nodded and said, "Ha, I see. By the way, Mr. Lin, what do you think about the recent turmoil within Tianhe Group, regarding the plan to change the chairman?" "Change the chairman?" Lin Chen was completely puzzled by Wang Songsong's words. He had no idea about this matter. Hearing Lin Chen's response, Wang Songsong was also stunned. This matter? Lin Chen didn't know about it? With doubts in his mind, Wang Songsong continued, "Currently, there are several shareholders within the group holding around 10% of the shares. They are discussing impeaching my father and forcibly changing the shareholders." Hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Is that so? You don't know about this, Brother Lin?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I really don't know. I didn't pay much attention to these matters at the time. I thought the price was not expensive, so I just bought it casually." Lin Chen's tone was very casual. He wasn't lying. After all, the shares of Tianhe Group were not expensive for him. He obtained 10% through reputation points and bought the remaining 15% for 100 yuan through an app. However, when Wang Songsong heard this, he was somewhat shocked. The 25% stake in Tianhe Group is not expensive? How wealthy must one be to say such a thing? The market value of their Tianhe Group may not have reached 1 trillion, but it was still over 500 billion. Acquiring 25% of the shares would cost at least over 100 billion. And in Lin Chen's words, it was not expensive? At that moment, Wang Songsong was truly startled by Lin Chen's words. Over 100 billion not expensive? Who is Lin Chen really? How much assets does his family have? With a sense of shock in his heart, Wang Songsong swallowed hard.
At the same time, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Alright, you can rest assured about the shares in my hands. I just want to quietly make some money, without any other intentions.
As long as your Tianhe group can still make money, I won't do anything messy."
With a simple sentence, Wang Songsong felt relieved. Lin Chen had clearly stated his position. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Then I thank Brother Lin for the support."
Lin Chen just smiled faintly.
The two continued chatting here. After a long conversation, half an hour later, they both left the room with smiles on their faces. The relationship between the two of them seemed like that of old friends who had known each other for over 10 years.
After the two of them came out, many people in the banquet hall quickly came over to greet them.
They handed their business cards to Lin Chen one after another. Even though Lin Chen was younger than them by 10 or 20 years, they still respectfully addressed him as Mr.
Lin. After that, a few people dispersed.
At the entrance of the Modu Grand Hotel, Wang Songsong smiled and said to Lin Chen, "Brother Lin, I'll head off first.
If you're free in a few days, let's hang out together."
"Sure, let's hang out in a few days." Lin Chen greeted Wang Songsong and watched as he got into his car and quickly left.
Lin Chen then turned to Mu Nanzi beside him and asked, "Is Grandpa Mu leaving?"
"Yes,
he went to see an old friend."
Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded silently. The two of them got into a Bentley and drove towards the villa.
They arrived near Dongjiano. One and got out of the car at the entrance.
Sun Fu drove back to the villa first. Lin Chen and Mu Nanzi walked along the roadside. Before long, they arrived at the central lake of the Dongjiano.
One villa area. They sat on a bench.
"Thank you for what you did at the hotel earlier," Mu Nanzi sighed, her body trembling slightly as she looked up at the sky.
Lin Chen remained quiet, watching Mu Nanzi's profile under the moonlight.
Mu Nanzi's profile was radiant and appeared very fair and pure.
"To be honest, if you hadn't helped me back there, I really wouldn't have known what to do. The Chen family behind Chen Wan is almost as influential as my family. Despite my continuous refusal, he still shamelessly pursued me."
Mu Nanzi looked at Lin Chen and smiled.
Their eyes met.
"But from now on, I don't have to worry about him bothering me anymore.
So, thank you this time."
Seeing Mu Nanzi like this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the businesswoman known as Mu Nanzi to have such a vulnerable moment. At that moment, Mu Nanzi suddenly leaned in and left a gentle touch on his lips. Under the silver moonlight, Lin Chen could clearly see Mu Nanzi's eyelashes trembling.
In that moment, Lin Chen was completely stunned.
On the other side, at the Jujiantang Villa area, in the Chen family villa's hall, Mu Lao was drinking tea. Beside him, Chen Tianhe, the head of the Chen family, sat. Below him, Chen Wan's father, Chen Shiji, had a grim expression on his face. Looking at Chen Wan, who was covered in injuries in the hall, Chen Tianhe said slowly, "Jiangwo, aren't you going a bit too far? What grave mistake did my grandson make to end up in such a state?"
Chen Tianhe was a bit angry. Chen Wan was the only child of the third generation of the Chen family. He had always doted on him.
Now, seeing him in such a state made Chen Tianhe furious.
Mu Lao, on the other hand, remained calm, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "Going too far? It seems you still don't know.
Your precious grandson did something remarkable at our Mu family's banquet today." With that statement, both Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji were momentarily stunned. The old man's words were full of confusion and doubt. Below, Chen Wan listened to the old man's words and his body trembled. His face turned pale.
Oh no!
This was Chen Wan's only thought at the moment. After all, if his father and grandfather found out that he had offended the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group, tonight would probably be the night of reckoning. As for safety, he should probably book an ICU room just in case.
Meanwhile, Chen Shiji watched his son's reaction and frowned. "Uncle, has my son caused trouble again?"
The old man here just smiled slightly and sipped his tea before calmly saying, "You should ask your son what he has done."
Hearing the old man's words, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji felt a sinking feeling in their hearts.
They knew that Chen Wan had definitely offended someone formidable.
Chen Shiji coldly rebuked Chen Wan, demanding to know what he had done.
Chen Wan's legs gave out and he knelt on the ground, admitting that he had offended the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group and Wang Songsong.
Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji were shocked to hear this. Tianhe Group was a top national company, far surpassing their family's influence.
They were at a loss for words, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chen Tianhe angrily called Chen Wan a traitor, while Chen Shiji wanted to punish him. The old man finished his tea and excused himself, leaving the room.
Chen Tianhe then asked him to stay and requested the address of the second largest shareholder to apologize in the morning.
The old man revealed the address, leaving Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji stunned. The address was for a famous mansion in the eastern suburbs, known as the Number 1 Villa. This revelation shook them to the core, as they realized the magnitude of the situation.
They know. It's Lin Chen, the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group. Only he has the strength to be so generous. At this moment of shock and horror, Chen Lao also faced Mu Lao, slightly clasped his fists, bowed, and said, "Thank you." After speaking, Mu Lao also left. Just as Mu Lao was about to leave the villa gate, a burst of screams and curses followed. "I told you to stop causing trouble for me all the time. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial child. You useless troublemaker, I'll beat you to death, you unfilial grandson." Amidst the roar, Mu Lao shook his head, got into the car, and left, leaving behind the echoes of roars and screams in the air. And that night, it was destined that the Chen family villa would not be peaceful. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside Villa No. 1 in the eastern suburbs, lying in the massage bathtub, Lin Chen recalled the warmth by the lake. Looking up at the ceiling, lost in thought. He really didn't expect Mu Nanji to be so proactive, coming up to give him a kiss. This was truly beyond Lin Chen's expectations. After all, the time they spent together was not that long, but Mu Nanji's initiative surprised him. At this moment, the faces of Xie Yuma and Qin Fei also flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Although Lin Chen knew he had the potential to be a scumbag, especially since he obtained the Max Charm card before, he was well aware of this. But to be honest, he was still hesitant. Should he confess this matter or not? After all, it would be hard to hide if he wanted to. If he wanted to be a scumbag, he had to do it openly. Otherwise, he couldn't bear the consequences. If he was honest, Qin Fei would probably be fine, and Xie Yuma too. But the key was how to handle his relationship with Mu Nanji. This was the most troubling point for Lin Chen. Therefore, his thoughts were in chaos. What a mess! He sighed deeply. Lin Chen's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. Forget it, why think about it now? Shaking his head, Lin Chen stood up from the bathtub. After drying himself off, he put on his bathrobe. Let it be, he muttered to himself. Lin Chen decisively walked towards the bedroom. Then he lay down on the bed. After all, things would work out in the end. This matter could be dealt with later. At the same time, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Xie Yuma. "Brother, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I will perform a drama in the school auditorium. Can you come and watch?" "Sure, I'll go to the school to cheer you on." He had already promised Xie Yuma to go and support him at school. Since the preparations were underway, Lin Chen naturally planned to go. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Big brother, it's been so long since I last saw you, I really miss you." Reading Xie Yuma's message, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. "You little devil. After the performance tomorrow, you'll get what's coming to you. I'll expose your true colors." For a moment, Lin Chen was filled with anger. Then he casually closed the chat window, chatted with Qin Fei for a while, and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen exercised for half an hour, took a shower, and had breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he checked his subsidies on his phone. As the app opened, he officially saw the products inside. 3 items? Looking at these 3 items, Lin Chen's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Squirrel Grape Tea Set, Gu Jingzhou's subsidized price, 99. 9-inch, Golden Nanmu Tea Tray subsidized price, 88. 8-inch, Leakin Super Sports Car subsidized price, 55. 5-inch. Looking at these 3 items, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. These 3. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen made a decision without much hesitation. He directly purchased all 3 items. Purchase successful. Items being shipped, estimated delivery time, 10 minutes. Please wait for delivery. He then sat on the sofa, continuing to play with his phone. Although he didn't know the exact price of the Squirrel Grape Tea Set, he was aware of the value of the Golden Nanmu and Leakin Super Sports Car. Both items were quite valuable. Since the tea set was judged to be more expensive than these 2 items, it indicated that the tea set was extraordinary. 10 minutes later, as the doorbell rang, the butler Huang Yuan went to open the door. After signing for the delivery, she said, "Boss, you have 3 packages." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Just leave them there," he gestured towards the coffee table. "Okay, boss." Immediately, Huang Yuan placed all 3 items on the table. After finishing a game on his phone, Lin Chen casually put it aside, took out the keys, and opened the packages. Inside the first package was a document bag containing Lin Chen's car keys, driver's license, and registration. According to the app, the Leakin Super Sports Car should now be parked on the roadside outside the villa area. The other 2 packages revealed a large golden Nanmu tea tray, not just any ordinary Nanmu, but a piece of purple-red Nanmu. The tray was intricately carved with lifelike patterns, including 2 dragons playing with a pearl. "Wow! This tea tray is amazing." Lin Chen was amazed.
After admiring the tea tray, he turned his attention to the third item, the squirrel grape tea set made by Gu Jingzhou. It appeared to be an ordinary purple clay tea set, but the texture of the squirrel grape gave it a realistic feel. This purple clay teapot set is quite average. Lin Chen shook his head. He then called out, Huang, the butler. Boss, Huang Yuan, who was directing the servants in the living room, immediately walked over, listening attentively. Have someone clean this tea set, and also wash the tea tray. Later, use this set to make tea for me. Yes, sir. Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Yuan caught a whiff of fragrance. Her gaze fell on the huge piece of purple-red Nanmu tea tray. Her expression stiffened. Purple-red Nanmu, and such a large piece. Huang Yuan's throat tightened. Purple Nanmu was a highly precious plant, a symbol of nobility in ancient times. She had seen many Nanmu pieces before, but this one was different. It was purple-red Nanmu, and it seemed to be of the highest quality. Combined with the intricate patterns and craftsmanship on the tea tray, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece from a master craftsman. A tea tray made of such a large piece of purple-red Nanmu could easily fetch tens of millions at an auction. It was truly a top-notch collectible. What did the boss just say? Let yourself go wash up. Then use this tea set to make some tea? In an instant, Huang Yuan felt like her heart had stopped beating. Then, she took a deep breath. She looked at her boss and asked, somewhat incredulously, Boss, are you sure? What's wrong? Lin Chen glanced at Huang Yuan with a calm expression. Seeing Lin Chen like this, Huang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Her heart immediately reacted. How could her boss not know the price of this tea set? Since the boss asked her to wash it and make tea, it was obvious that he didn't care about this dark wood tea tray. She nodded and said, Okay boss, I'll go take care of it. After that, she carefully arranged the tea set on the tea tray and headed towards the kitchen to start cleaning. Time passed slowly. After more than 10 minutes, the doorbell of the villa rang again. Huang Yuan went to the door of the villa and opened it. Outside, an old man stood there, looking respectful. Behind him was a middle-aged man, and next to the middle-aged man was a young man. The young man's face was swollen high, and his body was covered in bruises. The old man in front asked cautiously, Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Chen's house? Who are you? Looking at the three people in front of her, Huang Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Seeing Huang Yuan in front of her, Chen Tian had dared not show any disrespect. Although she was just a housekeeper, she couldn't afford to offend the other party's terrifying master. Who was Huang Yuan's master? Lin Chen. Not to mention, she came here today to apologize. Therefore, even if Huang Yuan was just a housekeeper, she must not offend them. I am Chen Tianhe from the Chun family, and this is my son, Chen Shiji. Chen Tianhe gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Wan, saying, As for this one, he is my incompetent grandson, Chen Wan. Hearing this, Huang Yuan was shocked. She had been in the Magic City for many years and had heard of Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji's reputation. They were one of the big shots in the Magic City. And such a big shot actually came to visit her boss today? And it seemed. Huang Yuan glanced at the gift in Chen Shiji's hand and at Chen Wan, who was bruised all over. She had a guess in her heart. Feeling Huang Yuan's gaze, Chen Tianhe smiled awkwardly and said, Well, my incompetent grandson offended Mr. Lin at the banquet yesterday. Today, I brought him here to apologize to Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Huang Yuan was even more surprised. She was right. She had guessed correctly. But, at this moment, Huang Yuan's heart was in turmoil. What kind of status did her boss have? He could actually make the head of the Chen family, as well as the next generation head, come to apologize. Feeling shocked, Huang Yuan took a deep breath and said, Please wait here for a moment. I need to report to my boss. Okay. Then, Huang Yuan left the door slightly ajar and returned to the hall to say a few words to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was slightly surprised at first, but then nodded and said, Let them in. Yes. After that, Huang Yuan returned to the door and informed the three members of the Chen family. As soon as they entered, Chen Tianhe bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, last night my unruly grandson was disrespectful to you. Please forgive him. On behalf of the Chen family, I offer our deepest apologies to you. With a bow from Chen Tianhe, his grandson Chen Shiji also followed suit. Lin Chen remained silent, calmly playing with his phone. At that moment, Chen Tianhe, gritting his teeth, glanced at Chen Wan and suddenly kicked out, exclaiming, You troublemaker! Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Chen Wan's expression changed, about to say something but meeting his grandfather's angry gaze, he suppressed his thoughts, gritted his teeth, and knelt down. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry. Last night, I was ignorant and offended you. Hearing this, Lin Chen raised his eyes and said, Can you speak like a human now? Chen Wan looked embarrassed at these words, while Lin Chen coldly snorted. "Let me tell you again, that Mu Nanji is my friend."
Chen Wan quickly responded, "Yes, yes.
"From now on, I will never appear in the same place as Miss Mu." Lin Chen nodded and then turned to Huang Yuan, who was stunned, and said, "Have the servant bring tea."
"Yes." Huang Yuan nodded and left. "All right, you can all get up and sit down."
At that moment, Chen Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief and sat across from Lin Chen.
Just then, the tea tray was brought over and placed on the table. Chen Tianhe was about to say something when he noticed the luxurious gold-threaded Nanmu tea tray and was surprised. How rich must one be to be so extravagant? He thought. Lin Chen calmly remarked, "It's just an ordinary tea tray, not worth much." Meanwhile, Huang Yuan prepared 4 cups of tea with a purple clay teapot.
Lin Chen calmly picked up a cup and said, "Have some tea." Chen Tianhe hesitated but eventually took a sip, his eyes fixed on the squirrel and grape pattern on the teacup. He was amazed by the craftsmanship and asked, "Mr.
Lin, is this tea set made by Master Gu Jingzhou?"
Lin Chen confirmed, leaving Chen Tianhe dumbfounded. Holding the teacup carefully, Chen Tianhe realized the significance of the tea set and felt a wave of emotions. He had thought using Nanmu wood for a tea tray was extravagant, but this tea set was beyond his imagination. The set was a 10-piece collection of Gu Jingzhou's squirrel and grape design, which had been featured in a special exhibition in Kyoto 15 years ago. This tea set was auctioned for a whopping 92 million Xinhua coins. Now, 6 years have passed. After the appreciation of this tea set, it is not impossible for it to reach over 1 billion. This thing can be completely considered a treasure.
And the most crucial point is,
Lin Chen doesn't treat this thing as a treasure at all, he just uses it as a teapot.
This. For a moment, Chen Tianhe couldn't calm down.
The tea tray made of golden silk Nanmu, the 10-piece tea set with squirrel and grape motifs by Master Gu Jingzhou.
Lin Chen's identity
is probably more than just the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group.
Realizing this, Chen Tianhe's heart is becoming increasingly dissatisfied with his grandson. At this moment, he is feeling extremely itchy. If this were not at Lin Chen's house, he really wanted to press his grandson to the ground and give him a good beating. However, even so, a thought is growing in his heart. After returning this time, he will confine Chen Wan at home for 3 months. But, before that, Chen Tianhe's face turned bitter. In his heart, he also felt a sense of fear. After all, the apology gift he had prepared originally was just an antique worth a few $100,000. He thought this antique would be a decent apology gift. However, seeing Lin Chen casually using the squirrel and grape tea set worth over 100 million without treating it as a treasure, giving an antique worth a few $100,000 as an apology gift? Who would that be belittling? His mere antique, probably in the eyes of others, is no different from trash, right? For a moment, Chen Tianhe's heart was a bit uneasy. At the same time, his mind was racing. And in the next moment, gritting his teeth, he said, "Mr. Lin, this is a gift we brought to you this time. Although the value of this gift is not high, please accept it." Saying this, Chen Tianhe took out a box placed on the side and placed it on the coffee table, pushing it towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He just opened the wooden box and glanced inside. Inside the box was a blue and white porcelain tall foot cup. The blue glaze on it appeared thick and clumsy, exuding an ancient charm. At this moment, Chen Tianhe also smiled and said, "This is a Yuan dynasty blue and white cup with a hidden dragon pattern on the foot, a small gift, please accept it." Hearing this, Huang Yuan on the side couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This Yuan blue and white cup with a hidden dragon pattern, based on the auction transaction price, was once auctioned for a high price of 1.54 million Shenhua coins at the 2017 Yuding International Spring Auction in Sichuan. In other words, this foot cup is a million-level collectible. However, in Chen Tianhe's mouth, it became just a small gift. It's simply outrageous. These wealthy people, calling a million-worth item a small gift? Lin Chen just nodded calmly and said, "Well, it's acceptable." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Tianhe's heart sank. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "In addition, Mr. Lin, there are 50 million in this card, please accept it." 50 million may not be much, but bringing out this 50 million also made Chen Tianhe feel a bit distressed. Although their Chen family is a local tycoon in Modu, their main business is in the financial industry. The company's debt ratio has reached 80%. It can be said that the company has very little available liquid funds. The cash they can bring out is only about 4 to 5 billion. Therefore, this 50 million is a very significant amount for the Chen family. However, for Lin Chen, this also brought a smile to his face. 50 million is not a small amount for him either. Despite having a lot of shares on hand, it will still be a long time before he receives dividends from each company. So, 50 million is still a lot to him. Lin Chen's face showed a slight smile.
then he casually took the card.
Alright, let's have some tea. Yes. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Chen Tianhe also breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing a cup of tea, Chen Tianhe said, Mr. Lin, we won't disturb you any longer.
After saying that, they left. Lin Chen didn't try to stop them, he just had Huang Yuan see them off.
After the three left the villa, Chen Tianhe also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shiji here said, Father, isn't 50 million too much? Too much?
Chen Tianhe glanced at Chen Shiji and said, this amount is not too much at all.
Do you think someone who uses treasures worth over $1 billion as tea sets, and uses a piece of gold-threaded Nanmu wood as a tea tray, is just an ordinary shareholder?
Hearing this, Chen Shiji felt a cold sweat on his forehead.
He suddenly understood.
So, if 50 million can make Mr. Lin stop investigating our family, then even if it's 5 billion, I'm willing.
Chen Tianhe sighed.
But then he looked at Chen Wan and said, after going back, you are banned for 3 months, your funds are frozen for 3 years.
In addition, the 50 million compensation will be deducted from you. Chen Wan felt like the sky was falling on him.
Being banned for 3 months was nothing to him, but having funds frozen for 3 years and losing 50 million was the most despairing part.
Even after the ban is lifted, he would still be in a difficult situation. As for borrowing money from his friends, they probably ran away faster than anyone after hearing about his frozen funds.
At this moment, Chen Wan felt deep despair. On the other side, Lin Chen had Huang Yuan collect the blue and white porcelain cup. Then he transferred the 50 million from the bank card to his account. He felt extremely joyful at that moment.
Soon, it was 11 o'clock in the morning.
Mu Nanzi arrived at the villa with a small pot. She sat at the dining table and uncovered the pot, revealing a pile of black liquid inside.
Lin Chen, thank you for last night.
To show my gratitude for your help, I specially made a pot of black chicken ginseng seahorse soup for you this morning. Lin Chen was stunned to hear this. Looking at the pot of unknown black liquid, he was puzzled. Huang Yuan and the servants beside him also looked strange.
Trembling, Lin Chen asked, is this chicken soup?
Of course.
Mu Nanzi proudly said, I spent the whole morning making this.
The black chicken inside was flown in from Wurshan last night, and the quail eggs were laid this morning. I also added many precious herbs to make it. I guarantee that if you drink it, you will be greatly nourished and look several years younger.
Lin Chen's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Drink it and look younger? This might just send him to the afterlife. Lin Chen looked at the pot of black chicken soup and said, has anyone tried this soup? Not yet, I was planning to have Uncle Sun try it, but he said he had a stomachache, so I didn't let him drink it. Mu Nanzi shook her head.
Lin Chen just smirked.
Stomachache? I bet Uncle Sun just didn't dare to drink it and used the stomachache as an excuse.
Then, taking a deep breath, he said, Nanji, cooking is something that requires a bit of talent. Besides, there are specialties in this profession, and there are some things that you don't need to make too difficult for yourself. When these words were spoken, Mu Nanji was first stunned.
Then he reacted and looked a bit deflated. He said, do you think the soup I made is bad? Lin Chen's expression was strange.
Then he said, at least you have some self-awareness.
You. Mu Nanji was so angry that she couldn't speak.
Then she stomped her foot and said, fine.
Don't rush to drink it later.
After saying that, Mu Nanji took a spoon, scooped up some soup, and drank a big mouthful. The moment it entered her mouth, Mu Nanji's face turned pale. She covered her mouth, hurriedly ran to the bathroom, and vomited. Then, with a pale face, she leaned against the wall and walked out of the bathroom.
Mu Nanji looked at the pot there, looking a bit scared.
This soup was really deadly. Lin Chen shook his head calmly and said, alright, why don't you sit here and rest for a while, and we'll have lunch together later?
Okay. Mu Nanji nodded in realization. Huang Yuan beside her also said, boss, should I have the servant start cooking? No need. Lin Chen waved his hand, put away his phone, and stood up. Today, I'll cook myself. With that, Lin Chen took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves skillfully, and said, I know a thing or two about cooking.
Mu Nanji pursed her lips and said, oh, really?
Lin Chen smiled but didn't say anything.
He indeed couldn't cook before, but after gaining the title of God-level chef through reputation, cooking was a piece of cake. It's just that before, with servants like Huang Yuan around, he was too lazy to cook. However, since Mu Nanji was staying for lunch today, he decided to give it a try. How awesome was this God-level chef skill? After that, Lin Chen went to the kitchen and started cooking. Mu Nanji sat on the sofa, puzzled, looking at the recipe on her phone.
It shouldn't be like this. I just added a few ingredients to the recipe. Why does the soup taste so bad?
Hearing this, Huang Yuan glanced at the recipe on Mu Nanji's phone.
It was a black chicken ginseng soup. If made according to the normal recipe, it would be fine. But
Mu Nanji added a bunch of medicinal herbs to it.
Something was definitely wrong.
As time passed, after more than half an hour, the kitchen door opened.
Instantly, a strong aroma wafted out of the kitchen.
The servants started serving the dishes. Mu Nanji sniffed and turned her head to look. Instantly, her eyes lit up, saliva dripping. Stir-fried lamb with scallions, pan-fried yellow croaker, kung pao chicken. Soon, one dish after another was brought out. There were a total of 5 dishes, each one delicious in color, fragrance, and taste.
Just smelling them made one's mouth water. Mu Nanji, feeling incredulous, looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, did you make these dishes?
Who else?
Lin Chen said calmly. With that, Mu Nanji was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Alright, let's get ready to eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold and won't taste good later. Okay. Mu Nanji couldn't wait any longer.
She quickly ran to the dining table, sat down, and began to enjoy the meal. After half an hour, Mu Nanji slumped in her chair. Rubbing his stomach, he lost all sense of decorum. Lin Chen, the dishes you made with so little effort are just too delicious.
You're not just a little knowledgeable, are you?
Mu Nanji there, with a face full of resentment.
Lin Chen just smiled faintly in response. At this moment, Mu Nanji suddenly seemed to think of something and said to Lin Chen, by the way, Lin Chen, since you're so good at cooking, can you teach me how to cook? Honestly, she was still a bit unwilling. She even wanted to make a pot of black-bone chicken soup for Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated slightly and said, alright, if you want to learn, I can teach you step by step. I promise to pass on all my knowledge to you. Lin Chen's tone was sincere. Really? Mu Nanji's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. If you're free in the future, just give me a call. Can we do it today? Mu Nanji, who was there, was eager to try. Today might not work, I have something to do at 3 in the afternoon. Oh, Mu Nanji seemed a bit disappointed. But if you don't mind, you can learn from Sister Wu.
Her cooking skills are also very good. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a middle-aged woman behind him nodded slightly at Mu Nanji and said, Miss Mu, if you don't mind, I can teach you a little. Although my skills are far inferior to the boss's. Mu Nanji's interest was not high, but she still nodded. After finishing the meal, they swam a few laps in the pool to aid digestion.
It was already around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Lin Chen changed into a set of clothes, took Li Ken's car keys, and walked outside. When he reached the entrance, the security guard there straightened up and greeted Lin Chen respectfully.
Mr. Lin.
Lin Chen nodded and looked around. His gaze fell on a bright red supercar near the entrance of the villa area. As he approached, he opened the car door and got in. The security guard looked puzzled as he asked, What car is this? I've never seen it before. While speaking, he took some photos, preparing to check later. At that moment, Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal. The supercar shot off quickly and left in a flash. The security guard was ready to go online and find out what car Lin Chen was driving. Meanwhile, the security team leader who was out on patrol returned. Seeing the security guard playing with his phone, he frowned.
Zhou Snen, what are you doing?
Startled, the security guard quickly explained, Captain, I saw Mr.
Lin just now driving off in an unfamiliar supercar, so I wanted to check what car it was.
As he spoke, he handed over his phone. The team leader, upon seeing it was Lin Chen, patiently took the phone. After all, Lin Chen was their important client. Anything related to Lin Chen had to be handled with care. Besides, he was also curious. What kind of new car was someone like Lin Chen driving? When he saw the Li Ken, his eyes widened in surprise.
Is this a Li Ken supercar? Li Ken supercar? Captain, what kind of car is that? I've never heard of it.
The team leader was also puzzled. Looking at his subordinate, he was confused.
The security team leader was dumbfounded at this point.
His throat rolled involuntarily, and he exclaimed, This car is one of only 7 top supercars in the world,
valued at a staggering 66 million.
And before this, there was only one of this car in the country.
With that statement, the security guard was also dumbfounded. Limited to 7 units worldwide, priced at a whopping 66 million.
Before this, there was only one in the country. The security guard looked at the car on his phone, his expression filled with envy.
Mr.
Lin is indeed impressive, he managed to get this kind of car. On the other side. At this moment, Lin Chen also arrived outside the Grand Hall. After parking the car in the nearby parking lot, Lin Chen walked towards the Grand Hall. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen saw rows of cameras set up there. And on these cameras, there was a label that read Shark Fight Live.
Shark Fight Live cameras?
At this moment, Lin Chen felt a bit surprised. And at that moment, a voice sounded behind Lin Chen.
Ha, mogul.
Hearing this voice, Lin Chen turned around to see a young man walking towards him.
The newcomer was none other than Zhao Ciyuan.
At this moment, Zhao Ciyuan had a somewhat joyful smile on his face. Standing next to Zhao Ciyuan was a young man in a suit who looked to be around 30 years old.
Zhao Ciyuan?
Lin Chen looked somewhat puzzled. He hadn't expected to see Zhao Ciyuan here.
Hey, Mo, I didn't expect to run into you here. Zhao Ciyuan here chuckled and said.
As for Lin Chen, he glanced at the young man next to Zhao Ciyuan with some confusion.
Who is this?
With Lin Chen's question, Zhao Ciyuan then said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce.
This is Mr. Wu Zhang, the Vice President of Shark Fight Technology."
Shark Fight Technology is co-broadcasting today's magic show. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a bit strange. He hadn't expected that today's joint live broadcast of the performance would be on the Shark Fight platform. Looking at Zhao Ciyuan talking to Lin Chen, Wu Zhang also looked puzzled.
He couldn't help but feel that Lin Chen looked familiar. At that moment, Zhao Ciyuan spoke up.
"President Wu, this is my good friend, Lin Chen." Wu Zhang instinctively said, "Mr.
Lin."
However, before he could finish his sentence, Wu Zhang suddenly froze in place. Then, he looked at Zhao Ciyuan with an extremely shocked expression.
"What did you say this gentleman's name was?" "Lin Chen, what's wrong?" Zhao Ciyuan's voice fell.
Wu Zhang here was dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Chen in front of him, memories flooded his mind all at once.
At that moment,
he finally understood why he found Lin Chen familiar. It was because a few days ago, their chairman had issued a document about the emergence of the second largest director of Shark Fight Technology.
There was a photo of Lin Chen on it.
At that moment, the Lin Chen in front of him was exactly the same as the one in the information sheet, and the name was exactly the same. Wu Zhang began to tremble.
He asked Lin Chen, Are you Director Lin?"
As Wu Zhang spoke, Zhao Ciyuan also froze.
Subconsciously, he asked, "President Wu, who is Director Lin?"
Wu Zhang swallowed and said, "Master Zhao, Mr.
Lin Chen is the second largest director of our Shark Fight Technology." As soon as this sentence fell, Wu Zhang was completely dumbfounded.
He looked completely confused and incredulous as he stared at Lin Chen.
Then he said, Mo, are you still a director of Shark Fight Technology?"
Lin Chen just casually nodded and said, "Yes, I acquired a small amount of shares recently, not a lot." With this statement, both Wu Zhang and Zhao Ciyuan's mouths twitched uncontrollably.
This statement was simply too extravagant. The second largest director of Shark Fight Technology.
At the very least, he had acquired 10% of Shark Fight Technology's shares.
And this 10% stake is worth 15.6 billion.
But, in Lin Chen's mouth, this valuable existence has become worthless. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. Just as Wu Zhang was about to say something, a somewhat surprised voice sounded behind Lin Chen.
"Brother Lin, you're here too?"
Hearing this voice, Lin Chen turned to look behind him.
Behind Lin Chen, Wang Songsong was walking towards them. "Wang Songsong?"
Lin Chen said with a hint of surprise in his eyes.
The two people next to him also greeted Wang Songsong. Zhao Kunzai said, "Brother Mo, do you still know Wang Dashao?" Lin Chen calmly nodded. "Yes, I do." He looked at Wang Songsong with some curiosity and asked, "Why are you here for the magic show today?" Wang Songsong chuckled and said, "Today's magic show is sponsored by our Tianhe group. Originally, I was supposed to be a judge, but now that you're here, Brother Lin, you are more qualified to represent our Tianhe group than me." With a simple sentence, Wu Zhang and Zhao Kunzai were curious. "Young Master Wang, what do you mean by that?" After all, Wang Songsong is the young master of the Tianhe group and holds 1% of the company's shares. This status undoubtedly qualifies him to represent the Tianhe group. But now, he says that Lin Chen is more qualified to represent the Tianhe group. How can one not be puzzled and frustrated by this? As Wang Songsong listened to Zhao Kunzai's question, he also looked puzzled. Looking at the two of them, he curiously asked, "Don't you know? Mr. Lin is the second largest shareholder of the Tianhe group. He holds 25% of our Tianhe group's shares." Boom! With this statement, Wu Zhang and Zhao Kunzai were completely dumbfounded. Then, looking at Lin Chen over there, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The second largest shareholder of the Tianhe group, holding 25% of the shares. How terrifying and horrifying is this status? After all, the Tianhe group is a giant company with a market value of 5 to 6 trillion. At this moment, the two of them were at a loss. Then they remembered what Lin Chen had said before about casually acquiring a small stake in Dosha Technology, which they thought was just showing off. But now, what they thought was a lot. In the eyes of others, it might really be just a little, not much. After all, the other party is the main shareholder with billions of shares. A mere 10 billion is nothing to him. For a moment,
The eyes of the two of them looking at Lin Chen were full of shock and astonishment. Lin Chen just smiled and then turned to Wang Tsongtsong, shaking his head. No need, since you were invited by the magic show, you should be the judge. Besides, it's not quite appropriate for me to be a judge this time. After all, I'm here to watch my sister perform. With these words, Wu Zhang there suddenly shivered and said, "Oh, I wonder which contestant it is. Since I'm also a judge, I can help out a bit during the performance." Wu Zhang naturally understood what Lin Chen meant by this, and he was just thinking about how to flatter Lin Chen, and now this matter was just handed to him. How could he let it slip away? Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, "Alright, it's a girl named Xia Yuma. I'll trouble General Wu to help out during the performance." Wu Zhang listened to Lin Chen's words and immediately shivered, saying, "No trouble. No trouble. It's my honor to help Mr. Lin." Wang Tsongtsong on the side also quickly said, "Don't worry, brother Lin, with me here, sister-in-law will not be wronged." Seeing both of them saying this, Lin Chen just smiled slightly and didn't continue. Later, the two of them walked to the backstage. Only Zhao Siyuan remained by Lin Chen's side. But at this moment, Zhao Siyuan was obviously more cautious and restrained than before. After waiting in the auditorium for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Chen saw Xia Yuma entering the auditorium. After looking around, she found Lin Chen and quickly ran over with a sweet smile. She said, "Brother, you're here," and rubbed Xia Yuma's hair. Lin Chen smiled and said, "How about it, do you have the confidence to win first place?" As Lin Chen's words fell, Xia Yuma's face was full of a sweet smile, nodding, "Definitely." Lin Chen smiled slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. "Humph, you, thinking you can win first place?" Hearing this voice, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look. He saw a girl walking towards them, with a hint of a cold smile on her lips. "Wang Yali, what do you mean?" Xia Yuma frowned and said. Wang Yali had always been her biggest competitor. The two of them had always been neck and neck in their scores in performance class. "Ha! I'll tell you the truth, this time, you definitely won't get the championship." Hearing this, Xia Yuma thought of something, her expression suddenly changed. She said, "Could it be you?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he spoke, "Don't worry, the championship will definitely be yours later." With these words, Xia Yuma nodded slightly. As for Wang Yali, who was there, she glanced at Lin Chen next to Xia Yuma. There was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. She usually liked luxury goods. Naturally, she could tell that the outfit Lin Chen was wearing was not cheap. At the same time, she also noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Chen's wrist. Even the cheapest Patek Philippe watch was valuable. It was clear that Lin Chen was definitely a second-generation rich kid. And this rich kid happened to have a crush on Xia Yuma. Later, Wang Yali thought of the 50-something, fat real estate tycoon who was supporting her. She felt a wave of disgust in her heart. In a moment, Wang Yali became more and more unbalanced. "Let's wait and see." Gritting her teeth, Wang Yali left. As Wang Yali left, Lin Chen asked, "What's going on?" Xia Yuma's expression was complicated as she said, "Wang Yali has always been at odds with me, and it's the same for this drama performance. As for the rumors from before, I heard that she was being supported by a real estate company boss, and that boss is said to be one of the judges for this competition. I always thought the rumors were false, but now it seems they might be true." "I see." Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Then he said, "How many judges are there for this competition?" "There are 5 in total, 3 partner judges and 2 professional dance judges." Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded slightly. It seems that the judging for this drama performance is quite professional. 2 professional judges ensure the professionalism of the competition. As for the 3 partner judges, it's clear that the organizers want to make some money. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Forget about that person, just perform well, the championship won't escape you this time. If you get first place, I will reward you." "Okay," Xia Yuma smiled. Listening to Lin Chen's words, her heart also settled. Before long, the drama performance officially began. Actors took the stage one by one to perform. After each performance, there was a round of elimination. Then the groups were reshuffled and new scripts were chosen for performance. After another round, the competition officially entered the 3rd round. In this round, there was only one performance, and only 5 people remained. As the drama began, the auditorium fell silent again. Everyone watched intently as the performers took the stage. Wang Yali exuded confidence, appearing to have the upper hand. On the other hand, Xia Yuma's performance was average, textbook-like. After the performance, the 5 performers bowed slightly. The judges and guests below finished their evaluations, and then the scoring began. The host announced, "Our first judge has given their scores. Wang Yali, 98 points, Xia Yuma, 97 points, Ning Xian." The second judge also gave their scores.
Wang Yali 97 points, Xia Yuma 98 points.
Soon, the two professional judges gave their scores. As the scores were revealed, many in the audience became nervous. Wang Yali, looking pitiful, turned to the third judge, a wealthy real estate developer. The middle-aged man watched her with a smile, then gave his score.
Third judge, Wang Yali 100 points, Xia Yuma 70 points?
The host was stunned for a moment.
This score was unexpected. Giving Xia Yuma only 70 points, the audience started murmuring and discussing. Xia Yuma's face turned pale.
She realized that the third judge was probably Wang Yali's sponsor.
This score was clearly intentional. The score gap between the two widened by 30 points. No hope, Xia Yuma muttered bitterly.
Wang Yali, on the other hand, looked proud and arrogant. She glanced at Xia Yuma, then at Lin Chen below, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Lin Chen remained calm and composed, smiling faintly. The next act will be interesting. Zhao Ciyuan beside him understood the situation. He looked at Wang Yali with a hint of pity, then at the chubby man, squinting. The two professional judges at the judging panel looked incredulous. Wang Songsong and Wu Zhang in the back understood what was happening and wrote down their scores. The host, puzzled, announced, fourth judge, Wang Yali, 60 points, Xia Yuma, 100 points. Fifth judge, Wang Yali, 60 points, Xia Yuma, 100 points.
Boom!
This scoring was like a thunderbolt, causing a commotion in the audience.
Both judges gave low scores to Wang Yali and full marks to Xia Yuma.
This turn of events was quite unbelievable.
Wang Yali was left bewildered.
The whole person stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening.
These last two people actually gave themselves a score of 60? And then, gave Xia Yuma a score of 100? What on earth is going on?
Stepping back 2 steps, Wang Yali finally forced herself to hold her body up. She didn't want to fall and embarrass herself on stage. In the judges' seats, the chubby judge was also stunned at this turn of events. He had never expected this situation. But then, cold sweat started to trickle down his forehead.
Deep down, he had a bad feeling creeping in. If it weren't for the ongoing recording, he really wanted to ask the two what was going on.
The host above also quickly said, the winner of this competition is Xia Yuma.
The total score is 465 points.
The winner, Xia Yuma, will have the opportunity to star in director Chen Kai's latest film, Legend of the Demon Cat.
With these words, the crowd erupted in cheers. Amidst the cheers, everything came to an end.
The scene began to disperse.
After it was over, Wang Yali immediately ran off the stage.
Xia Yuma, on the other hand, excitedly ran to Lin Chen's side and said, brother, I got first place.
Lin Chen just smiled faintly and said, well done. What do you want to eat later?
Brother, you decide.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
Just as she was about to say something, Wang Songsong and Wu Zhang, who were not far away, approached.
Xia Yuma looked puzzled as she looked at the two and asked, the two judges? The two nodded at Xia Yuma and said, Mr.
Lin. Lin Chen calmly nodded and said, thank you both for earlier.
Oh, it was nothing.
Besides, your sister-in-law deserves this championship.
Wang Songsong quickly added.
After these words, Xia Yuma blushed slightly. At the same time, she understood completely. Why did the last two judges suddenly give her a perfect score and give Wang Yali only 60 points?
It was all because of Lin Chen.
However, at that moment, the middle-aged man not far away hurried over with Wang Yali.
He nodded and bowed, saying, Master Wang, General Wu, why did you?
Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man saw Xia Yuma, who had been blocked by Lin Chen earlier.
In an instant, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. The sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. As for Wang Yali, her heart sank instantly. However, the middle-aged man tentatively asked, Master Wang, General Wu, who is this gentleman? Wang Songsong sneered and said, This is Mr. Lin, the second largest shareholder of Shark Technology and our second largest shareholder in Tianhe Group.
Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground.
At that moment, the middle-aged chubby man was truly scared out of his wits.
He had never imagined that Lin Chen's identity was so terrifying and horrifying.
The second largest shareholder of Shark Technology and Tianhe Group. He had actually offended such a big shot. Despair. Deep despair rose in his heart at that moment.
Wang Yali, standing beside him, was also completely panicked. Looking at Lin Chen and Xia Yuma there, she felt like she was in hell. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. The middle-aged chubby man quickly spoke up.
Brother, please spare me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I really didn't know just now that this Ms. Xia is with you. If I had known, how could I dare to do this? The middle-aged fat man knelt there, begging for mercy repeatedly. After all, although he was considered a top figure in the Magic City, in the presence of someone like Lin Chen, he was nothing but a mere ant. Offending the other party, even without lifting a finger, could lead to his demise. Lin Chen glanced indifferently at the middle-aged fat man. He immediately spoke up, "Don't say that, I don't have followers like you." Wang Songsong beside him also spoke up immediately, "Now, you get out of here right away. And your company, is it Kaiyang Construction? I remember your company has several cooperation projects with my family. I will talk to my father about this matter." As soon as these words fell, Zhao Ciyuan beside them also spoke, "Kaiyang Construction? I remember my family recently awarded a project to this company, but now it seems that this cooperation needs to be reconsidered." With the two of them speaking, the middle-aged man was suddenly as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. To be honest, the recent performance of their company was not good. So if they lost these projects, his company would be on the brink of bankruptcy. At this moment, the middle-aged man was truly panicked. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Wang, young Master Zhao, please give me another chance. I was wrong, I really was wrong before." Wang Songsong and Zhao Ciyuan showed no mercy at all. After all, they were still planning to cling tightly to Lin Chen's powerful support. "Get lost. I hope I don't have to say it a third time," Wang Songsong said coldly. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's heart was completely desperate. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. He looked back at Wang Yali. If it weren't for her, how could he have offended Xia Yuma and Lin Chen? How could he have fallen to this point? He stood up immediately, walked up to Wang Yali, and slapped her hard. "You despicable person. If I ever run into you again, I'm really out of luck for 8 lifetimes. With a roar, Wang Yali was completely stunned. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, quickly left the scene like a rat crossing the street. Only Wang Yali was left, looking like a bereaved dog. After coming to her senses, she quickly went to Xie Yuma and said, Yuma, aren't we good friends? Please, help me, I know I was wrong." Xie Yuma sighed in her heart. Then she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to help you." At this moment, Xie Yuma was overjoyed. She knew that from now on, Wang Yali would never be able to hold her head up in the campus. And all of this was because of Lin Chen. At this moment, Xia Yuma held Lin Chen's arm tighter. As for Wang Yali, she ran to Lin Chen to beg for forgiveness. But Lin Chen didn't even look at her. He just said to Xia Yuma, "Let's go, let's have lunch." "Okay." As these words fell, Zhao Ciyuan there smirked and said, "Brother Mo, I know a very good restaurant nearby, I recommend it to you." "Okay, let's go." With that, Zhao Ciyuan recommended the restaurant and was about to take his leave. "Brother Mo, I won't disturb your private time with your wife, I'll leave first." "Wait, let's go out for dinner together. I really need to thank you three properly for what happened just now." "Is that really necessary?" Wang Songsong looked at Lin Chen and Xie Yuma, and said, "There's nothing wrong with it, come on, let's go." With that, Lin Chen took the lead to leave. The other three couldn't resist and followed along. On the way, they arrived at the parking lot. Lin Chen took out the car key and pressed it gently. Suddenly, the bright red Lincoln supercar parked in the corner of the parking lot lit up its headlights. The gull-wing doors also lifted up automatically. Wang Songsong looked at the supercar and was instantly amazed. "Lin Gu, this is awesome. How did you manage to get this car? I've been eyeing this Lincoln supercar for a long time but couldn't get it. I never expected that you, Lin Gu, could actually get your hands on this car." At that moment, Wang Songsong's tone sounded somewhat envious. "Ha ha, just lucky," Lin Chen laughed. But Wang Songsong definitely didn't believe that. Lucky? How could that be luck? After all, there are only 7 Lincoln supercars in the world. Those who can get their hands on one are either rich or powerful. Even though he was the young master of Tianhe Group, it didn't matter. So, he had always been only able to look at this car longingly. However, Lin Chen managed to get it. The significance behind this was extraordinary. As for Zhao Ciyuan and Wu Zhang who were there, they were also amazed. Zhao Ciyuan spoke up, "Wow, Mo Gu, you change cars so quickly, and each one is a top luxury car in the world." Upon hearing this, Wang Songsong quickly asked, "Could it be that Lin Gu has more than just this top supercar in his hands?" "Of course." Zhao Ciyuan's tone became excited. "As far as I know, Mo Gu now has a Porsche 911 GT1-98, and another supercar, the Pagani Zonda Imola. These two cars, along with this Lincoln supercar, belong to the same top-tier category of supercars." After these words were spoken, Wang Songsong couldn't help but gasp in shock. Looking at Lin Chen over there, he just wanted to shout out, "Lin Gu, you're amazing." After all, each of the supercars Zhao Ciyuan mentioned required great status and wealth to obtain. However, Lin Chen managed to collect them all.
20 minutes later, the five of them sat in a private room in a restaurant. They toasted and chatted. Lin Chen sat at the main seat, and Wang Song and the others raised their glasses to him. After 3 rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, within just an hour, the 3 of them had eaten and drunk their fill.
Wang Song and the others left one by one, showing their understanding.
As for Lin Chen and Xie Yuma, they were walking on the street. The restaurant where they had dinner before was located in the business district. Now, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, so the surroundings were bustling. At this moment, the 2 of them arrived at the parking lot. Lin Chen remembered the watch he had placed in the car, which he had prepared to give to Xie Yuma. He immediately said, "Wait a moment." Lin Chen opened the front trunk with the car key and took out the watch box. After opening it, a delicate Patek Philippe watch appeared before Xie Yuma's eyes. Looking at the Patek Philippe watch, Xie Yuma covered her mouth, her face showing a mix of joy and astonishment. And more than that, there was a sense of being at a loss. She nervously asked, "Brother, is this watch?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, "It's a gift for you for winning the championship. How do you like it?" Xie Yuma's expression suddenly became extremely excited. She nodded eagerly and said, "Yes, I really like it." Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, "Then try wearing it." "Okay." With that, Xie Yuma joyfully put the watch on her wrist. The sea blue dial and strap, along with the 18K white gold case, looked exceptionally fitting on Xie Yuma's fair wrist. The broken diamonds around the dial, shining under the lights of the mall. Even in the dark night, they look very dazzling. Not bad, very suitable. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xie Yuma's cheeks were also slightly red at this time, saying, "Thank you, brother." Then, Xie Yuma tiptoed and quickly pecked Lin Chen's lips lightly.
Lin Chen was taken aback by this. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why do these girls like to ambush like this? Thinking of this, Lin Chen held Xie Yuma's snow-white cheeks and directly kissed her. After a full minute, the two finally separated.
Xie Yuma was panting, her cheeks flushed. She coquettishly said, "Brother, are you trying to suffocate me?"
Lin Chen just coldly snorted, "An eye for an eye, who let you ambush me first?" As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his phone and said, "It's already late tonight, how about spending the night outside?" Hearing this, Xie Yuma felt a bit flustered. She grabbed her clothes nervously, but then nodded lightly. Hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He casually booked a 5-star hotel not far from the shopping district. Then the two walked towards the hotel. Several hours later, Lin Chen lay satisfied on the bed, browsing his phone while holding Xie Yuma in his arms. It must be said that Xie Yuma, being a drama student, was indeed very flexible and had much better stamina than Qin Feier. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke up, "By the way, in a few days, I'll buy you a house near your school." After all, without a house, they would have to book a hotel room every time they wanted to meet, which was quite troublesome. Xie Yuma's eyes were a bit moist at this moment. "Thank you, brother." Honestly, Xie Yuma never expected Lin Chen to be so good to her, let alone buy her a house. At this moment, Xie Yuma's heart was filled with happiness as she lay in Lin Chen's arms, editing her social media post on her phone. "So happy to see my brother again today." A paragraph of text, 9 photos. Among them were scenes of dining at the hotel, photos of the hotel, and the Patek Philippe watch that Lin Chen gave her. As the photos were posted, Xie Yuma's social media was flooded with comments. "Wow! So envious. Good for you, Yuma. Sneakily going to a high-end restaurant with the little brother, so lucky. Seems like the focus isn't the restaurant, but the watch the little brother gave Yuma. That watch should be a Patek Philippe, worth 370,000, nearly 400,000. Oh my! A 370,000 watch, in some small cities, that's enough for a down payment on a house, right? Wow! So envious." In an instant, the social media platform exploded with comments. Xie Yuma looked at the replies, feeling more and more surprised. Although she knew that the Patek Philippe watch Lin Chen gave her was not cheap, she was still shocked when she learned the exact price. A watch! 370,000. At this moment, Xie Yuma's heart became even more complicated. Later, after some more conversation, the two fell asleep. The night passed, and the next morning, after having breakfast with Xie Yuma at the restaurant, Lin Chen drove her back to school. Lin Chen didn't rush back home. Instead, he sat in the car, opened an app, and checked the subsidized products for the day. After a quick refresh, Lin Chen saw the items inside. The subsidy price for 100% shares of the Magic City Oriental Sports Center Management Company, 9-inch. Looking at this item, Lin Chen was also a bit confused. What does this mean? Lin Chen knew about the Magic City Sports Arena, a large sports arena that can accommodate over 10,000 people. On regular days, it also hosts many commercial performances, celebrity concerts, and so on. But this management company? What does it mean? With curiosity in his heart, Lin Chen looked it up. That's when he understood. The Magic City Oriental Sports Center belongs to the government agency.
In other words, it cannot be privately owned. However, the specific management of this Oriental Sports Center is not done by the government agency but by this management company. And this Oriental Sports Center management company also has the right to host events, performances, conferences, annual meetings, and a series of activities. Therefore, the annual profit behind this is also very substantial.
Looking at the price of 9,
Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He decisively pressed his finger down.
Purchased. Purchase successful. Goods are being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes.
Please wait for the delivery. Looking at these 15 minutes, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly.
Then, he casually opened his WeChat Moments.
While browsing through his moments, he was also waiting. Before long, 15 minutes had passed. Just as the time passed, a stack of documents suddenly appeared out of thin air on the passenger seat next to Lin Chen. After a brief look, it turned out to be various related documents of the Magic City Oriental Sports Center.
Perfect, I can go take a look. Lin Chen casually opened the navigation and set the destination.
Looking at the navigation route, Lin Chen was suddenly stunned.
Ha! Passing by Junyue?
In Lin Chen's mind, there was a hint of surprise.
Well, that's perfect, I can go see Qin Fair. A light chuckle followed.
Then, Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal and headed towards Junyue, driving all the way.
It was already past 9 in the morning. At this time in the Magic City, the roads were not too congested.
Therefore, just over 10 minutes later, Lin Chen's car arrived at the entrance of Junyue residential area. The security guard saw that the car owner was Lin Chen and immediately let him in. After all, he had bought a whole building. So Lin Chen's face had long been firmly remembered by all the security guards. Upon arriving downstairs, Lin Chen did not choose to go upstairs but sat in the car and opened the Shark Fight live streaming app. In the app, sure enough, Qin Fair was live streaming. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen chose to enter the live stream incognito. After the last PK, the entire backstage of Shark Fight knew that Qin Fair was a person from their major shareholder. Therefore, various recommendations had not stopped. As a result, Qin Fair's popularity had always been high. Even though it was just past 9 in the morning, there were still over 1 million viewers in the live stream room. Lin Chen, who entered incognito, did not cause a stir. He just sat quietly and watched the live stream. Qin Fair was singing a song at the moment. As the song ended, Lin Chen clicked on the gift button. He directly sent 10 super firecrackers and then posted a message on the public screen.
Come downstairs.
The message of 10 super firecrackers. Lin Chen was directly pinned to the top of the live stream room.
At that moment, the live stream room instantly erupted. Wow!
The Sleeping Dynasty Big Shot actually showed up. 10 super firecrackers, just to send 2 words, this big shot is awesome.
It looks like the streamer is going to meet the Sleeping Dynasty Big Shot again? In an instant, the live stream room was buzzing.
Upstairs, Qin Fair's face turned red instantly as she saw the 2 words suddenly appearing. Then, she quickly ran away from the camera and went to the window to look downstairs. Suddenly, she saw Lin Chen standing next to a bright red supercar. Her heart started to beat faster and faster. Feeling a bit flustered, she returned to the camera and said, the live broadcast ends here today. I have something to attend to, so I'll sign off for now. Without paying attention to the commotion in the live chat room, she directly closed her broadcast.
Oh, why is he here now? Qin Fair's heart raced.
She picked up the makeup mirror nearby and carefully checked her makeup. Since she had only been live for less than an hour, her delicate makeup was still intact.
Phew, that's good.
She patted her chest, then hurried to her room to change into a different outfit. After completing all this, she grabbed her bag, put away her keys and phone, and headed downstairs. As soon as she stepped out of the lobby of the building, Qin Fair smiled and approached Lin Chen, asking, "Why do you have time to come today?
And why did you call me down directly in the live chat room?"
Lin Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "I happened to be passing by your place, so I came to see you."
After that, Lin Chen opened the car door and asked, "Get in, will you accompany me to play some tennis?"
"Oh, but I'm not wearing sportswear," Qin Fair hesitated.
The outfit she was wearing was a dress, not suitable for playing badminton.
Lin Chen calmly said, "I'll buy you a set when we get there." Hearing this, Qin Fair hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Okay."
Soon, the two of them drove towards the Oriental Sports Center.
The center was located near the Bund, in the heart of the city.
It took about 15 to 16 minutes to drive there.
Upon arrival, they parked the car in the parking lot next to the sports center.
The Oriental Sports Center consisted of 4 buildings: the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the diving pool, and the sports tower.
They headed towards the gymnasium. Lin Chen didn't reveal his identity, he just bought 2 tickets and then looked around, his gaze landing on a nearby fruit tea shop. He said, "You go pick out some sportswear, I'll buy 2 cups of fruit tea."
Okay, Xin Fair nodded. They then went their separate ways.
Xin Fair entered the nearby sportswear store to choose her outfit. As she was selecting her sportswear, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, Fair?" Hearing the voice, Xin Fair turned around to see a woman with a ponytail wearing a very cool outfit. She looked surprised to see Xin Fair. Xin Fair was momentarily stunned at the sight of the woman with the ponytail, then tentatively asked, "Are you
Shui Ran?"
If she remembered correctly, Shui Ran was a classmate from her university days.
Shui Ran smiled and said, "I'm here to accompany my husband for a game."
"Fair, it's been a while, what are you up to these days?" Xin Fair replied honestly, "I've been doing live broadcasts recently." Shui Ran's tone turned disdainful upon hearing this.
"Oh, Fair, you're doing live broadcasts now?"
These days, without a wealthy sponsor, you won't make it in the live streaming industry.
How about this, I'll introduce you to a couple of rich sponsors.
Xin Fair furrowed her brows and said, "No need, I have a boyfriend now."
After this statement, Shui Ran was taken aback. Then she quickly asked, "You have a boyfriend? Are you handsome? Are you rich? How old are you?"
Shui Ran already had thoughts in her heart. If Xin Fair's boyfriend is a tall, rich, and handsome guy, she would do anything to snatch him away. But if he's a poor guy, then she would naturally mock him.
Xin Fair clearly understood Shui Ran's thoughts.
Instantly, she sneered and said, "Whether my boyfriend has money or not, seems to have nothing to do with you, right?"
With that statement, Shui Ran was left speechless.
She didn't expect Xin Fair to say that. Her expression froze for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Oh Fair, I'm just worried about you."
Think about it, there are so many scammers in society. If you get cheated out of your money and body, wouldn't that be a waste? Look at this bag in my hand, my husband bought it for me. It's the latest Gucci model worth 38,000. And this watch, it's a Cartier blue balloon worth 58,000. And my husband even said he's planning to buy me an 80 square meter single apartment soon. At this moment, Shui Ran was completely showing off, while Xin Fair's expression was strange. Is 38,000 expensive for a bag? She remembered that Lin Chen had bought her a bunch of the latest Hermes models at once, spending over 100,000. Then he also gave her a Patek Philippe watch. Xin Fair shook her head with a light smile in her heart, but she didn't reveal anything, just calmly said, "Wow, congratulations, you're about to have an apartment in the Magic City." Of course. In an instant, Shui Ran became even more arrogant in her heart. She looked down on Xin Fair even more. A top student? What's the use of that? After graduation, didn't she end up as a small live streamer? Immediately, Shui Ran acted as if she was experienced and said, "So, Fair, don't you understand what I'm saying?
The most precious thing for us women is these few years. There's no need to waste these precious years on those broke men.
Look at me, I found the right person. In just a year, I have so many good things."
"Yes, you're right." Xin Fair immediately agreed repeatedly. She completely ignored Shui Ran's words and felt extremely happy and lucky.
Fortunately, she met Lin Chen.
Compared to Shui Ran's so-called husband, he was much better. Thinking of this, Xin Fair couldn't help but feel emotional.
Just then, a voice sounded not far away. "Ran Ran."
A middle-aged man with a thin figure and white hair at the temples, looking almost 50, walked over from a distance.
Shui Ran quickly went up to him and coquettishly said, "Oh, honey, why are you out here?"
Seeing this scene, Xin Fair felt a bit nauseous. She couldn't believe that Shui Ran's so-called husband was actually a middle-aged man.
And judging by his age, calling him a husband? He could easily pass as Shui Ran's father.
The middle-aged man chuckled and then his eyes fell on Xin Fair, sizing her up.
He said, "Is this your friend? Why don't you introduce me?"
Hearing this, Shui Ran cursed in her heart, "I've had 2 abortions for you.
As soon as you see a prettier woman, you forget about me. And this seductive fox Xin Fair, what's with the act, and why does she have to be so good-looking?"
But on Shui Ran's face, there was still a smile as he said, "This is someone's college classmate, called Xin Fair." The middle-aged man chuckled. Then, looking at Xin Fair, he said, "So you're Miss Qin, I'm Li Qiudao, the Deputy General Manager of the Oriental Sports Center Management Company."
"Miss Qin, are you here to play ball with us? Would you like to come in and play together?"
The middle-aged man chuckled. Hearing this, Xin Fair furrowed her brows slightly. Looking at him, she felt displeased. Immediately, she coldly said, "No need, I came with my boyfriend." After these words were spoken, Li Qiudao's expression stiffened.
Just then, Lin Chen also bought drinks and walked over.
As soon as he approached, he saw the 2 people entangled with Xin Fair.
He couldn't help but ask, "Fair, what's going on?" Lin Chen, you're back?
Saying this, Qin Fair grabbed Lin Chen's arm. It's nothing, just ran into my old classmate and his husband. When Qin Fair emphasized the word husband, Lin Chen instantly understood. At the same time, his expression appeared somewhat strange as he said, I see.
With Lin Chen's appearance, Shui Ran's eyes widened. Looking at Lin Chen, she kept swallowing saliva. Handsome. Really handsome. To be honest.
If she didn't maintain her composure and Li Qiutao wasn't nearby, Shui Ran would have already approached Qin Fair to compete for men. At this moment, Li Qiutao felt a twinge of jealousy. In his eyes, a top-notch beauty like Qin Fair should only be with a successful person like himself. Why was she throwing herself at Lin Chen just because he was more handsome? But, what's the use of being handsome? Thinking this, Li Qiutao scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe. Seeing Lin Chen dressed in a high-end sportswear set, he said to Lin Chen, young man, hello, I'm Li Qiutao, the Deputy General Manager of the Oriental Sports Center Management Company.
Are you and your girlfriend here to play at our Oriental Sports Center today?
Yes, sort of. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart was even more excited. He didn't expect Li Qiutao to be the Deputy General Manager of the Oriental Sports Center Management Company. This made things more interesting. At the same time, he secretly decided that he hoped Li Qiutao would be a bit more sensible.
Otherwise, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson.
Li Qiutao chuckled and said, in that case, I wish you both a happy time playing.
As he spoke, Li Qiutao asked, by the way, how about I arrange VIP cards for you too? I wonder where you work now, young man?
This was his main purpose. After all, Lin Chen's sportswear set cost over 1,000 yuan. So, he wanted to probe Lin Chen's background first. After Li Qiutao's words fell, Lin Chen sneered inwardly.
How could he not know what Li Qiutao was thinking? But he casually replied, me? Just a jobless wanderer. Jobless wanderer?
With this statement, Li Qiutao was momentarily stunned.
How could a jobless wanderer afford to wear a brand like the ancestor bird? Feeling puzzled, Li Qiutao continued, then young man, may I ask what your family does? Family? My parents are just an ordinary family.
They run a small business in a small county in the countryside. Lin Chen's tone at this moment seemed particularly casual. And as this sentence fell, Li Qiutao also had a rough judgment about Lin Chen in his heart. This Lin Chen probably comes from a family with a few million, the kind of second-generation rich.
For a moment, he was indifferent towards Lin Chen, no longer afraid.
With a cold smile in his heart, he said, so, little brother, I'll be direct.
I have taken a liking to your girlfriend. How much, are you willing to leave her?
Li Qiutao's words were very straightforward. There was no beating around the bush. After all, in Li Qiutao's eyes, Lin Chen was just that kind of second-generation rich. For this kind of second-generation rich, he could just throw money at them directly. Lin Chen's face turned slightly cold.
His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, say that again?
Li Qiutao still had a calm smile on his face at this moment. He naturally had already anticipated Lin Chen's reaction. He remained calm and composed, saying, how about this, I'll give you 500,000, and I can also arrange a job for you within the Oriental Sports Center Management Company with a monthly salary of 10,000.
How about that? This offer is already quite good. Li Qiutao there was full of confidence in his words. Meanwhile, Shui Ran on the side had a grim and unpleasant expression. She had served this old man for a year or two. The amount of money he had invested in her was only around 200,000. But now, this old man was actually willing to spend 500,000 for Qin Fair, whom he hadn't even obtained yet? How could she not feel jealous and angry about this?
As for Qin Fair's expression, it appeared particularly splendid and eerie at this moment. Looking at Li Qiutao in front of her, it was as if she was looking at a fool.
After all, Qin Fair knew about Lin Chen's background. She could easily receive rewards of 500,000 to 600,000. The cars she drove were worth tens of millions, even top supercars worth over 100 million. Buying a watch worth a few million, she wouldn't even bat an eye. Why would she care about the 500,000 Li Qiutao mentioned and a job with a monthly salary of over 10,000? Therefore, at this moment, Qin Fair was not the least bit nervous. She just stood there, looking as if she was ready to watch a good show. As for Lin Chen, his expression was extremely strange as he said, can you arrange a job for me with a monthly salary of over 10,000 in the management company of the Oriental Sports Center? Li Qiutao there had a proud look on his face at this moment, saying, of course. I am the vice president of this company. It's easy for me to arrange a job for you with a monthly salary of over 10,000. Li Qiutao's words at this moment were full of arrogance. Vice president, huh? Lin Chen said calmly, well, from now on, you're not anymore. A plain sentence. But it made Li Qiutao look completely confused. What?
I mean, you are no longer the vice president of the company starting now, you're fired.
Lin Chen said slowly and deliberately. As this sentence fell, Li Qiutao there seemed to be as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. With a mocking smile on his face, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You're firing me? Who am I? You'll find out soon." With that, Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, the call was quickly answered. "Chairman Lin, hello, what can I do for you?" Inside the Oriental Sports Center, in the chairman's office, the general manager of the Oriental Sports Center Management Company was answering the phone with a look of fear. Just 5 minutes ago, the board of directors had called him. They said there had been a change in the company's ownership. Someone had acquired the company, 100% of the shares. In other words, the chairman of the company had changed, and the new chairman was a young man named Lin Chen. The other party's phone number was also sent to oneself by the company. Just as I saved it and was about to make a call to greet them, the phone rang. The incoming call display showed that it was Lin Chen. It was because of this that he answered the phone in such a panic. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Chen's cold voice came through. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Come to the first floor entrance of the gym immediately. I'm at the gym, near the store selling sports gear." After saying this, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Chen stopped talking after that. With those words, Li Qiutao sneered and said, 5 minutes to let someone come see you? Alright, I want to see who you can call. If no one comes in 5 minutes, I want to see how you will end up." Li Qiutao's face was full of sneers. At this moment, he completely thought that Lin Chen was a fraud. However, Lin Chen remained calm and handed a cup of fruit tea to Qin Feier. The two of them were drinking and selecting sports gear. Seeing Lin Chen's casual and relaxed demeanor, Li Qiutao felt a hint of unease in his heart. As for the sports gear store, Qin Feier asked, "Lin Chen, are you the owner of this Oriental Sports Center?" Lin Chen replied, "Yes, I just bought this company this morning." Qin Feier was stunned by his response. Bought it just for fun because there wasn't enough space at home for sports activities? No place for tennis, so you bought the Oriental Sports Center just for fun? At that moment, footsteps were heard not far away. A group of people was running towards the gym's entrance. Li Qiutao, looking at the leader, was suddenly at a loss. His eyes widened and his face turned pale. Could it be? In Li Qiutao's heart, a sense of unease grew stronger. With a hint of fear on his face, Li Qiutao looked at the newcomer and tremblingly asked, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu, why are you here?" Mr. Lu didn't even look at Li Qiutao and quickly apologized to Lin Chen for being late. Mr. Lu gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and bowed repeatedly to Lin Chen. He is really the company's boss. At that moment, Li Qiutao was dumbfounded. His eyes showed a mix of astonishment and shock. He felt a chill down his spine and a sense of despair creeping in. It's over. I'm really done for. How could I have dared to shout at our new boss? Li Qiutao felt deep despair washing over him. He wished he could slap himself. You're not late. At least you made it within 5 minutes. Let me introduce you, Chairman. I am Lu Quan, the General Manager of the management company of this Oriental Sports Center. Behind me are the managers of various venues of the company. As Lu Quan introduced himself, the people behind him bowed respectfully and greeted, "Hello, boss." They all showed utmost respect. After all, Lin Chen had come in as a direct appointment, and they had no idea about his background or temperament. If they accidentally offended him, it would be a disaster for them. Lu Quan, standing there, cautiously watched Lin Chen's stern face. At the bottom of my heart, there was inevitably a moment of speculation. At the same time, I cautiously asked, "Chairman, may I ask what happened here just now?" "What happened?" Lin Chen sneered in his heart. Then, he looked towards Li Qiutao over there. Coldly, he said, Vice President Li, do you still need me to help you explain?" After this sentence fell, everyone here immediately looked towards Li Qiutao over there. General Manager Lu Quan also understood at this moment. It was definitely Lu Quan who had offended the newly appointed chairman. In an instant, a hint of coldness appeared in Lu Quan's eyes, and he sternly said, "Li Qiutao, what have you done? Speak." Li Qiutao hesitated for a long time. Finally, he recounted the whole incident. As the last word fell, Li Qiutao's face turned ashen. Lu Quan gritted his teeth in anger. He really wanted to strangle Li Qiutao now. Li Qiutao usually liked to show off a bit, but now he was showing off to the chairman. This was simply seeking death. Moreover, he had implicated everyone. Lu Quan was extremely angry. "Li Qiutao, you!" Lu Quan immediately began to curse. Before he could finish, Lin Chen slowly spoke up, "Enough, we are still in the gym, have some decorum." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Quan immediately calmed down. He quickly said, "Yes, Chairman. Such parasites should be directly dismissed.
Furthermore, before dismissal, conduct a thorough investigation on him. If there are any discrepancies in his accounts, if there are any reports against him, investigate everything from head to toe.
Any issues found should be reported to the police or prosecuted.
If anyone dares to cover up,
Even if there is just one thing you missed in the inspection.
Lin Chen sneered and looked at Lu Quan.
Lu Quan, there are plenty of people who want your position as general manager.
After these words, Lu Quan felt a chill.
His hatred towards Li Qiutao reached its peak.
The other senior executives also felt a chill down their spines.
Li Qiutao over there knelt down with a thud.
His eyes gradually lost focus.
Li Qiutao knew he was finished. Being fired would have been fine.
After all, he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years. But Lin Chen's actions were clearly meant to trap him in an inescapable situation. After all, over the years, he had done things that were not meant to be seen by others, not just one or two simple things. If a thorough investigation were to be conducted, he would lose everything he had worked for.
It was even possible
that he would have to spend 5 to 10 years in prison.
Shui Ran, not far away, was already stunned. She was completely shocked by everything that was happening here. What shocked her even more was Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen turned out to be the owner of this sports center. This revelation greatly shocked Shui Ran.
At the same time, she recalled her previous boasting to Qin Fei and felt a burning sensation on her face. But then, a look of joy appeared in her eyes.
Young, wealthy, and handsome. If she could get close to him. A fawning smile appeared on Shui Ran's face.
Then, she approached Lin Chen and said, "Oh, young man, so you are the owner of this Eastern Sports Center." As she spoke, she was about to hug Lin Chen's arm. However, at that moment, Qin Fei pulled Lin Chen away.
Blocking the way in front of Shui Ran, he said, "Shui Ran, do you have any business here?" Looking at the appearance of Qin Fei, Shui Ran's expression seemed a bit awkward. But then he chuckled lightly and said, "Oh, Fei, why are you so nervous? I just wanted to get to know your boyfriend a little." With these words, Qin Fei still stood in front of Lin Chen and coldly said, "There's no need to get acquainted. We are about to go in to play tennis."
As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Ran's face became even more embarrassed. Before she could say anything, Lin Chen's voice rang out, "By the way, Lu Quan."
"Chairman, please go ahead.
I don't want to see anything related to Li Qiutao in the sports hall anymore, so please throw some things out."
With these words, Lu Quan immediately understood.
Then he stood in front of Shui Ran and said, "Madam, please show me your ticket."
With these words, Shui Ran was immediately at a loss. She had entered through Lu Quan, so why would she have a ticket? Just as she was about to say something, Lu Quan's voice rang out again. "If you don't have a ticket, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will have to call security to throw you out." With these words, Shui Ran stomped her foot and said, "Why are you like this?" Lu Quan remained standing there, unmoved, with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, Shui Ran gritted her teeth and then left dejectedly. After all, if she was thrown out in the end, it would be truly embarrassing. Shui Ran's incident was just a small episode. Lin Chen quickly bought a whole set of sportswear for Qin Fei. After putting on the sportswear, Qin Fei's figure was perfectly highlighted by the outfit. The two entered the VIP exclusive, independent tennis court. Then Lin Chen started the one-sided beating in the process of watching the game. Until more than 20 minutes later. Bang! With a smash, the tennis ball landed heavily on the floor, making a dull sound. At this moment, Qin Fei was panting heavily. And in her eyes as she looked at Lin Chen, there was a slow resentment building up. After all, in the past 10 minutes, she had either been serving or picking up balls. Then she threw the tennis racket aside and said, "I'm done, my body parts are too heavy and getting in the way." Lin Chen chuckled. Qin Fei was speaking the truth. After all, the weight was there. "Alright, how about we go play some video games?" He remembered that there was a shopping mall next to the sports center with an arcade inside. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Fei's eyes lit up instantly. Then she nodded repeatedly and said, "Great, let's go." Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. As they left the tennis court, Lin Chen saw a group of company executives waiting there. He was momentarily stunned. Lu Quan approached and said, "Chairman, are you leaving?" "Yes, but why are you all still here?" "Well, Chairman, this is our quarterly operating report. We need you to review it." Listening to this, Lin Chen took the operating report and carefully examined it. He understood that the swimming pool had been rented out for the entire quarter as a training ground for the official swimming team. The main sources of income were ticket fees and rental fees for the building. The overall revenue of this sports center for a quarter has also reached over 50 million. Looking at the overall revenue of over 50 million for this sports center, Lin Chen was also greatly surprised.
He originally thought that the revenue for a quarter of this sports center would be good if it reached 2 to 3 million. But unexpectedly, it directly reached 50 million. This undoubtedly shocked Lin Chen to the core. Chairman, the total revenue of our sports center this quarter is 55.07 million. After deducting labor costs, venue maintenance, and official deductions, the net profit remaining is 30.17 million. Hearing this, Lin Chen was also surprised. The net profit reached 30.17 million. This net profit is quite high. You should know that companies like the Eastern Sports Center Management Company, which are in the service industry, generally have profit margins between 30% to 50%. But now, the total revenue is 55.07 million, and the profit is 30.17 million. In other words, the net profit margin has reached an astonishing 54.7%. This undoubtedly also greatly shocked Lin Chen. Very good. Lin Chen carefully read the document in his hand. At the same time, he nodded in approval. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Quan's face also showed a smile. Then he spoke, "Then please sign here, Chairman. After signing, the profits for this quarter will be transferred to your card." "Okay." Nodding, Lin Chen took the pen and signed his name on the report. "You've done a great job, keep it up." Patting Lu Quan on the shoulder, Lin Chen gave some instructions. Then, Lin Chen left the place and walked outside. After getting in the car, the over 3 million amount was transferred to Lin Chen's bank account. However, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to this over 3 million. He just started the car and quickly left the place. Later, the two of them spent a few hours in the arcade at the mall before finding a restaurant to have lunch. Qin Feier was busy on her phone at this moment. Oh! Suddenly, Qin Feier's actions stopped for a moment. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Lin Chen glanced at Qin Feier and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "One of my best friends is getting married the day after tomorrow. She's inviting me to be her bridesmaid." Saying this, Qin Feier handed her phone to Lin Chen. There was a clear sense of joy on her face. "I've known this friend since college. It's said that she met her boyfriend at her first job. At that time, both of them were living in a rented house. I didn't expect that in just over a year, they are getting married." Lin Chen glanced at Qin Feier's phone screen. There was a hint of surprise on his face as he said, "Your friend is getting married quite early." After all, Qin Feier was about the same age as him, around 23 or 24. "Yes, but getting married early is not a bad thing. I just haven't met my friend's boyfriend much, don't know what he's like." Qin Feier expressed some emotions on her face. At the same time, looking at the profile picture of her friend in a wedding dress on the chat screen, there was a hint of longing in her eyes. Lin Chen calmly said, "Anyway, when you become a bridesmaid, you'll get to meet him then, right?" Hearing this, Qin Feier tilted her head in thought for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Well, that's true." With that, she replied to her friend's message on her phone and then put it away. At that moment, the dishes they ordered started arriving. They ate and chatted while enjoying their meal. And as they were about to finish eating, the group of people sitting in front of the two seats stood up, preparing to leave. One of the three men in the group caught sight of Qin Feier sitting across from Lin Chen. "Oh my, boss, look at this girl, she's stunning." With these words, the other two also turned to see Qin Feier sitting there. In an instant, the three men were all wide-eyed, unable to look away from her beauty. Their unabashed stares made Qin Feier furrow her brows and feel a bit annoyed. She glared back and angrily exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of many people around. The stares from the other customers in the restaurant made the three men feel uneasy, prompting them to quickly leave. Qin Feier watched them go, her expression showing a hint of resentment. "These guys are really annoying." Lin Chen just smiled and said, "There's no need to pay too much attention to such people. After a few drinks, they forget who they are." Hearing this, Qin Feier felt frustrated but could do nothing about it. She ate her food angrily. Soon, the two finished their meal and went to pay. After settling the bill, they took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Since it was mealtime and the location of the mall was bustling, there were still many people in the underground parking lot at this hour. As they stepped out of the elevator hall, Lin Chen checked his pockets. "Huh? What's wrong?" Qin Feier asked curiously. "I left my car keys in the restaurant. You go wait by the car, I'll go back up to get the keys." "Okay," Qin Feier nodded and walked ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Chen went back into the elevator and headed upstairs. As Qin Feier walked towards Lin Chen's parking spot, not far away, the three young men they had encountered in the restaurant were sitting in a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class, feeling frustrated. "That girl we saw earlier is really something," the three young men discussed, amazed. At that moment, the young man sitting in the passenger seat spotted Qin Feier walking towards the parking spot and quickly exclaimed, "Boss, Look, that girl. The young man in the driver's seat turned to look and saw Chin Fair walking towards the parking spot. Their eyes widened in an instant. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas and drove away from the parking spot. He quickly parked on Chin Fair's left side. Rolling down the window, the young man in the driver's seat smirked and said, "Beauty, get in, I'll take you out to play." Hearing this, Chin Fair's face darkened. "Get lost, you bunch of jerks." Oh, being scolded like that only amused the three young men even more. One of them whistled, "This girl has quite the temper, but I like it." "Ha ha, exactly. Isn't there a saying, ride the wildest horse? Ha ha ha." In an instant, the three of them burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Chin Fair's face had turned icy cold. The next moment, she bent down, took off one of her high heels, and walked up to the Mercedes-Benz. With a sudden force, she slammed her heel down. Bang! The headlight of this Mercedes-Benz was instantly smashed. The young man holding a cigarette was dumbfounded. The cigarette in his mouth fell directly onto his thigh. But the young man didn't care about that. He quickly got out of the car and walked to the front of the car. Looking at the shattered front hood, the young man's heart was bleeding. He had only bought this Mercedes less than a week ago. He hadn't even warmed the seat yet, and the headlight was already smashed with a hole in it. The young man couldn't contain his anger. He immediately started cursing angrily. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you smash my headlight? I'm telling you, you be asterisk 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 asterisk, you're not getting away with it today." The other two young men in the car also got out. Seeing the dented headlight, they were also furious. One of them said, "You have no shame. Let me tell you, my big brother just bought this car less than a week ago. If you don't compensate for the damage, you're not leaving today." At that moment, another person nearby smirked and said, "Or, you can come with us and serve us well. The matter of compensation will be forgotten." After these words, all three of them had lecherous smiles on their faces. As for Chin Fair, she looked at the three men with a cold expression. Humph! After a cold snort, she swung her high heels again. Bang bang bang! Several loud bangs echoed on the car hood, leaving several dents. The three men gasped in shock. The man sitting in the passenger seat immediately walked towards Chin Fair. At that moment, someone watching nearby spoke up. "Hey, are you planning to lay hands on a young girl? You guys, as gentlemen, are harassing a young girl. Are you planning to resort to violence now? I warn you, I have it all recorded here." Ha! This car deserves to be smashed. Well done. Well done. I think the girl is too impulsive. This car is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. With just a few hits, it will cost tens of thousands to fix. Maybe she didn't think it through. As the crowd expressed their indignation, a calm voice came from behind. "Fair, what's going on here?" Lin Chen walked over. The young man who was previously in the driver's seat recognized Lin Chen and said, "You're with her, right? Let me tell you, your girl smashed my car. If you don't compensate for the damage today, you won't be leaving." The young man there was arrogant. Chin Fair walked to Lin Chen's side and said, "They harassed me, so I smashed the car." Hearing this, Lin Chen shrugged and looked at the G-Class. "If it's smashed, it's smashed. It's just a G-Class, not worth much." His casual remark surprised the onlookers. What? Did he just say that? Just a G-Class? This G-Class costs around 1.5 to 2 million when fully equipped, and he says it's not worth much? He looks like he just graduated from college and started working recently, right? Oh, what a pity, just starting work and getting into such trouble. A beautiful disaster. If you can't keep up with her, you mustn't date a woman who's too good-looking. At that moment, many people there were sighing. The three young men there were sneering. He, not worth much? Kid, watch your words. My G-Class is fully loaded, and it costs over 2 million. How about it? Do you want me to show you the receipt? Kid, since you say this is not worth much, then compensate. Your wife put several holes in our boss's car, you should at least compensate 25,000. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately laughed. He glanced at the big G and said, "Compensate? How about this? You bought this car for 2 million, right? I'll just smash it for you, and then give you another 2 million, how about that?" After this statement, the young man here felt a bit annoyed. He immediately cursed, "Are you taking me for a fool?" Taking a deep breath, the young man looked at Lin Chen fiercely and said, "Fine. You've got guts. Here's the deal. I don't need your money. Either you bring your car here today and let me smash it. After I vent my anger, this matter will be settled." There was no way, more and more people were gathering around. So the young man wanted to resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, it would really end badly. Lin Chen, who heard this, also looked puzzled. "Are you sure? What? Don't tell me you don't have a car?" Lin Chen smiled and said, No. I'm just worried that you won't dare to smash it after I bring the car here." At this, the three young men there burst into laughter.
I won't dare to smash it? Ha ha, what a joke. Even if you bring a Porsche or a Lamborghini today, I will still smash it without hesitation. The leader of the three young men there was extremely arrogant in his tone. Looking at Lin Chen here, he said, alright, if you dare not smash it later, you'll be the loser. The young man there had a sly smile on his face. If I don't smash it, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Remember your own words. After saying that, Lin Chen looked at Qin Feier, who had a strange look on her face, and said, wait for me here, I'll go get the car. Okay. Qin Feier looked at the three people there with pity and nodded. To be honest, Qin Feier had never seen anything like this before, taking the initiative to call someone grandpa. As for Lin Chen, he walked towards the parking space, ready to bring the car over. 5 or 6 minutes later, the cigarettes in the hands of the young men were almost finished. They were getting impatient. Looking at Qin Feier, they said, hey, where's your man? Why hasn't he come over yet? Could it be that your man knows he can't handle this and left you here alone? Ha ha. In an instant, the other two burst into laughter, mocking her. The onlookers nearby also commented, could he have really run away? Yeah, I bet that kid probably drives a car worth only a few tens of thousands. He can't solve this matter at all. Hey, at least let your girlfriend run first, and stay behind to deal with it? Leaving a woman here and running away, what kind of man is that? Exactly. Forget it, let's just watch the show. Qin Feier was indifferent to these comments. At this moment, she sneered repeatedly. These guys were acting like this now. When Lin Chen arrived later, he would see what kind of faces these guys would have. V-room. V-room. And at that moment, the roar of a raging supercar engine sounded. Hastily, the people here turned to look behind them. Wow! A supercar. Wow! What brand of supercar is this? It's really cool. Wow! The design of this supercar is so stylish. Ah! If I could afford a supercar in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. The crowd was full of emotion. Looking at Lin Chen's Leican supercar, envy was evident in their eyes. And among all the envious gazes, this fiery red Leican supercar was parked in front of Big G. Then, the car door lifted up. Lin Chen got out of the car. When everyone saw Lin Chen getting out of the car, a dead silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone was stunned. A supercar? This seemingly ordinary young man was driving a supercar? Everyone was dumbfounded. As for Lin Chen, he took out a baseball bat from the front trunk and walked up to three young men. He handed the baseball bat to them. Here, smash it. I'm afraid you don't have something handy to smash, so I bought a baseball bat for you. The young man's face turned red. He never dreamed that Lin Chen would be driving a supercar. What, scared now? Then quickly, kneel down and call me grandpa. Lin Chen sneered. With this statement, anger began to brew in the young man's heart. It's just a broken supercar. So what if I smash it? With that, he picked up the baseball bat and raised it high to smash down. But at that moment, another young man beside him grabbed him and said with cold sweat, brother, you can't smash it. Don't stop me. It's just a supercar. If I smash it, so what? It's not like I can't afford it. Bro, we really can't afford it. This car is a Leican supercar, one of only 7 in the world. It was originally priced at 66 million in the country, and now it's worth at least $1 billion. At least $1 billion. With this statement, a deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The young man holding the baseball bat dropped it to the ground. He was completely shocked. Swallowing his saliva, he looked at the red supercar in front of him with a hint of fear in his eyes. How much? $1 billion. The other young man spoke again. This Leican supercar is extremely rare. There was only one in the country before, so I didn't recognize it just now. After this statement, the other young man's eyes were filled with horror. And the people around were in an uproar. My goodness! $1 billion! Wow! A top-notch supercar worth $1 billion. If it gets scratched, wouldn't it cost millions to repair? The truth is hidden. This young man looked ordinary before, but who would have thought he was driving $1 billion supercar? Yeah, you really can't tell. Listening to the praise from the people around, Lin Chen remained indifferent. He just glanced at the man there and said, are you going to smash it or not? If you dare not, then fulfill your promise, kneel down and call me grandpa. For a moment, the young man's face turned purple with frustration. After all, he was in a difficult situation now. In the end, he could only blush and say, let's spare each other. Kid, I advise you not to push your luck too far. Push my luck too far? Lin Chen chuckled. I'm just messing with you. What can you do to me? Who gave you the courage to flirt with my woman? Lin Chen's words were cold here. You. The young man gritted his teeth, his expression changing. I'll give you 5 seconds, yes or no.
Saying that, Lin Chen picked up the baseball bat from the ground. Seeing this, the three people here also had a change in their expressions.
Boss, why don't we just admit defeat?
Yeah, we were the ones who provoked them first. Hearing this, the young man there still felt unwilling and said, if I really kneel here and call him grandpa,
how can I continue to survive in the magic city?
But boss, the person who can afford to drive this kind of car is not an ordinary person.
This kind of person is definitely not someone we can provoke. As long as the other party makes a move, they can wipe us all out. It may even involve our parents, or it might be better to. After these words fell, the young man was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this is correct. The person who can afford to drive a limited edition top sports car must have the most elite background. If he doesn't call out, perhaps. After a struggle, the young man's face didn't look good, but in the end, he knelt in front of Lin Chen, shouting, Grandpa.
Seeing this, Lin Chen just glanced at him.
Remember to be more observant in the future. Not everyone can be offended.
Yes, you are right. We will definitely change, we will definitely correct ourselves. The other two quickly spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Chen, with Qin Fei, got into the car amidst the flattering and fearful eyes of the others. Then, he turned around and drove away. As Lin Chen's taillights disappeared, the people here, at this moment, all looked envious. I thought he was just a bronze, who knew he was actually a king.
Yeah, no wonder he's so confident. I envy him. I also want to sit in that supercar. Haha, with your appearance? Forget it, can you compare to the lady next to him?
In a moment of emotion, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the car, Qin Fei was full of admiration, looking at Lin Chen. She said, wow, Lin Chen, you were so handsome just now, just basic operation. Lin Chen drove the supercar with one hand, while the other hand rested on Qin Fei's thigh.
Qin Fei's face blushed slightly, but she didn't move. What do you want to do this afternoon?
Qin Fei, with a slightly red face, asked.
Lin Chen glanced at the two mountains and said, how about climbing mountains this afternoon? Climbing mountains? Qin Fei couldn't react. Yes, climbing mountains, diving. This made Qin Fei even more confused. In the Magic City, there seems to be only one Shishan, right? As for diving, there's nowhere to go. Is that so?
Lin Chen smiled slightly, his eyes scanning Qin Fei. In an instant, Qin Fei's face turned extremely red. She muttered, bad guy.
Ha ha.
Laughing heartily, Lin Chen accelerated the car. In no time, they returned to Juniwehuoding.
After the two returned home, several hours passed.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed. The room was filled with the scent of rouge. Lin Chen looked satisfied. After Qin Fei cleaned up, Lin Chen also took a shower. Then, they had dinner downstairs together. Soon after, they returned home. Upon returning home, Lin Chen looked worried. His villa's garage was now full. If he wanted to park his Laken supercar inside, it would be a bit troublesome.
Let's park outside for now. In the next few days, let Huang Yuan help me expand the garage.
In no time, Lin Chen made a decision. He got out of the car, opened the door, and saw Huang Yuan.
Boss, you're back. Huang Yuan bowed slightly and said, yes, Huang, what are your orders? Huang Yuan asked Lin Chen.
In the next few days, help me expand my villa's garage. I can't fit all my cars in there. With Lin Chen's words falling, Huang Yuan's mouth also twitched. When Lin Chen came back just now, she saw it.
Lin Chen brought back a new supercar. Together with the two in the garage, there are now 3 supercars and an SUV. Can the garage still fit? How is that possible? After some silent complaints in her heart, Huang Yuan nodded slightly and said, okay, boss. In the capital city, at the Wang family villa, Wang Ying listened to his son's report. After finishing a cigarette and extinguishing the butt, Wang Ying squinted his eyes slightly. Then he slowly said, so, that's what Lin Chen said? Yes, Wang Songsong nodded. Interesting, it seems that Lin Chen's identity is quite extraordinary.
At this moment, a smile appeared on Wang Ying's face. He then said slowly, son, you must remember.
Our Wang family is indeed one of the prominent families nationwide. But this is only on the surface.
The waters run deep in the dark.
The family that has been passed down for thousands of years is not to be underestimated.
Wang Ying spoke slowly as he sat there, his words filled with coldness. Wang Songsong listened respectfully, with a hint of reverence on his face.
I understand, father. So, son, remember one thing. Individuals like Lin Chen are not to be provoked by any means.
If he has no intention of seizing power, then we must find a way to befriend him.
Upon hearing this, Wang Songsong pondered for a moment.
Then he spoke up, if we want to befriend him, I have an idea. During the recent performance of the magic play, I noticed that Lin Chen had a companion who won the championship of the play and earned the opportunity to be in director Chen Kai's new movie.
How about our Tianhe group investing in this movie?
Currently, director Chen Kai has only finalized the roles of the lead actors and actresses, while the rest of the roles are still in the casting stage.
As these words fell, Wang Ying nodded and said, well, in that case, let's invest 1 billion for now.
Yes,
Wang Songsong nodded in agreement.
However, at that moment, Wang Songsong hesitated and said, but, Dad, it seems that Mr.
Lin has a special relationship with Mu Nanji. Mu Nanji? Wang Ying was momentarily puzzled.
Wang Songsong continued, she is the young lady from the Mu family in Modu.
The Mu family in Modu?
Wang Ying's expression changed, and he smiled, saying, interesting. I remember that the relationship between the Mu family in Modu and the Su family in Nansu was not good.
If Mr.
Lin has a close relationship with the young lady from the Mu family in Modu. Wang Ying chuckled and said, for now, stay out of this matter.
Yes. Wang Songsong nodded.
He then proceeded to contact director Chen Kai, expressing the willingness to invest and specifying the amount. Upon hearing Wang Songsong's request, director Chen Kai's face lit up with joy. After all, 1 billion was a significant amount for his movie.
Wang Songsong's proposal was quickly accepted.
However, director Chen Kai secretly remembered the name Xie Yuma.
Tianhe Group can invest 1 billion for her. This is definitely an existence that cannot be provoked.
However, Lin Chen is completely unaware of what the Wang family has done.
At this moment, he is running in the gym.
It wasn't until 11:30 at night that he finished exercising, took a bath, and went to sleep. The night passed, and early the next morning, Lin Chen woke up. When he got up in the morning, he checked his phone and saw a few unread messages on WeChat. At this moment, his college classmate Su Shan had sent him a message.
Su Shan? Lin Chen had a very good relationship with Su Shan.
They were roommates in college and Su Shan was always very loyal. They both came from the same province, so their relationship was good. He remembered a time in college when Su Shan had helped him out when he got into a fight. However, after graduation, they gradually lost touch due to work.
Why is he messaging me today?
With some curiosity, Lin Chen opened Su Shan's voice message. Su Shan's excited voice came through the phone.
Lindsay, I'm getting married tomorrow. Can you be my best man?
Hearing Su Shan's voice, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned.
Getting married? He remembered correctly that Qin Fei's best friend was also getting married tomorrow, right? Could it be that tomorrow is an auspicious day?
Not paying too much attention to this, Lin Chen smiled and replied, sure. I'll be your best man tomorrow.
But you didn't tell me in advance about your wedding? How about we meet for lunch today?
After sending the voice message, Su Shan replied in less than half a minute.
Sure. Shall we meet at our usual place for lunch? Okay. Their usual place was a small stir-fry restaurant near the entrance of Lin Chen's university.
Since both of them were from the same province, they initially found the local cuisine in Shanghai a bit hard to adapt to.
Luckily, there was a restaurant near the university that served authentic Anhui-style stir-fry dishes. They often went there to eat, and over time, it became their go-to place for meals. After graduation, Lin Chen hadn't eaten there for a year.
Now, he felt a bit nostalgic. Let's see if there are any new arrivals on the app. Muttering to himself, Lin Chen opened the app and saw a subsidy of 1 billion.
Yongda Holdings Group 10% share subsidy price, 77 yuan. What company is this? Lin Chen wondered.
With some doubt in his mind, Lin Chen decided to buy the product.
The delivery time for Yongda Holdings Group was half an hour. After that, he went online to do some research. It was then that he fully understood the nature of this company. Yongda Holdings Group. This was a local company in Shanghai that mainly engaged in industrial, domestic and foreign trade, and integrated service businesses. It had 58 wholly owned, controlling, and joint venture companies, both domestic and foreign. Its main businesses included car sales and services, real estate development, transportation facilities, and investment management. The most important of these was the car sales industry, representing brands such as BMW, Audi, Infiniti, and Porsche, making it one of the top companies in the domestic car sales industry with a market value of 27 billion. In other words, his 10% stake was worth 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. Wow! 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars, that's not much different when converted to Xinhua coins. Lin Chen was amazed. 27 billion. Even for Lin Chen today, it is still a considerable amount. But in terms of dividends, it shouldn't be that much. But over the course of a year, I estimate I can still get 1 or 2 billion in dividends. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Time to get up. Immediately, he got up, had breakfast, and waited until 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Chen then drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to Modu University.
However, on the way, he suddenly remembered something. He realized that he had driven out today, and if he was going to have dinner with Su Shan later, he would inevitably have to drink.
Troublesome.
Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly and hesitated in his heart.
Well, forget it, maybe I won't drink later. He sighed softly.
Then he drove to the parking lot at the entrance of the school.
The facilities around Modu University were quite complete.
Just outside the west gate of the school, there were 3 squares.
This area was also known as the Black Street of Modu University.
After parking his car on the roadside, Lin Chen looked at the school gate in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions.
It's been a year since I last visited the school, he whispered to himself.
Then, Lin Chen skillfully entered a small restaurant on the roadside and took a seat near the entrance. He ordered a few dishes out of habit, as he had known Su Shan for 4 years and was familiar with his taste.
After waiting for a few minutes, the glass door of the restaurant was opened. Su Shan, dressed casually, walked in. Shan Zi, you're here? Lin Chen stood up with a smile.
Su Shan glanced at Lin Chen's clothes and looked slightly surprised.
Wow, you've made a fortune this year, haven't you? Your outfit is all designer brands. Work requirements, haha.
Lin Chen chuckled lightly.
Come on, I've ordered the dishes, let's sit down and eat. Sure.
With that, the two sat down and started eating and chatting.
But I never expected that today's college students are so wealthy. What do you mean? Lin Chen asked Su Shan.
Oh, when I was riding my bike here, I saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked on the roadside.
Su Shan's face was full of envy as he spoke. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That's a car worth 10 million. Whoever can afford to drive that car must be really wealthy. I envy them. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to ride in one in my lifetime. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, You'll have the chance. He quickly changed the subject. But why are you suddenly getting married? It's only been a year since you graduated, and you already have a partner, and you're already talking about marriage?
Hearing this, Su Shan chuckled and said, Hee, I met her at work. I wasn't planning to get married so soon, but it was her family who brought it up.
Su Shan then touched his nose and continued, Here, let me show you, this is my partner.
After saying that, Su Shan opened his phone and showed Lin Chen a photo.
Lin Chen took Su Shan's phone and looked at the picture.
When he saw the photo, his expression turned strange.
It was familiar, too familiar. After all, the person in the photo was none other than Qin Feier, the same person who showed him a photo yesterday. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Here, Su Shan's face showed some excitement as he said, Not bad. He. My fiancée is a local in the Magic City.
She owns 3 properties here in the Magic City, so she didn't ask me for a car or house, but instead prepared a wedding fund of 500,000. Su Shan's face was full of smiles as he spoke. Listening to this, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Su Shan in surprise and said, Wow, your future father-in-law is quite generous. He, it's all good luck. So how many classmates have you invited for tomorrow? Well, including the other 4 roommates, it's about 20 people. Tomorrow is Sunday, so most of them should be able to come. Your wedding banquet seems quite grand. As they chatted, they continued eating. About 20 minutes later, they finished their meal. Just then, Su Shan's phone suddenly rang. You answer the call first, I'll go pay the bill, Lin Chen said as he went to settle the bill. The meal wasn't expensive, just around 50 yuan, mainly because of the 2 expensive dishes. Su Shan didn't argue and answered the call after checking the caller ID. After answering the call, a voice came from the other end. Excuse me, are you Mr.
Su Shan Su? Yes, I am. Mr. Su, this is Tianquan Car Rental. We're sorry to inform you that the 8 Audi S6s you reserved for tomorrow are no longer available. With these words, Su Shan was dumbfounded. Immediately, he felt a bit annoyed and said, What do you mean? I'm getting married tomorrow, and you suddenly tell me they're not available? How am I supposed to go to the wedding? We're really sorry, sir, this was a sudden issue. How about this? We currently have 12 Santana cars available, would that be acceptable to you? With this statement, Su Shan's eyes widened. You want me to use Santana? At that moment, Su Shan was truly angry. Using Santana as a wedding car? Who do they think they are looking down on? He had reserved a top-of-the-line Audi S6s, which had been agreed upon after several days of negotiation with the bride's family. The price of the 8 Audi S6s was within their budget, and it was also to ensure that the bride wouldn't lose face in front of relatives and neighbors during the wedding procession. But now, the Audi S6s were suddenly unavailable, and the car rental company wanted him to use Santana instead? If he really used it, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. A slap in the face of the bride's family. And he estimated that the scene tomorrow would be extremely awkward. No! I should have told your car rental company that I needed them for a wedding car. How can you tell me the day before the wedding that they're not available? We're really sorry, Mr. Su, we have no other options. If you're not willing to use Santana, we can only refund your deposit. We wish you a happy life, goodbye. With that, the call was disconnected. Su Shan was extremely annoyed and slammed his phone on the table, but then, his face was filled with sorrow. He sighed deeply. At that moment, Lin Chen had finished paying and returned, asking, "What's wrong?" "Don't mention it, there's a problem with the wedding car for tomorrow. The 8 Audi A6s I had originally reserved are gone. I'm now struggling with how to find a replacement wedding car. And even if I find one, the color might not match." Su Shan's face was full of helplessness at that moment. "Is that so?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of your wedding car issue." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Shan was momentarily stunned. Then he said, "Lin, are you sure? I need at least 8 Audi A6s for tomorrow." In response, Lin Chen just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll make a call first." Saying that, Lin Chen took out his phone. After finding the contact information, he dialed the number of the general manager of Youngda Holdings Group. In the office of the general manager of Youngda Holdings Group, the secretary of general manager Zhang Yaohua, Kai Wen, was sorting out documents and preparing to bring general manager Zhang Yaohua's phone to the meeting room. Just 3 minutes ago, Zhang Yaohua held a high-level meeting of the group. He was about to announce the internal equity change issue within the group. A few hours ago, there was a significant change in the group's equity. Someone in the stock market acquired 10% of the scattered shares and became the company's major shareholder. However, after the meeting started, Zhang Yaohua realized that he had forgotten his phone and some documents. He asked Kai Wen to come back and get them. At that moment, as Kai Wen, who was about to leave the office, the general manager's phone suddenly rang. Unknown number? Kai Wen hesitated. Normally, the calls received by their general manager were either from a general manager or a CEO. Has there ever been an unknown number calling in? Subconsciously, Kai Wen thought about hanging up the phone. However, she quickly changed her mind. What if it was an important call? With that in mind, Kai Wen answered the call as she walked. "Hello, Youngda Holdings Group, General Manager Zhang is currently in a meeting. I am his secretary Kai Wen. May I ask what you need from General Manager Zhang?" Lin Chen calmly said, "Oh, I wanted him to help me prepare some cars as wedding cars for tomorrow." As soon as the words fell, Kai Wen's face turned black. "I'm sorry, this is the number of the General Manager of Youngda Holdings. If you need rental services, please call the group's customer service hotline. We are not responsible for rental services." After saying that, Kai Wen decisively hung up the phone. I don't know how they got the general manager's phone number, and they want the general manager to arrange a car for them? Who do they think they are? Saying that, Kai Wen hurriedly ran towards the meeting room. On the other end of the phone, hearing the busy tone, Lin Chen's face immediately turned black. My call was hung up? As for Su Shan sitting there, he asked, "Lin, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just wait a moment." Immediately, Lin Chen redialed Zhang Yaohua's phone number. In the meeting room, Kai Wen walked in with documents and a phone. At this moment, the meeting had just mentioned the identity of the new shareholder. On the tablet in front of everyone, there was Lin Chen's brief information, including Lin Chen's phone number. "General Manager, your." Before Kai Wen could finish her sentence, the phone rang again. Kai Wen glanced at the incoming call, and it was the same number as before. Frowning, she hung up the call. Seeing Kai Wen hanging up the phone, Zhang Yaohua felt a bit annoyed. The people who could call him were mostly important figures, and his secretary actually hung up the call in front of him? But now they were in a meeting, so Zhang Yaohua couldn't get angry and could only say slowly, "Xiao Kai, why did you do that? You didn't even answer the call and just hung up?" Hearing this, Kai Wen quickly explained, "General Manager, there's someone who somehow got your number and wanted to rent a car from you. I told them to call the customer service hotline and hung up. But unexpectedly, this person called you again." Zhang Yaohua nodded. His expression softened a bit. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Rent a car from him? This doesn't seem right. There were only a few people who knew his phone number. Who would call him to rent a car? With that in mind, he unlocked his phone, opened the contacts, and after seeing the caller ID, Zhang Yaohua's pupils suddenly contracted. Later, he repeatedly confirmed the number on the tablet with the number on the resume, several times. After confirming it was the same number, his whole demeanor changed drastically. At that moment, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Without saying anything, he hurriedly called back. On the other end of the phone, Lin Chen's busy tone could be heard. His face was as dark as ink. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had called the company's general manager twice in a row. The first time,
he was hung up on after just one sentence. The second time, before he could even speak, he was disconnected again. Lin Chen's anger surged at that moment. Very well. Very well. Lin Chen glanced at Su Shan and said, let's go to the company, Shanzi. Seeing Lin Chen being hung up on twice, Su Shan hesitated and said, maybe we should forget about it, Linzi. I'll think of another solution. As Lin Chen was about to say something in response, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was the same number Lin Chen had called before. Lin Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he looked at the incoming call. Without saying much, he decisively answered the phone. Hello. As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen's cold voice came through. Director Lin, I'm really sorry. My secretary didn't know it was your call. I apologize. Lin Chen snorted coldly in response. Humph. I need some vehicles for tomorrow as wedding cars. Get them ready, and I'll come to the company for inspection in 20 minutes. Yes, Director Lin. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Su Shan, who witnessed Lin Chen's actions, was completely puzzled. Lin Chen's words gave the impression that he wasn't just borrowing a car, but rather giving orders to his subordinates to prepare vehicles for himself. Su Shan was still puzzled and asked, Linzi, what are you doing? Oh, I had someone prepare them for you. Let's go to the company now. Although Su Shan was still confused, he followed behind Lin Chen. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the restaurant. How are we going to get there? Take the subway? Su Shan asked Lin Chen. No need, I drove here. With that, Su Shan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, wow, Linzi, you're doing well now. You even bought a car? What kind of car did you buy? Lin Chen just smiled and remained silent. Then, he lightly pressed a button with the car key. Beep in an instant, the headlights of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked on the side of the road lit up. Su Shan? At that moment, Su Shan was completely dumbfounded. This Rolls-Royce Cullinan belonged to Lin Chen? Just moments ago, he was complaining to Lin Chen in the restaurant about how today's college students were so wealthy that they could afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. And now, Lin Chen casually took out the key to this Cullinan. Su Shan was somewhat stunned as he looked at Lin Chen and asked, wow, Linzi, is this Cullinan yours? Yes. Lin Chen smiled and said, get in. After that, Lin Chen took the driver's seat first. Su Shan, feeling a bit dazed, opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He then awkwardly looked around the interior of the Cullinan. After swallowing hard, he asked, Linzi, is this Cullinan fully equipped? Of course. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Su Shan suddenly seemed to understand something and laughed. You're something, did you start working at a car rental company? This car shouldn't be your company's car, right? I'm not afraid to scratch it. At this moment, Su Shan thought that Lin Chen probably went to work at the car rental company. He had previously said he could help solve his car problem. It was probably because of his business convenience. Hearing this, Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say much. After all, what Su Shan said was not wrong. It's just that the company is not a car rental company, but a car sales company. He didn't go to work there, but he is a shareholder of the company. In the end, what Su Shan said was not wrong. Lin Chen then skillfully started the car and headed straight to the company. On the other side, at the Youngda Holdings Group meeting room, Zhang Yaohua, who had just hung up the phone, also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Luckily, Director Lin is not angry. At that moment, the secretary Kai Wen beside him was already in a panic. She had witnessed everything that had just happened. At this moment, Kai Wen was completely nervous and a bit fearful. Just now, the call she hung up was actually from the company's newest major shareholder? She was really in big trouble. Zhang Yaohua there also showed a hint of anger on his face. He looked at Kai Wen and shouted, Kai Wen, do you know what a disaster you've caused just now? General Zhang, it's my fault. I really didn't expect that he would be Director Lin. Hearing this, Zhang Yaohua's face remained cold. You're fired. Go handle your resignation procedures yourself. With that said, Kai Wen was completely panicked. She knew that her current achievements were all because she was the secretary of the general manager of Youngda Holdings Group, with an annual salary of 500,000. If she was fired, she would be completely finished. After all, being fired by the company would undoubtedly be a major stain on her resume. Moreover, being fired by a big company like Youngda Holdings was even worse. Don't make me say it a second time. Zhang Yaohua at that moment was extremely angry. If he hadn't checked the phone number, things would have escalated completely. It could have been a disaster for him. Yes. At that moment, Kai Wen could only walk out of the meeting room feeling somewhat hopeless. As Kai Wen left, Zhang Yaohua didn't dwell on it. He nervously said, next, we need to deal with the issue of the wedding car as instructed by Mr. Lin. With that, they looked at the people below and said, since Mr. Lin needs a wedding car, we must quickly mobilize all resources in the city. Presently, how many Rolls-Royce Phantoms do we have available in the Magic City area? Well, there are not many Rolls-Royce Phantoms, we have about 6. Hearing this, Zhang Yaohua frowned and said, not enough, help me quickly bring some over from Sunan and Zhejiang province. We must have a total of 18 before midnight tonight. Yes. With that command, President Li didn't dare to delay and immediately started making phone calls. Zhang Yaohua glanced at his phone and said, alright, the rest of you, follow me downstairs to welcome Director Lin's arrival. Yes. Soon. 20 minutes had passed. At the entrance of Yangda Holdings Group, all the middle and senior management were waiting downstairs. As the Rolls-Royce Cullinan arrived, Zhang Yaohua hurried over to help open the car door. Then, the middle and senior management all bowed to Lin Chen and greeted him. Welcome, Director Lin, to inspect. Hearing these words, Su Shan, who had just gotten off the car, was completely stunned. Lin Chen, on the other hand, smiled at this. Then he said, you guys really are. Lin Chen chuckled here and shook his head. Meanwhile, General Manager Zhang Yaohua, who was standing there, rubbed his hands and said, Director Lin, I have already started preparing as you instructed. I have arranged for someone from another province to come by train overnight. Lin Chen nodded. As for Zhang Yaohua, at this moment, he also looked towards Su Shan who was standing on the side. Director Lin, who is this? Zhang Yaohua asked Lin Chen with a questioning expression. Su Shan had just been sitting in the passenger seat next to Lin Chen. Therefore, Zhang Yaohua did not dare to ignore him completely. Oh, this is my brother, Su Shan. The wedding car I requested is for him to use tomorrow. Mr. Su, Zhang Yaohua quickly said. Director Lin, Mr. Su, please come inside. Following Zhang Yaohua's lead, everyone entered the group's main building. Before long, they were seated in the general manager's office. Upon entering the office, Zhang Yaohua said, Director Lin, I will go get the necessary documents for the wedding car you need. Lin Chen nodded. Zhang Yaohua then left, while Lin Chen remained calm, sipping his tea. Su Shan, on the other hand, still looked bewildered. What was going on? Welcome, Director Lin for inspection? Wasn't Lin Chen his university classmate? Wasn't he not an employee of this company? But now, how did he become someone coming for inspection? After clearing his throat, Su Shan looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin, this. I forgot to tell you, I am a shareholder of this company. Lin Chen said with a faint smile on his face. At that moment, Su Shan was truly dumbfounded. Lin Chen turned out to be a shareholder of this group. This truly overturned Su Shan's understanding. Lin, how did you become a shareholder of this company? Then the car we came in just now. Yes, it's mine. Lin Chen calmly nodded. Hearing this, Su Shan was taken aback. That 10 million curry nan car belonged to his brother. What on earth was going on? How did his brother suddenly become so wealthy a year after graduation? He remembered back in university, Lin Chen had always worked hard to make ends meet. There were times when he had no money and had to eat plain steamed buns with pickled vegetables. He even had to treat him to meals to get through those times. But now, he was driving a 10 million luxury car? Lin Chen here smiled and said, after graduation, one of my uncles passed away. He left me an inheritance. Uncle? Su Shan was puzzled. He had never heard of Lin Chen having an uncle during university. Yes, from Taiwan. I didn't know about it before. It was only after his passing that I found out when inheriting the estate. My uncle had no children of his own, so I had to inherit it. Lin Chen nodded. With these words, Su Shan's face was filled with envy. He said to Lin Chen, Lin, you've really struck it rich this time. Inheriting such a large sum of money all at once. You no longer have to worry about not being able to afford a house, raise children, or even have 3 more kids. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. At that moment, the office door was pushed open again. Zhang Yaohua walked in, holding a stack of documents. Mr. Lin, Mr. Su, this is the detailed information for tomorrow's wedding car. Lin Chen took the information and casually looked at it. Zhang Yaohua continued, currently, we have prepared 18 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms. As Su Shan's words fell, Su Shan was completely stunned. 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? At that moment, Su Shan was shocked. Originally, he thought he could get 8 or 9 Audi A6s, which would have been enough. But, who knew that Lin Chen would arrange for 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? How could he afford these cars? Renting such luxury cars for a day would cost at least tens of thousands. Not to mention renting 18 of them. At that moment, Su Shan hurriedly said to Lin Chen, Lin, I can't afford these cars. Just get me 8 Audi A6s, or any other car in the same class as the Audi A6.
Hearing this, Zhang Yaohua smiled and said, Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about the rental cost. Since you are Mr. Lin's brother and tomorrow is your big wedding day, we will provide these 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms as your wedding cars for free. Free? Zhang Yaohua was instantly amazed. Yes. Zhang Yaohua had a smile on his face. So, you don't need to worry about the wedding cars at all. In addition, we have already prepared the flowers and ribbons for the wedding car decoration. You just need to tell us the route for tomorrow's procession. Hearing this, Su Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lin Chen with a grateful expression. He knew that he could have these 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms as wedding cars without paying a single cent in rent, all thanks to Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, not to mention 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, he might not even have a wedding car for tomorrow. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. Oh, one more thing. Zhang Yaohua immediately perked up, leaning forward slightly. Regarding the drivers for tomorrow's wedding cars, you should make arrangements. As for the driver of the lead car, there's no need for you to prepare. Since this is my brother's wedding, I will personally drive the lead car. With just a simple sentence, Zhang Yaohua's expression became more serious. He quickly said, Mr. Lin, you can rest assured that I will take care of it. Su Shan, standing beside them, also expressed his gratitude. Lin, thank you. Oh, it's nothing. We're brothers, no need to be polite. Just treat me to a drink tonight. Lin Chen waved his hand. Definitely. Tonight for sure. At 7:30 in the evening, in the restaurant, Lin Chen and Su Shan were toasting each other. There were 6 or 7 empty beer bottles on the floor. Tomorrow, Shan, you're getting married. I never expected that you would be the first one among the 6 of us from the dorm to get married. Back in the dorm, you were always so quiet. Who would have thought that you would be the first to get married? Lin Chen was a bit tipsy. He couldn't help but reflect on the past. Hee, just lucky. But I believe, Lin, you'll be getting married soon too. Ha ha, alright, we've eaten enough. I'll call a designated driver to take you home? Is that not too much trouble? Su Shan hesitated. Hey, no trouble at all. I don't have a car anyway. Let's go. Okay. Su Shan agreed without hesitation, and Lin Chen quickly placed an order on the mobile app. After a while, a designated driver arrived nearby. After settling the bill, they waited by the roadside. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the designated driver on a scooter came running over. DD designated driver at your service, boss, which car is yours? After parking the scooter, the driver in uniform asked Lin Chen. Here's the car. Lin Chen took out the car keys and pressed them. It was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the roadside parking space. The car lights immediately turned on. Alright boss, please. Before the driver could finish speaking, he noticed the small golden figure rising from the front of the car. The smile on its face made him stiffen. He then said, Boss, about this car. Cullinan, what's wrong? The designated driver's body trembled slightly, then he said, Boss, would you mind changing to another designated driver? Your car is too expensive, I dare not drive it. After saying this, the driver quickly cancelled the order, put down the scooter, and ran away in a hurry. Joking. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and it's the top-of-the-line version with a small golden figure. Seeing the designated driver fleeing, Lin Chen fell silent. This. Emotions, having trouble even with a luxury car? Isn't it convenient to call a designated driver? For a moment, Lin Chen's expression seemed a bit awkward, and Su Shan beside him was also dumbfounded. Then he burst into laughter and said, Haha, Lin, seems like you're having some difficulty with designated drivers, huh? It's okay, you don't need to send me, I'll take a taxi back myself. With that, Su Shan hailed a taxi. Alright, I won't send you then. Lin Chen felt quite embarrassed and said, Okay, I'm leaving. Remember to send a message when you get home. Okay. After that, the taxi drove off. Lin Chen looked at the parked Cullinan on the roadside with a pained expression. How can I get a designated driver for this? Should I come back the day after tomorrow to pick it up? At this moment, Lin Chen looked frustrated. After all, he had to attend a wedding tomorrow. He had to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning. By then, he definitely wouldn't have time to come and get the car. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. And at this moment, a voice sounded not far away. It came from behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Hearing this voice, Lin Chen turned to look behind him. He saw Mu Nanzi walking out of a building behind him. Nancy? What are you doing here? Oh, I happen to be here to discuss a project and just signed the contract. Mu Nanzi said as she approached Lin Chen. As she got closer, she smelled a strong scent of alcohol. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she asked, Why did you drink so much? Hearing Mu Nanzi's words, Lin Chen chuckled and said, Hee, Isn't there a buddy getting married tomorrow?
Just had a few drinks with him. Hearing this, a hint of longing flashed in Mu Nanzi's eyes.
But she just nodded and said, I see.
Then she glanced at the parched Cullinan and said, well, I'll drive your car back for you, so you don't need Uncle's son to come pick me up.
Do you have a driver's license? Lin Chen was taken aback and asked.
Of course. Rolling her eyes, Mu Nanzi glanced at Lin Chen and said, the car keys. Here you go. After taking the car keys, Mu Nanzi opened the door of the Cullinan. She casually threw her bag onto the back seat of the car. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and turned on the navigation.
This Mu Nanji was driving towards Dongjiano. 1. I don't know if it's because of drinking. Sat in the passenger seat.
Before long, Lin Chen fell asleep. Looking at Lin Chen sleeping in the passenger seat, Mu Nanji's expression was complicated. Then, with a sigh, she said, I should have the chance to explain to him clearly.
The first reason for coming here today was to sign a cooperation contract with a company. And the second reason was because her grandfather told her that the Su Nanmu family was preparing for a marriage. This Su Nanmu family is the main branch of the Motomu family. Although the two families split up 30 years ago, the Mu family's headquarters is still in Sunan.
And if she didn't want to get involved, she must quickly develop the Motomu family's industry.
Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this.
After sleeping in the car for nearly 40 minutes, the vehicle finally entered Dongjiano.
1.
When the car stopped in the garage, Mu Nanji woke up Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, wake up, you're home. Don't disturb.
Lin Chen at this moment was clearly still half asleep. He just waved his hand, then shifted in the passenger seat.
Mu Nanji. For a moment, Mu Nanji really didn't know what to say. This guy, really?
She shook her head helplessly.
Mu Nanji first got out of the driver's seat.
Then, she called Huang Yuan and a few maids. Afterwards, they together took Lin Chen to the bedroom on the second floor to sleep.
After hosting Mu Nanji for a while, she left. At 5 in the morning, Lin Chen was woken up by the alarm clock. He had a bit too much to drink last night.
His head was still aching. Rubbing his head, Lin Chen looked around the room. He felt a bit confused.
How did I get back here?
He muttered to himself.
After carefully recalling what happened, a bitter smile appeared on his face. So, was I carried up here?
Although he had no memory of getting into the car, he had a guess now. After shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen took his phone and started checking.
Last night, Zhang Yaohua sent him the schedule for today.
According to the plan on the list, the car was supposed to leave the company at 6:30 in the morning. First, they would arrive at the groom's house. After picking up the groom, they would prepare the necessary items for the welcoming ceremony. Then, they would go to the bride's house.
This process would probably end around 8:30.
By the time they reached the hotel, it would be past 9. It should be about right. After making a rough judgment, Lin Chen went to the bathroom to take a shower. After grooming himself, he stood in front of the mirror, tied a red tie, combed his hair into a mature style, and put on a handsome suit. Not bad, he nodded in satisfaction.
Lin Chen then went downstairs.
As soon as he went downstairs, he saw the servants and Huang Yuan having breakfast. They were a bit surprised to see him up so early.
Boss, why are you up so early today? Huang Yuan asked in confusion.
Oh, I'm going to help with the wedding, you guys go ahead and eat. Saying that, Lin Chen looked at Huang Yuan and said, Huang, you drive me to Yangda Holdings later.
Huang Yuan nodded and started preparing.
When they arrived at the company downstairs, they saw Zhang Yaohua and 17 other drivers waiting there. In the company's parking lot, there were 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms lined up neatly.
Each car was a golden figurine. Every single one of them was top of the line. Top of the line Rolls-Royce Phantoms, not bad, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Impressive, Zhang Yaohua said nervously.
After tidying up in the company, they gave instructions to the driver. Then Zhang Yaohua looked at Lin Chen and asked, Director Lin, shall we depart now?
Yes, let's go, Lin Chen said as he got into the lead car and headed straight to Su Shan's house. It was 6:30 in the morning, and the traffic on the road was not too heavy.
However, Su Shan's residence was quite far from Yangda Holdings. With the cars speeding along the road, they finally arrived at the residential area where Su Shan lived around 6:50. As the 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms arrived at the residential area, many early risers buying breakfast started pointing and whispering. Their faces were filled with envy and admiration. After all, they recognized the Rolls-Royce brand. Even if they didn't, the luxurious appearance of the cars was enough to impress them. When the vehicles reached the building where Su Shan lived, Lin Chen called him. Hey, Shanzi, I'm downstairs at your place. Which floor are you on? Linzi, you're here so soon?
I'm on the 7th floor, just take the elevator up.
The door is slightly open, just push it open. After confirming the address, Lin Chen instructed the drivers and then went upstairs. In room 702, preparations were underway for the wedding. Cakes, cigarettes. The table was filled with these items covered in red paper and cloth. Su Shan's parents, who were from a small town, were busy with the arrangements. They were very nervous and excited about their son's wedding. Su Shan's colleagues and relatives were also present, acting as groomsmen. Inside, the photographer sat sipping tea after hanging up the phone. Su Shan informed his parents, "Mom, Dad, my buddy is here, and the wedding cars have arrived downstairs." "Oh, hurry, go and welcome him," his mother said, glancing at the clock. The scheduled departure time was 7:08, and there were still about 20 minutes left. The groomsmen nearby reminded each other to check if they had everything they needed, like the bouquet. Su Shan went to the door and saw Lin Chen coming up in the elevator. "Lindsay, you're here. Congratulations." Lin Chen laughed. "Shall we load the stuff onto the car?" "Sure," Su Shan shouted into the room and then started carrying the wedding gifts downstairs. When the groomsmen arrived on the ground floor, they were stunned to see the 18 Rolls-Royce cars parked there. "Sugu, is this your car fleet? Didn't you say it was 8 Audi A6s? Is this an A6? This is clearly a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow. Sugu, this car fleet of yours is over the top. Rolls-Royce Phantoms? And there are 18 of them?" At that moment, the groomsmen were dumbfounded. They then turned to look at Su Shan, their expressions shocked. Su Shan smiled awkwardly and said, "Hee, mainly because yesterday, the car dealership told me my Audi A6 was gone, so my brother helped me find these." "The car suddenly disappeared? Come on, Sugu, that car dealership is really playing tricks on you." "Yeah, we're about to welcome the bride, and the car is gone? Wow, you're bleeding, you've changed it to 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms." The crowd discussed. Su Shan touched his nose and said, I didn't spend money on this car, my brother provided it for free." As soon as this statement was made, the crowd was stunned, looking puzzled. As for Lin Chen, he also said, "This car belongs to my company." With just a simple sentence, everyone gasped in shock. A company car? What kind of company could own 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? After all, 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are worth over 100 million. Most companies would be lucky to have just one. But now, Lin Chen had brought out 18 at once. Everyone's eyes on Lin Chen changed instantly. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, "Alright, let's quickly move things so we don't delay later." "Okay." Everyone responded and started moving the gifts into the cars. By 7:08 in the morning, the wedding convoy officially set off with firecrackers and drums. Su Shan's parents were handing out candies and cigarettes to the elderly on the roadside. As the candies and cigarettes were distributed, the elderly praised Su Shan, saying things like promising and a good son. This made Su Shan's parents, two elderly people from a small town, smile with joy. As the vehicles entered the road, many passers-by on both sides noticed the entire convoy. "Oh my, is this a Rolls-Royce wedding convoy? And a whole 18 of them? Are you kidding me? An 18 Phantom wedding convoy? Who is this wealthy person? Wait, isn't the most important thing the license plates? Hue 00520, Hue 01314, Hue 88888. I'm so jealous." At that moment, Su Shan, sitting in the car, was also smiling. The bride's family, Tian, lived in Minhang. The distance wasn't too far. After about half an hour of driving, they arrived at the entrance of the residential area. It was an old neighborhood, and as soon as they arrived, many people noticed. "Oh my, is this a wedding car? Wow. I checked, this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car costs 9.2 million, so that's 10 million. Wow. If my daughter had this kind of grandeur at her wedding, that would be amazing. Whose wedding is this? Such a grand display. I remember, today's bride seems to be from the Tian family in Block 17, right? Are these 18 cars here to pick up the Tian family's daughter? The Tian family? They found a great son-in-law." Many onlookers were amazed, and Lin Chen and the others drove into the residential area. The security guard kept watching until the taillights disappeared before lowering the barrier. At the bride's house, every checkpoint was already prepared. Inside the room, the matchmakers and bridesmaids were getting ready. Beside them, Jean Fair spoke up, Tian, why are you so nervous? It's just a wedding. Besides, I saw the groom's photo, he's quite handsome, isn't he? Yeah, sis, the brother-in-law is not bad looking, right?" Hearing this, Tian rolled her eyes and said, "Come on, you're so relaxed about it. But this wedding isn't yours, so of course you're not nervous. Wait until it's your turn to get married, then you'll know." Jean Fair blushed slightly and said, "Don't talk nonsense, marriage is." She hesitated. She had thought about marriage before.
However, she knew that the possibility of her getting married was close to zero. Looking at Qin Fei like this, Tian just smiled and said, alright, I won't tease you anymore.
But what time is it now? It's 7:29. It's about time then. As soon as these words fell, firecrackers sounded downstairs.
The groom's welcoming team had arrived.
Suddenly, the bridesmaids became lively. Oh, they're here. Sisters, get ready quickly. Hurry up, Fei.
Looking at her group of sisters, Tian felt a bit helpless and said, don't play too rough, Sushan is more shy and introverted.
Oh, Tian, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already speaking up for someone?
There was a moment of laughter among the crowd.
And at that moment, a voice of doubt suddenly rang out. Wait, Tian, is there anyone else in this building getting married today?
After these words fell, everyone in the room fell silent.
Tian also looked at her mother who was there. No. After thinking for a moment, her mother said, then what's with the groom's welcoming car? Didn't you say it was 8 Audi A6s? But now, the cars coming downstairs are not Audi A6s. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Not Audi A6s? What's going on? Tian's heart sank slightly.
And her mother there also had a dark expression.
8 Audi A6s. This was a model they had agreed upon between her and the groom after half a month of discussion. It was decent and not too expensive, within the groom's budget. But now, it turned out not to be Audi A6s? What does this mean? Could it be that the groom is unwilling to spend even this much money to marry their daughter? As her mother felt somewhat annoyed, a friend who came over suddenly exclaimed, oh my, Tian, is your fiancé crazy? The welcoming cars are actually 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? What? Rolls-Royce Phantoms? And there are 18 of them. My goodness, renting them must cost at least 200,000 a day. At that moment, the room exploded. Tian stood still, feeling anxious. 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Is Sushan out of his mind? This spendthrift. Wait until the wedding is over, I'll show you.
Her mother was also dumbfounded. She knew the groom her daughter was marrying. There was no way he could afford to rent 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms.
Wow, the driver of the lead car is so handsome. Suddenly, another scream rang out. I can have this driver. Wow, I'm drooling. I want this guy's WeChat. This guy will definitely be mine later. With your looks, he's definitely mine.
For a moment, many people started speaking up.
And at that moment,
Qin Fei in the back also saw Lin Chen getting out of the car.
Her heart trembled. Lin Chen? How did he become a groomsman? Oh my god. Qin Fei blushed. Her heart was pounding faster. Then, watching her sisters arguing, Qin Fei sneered in her heart. You little bitches still want to catch Lin Chen's eye? I, on the other hand, have already taken the lead. You can stay here and fight slowly. With this in mind, Qin Fei felt a hint of pride. And at that moment, the door was knocked on. Su Shan's voice rang out. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, your son-in-law Su Shan is here to marry Tian.
Hearing Su Shan's words, the mother-in-law's face was full of smiles and she said, Good. But, Tian's sisters are blocking the door. If you want to open it, you have to pass this test first. At this moment, the mother-in-law, although a bit puzzled by the 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, maintained a smile that was genuine and unwavering. After all, a total of 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. This display of wealth was truly impressive. Following the mother-in-law's words, the bridesmaids blocking the door immediately spoke up. Well, as long as you do as we say, we will open the door and let you in. Upon hearing this, Sushan quickly responded, Whatever you say, I will do it. We noticed a very handsome young man among your drivers. If you can get us his WeChat ID, we will open the door and let you in immediately. With these words, all eyes turned to Lin Chen. His expression seemed somewhat strange. Inside the house, Qin Fei was shocked. Goodness! They dared to use this method to pursue their driver. Qin Fei quickly moved to the front and opened the door. As the door opened, the groomsmen rushed in. At that moment, all the bridesmaids in the room were stunned. After the formalities, such as presenting pastries, serving tea, and paying respects to ancestors, Sushan carried Tian downstairs and into the lead car. After Sushan and Tian got into the car, the other bridesmaids began to compete for the last spot. However, as they were vying for the spot, Qin Fei walked straight through the crowd, opened the back door, and got in directly. This scene left all the bridesmaids completely dumbfounded. Inside the car, Sushan smiled and said, Lindsay, this is. No need for introductions. Lin Chen smiled and interrupted, I know Qin Fei. Lin Chen glanced at the rearview mirror and continued, I didn't expect that your bridesmaid today would turn out to be your sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Sushan and Tian were stunned. You know each other? Yes, we do, blushing, Qin Fair nodded.
This made Tian Tian in the back seat ponder. Fair, could it be? Tian Tian showed a mischievous smile and said, Don't talk nonsense. She quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen, how come you're driving?
Oh, these 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are all lent to Lin Z by me. So, I decided to drive this lead car as well.
Is there anything wrong with that?
With that statement, the back of the Phantom fell silent. What did they just hear?
These 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms here, all belong to him? Qin Fair was shocked.
Although she knew Lin Chen was wealthy, she never expected him to be this extravagant.
Tian Tian's heart was in turmoil. Her face was full of astonishment.
Initially, she was wondering where Su Shan got the money to rent so many Phantoms, but now it seemed that the question was answered.
This car belonged to Lin Chen. It was lent to him by his classmate. However, when did Su Shan make friends with such a wealthy classmate? Just then, the vehicles started moving.
They soon arrived at the hotel. The wedding venue was arranged by the bride's side, so the chosen hotel was of high quality. As the convoy arrived, the early guests at the venue were also shocked. They took out their phones and started taking pictures. As for Su Shan, he was holding the bride and entered the hotel. He sent the bride to the backstage to get ready and do her makeup. Then he went to the front hall to start receiving the guests. Lin Chen and the others went to park the cars. After parking the cars, they started going upstairs. After settling the drivers, Su Shan ran to Lin Chen's side. Lin, why don't you sit with the classmates at that table later? I just checked, and most of the other classmates have arrived. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, then took out a red envelope and said, Congratulations on your wedding. Looking at the red envelope, Su Shan was surprised at first, then quickly said, No, I can't accept your gift. You've already provided 18 cars. I've taken advantage of you so much, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to accept your gift. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and nodded.
Alright, I won't give you the gift then. You continue with your tasks.
Okay.
With that, Lin Chen walked inside and sat at the table with his classmates. At this table, many people had already sat down. Most of them were old classmates he knew.
After exchanging greetings and chatting with everyone, Lin Chen took out his phone to check if there were any updates on the subsidy. However, before he could start checking, a voice suddenly rang out.
Oh, everyone is here.
With the sound of the voice, everyone looked up to see a young man in a sharp suit with a slightly round figure walking over.
Oh, isn't this the class monitor? How come you have time to come today? Ha ha, Wang Rui. I haven't seen you since graduation. Class monitor Wang, long time no see. That suit you're wearing today looks good. In an instant, many classmates stood up and flattered him. Wang Rui was their class monitor during university, coming from a well-off family.
After graduation, he joined his family's company and became a manager. However, their relationship had always been a bit strained, so they didn't interact much.
As the flattery continued, Wang Rui took a seat. At this moment, Wang Rui also noticed Lin Chen and said, Oh, Lin Chen is here too. After all, you have a good relationship with Su Shan.
Then Wang Rui casually asked, By the way, after graduation, I haven't heard any news about you.
Where are you making money now? With Wang Rui's question, many people turned to look at Lin Chen.
Yeah, our class's top student.
Where are you working now? Exactly, the top student must have made a fortune somewhere and is keeping it from us, right? For a moment, everyone started making noise.
Lin Chen calmly smiled and said, No, the company I was working for went bankrupt recently.
Now I'm just at home, unemployed, just a leisurely person. I can only play games at home to pass the time.
Lin Chen said with a light smile. After his words, many people were stunned.
Wang Rui smiled and said, Lin Chen, this won't do. It's only been a year since you graduated, and you've become a leisurely person. With this situation, you won't be able to survive in the city.
As he spoke, others echoed his sentiments. On the side, a student named Lu Ton looked at Lin Chen and said, It's okay, with your education and abilities, finding a job will be easy. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and nodded. At that moment, Wang Rui's voice rang out again. Oh, by the way, Lin Chen, how about this? Under my company, we are currently in need of a delivery service representative.
The monthly base salary is 4,000 yuan. When the time comes, I can introduce you, okay?
With this statement, many people present couldn't help but show a playful smile on their faces.
A high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university in the Magic City,
going out to do business, earning 4,000 yuan a month.
This is clearly mocking someone. Lu Tongxue, who was next to Lin Chen, looked a bit annoyed.
Just as she was about to say something, Lin Chen stopped her. Then, he calmly glanced at Wang Rui and said indifferently, No need, I'm doing fine now.
With that, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat awkward. Lu Tongxue then said, no, are you just going to endure it like this?
Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, just go along with the crowd, no need to compete.
With that, Lu Tongxue had nothing more to say. At the same time, a classmate spoke up, by the way, how much are you planning to give as a gift later? Why don't we all agree on a standard amount? I have prepared 800 yuan in red envelopes.
As for me, I have prepared 1,000 yuan as a gift.
By the way, class monitor, how much are you giving? As for me, I didn't prepare much for the gift.
Just 2,000 yuan, which is only a day's salary for me, Wang Rui said casually.
Although it seemed like he was talking about the amount he was giving as a gift, he was actually subtly showing off his salary. Sure enough, others envied and said, wow, 2,000 yuan is just a day's salary for you, class monitor? I'm envious. Wow. It's only been a year since graduation, and class monitor, you're already earning a monthly salary of 60,000? You're probably the most successful one in our class monitor, right? I'll raise a glass to you, class monitor. In an instant, many people there showed expressions of envy.
After all, it had only been a year since graduation, and Wang Rui was already earning a monthly salary of 60,000.
In the eyes of many, this could be considered a huge fortune. Ha ha, my progress is just so.
But as for the amount of the gift, let Lin Chen decide.
You had a good relationship with Su Shan in college, and Su Shan helped you a lot back then. How much are you planning to give as a gift for his wedding this time? In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Chen. But to be honest, Lin Chen, don't give too much as a gift, you don't have a job now, right?
If you give too much, you might have to go hungry next month, someone said.
After that remark, laughter erupted at the scene.
Wang Rui, unfazed, shifted the attention to Lin Chen and even discreetly nudged him.
After all, if Lin Chen gave too little as a gift in this situation, it would be inappropriate. With 300 to 500 yuan, he would be left with nothing next month. Wang Rui could then use Lin Chen to elevate himself.
As for 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, it would be Lin Chen deliberately showing off, embarrassing other classmates.
No matter what, Wang Rui's tactics could be ruthless. However, Lin Chen remained calm and relaxed.
He said, I don't plan to participate in this matter.
You can discuss it among yourselves.
I'm here for the car.
With a simple statement, many people present were taken aback.
They had not expected this turn of events.
However, Wang Rui sneered and said, so you still have a car, huh? Giving a car instead of a gift? Are you living in the 80s?
In his mind, giving a car as a gift was something from the 1980s. After all, cars were scarce back then.
But now, who couldn't afford to buy a car?
Suddenly, many other students at this table, looking at Lin Chen's expression, were somewhat disdainful.
Lin Chen, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to explain.
As for Lu Tongxue who was there, she directly retorted with some dissatisfaction.
No, Wang Rui, what's your intention? When we were in college, it's fine if you and Lin Chen didn't get along. It's been over a year since we graduated from college. The moment you met Lin Chen, you started with all kinds of sarcasm. Now, under the guise of helping to find a job, you're criticizing people? What's your intention? Are you shameless or what? After these words were spoken, the atmosphere here became somewhat awkward, dropping to freezing point. However, at this moment, Xin Feier ran over.
Lin Chen, the bride's bouquet is in your car, come with me to get it.
Okay, I'll go with you to get it now, Lin Chen nodded.
Then he followed Xin Feier away from the table. After retrieving the bouquet, the wedding officially began.
The whole process was completed. The bride and groom started toasting the guests.
Soon, they came to Lin Chen's table. After the toast, Su Shan smiled and looked at Lin Chen, saying, Lin, I have to thank you for today. If you hadn't helped arrange the wedding car, my wedding today might not have happened.
With Su Shan's words, everyone at the table was stunned. What does this mean? Without Lin Chen's car, the wedding couldn't have happened? Suddenly, some classmates were puzzled and asked, Su Shan, what do you mean? Without Lin Chen, you couldn't have had the wedding? It's just a car, if you needed one, you could have rented one. Su Shan was taken aback and said, just a car? What? Didn't Lin Chen tell you? The 18 Rolls-Royce Phantom wedding cars today were arranged by Lin Chen. Silence. A deathly silence.
Everyone at this moment was quiet, looking at Su Shan with extremely stiff expressions.
The girl who was sitting next to Lin Chen before, her throat seemed a bit dry at this moment, and she said, Shan Gu, are you kidding? Lin Chen.
Looking at the expressions of the old classmates here, Su Shan was suddenly stunned.
Then, with some surprise, he said, don't you know? The wedding cars today were all arranged by Lin Chen's company. Company? At this moment, Wang Rui was a bit curious and asked, so, these cars are not under Lin Chen's name?
That's right, Su Shan nodded without refuting. With that said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a look of disdain reappeared on their faces. Looking at Lin Chen over there, they said, "Huh? I thought all 18 cars were his Lin Chen's."
Exactly. Sean, next time be more specific when you speak.
But think about it, he's just a poor boy. Where did he get the money to afford 18 Phantoms?
Well, Sean, you said his company just went bankrupt, and now he's an unemployed vagrant. So, what's the deal with this so-called company? With this statement, everyone's attention was immediately drawn.
Su Shan's face at this moment became even more strange.
It seems that Lin Chen didn't tell these guys anything?
Under the strange expression, Su Shan said, "Indeed, this car is not his, it belongs to his company. After all, Lin Chen is a shareholder of that company.
So, if you say Lin Chen is an unemployed vagrant, that's not wrong."
After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned.
Sitting quietly here, the air seemed to freeze.
Everyone was a bit confused and shocked. The car belongs to the company, and Lin Chen is a shareholder of the company. In a disguised way, this car indeed belongs to Lin Chen. At that moment, everyone was at a loss for words.
Wang Rui and a few others who had mocked Lin Chen before now had faces flushed with embarrassment.
They looked so awkward and embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to hide in.
After all, they had mocked Lin Chen as a poor boy before, but now he had become a shareholder in the company? At this moment, everyone present felt dizzy. Even though they didn't know what kind of company Lin Chen owned, the fact that he could mobilize 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms was a clear indication that the company's assets were definitely in the billions. Even if Lin Chen was a small shareholder, his net worth was in the tens of millions. Not to mention, he could freely mobilize 18 Phantoms. How could a small shareholder have such rights in a company worth billions? And just now, they were still mocking Lin Chen? At this moment, everyone regretted deeply.
Subsequently, one after another, they began to toast Lin Chen, saying, "Ha,
Mo-gu, do you remember me? We used to eat together often in school. Here, I toast to you, Mo-gu, Mo-gu, Mo-gu."
With Su Shan's introduction just now, everyone present immediately started to toast Lin Chen.
Only Wang Rui quickly left the banquet, citing illness.
Lin Chen just smiled lightly at this situation. His classmates were really superficial.
When he was just an ordinary person before, they ignored him.
But now that his identity had been exposed by Su Shan, they all came over to toast him. In their hearts, they sneered.
Sitting next to Lin Chen, Lu Tongxue looked at him awkwardly and said, "Lin Chen, when did you become so wealthy? I used to say that about you, and now."
Listening to this, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "I can't really be considered wealthy." Lin Chen's tone was very casual, but Lu Tongxue was speechless and said, "Wow, if you're not considered wealthy, then what is?"
Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. Soon, the wedding banquet ended.
After the banquet, Su Shan had other matters to attend to in the afternoon, so he had to entertain the relatives of the bride's family. Xin Feier had to go back to live stream, so they parted ways. Lin Chen drove back to the group and returned the car. After that, Huang Yuan came to pick up Lin Chen and took him home.
Phew!
Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chen slumped down. The wedding banquet had been quite tiring. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his WeChat moments.
At that moment, Xia Yuma also posted a moment. He successfully got the role of the second female lead in director Chen Kai's Legend of the Demon Cat.
Thanks to director Chen Kai for giving me this opportunity, and I am very grateful to everyone who has supported me along the way.
This surprised Lin Chen a bit.
Although Xia Yuma had won the championship in the magic drama performance, her acting skills were just average.
How could she land the role of the second female lead?
This really surprised Lin Chen. After all, for a director like Chen Kai, the second female lead role required not only acting skills but also a certain level of fame.
At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly noticed Wang Sonsong's WeChat moment below. This is a poster.
After enlarging this poster, Lin Chen's expression appeared somewhat strange. Directed by Chen Kai, the new film Legend of the Demon Cat, produced by Tianhe Film and Television Media, Ali Media. At this moment, below the poster of the Demon Cat Legend, the first investor and producer is prominently the film and television media company under the Tianhe Group. Lin Chen could guess without thinking that this must be Wang Sonsong's idea to please himself.
This guy. I really admire it.
At this moment, Lin Chen also guessed in his heart.
Why someone like Xia Yuma, a newcomer with no fame, could land the role of the second female lead in such a big production film? This is clearly bringing money into the production. And it seems that the funding is not low. After replying congratulations under Xia Yuma's circle of friends, Xia Yuma quickly made a WeChat call to herself. Brother, what's up?
Nothing, just miss you after all. This movie, after starting shooting, I don't know when it will end. Xia Yuma said here, with a hint of loneliness in her words. Looking at Xiaoyuma's words, Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, after the shooting starts, if I have time, I will visit you on the set."
Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiaoyuma's eyes lit up immediately. She said, "Really?" Xiaoyuma was a bit excited. "Of course, but congratulations on landing the second female lead." As soon as this sentence fell, Xiaoyuma here also smiled and said, "Yeah. And hey, someone like me, a newcomer with no fame, actually managed to get the second female lead among a group of female stars. It's really unbelievable. And my second female lead role was personally chosen by director Chen Kai." Initially, this second female lead role was given to a female star, Fan Lei, by the assistant director. Later, director Chen Kai happened to pass by and, after watching my performance, directly gave me this second female lead role, saying that I was more suitable for this role than Fan Lei. At this point, Xiaoyuma's expression was filled with excitement. But when it came to this point, Xiaoyuma hesitated a bit and said, "But brother, if that's the case, will Fan Lei hold a grudge against me? After all, although Fan Lei is a bit outdated, she is still a first-line celebrity, and I am just a newcomer." Listening to this, Lin Chen just smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, she's just an outdated female star. Since director Chen personally chose you, what are you afraid of?" Saying this, Lin Chen continued, "Alright, when do you need to join the set?" After this conversation, Xiaoyuma said, "Probably in a couple of days, but tonight, a few of my dormitory sisters said they want to hold a celebration for me. Will you come, little brother?" When Xiaoyuma said this, there was a hint of charm in her words. This also made Lin Chen suddenly feel a surge of evil fire. His whole person's mouth also involuntarily sucked in cold air. Seductress. Suddenly, in Lin Chen's heart, there was a burst of cursing. "When I see you, I will make you kneel on the ground and call me daddy." Muttering in his heart, Lin Chen replied, "Okay, I'll send you the address. See you at 6 tonight, don't be late." With that, the address was sent over. Then, the two chatted for a while. After that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Immediately, he opened his billion-dollar subsidy app and started checking today's new arrivals. As the app opened, Lin Chen also saw the items in the app. At this moment, there is only one item in this app. God-level magic hand subsidy price, 99. 9-foot God-level magic hand? Looking at this item, Lin Chen appeared somewhat surprised. A skill-based item? And the price is so high? At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. The previous God-level driving and God-level cooking had already sparked some interest in Lin Chen for skill-based goods. Now, with another God-level magic hand, how could Lin Chen not be excited? With a hint of excitement, Lin Chen's fingers landed on the app. Purchase successful. Item being delivered, estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chen felt something stirring in his mind after waiting for 15 minutes. A bunch of memories and information began to surface, all related to magic. And as this pile of magic information and memories flooded into Lin Chen's mind, his fingers became very nimble. In a moment, Lin Chen's heart was filled with playfulness. Looking at a deck of cards on the coffee table in front of him, Lin Chen took it out and started shuffling the cards. The whole deck of cards seemed to be enchanted. In Lin Chen's hands, they flowed freely as if they had turned into a dragon. Watching this scene, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. And as Huang Yuan, who was about to come over and pour tea for Lin Chen, was already stunned. Watching his boss's casual and effortless movements, her eyes glazed over. As for Lin Chen, he just smiled slightly. "Alright," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Pour the tea." "Oh, okay." At that moment, Huang Yuan finally regained her senses. "Boss, that move you just made was amazing." "Really?" Lin Chen smiled and murmured to himself. It seems like this god-level magic hand is really good for impressing girls. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen suddenly realized something. Did he really need to use this trick with his current outfit? Just casually head to the university town, set up a bottle of pulsation. At that moment, a smile crept up on Lin Chen's lips. But, this thing is not useless, at least it's good for showing off. Shaking his head with a light laugh. At the same time, Lin Chen was even more excited about what good things the app could bring in the future. Playing with his phone at home, Lin Chen headed towards the address sent by Xiaoyuma at 5:30 in the evening. When Lin Chen arrived at the barbecue city, several girls from Xiaoyuma's dormitory were already seated in a private room. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, these girls' faces lit up with excitement. And then, the celebration began. As time passed, when they had almost finished eating, one of the girls went out to the bathroom. When she came back, she was followed by 4 people. As these 4 people entered, Lin Chen looked up. And as he looked up, his expression changed slightly. Among these 4 people, one of them was someone he knew. And just this afternoon, they had met. It was Wang Rui,
who had slipped away from the wedding banquet earlier. However, the current Wang Rui was clearly just a follower. In front of him was a man wearing a famous brand, with a hint of arrogance on his face. Seeing him, Xie Yuma's face turned unpleasant. With a dark expression, Xie Yuma gritted his teeth and said, "Xin Hao, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, the arrogant young man at the front chuckled and said, "I just happened to pass by here and ran into Xiaoli. Xiaoli told us that you are having a celebration here. So, I took the liberty to join and celebrate with you, Yuma." After these words were spoken, Xie Yuma's expression became even more unpleasant. However, she couldn't really object. After all, he said he came to help celebrate. If she were to object, she would truly offend someone here. She could only force a smile and say, "Since you're here, please have a seat." With these words, Xin Hao immediately sat down. Then, he smiled and said, "First of all, congratulations on your success this time. You got the role of the second female lead in director Chen Kai's movie." Xin Hao glanced at the table, which was mostly filled with drinks. Then he said, "What drink would you like? Since we're here to celebrate, we should be happy, right?" Continuing, Xin Hao said, "Come on, let's have a drink." After saying that, he directly took out a case of beer from the side, opened it, filled 2 glasses, and handed one to Xie Yuma, saying, "Here, Yuma, I toast to you. It's your first time acting in a movie, and you got the role of the second female lead in director Chen Kai's movie. Your future is limitless." Xin Hao's face was full of smiles. After these words were spoken, Xie Yuma's expression still didn't look good. Looking at the glass of wine handed to her, she said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to drink today." Hearing this, Xin Hao's expression turned slightly unpleasant. On the side, Xie Yuma's friend who had brought Xin Hao and the others in whispered, "Yuma, what are you doing? This is young Master Qin toasting you. You should drink it quickly, how can you refuse? If you drink with young Master Qin, you won't need to struggle in the entertainment industry." This friend of Xie Yuma was not from the same dormitory, so she wasn't very clear about Xie Yuma's situation. Although she knew that Xie Yuma had recently met a rich second-generation guy, she thought he was just a guy who drove fast cars. In her opinion, his actual strength couldn't compare to Qin Hao's at all. The other friends in the dormitory who knew the truth had a strange expression on their faces. As Xie Yuma listened to her friend, her expression became even more unpleasant. She calmly said, "Xiaoli, if you want a drink, you can have this glass yourself." "You!" Xiaoli's face stiffened. She never expected Xie Yuma to say that. Meanwhile, Xin Hao there smiled and said, "It's okay, if Yuma doesn't want a drink, she can have a soft drink." After these words were spoken, Xie Yuma remained indifferent and said, "Young Master Qin, first, we are not familiar, so please call me by my full name. Second, I really have no interest in having a drink with you." With these words, Xin Hao's face showed stiffness and embarrassment. At the same time, he felt a hint of anger in his heart. Before he could say anything else, Lin Chen's voice rang out, "Xin Hao, didn't you hear Yuma say she's not interested in having a drink with you? If you don't have any other business here, please leave. Don't continue to disturb us during this celebration." After these words were spoken, Xin Hao's face showed some annoyance. He looked at Xie Yuma, who was sitting there with a faint smile on her face. Her expression gradually turned cold. Why should she have to endure this? Why can this guy be so intimate with Xie Yuma? And the 3 people following Xin Hao also noticed Lin Chen at this time. Previously, Lin Chen had been sitting closer to the inside. Therefore, he was ignored by others. But the moment they saw Lin Chen, Wang Rui, who was there, trembled suddenly. His face also showed a hint of fear. Why is this guy here? Previously, at Su Shan's wedding banquet, after making an excuse to leave, he went home to check the information on the 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. He then found out that these 18 Phantoms belonged to the Youngda Holdings Group. And recently, a person surnamed Lin had acquired 10% of Youngda Holdings shares. Putting it all together, Wang Rui understood that the shareholder with the surname Lin should be Lin Chen without a doubt. Youngda Holdings is a giant company in the Magic City with a market value of billions. Lin Chen holds 10% of its shares. How could he offend such a presence? Thinking back to his mockery of Lin Chen at the wedding banquet, Wang Rui's face turned pale. At this moment, the other 2 followers shouted angrily at Lin Chen, "Why are you talking to young Master Qin?" With a wave of his hand, Xin Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he said, "It's okay, may I know who this brother is?" "Lin Chen," Xie Yuma said lightly. With just 2 simple words, there was an implicit meaning in their conversation that was self-evident. At that moment, Xin Hao became increasingly annoyed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "So Mr. Lin, may I ask what your family does?" "My family runs a small business in a small county in the countryside," Lin Chen replied calmly. As soon as these words fell, Xin Hao's disdain grew, but he still smiled and said, "Oh, I see. But since Mr. Lin has a good relationship with Yuma. If you encounter any difficulties in the Magic City in the future, feel free to ask me for help.
Lin Chen smiled lightly and replied, I see. It seems that you are quite powerful in the Magic City?
Immediately, one of the followers behind him arrogantly said, of course.
Young Master Qin is well known in the Magic City. Xianyuan Jewelry is their family business. They have already opened the 10th store. It can be said that young Master Qin's family business covers the entire Magic City.
With these words, Xiao Li's eyes lit up. Looking at Qin Hao, she exclaimed, wow.
Young Master Qin's family business has already opened the 10th store.
Your family's business is getting bigger and bigger.
I feel like soon, the biggest jewelry industry in the Magic City will be yours, right?
Xiao Li's eyes showed excitement.
Another young man beside Qin Hao also said proudly, of course, young Master Qin's family will soon dominate the jewelry industry in the Magic City. I also remember that the 10th store should be personally managed by young Master Qin, right?
With these words, Qin Hao's face was full of smiles as he said, that's right, I personally manage the 10th store, located on the 3rd floor of the iapm building. When you ladies visit my store to buy jewelry, mention my name and you'll get a 20% discount.
With these words, Xiao Li cheered and said, wow, young Master Qin is so generous, and I happen to be planning to buy a new necklace recently. I will definitely go and support young Master Qin's family business. As for the other girlfriends,
at this time, they just smiled lightly and didn't care. Wang Rui, who was watching from behind, looked somewhat stiff at this moment. Watching this group of people boasting about Qin Hao, he didn't know what to say. After all, he knew Lin Chen's background. The other party is worth at least 2 or 3 billion.
One person could crush the entire Qin family. How could he boast about that?
And Lin Chen there looked somewhat strange.
Qin Hao's family, the 10th store, is in the iapm building? Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't the iapm building his own property?
At this moment, Lin Chen's expression became even more strange and mocking. And at this moment, Qin Hao also looked at Lin Chen and said, I wonder where Mr.
Lin is now? Me? I can't say I'm doing well.
I made some money before and then just casually did some investments and financial management. Hearing this, Qin Hao's smile became even more unrestrained. Immediately, he said, after graduating, making tens of thousands and doing some investments and financial management is indeed appropriate.
But when it comes to financial management, I remember Wang Rui, your family is in financial management, right?
Saying this, Qin Hao looked at Wang Rui. Suddenly, he saw Wang Rui, who was pale. For a moment, his expression became confused.
Wang Rui, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I just feel a little unwell today. Wang Rui hurriedly shook his head. Is that so? Qin Hao looked at Wang Rui suspiciously. However, Wang Rui didn't delve further. He continued, come on, Xiaolin, Wang Rui's family's financial company in the Magic City also carries some weight. If you want to do financial management in the future, you can definitely make a lot of money by choosing their company. Lin Chen's face showed a bit of playful smile and said, is that so?
Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, Qin Hao's face also showed some anger.
He immediately said coldly, how can you speak like that? Lin Chen, this is not how you should behave. If you want to seek financial management help from Wang Rui's family in the future, you should at least stand up and toast to them, right? If you don't understand this basic etiquette, how can you continue to survive in society? As soon as this was said, Xiao Li next to him followed, mocking Lin Chen, exactly. Thinking you've made some money, you think you're above everyone else? I really don't know why Yuma brought this guy here today.
Hearing this, Xie Yuma was about to explode. But when he saw Lin Chen's calm demeanor, he showed a pensive look. Lin Chen had no reaction to Qin Hao's words, but Wang Rui, who was there, almost fell off his chair. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He quickly said, no need. Qin Hao looked puzzled and asked Wang Rui, what's wrong with you, Wang Rui? Wang Rui cleared his throat and forced out a smile uglier than crying, saying, I'm not feeling well today. I took some antibiotics before coming, so I can't drink. Is that so? Despite Qin Hao's suspicions, he didn't investigate further. Wang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, he cursed Qin Hao. Why did he drag him into this mess? Let Lin Chen toast to him? He really came up with a ridiculous idea. After all, if Lin Chen really toasted to him, and if he drank that toast, he would definitely be in trouble. Qin Hao chuckled and said, by the way, let me introduce you all. This is the magician Mo Peng. Behind Qin Hao, a young man in his early 20s stood up. Mo Peng can be said to be the most promising magician in the country at the moment. At just 21 years old, he has already performed on the Spring Festival Gala 3 times and has been taken as a disciple by the Magic Master Gerald. With these words, a look of surprise appeared on the face of a girlfriend.
Gerald's disciple? Oh my god. Is it Gerald, one of the top 10 magicians in the world? Is he that amazing? I can't wait.
Mo Pang, who was there, also had a smile on his face at this moment.
I am very happy to attend this celebration banquet. Next, I will perform a small magic trick for everyone. With that, Mo Pang opened his hands and made a slight gesture to the crowd. After everyone confirmed that Mo Pang's hands were empty, he suddenly shook his palm. Swish!
In an instant, a small cloth bag appeared in his hand.
Wow! How did this bag appear? Exactly. Where was this bag just now? I didn't see it at all. Oh my god! How did he do that? With this magic trick, all the girls in the room were immediately attracted and began to exclaim and admire. However, all of this seemed insufficient in the eyes of Lin Chen.
A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps Mo Pang's tricks could deceive young girls, but for someone with god-level magic skills like him, it was completely unimpressive. At this moment, Mo Pang, who was there, continued to smile and said, "The bag in my hand is a magic bag. It connects to a dimensional space where anything placed inside can disappear." As soon as he said this, all the girlfriends showed expressions of surprise and said, "Is this
a trick? Yeah, how could something like this happen? There must be a mechanism in the bag. Maybe there's a hidden compartment inside." After these comments, Mo Pang also smiled and said, "You can rest assured about this. If you don't believe it, you can check the cloth bag in my hand." With that, Mo Pang handed the cloth bag to Xie Yuma, who was there. Xie Yuma was also drawn to Mo Pang's performance. He turned the bag over and checked the inside, but found no openings. Watching this scene, Mo Pang smiled and said, "Now, I need a volunteer to help me." Saying this, Mo Pang looked around, and when he saw Lin Chen, Xin Hao nodded imperceptibly. Immediately, Mo Pang spoke, "Next, I would like Mr. Lin to come up and assist me in the performance." Hearing this, everyone was stunned.
Lin Chen, who was there, sneered inwardly.
"Ha, kid, trying to set me up in front of others? I want to see who will outwit whom this time." With that in mind, Lin Chen stood up and walked to the front.
Looking at Mo Pang, he said, "All right, no problem, I'll assist you.
But I have to ask, how do you need me to assist you?"
Hearing this, Mo Pang glanced at Lin Chen and said, "Here's the deal, take off the wristwatch on your wrist and put it in this bag." At that moment, Lin Chen's face showed a hint of strangeness.
"Are you sure? I'll tell you, my watch is not cheap. If you lose it, you won't be able to afford the price."
As these words fell, Xin Hao glanced at the wristwatch on Lin Chen's wrist. Immediately, a disdainful expression appeared on his face as he said, "Ha,
it's just a high-quality imitation of a Roger Dubuis Rodbeck's 0406. If it really gets lost, I'll chip in with you."
In his opinion, Lin Chen was just an ordinary person who had graduated for a year and had a bit of luck. How could someone like him afford a luxury watch like Roger Dubuis, let alone the King Series Rodbeck's 0406 worth 4.2 million? Meanwhile, Shaoli sneered and said, "I didn't expect it to be a high-quality imitation watch."
"Your vanity is too big, isn't it?"
Lin Chen completely ignored Shaoli's words, just showing a slight smile and saying, "Are you sure?
If this watch gets lost, you'll compensate me." "Ha!" Xin Hao's face showed even more contempt. He said, "Haha,
your watch is indeed a good imitation, but it won't cost more than 5,000.
If the watch really gets lost, I'll compensate you at that price."
Xin Hao's tone was full of disdain.
"Okay, that's what you said."
Lin Chen nodded and then took off the watch, handing it to Mo Pang's bag.
Mo Pang then pretended to throw the watch into the black cloth bag. Just at that moment, Lin Chen's expert magic hand instantly came into play.
His palm turned into a blur, swiftly retrieving the watch from Mo Pang's sleeve and hiding it in his own pocket.
Mo Pang was completely unaware of all this, still showing off his supposedly empty pocket.
Lin Chen stood aside, watching the scene as if it were a show.
Then, calmly he said, "All right, where's my watch now? It's time to give it back to me, right?"
"TSK, it's just a watch worth a few thousand, look how anxious you are."
Xin Hao shook his head and said, "All right, Mo Pang, change it back and return it to him." "Okay." Mo Pang nodded, took a deep breath, grabbed the mouth of the bag with his hand from above. "Whew."
Then, he blew out a breath and said, "Now, witness the miracle."
Before he could finish speaking, Mo Pang was completely panicked.
He said, "This," as he touched his body.
Mo Pang became more and more flustered. Where was the watch? Such a big watch? It was clearly on him just a moment ago. How did it disappear in such a short time? Seeing Mo Pang in this state, Xin Hao frowned and said, "Mo Pang, what's going on?" At that moment, Xin Hao had a bad feeling creeping up in his heart. Could it be that Mo Pang messed up the performance? He had been boasting about Mo Pang so much before. If he messed up the performance, wouldn't that be a slap in his face?
At this moment, Mo Pang was already in tears, saying, Qin Xiao, the watch is gone. Ha! At that moment, Qin Hao was also stunned. As for Lin Chen, he remained calm and composed, saying, the watch is gone? Ha, Qin Xiao, I remember what you said before. If my watch is lost, you will compensate me, right? Ha! Yes, that's right. It's just 5,000. If the watch is lost, I'll pay you. 5,000? Lin Chen chuckled, then shook his head and said, who told you my watch is worth 5,000? The moment these words fell, Qin Hao's face stiffened. Then he said, what do you mean? The young man behind him frowned and said, are you planning to deceive people? Little Li sneered and said, ha, Qin Xiao, maybe in someone else's eyes, that watch is really considered genuine? As soon as these words fell, Lin Chen calmly said, the thing is, that watch is indeed real. With that statement, everyone was left dumbfounded. As for Qin Hao, his expression changed and he said, kid, you need evidence to speak. Just because you say it's real, doesn't make it so. There is evidence, of course. If you don't believe me, you can call Roger Dupuis' store manager, Mr. Zhou, to confirm. Just ask if there is a person named Lin Chen who bought this watch from him. Lin Chen's tone was calm, without any ripples, but it made Qin Hao feel uneasy. After all, Lin Chen's demeanor seemed a bit too confident. However, Qin Hao muttered to himself, it's impossible, he definitely can't afford to wear a watch of this caliber. Bluffing, yes, this guy is definitely just bluffing. Qin Hao kept muttering to himself. His gaze and expression gradually became more determined. Ha! Although I don't know how you know that the store manager of Roger Dupuis is surnamed Zhou, but someone like you, wearing knockoffs, trying to bluff here, wants to deceive me? With these words, Qin Hao's lackey and Little Li there also mocked and said, ha, so it's just bluffing. Exactly. Young Master Qin, quickly call manager Zhou and expose this liar's lie. Hearing this, Qin Hao nodded, then smirked and said, I will expose your lie in front of Yuma. With that, he took out his phone and dialed manager Zhou's number, putting it on speakerphone. Hello. After 2 rings, manager Zhou's voice came through. Hello, who is this? A smile appeared on Qin Hao's face as he said, hey, manager Zhou, it's me, Qin Hao. Qin Hao? Manager Zhou Siming on the other end was momentarily surprised upon hearing the name. After a moment of thought, he responded, oh, so it's young Master Qin, nice to meet you. Is young Master Qin calling me today to reserve a watch? Manager Zhou's face lit up with a smile. Although Qin Hao hadn't bought any watches from him before, his family's status was there. Therefore, in Manager Zhou's view, if he could make him happy, maybe he would buy a watch worth tens of thousands? Qin Hao quickly said, next time. This time I called Manager Zhou to ask about something. After this statement, Manager Zhou raised an eyebrow and asked, I see, what specifically? Despite Manager Zhou's slight displeasure, he still asked. Qin Hao sneered inwardly and glanced at Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen still sitting there with a calm demeanor, Qin Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. This guy, is he still acting so nonchalant at this point? Feeling strange in his heart, he then snorted and said, well, no harm, no foul. Then he spoke up, I would like to ask, has your store recently sold a piece of the King Series Rodbex 0406? As soon as this question was asked, Manager Zhou on the other end was momentarily stunned, but then he replied, yes. This was not considered a big secret in the watch circle, so he admitted it openly. It was Qin Hao's turn to be stunned. Trembling, he said, that, the person who bought the watch, is his name Lin Chen? And is he a young man in his early 20s? Immediately, Zhou Siming was a bit excited and said, how did you know that? Zhou Siming was a bit nervous. Lin Chen was a VIP customer of their store. This kind of information was supposed to be confidential. Could it be that the information of their store's VIP customers had been leaked? Although Zhou Siming did not give a direct answer, the implication was already clear. It was at that moment that the private room exploded. Qin Hao and the others were completely dumbfounded. That watch, was it not a high-quality imitation? Was it real? At that moment, Qin Hao panicked. Mo Pang was also in a panic. And there, Xie Yuma said, let me introduce you, this Lin Chen. He is the brother I posted about on my social media before. As soon as these words fell, Xiaoli there felt dizzy. What a joke. The person she had always mocked turned out to be the super rich man Xie Yuma had befriended? In an instant, Xiaoli regretted deeply. She wished she could slap herself in the face. At that moment, Lin Chen also stood up, walked over, took Qin Hao's phone, and said, Manager Zhou, it's me. Your customer information has not been leaked. It's just that Qin Hao suspected that the watch on my wrist was fake. So I asked him to call you to prove that my watch is real. With that, Zhou Siming breathed a sigh of relief and said, so that's it. I can vouch for Mr. Lin. His watch is definitely genuine. and I personally delivered it to him." With these words, Qinhao swallowed nervously, then forced a smile and said, "Mr.
Lin, this may be a misunderstanding."
However, at that moment, Qinhao was already filled with anger. He was cursing Lin Chen in his heart and was convinced that Lin Chen was trying to deceive him. Clearly, the watch on his wrist was real. But
he just wouldn't admit it. He let himself fall into this trap.
Lin Chen was definitely deliberately trying to deceive him.
Misunderstanding? Whether it's a misunderstanding, we'll see later. But I remember, Xin, you said before, if my watch is lost, you will compensate me at the original price.
I don't want much, but when I bought this watch, it was for
2 million.
Xin, please compensate me at this price. Qinhao gritted his teeth. Then, glaring at Mo Pang, he said, "Hurry up and find it."
Mo Pang searched himself frantically.
Finally, with a bitter expression, he said, "I can't find it."
"Then compensate me."
"I'm sure, young Master Qin, you can afford this over 4 million. Lin Chen remained indifferent and said. At this point, Qinhao was completely panicked. His face was somewhat pale. If it were just tens of thousands for the watch, he could afford to compensate. But for a
2 million watch, he would probably have to ask his family for money. And once he did that, he would be in real trouble.
At this moment, Lin Chen continued, "I warned you from the beginning that you couldn't afford this watch.
You didn't believe me at the time.
To be honest, even if you asked Wang Rui behind you, you would know whether this watch is fake or not." With these words, Qinhao suddenly looked at Wang Rui, who was pale-faced. His eyes seemed to be filled with anger. Qinhao stared at Wang Rui, feeling somewhat resentful.
Since Wang Rui had known Lin Chen before, why didn't he speak up and warn him?
At the same time, Qinhao also realized why Wang Rui looked so fearful and uneasy when Lin Chen offered him a toast before.
At this moment, Wang Rui's body trembled as if sieving chaff.
His expression was extremely bitter. He never expected that things would come to this point and still implicate him. But in a low voice, he said, "Xin Xiao, I
know him.
He is my college classmate, and also a shareholder of Yangda Holdings." This revelation made Qinhao's face change.
Yangda Holdings. It was a giant enterprise in the Magic City.
Their own Qianyuan jewelry was nothing compared to it. In this moment, Qinhao's expression was full of bitterness. His previous dissatisfaction with Lin Chen had disappeared without a trace.
After all, he knew. In terms of the other party's identity, he was definitely not someone a second generation like himself could afford to offend. "Director Lin, what do you think about this matter?"
Glancing at the other party, Lin Chen's expression was indifferent. Qinhao could only smile bitterly and say, "I really can't come up with the money right now.
How about this? I'll make a call to my family. What do you think?"
Originally, Qinhao didn't want his parents to know about this matter, but in the current situation, it seemed inevitable.
"As soon as possible, I still have to continue and hold a celebration banquet with Yuma." Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "All right."
After a wry smile, Qinhao quickly called his parents. Upon hearing the specific amount, Qinhao's parents' faces changed instantly. Just as they were about to scold him, upon hearing Lin Chen's identity, they stopped and quickly drove over. As for Lin Chen, he sat there, sent a message to Huang Yuan, and quietly enjoyed the barbecue and crayfish peeled by Xie Yuma. Inside the private room, everyone was quiet. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a big belly and an elegant woman walked in. After looking around, the middle-aged man laughed heartily and said,
Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Qin Nantian."
With that, he quickly walked to Lin Chen's side and extended his hand. Lin Chen continued to eat crayfish and barbecue here. The atmosphere became somewhat tense and cold.
Qin Nantian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the chairman of Qianyuan Jewelry, a prestigious position in the Magic City.
However, Lin Chen seemed to ignore him and continued to eat as if he didn't exist. In an instant, Qin Nantian's face darkened slightly.
The elegant woman's face also looked unpleasant.
But seeing Qin Nantian not speaking, she didn't say anything either. She just looked at her son with some concern, checking if he was injured. After finishing the crayfish and barbecue, Lin Chen wiped his mouth with a wet tissue.
Then, he said slowly, "Phew, finished eating." At this moment, Qin Nantian also showed an awkward smile and said, "Now, can we talk about the real issue between us?" "There's no need to talk much.
Your son boasted earlier.
If my watch is lost, he promised to compensate at the original price. Now that it's lost, it's for 2 million, not a penny more, not a penny less."
Lin Chen's tone was calm, but it made Qin Nantian's face look somewhat unpleasant. At this point, he almost wanted to slap his son.
This prodigal son.
"You know, Qianyuan Jewelry is indeed a large jewelry store in the Magic City, but it has been going through a tough time recently. Recently, in the jewelry market in the Magic City, there are several overseas brands that have entered, and they have directly taken a piece of the pie from Qianyuan Jewelry, in order to maintain their own profits and market share. Just a few days ago, they invested a sum of money and secured a storefront in the iapm Mall. Currently, they have just paid the deposit and are preparing to sign the contract. So, the Qin family's account doesn't have much money left. They can only use assets worth around 1 million. And now, if they have to pay out for 2 million, the Qin family will be in a very embarrassing situation. At this moment, Qin Nantian smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lin, what was said earlier was just nonsense from a child. Can we discuss this compensation issue again? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. And then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Huang Yuan. The information inside revealed the current situation of the Qin family. In an instant, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Then, he looked at Qin Nantian and said slowly, I'll say it one last time, for 2 million, not a penny more, not a penny less. As he finished speaking, Lin Chen's tone became somewhat cold. This made Qin Nanchen's expression stiff and embarrassed. The wealthy woman behind them, on the other hand, was starting to get annoyed. She said, Lin Chen, you're just a small shareholder of a group. You're here because we're giving you face. Do you really think the Qin family is afraid of you? Let me tell you, even if we walk away from this today, it's not a big deal. The tone of this wealthy woman towards Lin Chen was full of disdain. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her words. He shook his head and said, Ha, is this how the Qin family's lady behaves? It's quite ridiculous. My wife's attitude is my attitude. So Mr. Lin, let's either talk nicely or I can only say sorry. Qin Hao said slowly here. After all, although Lin Chen was a shareholder of Youngda Holdings, the Qin family was not to be trifled with. Is that so? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Then it seems there's nothing more to discuss. With that said, Lin Chen picked up his phone and said to Huang Yuan, let's terminate the rental contract between iapm Mall and Qianyuan Jewelry. As soon as this was said, Qin Nanchen's face suddenly changed. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, what do you mean? The wealthy woman behind them continued to mock. Ha! Who do you think you are? You want iapm Mall to terminate the rental contract with us? Do you think iapm Mall belongs to your family? How ridiculous! However, just as she finished speaking, Qin Nanchen's phone rang. After answering it, his face turned pale. Then, in disbelief, he looked at Lin Chen sitting there. Lin Chen was calmly sipping his drink and said slowly, sorry, you were right. iapm Mall is indeed owned by my family. After this statement, the wealthy woman was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Qin Nantian, who was pale, frozen in place. Qin Nanchen's phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a clatter. His face was even paler now. Then, he looked at Lin Chen, his body trembling, his throat moving. You. Qin Nantian was dumbfounded. He had thought that Lin Chen was just a regular shareholder of a large corporation. In that case, even if he offended him, it wouldn't be a big deal. But unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the owner of iapm Mall. And this realization hit him just now. The general manager of this iapm Mall personally made a phone call to himself. He scolded himself. Then, he terminated the lease agreement between their Qin family and the iapm Mall. It can be said, this completely caught Qin Nantian off guard and panicked. You should know, the shops in the iapm Mall are very important to their Qin family. Not to mention that the iapm Mall is a top 3 high-end mall in the Magic City in terms of foot traffic and purchasing power. Just the amount of money they invested to secure this current shop is a huge sum. If they really need to choose a new location, the amount of money they would have to reinvest would be immeasurable. By then, their side would lose tens of millions at the very least. At this moment, Qin Nanchen's expression stiffened. He came to Lin Chen, trying hard to force a smile and said, Mr. Lin, I was offensive just now, please forgive me. Lin Chen glanced indifferently at Qin Nantian. Then, he sneered and said, I remember, just now, Director Qin was saying, is your wife's attitude the same as yours? What's going on? With these words, Qin Nanchen's smile became even more stiff. He could only smile awkwardly and say, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The women in my family speak without thinking, please forgive us, Mr. Lin. As for the compensation for you, please give us a few more days to gather the money. Lin Chen just waved his hand and said, that's enough, let's leave it at that. Also, take care of your good son. Don't see a pretty girl and think about flirting with her. After saying this, Lin Chen looked at Xie Yuma and said, there's nothing interesting here, shall we go somewhere else to continue celebrating? Sure, okay. Xie Yuma nodded, then looked at the several roommates there and asked, do you want to come with us? The people there shook their heads one after another. Then,
the two of them left the private room. As for Qin Nantian, who was there, his expression was stiff at this moment. He instantly understood what had happened and roughly guessed the truth. It was probably his son who flirted with Lin Chen's sister recklessly. Suddenly, Qin Nantian's anger flared up. Dad! Qin Hao swallowed hard, looking at the silent Qin Nantian, feeling scared. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you, who is more likely to fail than succeed. With that, Qin Nantian pulled out his whip. Then, he fiercely whipped Qin Hao. Immediately, a series of screams rang out in the barbecue city. Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. By now, he had already left the barbecue city. He got into the parked Lekin by the roadside. Lin Chen smiled at Xie Yuma and said mischievously, "How about we go mountain climbing?" As soon as Lin Chen said this, Xie Yuma instantly understood, her face turning red. She pouted and said, "You rascal." Although Xie Yuma said so, she still lightly agreed. Immediately, Lin Chen chuckled. Then, the sports car sped away. Time passed. The sun set in the west. In the hotel room, Lin Chen sat at the head of the bed. Beside him, Xie Yuma was sweating profusely, covered in sweat. And at that moment, the phone placed on the side suddenly rang. A transfer record appeared on the phone screen. The amount transferred was neither too much nor too little. 2 million. Looking at this number, Lin Chen smiled and said, "The Qin family's processing speed is quite fast." After sending a message to Huang Yuan, Xie Yuma sighed and said, "It's a pity, even though I got the money for the watch. But wanting to buy another one, the exact same watch, is impossible." Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Then he lifted his pants from the side and took out the watch from the pocket. "Look, the watch is still here." Lin Chen lightly tossed it in his hand, his mouth full of smiles. "You?" Xie Yuma's mouth opened wide, looking incredulous. "What?" Lin Chen chuckled, placed the watch aside, and said, "With his little tricks, he thought he could play magic in front of me and trick me? He's centuries too early." Hearing this, Xie Yuma felt a little resentful and said, "You're so bad. You scared me. I really thought your watch was lost." "Ha ha." Lin Chen laughed heartily. Then, looking at Xie Yuma, he said, "How about another round?" With a scream, the room once again filled with melodious music. At 8:30 in the evening, Lin Chen sent Xie Yuma back to school. After cleaning up the car and his own scent, he returned to Villa No. 1 in the eastern suburbs. Upon entering the villa room, he saw Mu Nanzi, dressed in chef's attire, learning to cook with the maid. Nanzi is here?" Looking at Mu Nanzi there, Lin Chen asked in surprise, "Yes, today I'm learning a new dish with Auntie. I'll make it for you later, okay?" Mu Nanzi smiled, a hint of cream on her cheek. Lin Chen frowned, subconsciously reached out, wiped away the cream, and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the atmosphere between Mu Nanzi and Lin Chen started to heat up.